podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 125, Teens and Accountability. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my responsible and accountable co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
All right. How about you?
I'm doing okay. How was your week this week?
So far, not bad.
So far, it's Thursday. It's got to be fairly decent, right?
Yeah, so far.
Okay, good. No major issues, no major problems, nothing to talk about.
I mean, there have been stuff, but, not, extremely bad stuff.
Enough to make a podcast? Maybe a later date. We'll just pile all this stuff together and then we'll make a podcast out of it.
Sure.
Okay. That's not what we're talking about today, though.
Nope.
Today we are talking about teens and accountability. This week we'll be talking about what accountability is and how to hold teens accountable. Then we'll talk about setting goals and how to help our teens realize those goals. And finally, we'll talk about ways to help instill accountability in teens and help them make themselves successful. But before we do that, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can get video versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Things. You can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Podbean now, as well as Buzzsprout. Any place you can get a podcast, you can get us. I would also invite you to reach out, contact us, give us your suggestions for shows, give us your feedback on how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. We can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Shall we get into it?
Yes, we shall.
All right. So what is accountability? So our definition for accountability comes from a site we've used before called MiddleEarthNJ.org. And they say the definition of accountability is taking responsibility for one's actions, and it is something every parent hopes their teen will do. That's kind of a subjective statement. I'm assuming every parent does, but I'm sure there's a few out there who could care less. When parents teach their kids to take responsibility for their decisions and actions, they help them develop into conscientious human beings and responsible citizens of the community. Without accountability, teenagers blame others and refuse to follow rules they find unfair and find ways to justify their behavior regardless of the impact on others.
So, if we all want accountable teenagers, why are there so many teens and young adults who seem to lack this valuable attribute? Instilling accountability is simply not an easy task. It is a long process that requires patience and diplomacy. Many times, it will appear that our hard work is not achieving any results, which can make some parents give up. But take heart. It is possible to raise accountable teenagers in our modern society, and if you don't give up, you will eventually see your teen develop into a responsible adult. The first step is holding your teen accountable. So how do you do that?
So before we get into how to hold teens accountable, let me ask you, on a scale of 1 to 10, 10 being the highest, how accountable do you think you are for your actions and the things you're responsible for?
I'd say for the most part I'm pretty close to 10.
Okay. Can you give me an example?
Let's see. I know I'm accountable for my schoolwork.
Right. And how reliable are you at doing your homework, for instance?
Pretty reliable. Unless I, for some reason, forget it, I'm more than likely able to complete my homework unless I have a problem with it, or like I said, I forget it.
So unless you're unreliable, then you're pretty reliable. That's pretty much what you're saying.
Like, mainly if I have problems with it, I'll at least try to, talk to the teachers, see if I can work something out. Otherwise, for the most part, I'm able to get most of my homework done for the most part.
Now, are there any areas that you think you could improve your accountability? And I ask not having any particular ones in mind either, so. Which means the valid answer could be no.
Nothing specific comes to mind right now.
Okay, well, maybe as we go through the show here, you might come up with a few things, and we might be able to help you out with some things, or because clearly if you're a 10 out of 10 on accountability, you're probably not going to benefit too much from what we have to cover in this podcast, but
yeah,
maybe by the end of the show we'll find something, or maybe this will just be for the enjoyment, entertainment, and education for those listening and watching.
Sure.
So how do you hold teens accountable? Tell us about that.
So here are some ways to hold our teens accountable. So older teens do much of their schoolwork, chores, and other various tasks without much intervention on the parents' part. Because of this, it can be easy to get lax and to think that they are completing more than they actually are. We all benefit from having accountability in our lives, no matter what our age. Our teens will definitely achieve more when they know what they are answerable to someone than if they are left completely to their own devices.
And I agree with that. I think it's important to have somebody, even with me at work. It's important for me to have someone that I can report to kind of keep me in line and have sanity checks and make sure I'm doing what's right and getting feedback, positive or negative. So having that there is important. But we do have a few tips for holding our older kids accountable. So the first one we talk about is to do some things together. Just because our teenagers are capable of working independently doesn't mean they should do all their work without any input from us. Even though our roles are often more of a mentor than a teacher, our kids still appreciate some togetherness time from time to time. Believe it or not, reading books aloud to our teens is extremely beneficial for them, and it's a great way to make some fun family memories. If your teen is a kinesthetic learner, someone who learns best by doing and is a hands-on type learner, working on projects together can also be a great experience, which we might have a project this weekend to do. We need to give our kids opportunities to see someone doing something and to attempt to do it themselves rather than expecting them to learn everything by reading about it in a book. Learn how to do things together. Watch YouTube videos, take a community education class, or hire someone to teach both of you, and have some fun with this.
So, we also have just simply to talk to them. If your teen is learning about a specific topic, have a discussion with them about it. Ask them to tell you about something new they've learned. Have them explain something to you or show you what they're working on. Find out if they have anything that's currently frustrating them or making it difficult for them to proceed. Brainstorm solutions together and then check back later to see if that actually helped.
And then ultimately you have to check their work. So whether they're doing schoolwork or chores, it's important for us to spot check our teens from time to time. Are they doing a thorough job or putting forward their best effort? Are they remembering to do what we've asked them to do? There are a variety of ways to do these checks, but it can be helpful to check up on your kids when you get home from work. There's something about knowing that parents will be inspecting their work that will help motivate kids to do their best. So let me ask you, do any of these things, are you responsive to any of these things? Do these help you to be more accountable?
Well, I do appreciate when you guys sometimes do things with me. I do appreciate that I kind of get that bonding time with you, even if you're not helping me directly with something. Normally, we're always doing something fun together.
That's a good point.
And I'd say for talking, you guys definitely talk with me. And you always want to know how my day is, and a lot of times it can sometimes help if I'm having a bad day.
Right. How are we about checking up on your work and holding you accountable for it? Are we strict about that? Are we too strict? Are we not strict enough? Do you feel as though, we're involved enough in what you're doing to kind of help guide you that way?
I mean, yeah, if Mommy ever sees something that I might have not turned in an assignment right, she always makes sure to let me know, just making sure that, I'm held accountable for all my assignments.
And I think that's important. I mean, being responsible for your own work is very important especially when it comes to schoolwork. Mm-hmm. But outside of schoolwork, there's other things. And I think accountability is all about having goals and accomplishing those goals, whether it's a school goal or something else. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back, and we'll talk about helping our teens realize their goals. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back. Today we're talking about teens and accountability. And now we're going to be talking about helping our teens realize their goals. And this research comes from a website called ihomeschoolnetwork.com. So accountability is all about goals. They could be personal goals, academic goals, athletic goals, professional goals, or parental goals, such as chores. Once a goal is established, we are held accountable to achieve the goal. Many of the goals teens are held accountable for are academic in nature. Whether or not you've taught your kids about goal setting in the past, the teen years are an excellent time for a refresher course. Here are 5 important steps to help our kids set and reach their goals. And the first step we have here is make it compelling. Set goals that get us excited, then we're much more likely to do the work that it takes to get us to where we want to go. We should encourage teens to come up with things that will make them want to get out of bed in the morning. Help them dream big.
You want to also make it specific and measurable. Teach kids to set goals in such a way that they'll know once they've achieved it. It's impossible to reach a goal which is vague, such as get into the college of my dreams someday. A much better goal would be get accepted to the University of Michigan by May 1st. Including a deadline is an important way to make a goal measurable. You could also come up with a step-by-step plan. If they have large goals, such as getting accepted to a specific college, we should teach them how to break those goals down into smaller steps. For instance, if your child wants to get accepted to the University of Michigan, they should come up with daily, weekly, and monthly plans which help them achieve this larger goal. These steps could include such things as researching the acceptance criteria, taking academically appropriate course tracks in high school, taking practice SAT or ACT tests, taking advanced placement tests, developing college essays or developing your community service record, or prepping for on-campus interviews.
We also have find ways to remember their goals. It doesn't do any good to come up with goals and detailed plans for reaching their goals if they are soon forgotten. We need to teach ways to help their goals stay fresh in their mind. Show them how to make vision boards. Have them post goal lists somewhere they will see often. We should also make a point of talking to them often about their goals and dreams. Ask them what they're doing to achieve their goals. Be sure they aren't stuck. And the final step we have is to take action every day. Our kids will be much more likely to achieve their goals if they work on them regularly. We should encourage them to work on their goals every day or at least weekly. Teach them to create to-do lists and to ask themselves what they can do right now which will move them closer to their goal.
So let me ask you, how are you with setting your goals and achieving your goals? Are you goal-oriented?
I try setting goals for the most part. I probably don't set as many goals as I probably should, and most of my goals are kind of vague for the most part, so I think I might need a little more help with goal setting for the most part.
See, and because of what I do professionally, almost everything that I do every day has some type of goal or some type of plan. For instance, we just hired a new person in my department, and the goal is I need to get this person up to speed so that they can do their job effectively without having too much hand-holding. They need to be independent within the first 6 weeks. And part of that is having a list of things they need to be trained on, measuring the rate at which they're being trained, and making sure they're getting enough information and feedback, getting feedback from them, getting the feedback from the people that are training them. So, my big thing is I do a lot of outlines. If anyone's ever looked at the show notes, it's the same type of thing. I outline everything, so there's a hierarchical order to what has to be done. I have what's called a waterfall approach to planning things out a lot of times. So you get all your prerequisites taken care of, you get all your steps that you need, you assemble all the pieces that you need, and then later on in the plan, you start putting everything together. And I guess because that's how my job requires me to work most of the time, it's just the way that I do everything in life. We have to do podcast notes. We have to come up with notes. So before we can just sit down and write up notes on a show, what's the first thing we do?
We have to come up with topics.
Right. So we sit down, we brainstorm topics, and we have a list of topics that we work from. Once we have that list of topics, what's the next step?
We have to pick selective topics and then do research on them.
Right. So we do all of our research, we put it into the show notes, then we determine does this show require a special guest? If it is, we kind of put it into a holding pattern. We try to line up a guest and we schedule things around that. But if we have trouble scheduling a guest, we have to have other shows ready to go because we have a regular recording schedule. Mm-hmm. So these are all things that we have that waterfall method approach for. And, I do the same things at home. We're doing Dungeons and Dragons or role-playing. We're doing a Star Wars role-playing. In order to do the Star Wars role-playing, there's a lot of components. You have to make sure you have your overall story. You have to make sure you have your NPC characters. You have to make sure that your players know how to build their characters. You have to select your miniatures. You have to do your backstory. You have to do all these things before you even sit down at the table. So it's like 6 weeks worth of prep work before you can even sit down and start playing.
Yeah.
What's something like that you handle in your day-to-day life where you just sort of fall into that, okay, here's the plan type mode?
I guess sometimes homework would probably be one of the things that I have to do. Like, now that I'm going to be having a lot of homework in multiple classes, I kind of have to plan out how I want to do my homework. Like, what can I do during lunch? What can I do when I get home?
Yeah.
Like, what do I not need to finish right now, but need to keep in the back of my mind for later?
Right, and what you need to do is what I do at work with tickets that come into the help desk is triage. Think of a hospital in an emergency room. You have 10 people walk in, and there's an attending physician, and that attending physician's job is to figure out who needs attention first, who's in the most serious condition. You're going to triage your patients. You're triaging your homework. What homework do I have? What can I get done in the time periods that I have? I have a lunch period that I can work on it. I have a before band I can work on it. I have a, after band I can work on it. They're each shorter and longer times. What can I work on in those times? And then you put a plan together and you make it work. So you do this every day. And not everything in life needs to be planned out. If you need to get a shower, I'm not putting a PowerPoint presentation together about, getting my towel and getting my, shampoo and all that. So some stuff you just sort of do, but some of the things like your homework, it helps to have an organized plan of attack. Mm-hmm. So now that our teens have a set of goals in place and a plan to achieve them, how do we hold them accountable? We'll talk about that in more detail when we come back. We're going to take a quick break.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. We are talking about teens and accountability today.
You sounded kind of unsure of which show you're doing right now.
For some reason, I forgot the line, all right.
I'm the one that does all the shows. You only have one to worry about.
Okay, I get it. Anyway, now we're going to be talking about how to install accountability in your teens.
Not install. They're not computers. We're not installing it.
Instill. Ugh. It's been a day.
I understand.
So the first tip we have is demonstrate personal responsibility. Role modeling is the most effective tool parents have for teaching their teens anything. Any value you want your teen to have, simply demonstrate it in your everyday life. So if you want your teen to take responsibility for their actions, you should do the same. Avoid blaming others. Follow rules and don't avoid the consequences if you break them. If you make a mistake, admit it, apologize, and make amends if possible.
You also want to create a culture of accountability in your family. Your family has its own culture that reflects your values, expectations, rules, and hopes. If you want an accountable teen, then each member of your family must be responsible for their own actions and behaviors. Each family member must be responsible for following rules and expectations, and each family member must be responsible for how they respond to stressful or frustrating situations. No one in the family should be allowed to change the rules to fit their own needs or feelings.
We also have established boundaries. You must provide your children clear and firm rules and expectations so that they are aware of the consequences of their actions. Your teen must also know that if they choose to break the rules, there will be consequences for that choice. Of course, this only works if you don't give in or just give up just because your teen whines and promises to behave. You must see the consequences through in order to see the behavior change.
Be involved in their life. Research consistently shows that teens with involved parents are more likely to be responsible and do better in school, and less likely to engage in risky behaviors such as drugs, crime, and sex. Establish open, friendly, and honest communication with your children from a young age. Learn about their interests and attend their activities. Showing that you care about and support your teen helps them feel valued, and this in turn makes them more eager to engage with you and want to please you.
But on top of that, you probably shouldn't be over-involved. There's a fine line between showing your teen that you support them and micromanaging their lives. As parents, many of us do things for our kids today that we were able and expected to do for ourselves when we were children. Our parents didn't often feel the need to negotiate with our sports coach, solve our every problem, or entertain us in our free time. We should let our teens manage their own lives.
We should refrain from rescuing our teens.
Not our teachers.
Not our teachers, right. That was how I read it in pre-production.
Yep.
It's painful for us as parents to watch our children go through difficult circumstances, and we typically want to jump in and fix things, which is what I do, because that's what I do for a living. I fix things. So when somebody has a problem, regardless of what the problem is, that's my first reaction.
Yeah.
While this is a natural reaction of wanting to protect someone we love, it's actually one of the worst things you can do as a parent. When your child is a teenager, your role becomes more of a coach. You want to guide and support your teen through the difficulty, then still allowing them to discover their own capabilities. If we step in, we stop the learning process and deprive our teen from developing the courage needed to try new things and solve problems. Your teen needs to learn now, before they leave your home as a young adult, how to manage obstacles in life, and they need to have experience overcoming a difficulty on their own so that they gain confidence in themselves and realize they're capable. When you rescue your teen, you are inadvertently communicating to them that you don't think they can handle challenges, and your teen will begin to doubt their own abilities. Your teen will learn to expect that others will take care of things for them, and they will become a master of avoiding challenges instead of facing them.
We also have allow natural consequences. No matter how painful, you must let your teen be responsible for the good and bad decisions they have made. It might feel cruel, but it is actually the very best parenting you can offer. If a teen gets a ticket for speeding, they should pay the fine, not you. If they don't have the money, they need to find a way to earn it or lose their license. If your teen procrastinates on a big project, do not do the project for them. If your teen didn't prepare for an exam, don't make excuses to the teachers and beg for a second chance. Let them receive a bad grade and handle the results. This way, kids will learn how to take responsibility for their actions and deal with the consequences.
And finally, praise them when they demonstrate responsibility. Positive reinforcement of any actions your teen takes to show responsibility will encourage them to continue the behavior. Never underestimate the power of a compliment. So on that note, how do you think, do any of these hints actually play a part in us instilling accountability in you? Do we demonstrate personal responsibility, Mommy and I?
I'd feel so, because you both definitely take your own responsibility when it comes to your work, so I would probably say you have that one down.
And that would lead into a culture of accountability for the family. Are we successful when it comes to that?
I mean, yeah, you guys definitely the family I have definitely takes accountability for themselves, so...
You say that as if there's another family. Are you shopping around for another family and didn't tell us?
No.
Polish up the resume there?
No.
How about boundaries? Do we establish clear boundaries for you and associate consequences, or do we let you off the hook a lot if something happens?
You don't really let me off the hook, mainly because I'm not really one to be let off the hook or be on the hook anyway.
Yeah, you tend to put yourself on the hook yourself.
Yeah.
How about being involved in your life? Are we involved? Do we demonstrate that we're interested, that we're invested in your success?
Look at what we're doing now. I'm pretty sure we kind of established that one.
Okay, so the big question is, are we over-involved in your life?
I mean, I don't think so. You guys still give me privacy, and I don't think you're micromanaging my life.
I don't think we are either. We keep kind of, we give you the rope on the leash that you need, and you never really tug too hard on it, so.
Yeah.
How about rescuing you? Do we swoop in? I know I do, so you can feel free to go into detail if you want.
Nah, it's fine. Honestly.
I've already sent, 2 or 3 nasty grams into your school already this week, and, we're not even through the first full month of school, so.
I mean, for the most part, I do kind of agree with you, so...
And, it's not a reflection on you that you can't handle things. It's just that I have certain expectations from the school administration and the guidance counselors and the teachers. And when they fail those expectations, I tend to get vocal. It's not, how can I say this? It's not that I don't think you can solve the problem. I don't think it's a problem you should solve.
Yeah.
There were 2 specific incidents that we've had so far that they were things that you shouldn't have been involved with because you had already done your part, made your commitment, and followed through with what you had to do. And basically we had dishonesty on the part of the school. And my complaint to the school was who's going to be held accountable and how is this setting a good example for the students that you're teaching? So that was about them. It wasn't about you. So I think that's kind of a important distinction.
Yeah.
How about consequences? Are there consequences when you don't do your homework, or you don't do your chores, or you don't do something that you're supposed to do?
Yeah.
Okay, good. That's straight and to the point. I like that.
I mean, yeah.
Do we praise you? Do we give you pats on the back?
Yeah.
Do we lift you up when you're down?
Mostly.
There's a song in here somewhere I'm trying to get to. I just can't get the words. But yeah, I try to. I think it's important. I think it's important to not be false praise. If you've genuinely done something that's worthy of praise, you deserve it and you should be praised. If it's something that you've done a good job, but you could have done a better job, or you could have done something differently that would have been better, I think constructive criticism, in addition to the praise, is both uplifting, but it's also helpful in its guidance.
Sure.
So that's where we go from there. I think that was all we had. We're going to take a very quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up with the business of the podcast. Be right back. Go with your closing remarks.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to mention that holding your teens accountable is going to help them a lot when they become full-on adults. Being accountable for your actions is something that everyone, no matter how old you are, is going to have to use, and we hope that giving you these steps and these tips will help your teens hold themselves accountable, and if not, it at least opened your eyes to how you can try holding your teens accountable.
Very good. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
So that is all we had today, but before we do go, I do want to once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can get video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcast, Podbean, Stitcher, Castro, Pandora, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. We would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter, where we do accept DMs at twitter.com/insights_things. You can find high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. You can get video versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintothings.com. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime subscription. We'd appreciate you throwing that our way. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as podcast.insightsintoteens.com on the web. You can also reach us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast or Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or links to all those on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 125, the squeaky microphone. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Episode 125, The Little Ladies Man. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my brilliant and inspiring co-host with the squeaky mic, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
Yes, let's not move that mic stand until we grease it up a little bit.
Whatever.
How are you doing today, sweetheart?
I am fantastic.
I'm so glad to hear that. How's your week been?
Busy.
Yeah.
Very.
That's what happens when you have to go into the office, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do that 5 days a week, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'll stop making fun of you so you don't throw anything at me.
Right. Mm-hmm. Probably
So,
best that way.
Kind of a slow news week this week. Not a lot going on. A couple of quick stories here, so it's probably not going to be that long of a show. So today, in our Disney Detective, we'll take a look at a 4-year-old true gentleman in the Magic Kingdom and an extra magical way to skip lines at the parks. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Hasbro's newest wares are on display, plus the art of Star Wars The Mandalorian Season 2. And get ready with your prop. And for our new entertainment news, who's going around the world in 80 days? Plus Netflix buys The Chocolate Factory and more. Got to get a fishing wire on that next time.
There you go. We'll plan
And
better next time.
As always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and some afterthoughts. But before we do that, I would like to invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write to us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at twitter.com/insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast or Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can get us on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com, which does work this week.
Oh, well, that's good.
Didn't work last week.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway, are we ready to get started?
Sure.
All right.
I don't think that's the sound you wanted.
That's the wrong soundboard. Hang on a second here. That's the one thing that
you
I didn't check
test,
in,
of course.
in pre-production. There we go.
Oh, that's funny.
It's always something, right?
You know what?
Just goes to show you that we're a homegrown studio here.
Absolutely.
Go with Disney Detective.
So maybe chivalry is not dead in today's day and age. Well, at least not in one 4-year-old. In a recent visit to Disney's Magic Kingdom in Walt Disney World, young Bernardo was captured making a gentlemanly gesture to a few of the beloved princesses. His mother, Vanessa, a resident of Florida, recently posted the footage on TikTok. In a brief clip, the young man is seen from behind watching a parade of characters pass by, including Snow White and other princesses. Some of them were walking, and some of them were riding on floats. And before first politely waving by the cavalcade, Bernardo takes his hat and tips it off to the ladies. Appropriately enough, it's a baseball-style hat with Mickey ears. The princesses, in turn, respond to his gesture in their own magical way. Some of them are waving, and others take the gesture one step further and even curtsying in response. So the clip had over 30 million views, with many of the viewers commenting on how it brought them to tears seeing this 4-year-old true gentleman. Speaking to Fox News, his mother commented that he's a great kid, very polite and happy. He loves Disney movies such as Beauty and the Beast, The Incredibles, Monsters, Inc., but his favorite is Toy Story. His mom captioned the video, Disney's True Prince.
That's got to be the cutest thing I think I've ever seen.
Yeah, and it's a quick, 23-second video.
It's not long at all.
And you just, see him from behind, and every time the princess comes by, he just takes his hat and tips it off, and just seeing the response of the princesses.
Just the reaction that they had,
they
how
were just
surprised they were.
Or they'd curtsy or bow to him, and it was just adorable.
It was really cute. Now, I don't mean to rain on anyone's parade here because, I don't do that sort of thing.
You never.
But the mom coached him to do these things and set the shot up and all that stuff. But
make sure to wave, make sure to,
But still, it was really cute to see. It would have been nice to see the other side, to see his reaction to their reaction.
Like if she did an after video of, they did whatever,
So I guess parades are back at Disney.
Well, it's still the cavalcades where they're not announced. They just kind of happen by chance, and there's usually only like one or two floats from what I understand, so nothing
our strategy
full blown yet.
So our strategy of using the parades to get on short lines doesn't work, but we do have another suggestion that might work. Let's talk about that.
I don't know if we really want to say that this is a suggestion to use. So, this is one of those, there's always some Florida man story of, something stupid that somebody in Florida did. So, of course, this week, no exception. So, obviously, for those that plan Disney trips and everything, there are books and blogs telling you how to have a magical Disney World experience. But one Florida man discovered the ultimate travel hack using an app that lets you skip the lines. An app that everybody would want for sure. But the catch is the app was running on a possibly stolen cast member iPad. So a local Florida news station reported that this 30-year-old person had allegedly did this last June. Using the unauthorized device, he was able to give himself and a group traveling through the park with him a jump to the front of the line. So according to the report, he was leading an unauthorized tour in Hollywood studios using the iPad to skip lines for the park's rides by making reservation overrides. So one Disney World fan site theorized that he may have been taking advantage of Disney's system that lets people with disabilities reserve certain times for a ride so that they don't have to wait in line. This would seemingly agree with a quote reported by WDW News Today, which classified the app as a private app for qualifying guests that's only installed on devices owned by Disney World. However, this person was pulling it off. It seemed like it was both easier and better and less confusing than the FastPass MaxFast reservation system, which obviously we've talked about before. It's the antiquated system, which is due to be replaced by the new service Genie Plus, which we've also talked about as well. So as with every travel hack, there are some minor trade-offs and inconveniences. This person ended up having to give back the iPad to a Disney investigator and was issued a warning by Disney for trespassing. He reportedly told authorities that he didn't know it was stolen.
Oh, I didn't know that was stolen. I thought you gave these to everybody.
Right. And there was one conversation going on where somebody so he was doing these unauthorized tours and they thought like he was posting on Craigslist or something. Like, yeah, that's where I'm going to book a tour through Craigslist. That seems totally reputable,
Well, and they even speculated in the article itself that the iPad itself hadn't been reported as stolen.
Right.
which makes me wonder, was there a cast member who was involved with this?
Right, exactly, because they were actually talking about this on the local radio station the other day, and they were saying, you mean to tell me that, they couldn't do an IP search or something and find out, like, obviously you had to use a username and a login, a password to probably get into the thing.
And it's an iPad. There's a built-in tracker built into the iPad to see where these things are at all times.
Somebody had to have known something.
Yeah.
There's
something fishy going on there.
It was stolen from my car. Well, I'm guessing it probably shouldn't have even left the park.
Exactly.
I'm guessing it's one of those things that, I thought this was my own personal one. Big giant mouse sticker on the back.
Somebody's getting fired over this one.
So that was kind of funny.
But that was all we had for our Disney Detective this week. Mm-hmm. We'll take a quick break, and I'll be back with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. And our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy this week, since I pushed the right button this time.
Awesome!
Hasbro unveils new Star Wars merchandise. If you're a Star Wars geek like me, you probably eagerly await the annual reveal from Hasbro. Well, this year's line of merchandise is out, so you don't have to wait any longer. Hasbro's latest additions to the Black Series and the Vintage Collection lines of models are out, including a replica of Rey Skywalker's iconic lightsaber from Star Wars: The Rise of Skywalker. The new products were unveiled during Hasbro's Star Wars Fan First live stream and will include many fan favorites such as the Mandalorian and Grogu, Emperor Palpatine, Stormtroopers, and Lando Calrissian. All the toys and models revealed by the toy maker will be available to purchase from the spring of 2022, but no official date has been revealed. Hasbro indicates this new Force Effects lightsaber is their most realistic one to date and will feature a real metal handle, which all the other ones do, but it will feature the first twist to ignite feature, which was demonstrated in the actual movie itself. It'll have battle clash and blaster effects, as well as molted blade tip effects, which all the other ones, the new ones, have at this point too. The yellow blade, made famous by Rey in the film, is removable, and the lightsaber comes with a stand for display. This offers anyone with a lightsaber the option to use the model as a toy or to light up any room as a centerpiece. Available at most major retailers, the approximate retail price will be $264.99. It is available for pre-order now, by the way, I noticed. Hasbro also unveiled an epic batch of galactic figures coming to the toy company's Black Series line. 8 brand new models will be added to the line and will include 6-inch models of the Mandalorian and Grogu, Leia Organa, and numerous characters from the Mandalorian television series. While the Mandalorian and Grogu figure will retail for $36.99, all other figures in this announcement will retail for the same lower price of approximately $26.49. The final group of figures Hasbro is releasing features new additions to their Vintage Collection line of models, Some of the models include characters from the original trilogy, including Emperor Palpatine, Lando Calrissian, Stormtroopers, Bib Fortuna. Also included in Hasbro's announcement is a retro-inspired prototype Stormtrooper, which has a multicolored body armor, as opposed to the traditional white and black. Figures in the Vintage line collection also vary in price, ranging from $13.99 to $41.99, although most of the items are at the lower end of the scale. So this is kind of like the pre-Christmas announcement type thing that I always like to see, where
absolutely,
what's the new stuff coming out.
Right.
You know, the biggest thing that I think I'm interested in is probably going to be the lightsaber.
Of course, because you have all the other ones.
Well, and the last two that came out, because you got me the Palpatine one, you got me the Revan one. Both of them are awesome. They're the effects on the new ones are.
You can
really
definitely
neat.
see how it's evolved from the first ones to now. So.
And the first one that you ever got me is my Gen 1 Force Effects back when before Hasbro was doing them. Force Effects was doing them, and it's the Gen 1 Darth Vader,
right?
And I still have that one.
Yep.
And you can really see the improvement in material and quality and crafting and everything through the time. Now you got all kinds of effects with these and everything.
Right.
So I'm kind of excited to see them. They're a little more expensive though. The original Force Effects were going somewhere in the range of the $150 to $200.
Yeah, weren't they like
range.
$199? I think.
Yeah, you can get them between $150 and $200. But they're pretty cool. I like the new stands too. You can't hang them on the wall, which I'm not a big fan of.
Right, that's something where we need to look at like Etsy again to kind of find you something to put them all together on one thing. So
I don't want to wait till the spring for this stuff though. But anyway,
supply and demand, honey.
If I don't want to wait till the spring, December's right around the corner, right?
True.
So in December, The Art of Star Wars, The Mandalorian Season 2 is coming. If you're jonesing for your fill of The Mandalorian while we wait for the much-anticipated third season, you might not have to wait much longer. Lucasfilm announced The Art of Star Wars, The Mandalorian Season 2, a hardcover collection of concept art chronicling the making of the hit Disney Plus original series, written by Lucasfilm's Phil Szostak. The book arrives December 14th and comes filled with concept art, character, vehicle, weapon, and creature designs. Also included are interviews with key crew and creatives, including show creator, executive producer, and writer Jon Favreau, and executive producer, director, and writer Dave Filoni. In addition, the cover features new artwork by Lucasfilm legend Doug Chiang, created exclusively for this release. The Art of Star Wars, The Mandalorian Season 2 arrives December 14th and is available for pre-order now. Now, I don't generally collect the art books.
You have.
I have a
You
couple.
actually do have quite a few of them. But we don't have a coffee table, to lay them out. So unfortunately, they're all on.
They're on bookshelves,
right?
Right. I don't really get to enjoy them as much on the bookshelves.
Yeah, it's usually once you get it, you kind of look through it, and then.
Well, that was like you got me the Star Wars Vault years ago.
Yeah.
I still haven't even opened it. That thing is still primed and wrapped in the plastic at this point.
So how much can we get for it on eBay?
I don't know. I haven't looked it up.
Yeah.
But the problem with the books is just they're so damn heavy.
Right.
You know?
That is true. But the nice thing too is, if you watch The Mandalorian, or they even do it with Marvel with What If as well, when they roll the credits, they show all these concept art pictures.
Right.
So that's what's always kind of a cool thing when we've watched The Mandalorian show is to wait till the credits and actually watch the different art that they came up with to see what their vision of a certain scene was and how true they matched it to the actual show.
What's kind of neat is everyone knows and loves the Ralph McQuarrie art that was all the concept art for the original trilogy, none of which ever made it in its original form into the movies. But you can see the inspiration as it goes along. And seeing the sketches and the concept art does the same thing at the end of the episode, where you can see what that inspiration was and what those original ideas were, and how it kind of evolved from that into the final product.
Right.
So it's a great glimpse, and I'm hoping the book itself has a lot of that concept art in there, so you can get that behind the scenes. Like you can watch interviews and you can see the behind the scenes, footage and stuff that the documentaries did. But the artwork itself is really the root of all of it. That's where that imagination starts.
Yeah.
And to see the evolution of that is actually really neat to see how the developers' brains are actually working with this stuff.
Yeah.
So that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be back in a minute with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So if you're a fan of David Tennant, and let's be honest, who isn't? Then there is a treat coming to you from BBC. So David Tennant takes on the iconic role of Phineas Fogg in the upcoming BBC One adaptation of Jules Verne's classic novel Around the World in 80 Days. Complete with a rather dashing mustache, Tennant travels on his globe-trotting adventure, flanked by his traveling companions, Passepartout and Abigail Fix. Filmed in Cape Town, Africa, which moonlights as locations in Yemen, Tennant and his company will travel to the port town of
Yeah, I'm not even going to help you with that one.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
Various areas that... Basically, they filmed everything in Cape Town, and it's going to look like other various desert areas throughout the story.
Al-Hudaydah.
Sure, and the empty quarter, and the desert that is on the way to the city of Aden. So Tennant as Phineas Fogg, the intrepid adventurer, and his...
Ingenuity.
Oh, geez. Ingenuity and clever contraptions are put to the test through the voyage. His companion, I guess it's... Abraham Coma, stars as Passepartout, who is Fogg's trusty French sidekick who goes with him every step of the journey. And then the Crown star, Lonnie... Benesh plays Abigail Fix, a journalist who accompanies the men in order to chronicle the adventure. So production on the 8-episode series wrapped in March this year, and the show will be the latest in a long line of adaptations of Jules Verne's classic story, which Tennant follows in the footsteps of the likes of David Niven, Pierce Brosnan, and Steve Coogan, who all had played Fogg.
That was very good, sweetheart. You did very good pronouncing all those. And you put the article in this week.
What was I going to do? Yeah. So that guy. Oh, and that one. Yeah.
You need to screen the articles and only get articles that don't have tough names in them.
Right, exactly. Thanks.
So this actually looks kind of cool.
Yeah, it does. The trailer actually looked rather
I'm not going to play
interesting.
It's right here on the screen.
Right, because we don't want to get taken down for anything. But yeah, go and look for the Around the World in 80 Days teaser for BBC One. So hopefully it'll come out on BBC America probably after, I'm guessing.
Probably. Yeah. I got to tell you, David Tennant looks pretty good with the mustache.
He does. He looks very dapper. There was actually a friend of mine who does a lot of different cosplay, and he was like, I need a 3-piece suit now. So that I can pull this look off. So.
Yeah, he looks really good like that.
Yeah.
Looks very serious though.
Mm-hmm.
But we always love everything he's in. He's awesome in. So.
Yeah, even when we watched that one like detective drama where he was the bad guy, and it was kind of creepy because you're like, no, it's the doctor. He's not supposed to be bad.
I do get a kick out of the fact anytime he's in anything that revolves around traveling or time travel.
Right.
It's like, well, he's got that one mastered already.
Yeah,
right?
he knows how to do that.
He's got that down pat.
He's good like that.
So what else do we have today?
So it seems that Netflix has acquired the works of Roald Dahl, the late British author of celebrated children's books such as Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. The video streaming giant said on Wednesday that it acquired Roald Dahl's story company, which manages the rights of the author's characters and stories. So no financial terms were discussed, but the deal builds on a partnership that was actually struck in 2018 to create a slate of animated TV series under which Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is getting a reboot by Academy Award-winning filmmaker Taika Waititi. And Netflix is working with Sony on an adaptation of Matilda the musical. The new deal paves the way for Netflix to bring all of the author's back catalog to the screen. So these projects opened our eyes to a much more ambitious venture, the creation of a unique universe across animated and live-action films and TV, publishing, games, immersive experiences, live theater, consumer products, and more, said Netflix co-CEO Ted Sarandos and Luke Kelly, managing director of the Roald Dahl story company, and Dahl's grandson, said in a joint statement. So Dahl had actually passed away in 1990 at the age of 74, but his books, which include the BFG, the Twits, and Fantastic Mr. Fox, remain popular with young readers, with more than 300 million copies sold worldwide and translations in 63 languages.
Now, I'm going to claim ignorance here. I was not aware that he was responsible for that many, popular books. Mm-hmm. I knew about Charlie and the Chocolate Factory, and that was
James and the Giant Peach is another one of his,
and it
too.
Makes sense because it's in that same style of his. Yeah,
right.
He's got a very distinctive style.
Right, he has a very distinct style, and it's funny because because a lot of his things, if they're not live action, they've been doing like the claymation type thing. So like the Fantastic Mr. Fox is a perfect example. And James and the Giant Peach is a little bit live action, but also the claymation. I think the BFG was also claymation. The stop motion animation. Yeah. So I don't know if it's just that's the area that they decided to go with and kind of kept going with it, or
it's funny being a computer gamer. BFG has a whole different meaning to me.
It does.
It is not big friendly giant. I can tell you.
No, but it's funny because all of his stories. It's funny because they're children's stories, but they have a dark.
Yeah, that's
cloud over them. Like Charlie and the Chocolate Factory is not a really happy story unless you're Charlie. But even then, Charlie kind of has a very dismal
they basically torture the kids.
And then all of a sudden, hey, here's my chocolate factory. Spoilers, where all the other kids, they're all brats in one way, shape, or form, or the Fantastic Mr.
That doesn't necessarily mean you can do what you did to him in the book.
Right, exactly. And then, the Fantastic Mr. Fox, it's like you're stealing the chickens and, it's like.
Well, that's what foxes do.
Well, so. Yeah, but it's one of those. I know there are people that are fans of all of his stuff, that, you know, and it's one of those, you know, he will watch them, but I don't, you know, like, honestly, Charlie and the Chocolate Factory scared the bejesus out of me when I was a kid.
He is not Disney.
He is definitely not Disney, hence why he's on Netflix.
Exactly. So that was all we had for our entertainment news this week. We'll be right back with our insightful picks. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick comes from a Disney Plus series. It's a teen family adventure story. So it is The Mysterious Benedict Society. So after winning a scholarship competition, 4 gifted orphans are recruited by the strange and unusual Mr. Benedict for a dangerous mission to save the world from a global crisis known as the Emergency. Rainy, Sticky, Kate, and Constance must infiltrate the evil LIVE Institute to discover the truth behind the crisis. When the headmaster, the sophisticated Dr. Curtin, appears to be behind this worldwide panic, the kids of the Mysterious Benedict Society must devise a plan to defeat him. The Mysterious Benedict Society is an American mystery adventure television series, which is actually based on the children's books by Trenton Lee Stewart. The series stars Tony Hale as Mr. Benedict, who gathers the 4 children to stop the global emergency. Hale also portrays Benedict's twin brother, Mr. Curtin, who is the founder of the school the children are infiltrating. The series premiered on Disney Plus in June and consists of 8 episodes. So it's definitely a mystery show, very much like Sulphur Springs, which was a show that Maddie and I had watched over the summer. Lots of little plot twists and turns, and why are they doing this? It has a very, like, 1960s kind of feel to it, where you're not really sure when it's taking place. There's, television, there's TV. So the idea is that there are radio waves, subliminal messages that are going out into the airway that not everybody can hear, and that they're using children to be these messengers to send these message. And basically they talk about the emergency, but nobody knows what it is. Like, is it the end of the world? Is it, oh, we better go get this because the emergency is happening, but nobody talks about what it is. And what ends up happening is they do this competition to kind of find the best kids for this mission. And you have these, 4 orphans who basically come together and kind of come together as this, like, super group of kids to try and help. So I think we're only 2 episodes or 3 episodes in. So
like the Traveling Wilburys.
Sure, we'll go with that. But it's really cute. It's definitely, something, for the family to watch together. So.
All right, cool pick.
Thank you.
So my pick this week is a documentary on Netflix called Mercury 13. Mercury 13 is the untold story of women testing for spaceflight in the 1960s. In this Netflix documentary, the tales of 13 female pilots who dreamed of becoming astronauts, yet were denied the opportunity by NASA, are finally brought to light. When Neil Armstrong stepped on the surface of the moon, he declared that he had taken one small step for man, one giant leap for mankind. But what if that one small step had been taken by a woman? What would that have represented at a time when the American public was just starting to wake up to women's rights? This new documentary film on Netflix hopes to answer that question. Mercury 13 explores the paths of 13 female pilots who were subjected to many of the same rigorous tests that all the male Mercury 7 were, and either passed or exceeded their male counterparts in every one of them. Despite the triumphant completion of many invasive tests, they were still prevented from entering NASA's space training program. This despite the fact that NASA's direct competition in Russia was moving forward with the first woman in space. The film details many of the physiological and psychological testing that these heroic women had to endure. The same testing the men went through, and in many cases didn't fare nearly as well. It chronicles their journey in the early 1960s when the space race heated up with the Russians. The documentary details the storied and impressive flying history of all the women in the program, talking about how they got into flying and what some of their inspirations were. The same doctor who conducted the government-funded test on the male astronauts had to find private funding to fulfill his ambition of proving that women were just as capable because the government refused to fund the research. The film also details the legal challenges the women raised before Congress and culminates with their finally being honored by NASA at the launching of the first space shuttle piloted by a woman. It's a touching and inspirational story that is indicative of the sad state of affairs our society was in with regard to the equal rights for women in the 1960s. While the program shows us how far we've come to combat some of these discriminatory behaviors, it also serves to shine a light on the progress yet to be made in the search for equality for everyone, regardless of gender, race, ethnicity, religion, or identity. It's programs like this that help me see a brighter tomorrow for our own future female engineer, and it's an inspiration to all young women that you should never let anyone tell you that you can't achieve your dreams. The show itself, it was a very low-key documentary, and what I liked about it was they went and they talked to all of these women, and these women conveyed the stories themselves. It wasn't stuff that was stock footage and, historians that were reading it. They actually talked to the women, and you could hear in their voices the emotion and the disappointment and the betrayal that they felt by their own country after going through everything that they went through. And a lot of these women started out with flying for during the war or after the war. They their parents had flown the Women Auxiliary Corps that did their part for the war at the time, and they felt a patriotic surge that they wanted to be a part of this. And it was literally just male chauvinism that shut the whole thing down. While the whole time the Russians were in the process of doing the same very thing itself. And it was one of those things where we had a head start. This was one of those things that we had a head start. We had 13 women before Russia even thought about it. We had 13 women who had gone through these tests and were qualified, and they just shut the program down. We actually had a chance to be one of the first before, because the only first we've ever won with the Russians in the space race was stepping on the moon.
Right.
And that was at the end of the decade. And we could have won this one here and had multiple women in space. And one of the things that I thought was very interesting was one of the tests that they did was a sensory deprivation chamber. And they took the women and they put them in this pool of water, this giant pool of water in a big room, completely dark, and they made them neutrally buoyant, so they just floated there. They had earplugs in, and they set the temperature of the water and the air to their body temperature, so they couldn't even feel the water. They were trying to simulate weightlessness in space.
Okay.
And the women excelled at this. They could spend hours in this chamber, and they said the men that when they went through this, they went bonkers within like 15 minutes. They couldn't stand it. And it was funny to see the dynamic between the genders and how they could handle these things. And it was almost indicative of, okay, well, if you're going to send somebody on a 6-month mission to Mars, you're probably better off sending women on that than men, because the men are probably going to go insane and kill each other.
Right, before they even get there.
Right. So it was really neat to see some of these comparisons that they did, and some of the comments that the astronauts, because they showed stock footage of some of the astronauts and some of the comments that they made. And we saw it when we were watching the space program on Netflix, that one series that we watched.
Right.
And they really took it from that stock footage, because it was just insult. Even now, I see that stuff, and it irks me now to see what these barbarians were saying. But the show itself was actually very good. It was about 2 hours long. It wasn't incredibly long, but very well done. They showed footage. They showed time with the women, and it's something that would serve as an inspiration to anybody, not just other women. But Mercury 13 on Netflix. We'll be right back. So what else do we have? We have some afterthoughts. What are we talking about today?
So this coming weekend in Oaks, Pennsylvania is
RetroCon.
So the show is on Saturday and Sunday. The Saturday times are from 10 to 5:30, and tickets are $20 at the door. Sunday is from 9 to 4, and tickets are $15 at the door. And kids 12 and under are free. And again, it's at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center in Oaks, Pennsylvania. Also this weekend is Monster Mania 47 in Hunt Valley, Maryland. Whole lot of celebrities are going to be there. Actually, a boatload of some really good people. So if you're in the area, definitely a show to go and see. Then October 2nd through 3rd, back at the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center is Brickfest. So if you are a Lego aficionado, this is definitely the show for you. And then, of course, we have the 2 toy shows in October as well, October 9th and 10th. We have the Delaware Train Show on Saturday, and on Sunday is the Oktoberfest Toy Show, both housed at the Nurse Shrine Center in Newcastle, Delaware. Unfortunately, we had months ago had talked about Wizard World Philadelphia coming to the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center sometime in November. Now, if you try and look it up, there's no information about it. If you go to the Greater Philadelphia Expo Center website, they don't even list it. And now it almost has it if you do a Google search, it gives you dates for the Philadelphia Convention Center, which is where it has always been before. But when you go to the convention website, they don't have anything listed. So I'm guessing Wizard World Philadelphia, which now became that other company, probably isn't going to happen this year, unfortunately. So
that's what it looks like. We'll keep checking though, and if we find any,
if we find anything out, it does look like Wizard World Chicago is going on, and I think that's going to be the last event that Wizard World sanctions.
And that's what they said, when we had the article on the show.
So no information about anything else. So
yep. So before we do go, I would invite our listening and viewing audiences to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, Podbean. I want to throw Podbean out there. They're our new video hosting provider. We're on Castro. Buzzsprout is our audio provider. Pandora we're on. Pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also ask you to write to us. Give us your show notes, your suggestions. We would love to get more shows that are coming up in your area that we can plug. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us on Twitter at insights_things.
We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
You can get audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find video versions of all of our different podcasts at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find video versions of this podcast now on our host at podcast.insightsintothings.com. I threw you off there, didn't I?
Yeah, you did.
Yeah.
I'm like, and we stream 5 days a week on Twitch. You can find us at twitch.tv/insightsintothings.
Or you can go to our official website and get all that and more at www.insightsintothings.com. That's it.
I think that's it.
Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 11, The Trump Legacy. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing good. It's been a little bit of a while since we've done a podcast, but looking forward to another great show.
Yeah, we took a little time off over the holidays to redo the studio and so forth. In the process, we have a new president. So I thought it would be interesting. We had originally discussed doing a podcast on the insurrection on January 6th. And I thought that was probably, while it was a worthwhile topic, it might be a little too focused. I think it would be probably more interesting and more helpful to look at the Trump legacy in a more general sense. I don't want to, I'm trying to be as fair and impartial as possible. I don't want to just look at the negative stuff from Trump. And I think the insurrection reflects very poorly on him. So today we're going to look at what some of his notable accomplishments were over the last 4 years. We'll look at some of his failures. And then we'll have kind of an open discussion about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump on the U.S., the world, the presidency, and so forth are. and then just a candid talk about where we think the future is under Joe Biden for the next 4 years. So, ready to get into it? All right. So, I wasn't even going to do the plugs because I think this is going to be a long podcast. We'll do the plugs at the end of the show. Notable accomplishments. I kind of broke these down into a couple of key ones that came out of the whitehouse.gov website prior to the changeover. And the first one, and one that I think really is probably the biggest, is the reshaping of the federal judiciary. So everyone knows that Trump appointed 3 Supreme Court justices that are life terms, but he also appointed 220 judges to lower courts, which are all lifetime appointments as well. 25% of U.S. Circuit Court judges that are in place today were Trump nominees. And Trump's influence as a result of that will live on through the judiciary for the foreseeable future. Do you think that is a good thing, a bad thing, indifferent thing? What are your thoughts?
I think it depends on what these judges are going to be ruling on in the coming years. And especially since it's impressive as a president to be able to do that in only 4 years to appoint that many judges and 3 Supreme Court justices as well. So whether or not the judges will, rule on certain things in the coming years, it's still, it's something that'll be in a history book looking back at the presidency of one of his accomplishments.
Absolutely. And I think the one thing that we've seen so far is the 3 Supreme Court justices did not tip the balance of power in the Supreme Court at this point in time, given the number of cases that Trump brought to the Supreme Court during the election phase that did not go in his favor. So I think, if nothing else, the impartiality of the Supreme Court seems to still be intact, which is a good thing. The next thing that we look at is Space Force. Space Force is the first new branch of the U.S. military since the U.S. Air Force was created from the Army Air Corps after World War II. It's supposed to be a more centralized version of the military missions in space. Now, that's not fighting aliens or anything like that. What they do is they handle satellite surveillance. They handle all the military satellites. They're responsible for the GPS system that's both civilian and military use. They're monitoring the various debris that's in space to make sure that it's not dangerous to future missions. What do you think? Do you think, I'll be honest with you. When I heard that we were creating Space Force, I couldn't help but chuckle. Mm-hmm. And I wasn't the only one, because it spawned a Steve Carell comedy series, that came out of this. What are your thoughts on Space Force?
Well, I think space exploration is important. And I know over the years, the public has sort of waned away from that, and there's not as much interest as there was like in the 80s and 90s and stuff. I do think if Space Force is going to actually do something, and it's not just a dumping ground for money like a lot of other of these types of programs, they spend a lot of money, especially when it comes to the military. There's a lot of money put into that. But I think if they do monitor things like the debris around the Earth, which is getting really, it's becoming a real problem, and satellites and things like that, I think that's a good start. And maybe they'll segue into actual exploration missions in the future, hopefully.
Yeah, we don't really know what direction they're going in right now. They really inherited a lot of things that the Air Force had already been doing. They're not doing exploration at this point. Yeah. That is still the domain of NASA. But, we have missions up there. You have an International Space Station up there that occasionally needs to be moved so it doesn't get hit by a refrigerator-sized piece of debris that brings it down. So that's really what they're working towards.
And you also have private companies like SpaceX that are going a lot more in, they have a little bit more of a budget than NASA does for the funding, so they're able to do a lot more missions into space.
Sure. Yeah. In fact, speaking of space junk, one of the things that's really starting to crowd the low Earth orbit are these new internet-enabled satellites. You know, SpaceX, Elon Musk is putting a huge constellation of satellites, some 400 or 500 satellites up there, all of which are moving obstacles that are flying at 17,500 miles an hour. So it's not a small job monitoring that stuff for safety. What's the next thing that we have?
So next up, we have the tax reform. It was the biggest overhaul of the nation's tax code in 3 decades. It slashed corporate tax rates from 35% to 21%. Some critics argue it was a windfall for massive corporations at the expense of the middle class. Administration officials predicted GDP boost by 3 to 6%.
Now, we haven't seen the GDP boost that they expected so far. However, I can say, at least in my experience, that slashing of the corporate tax was enough of an incentive for my company to give more back to its employees. I think my company is an exception to that rule. I think a lot of companies take that as a windfall and they absorb the profit themselves. Right. This kind of goes back to the early 80s with Reagan economics of trickle-down economics, where, you know, give the rich people more money and then it'll trickle down to other people.
Which I don't think that worked then, did it?
That has never worked in the history of mankind,
Yeah.
actually.
Turns out the rich just get richer.
You don't get rich by spending it, that's for sure. So the tax reforms definitely are there. A lot of those went in place before the COVID pandemic happened. And I think a lot of the benefits that happened from that tax reform are largely wiped out because of the debt the country has incurred as a result of a lot of these COVID relief packages.
Yeah, but that tax plan, that corporate tax rate is going to stay in place until the new administration could put something together to overturn it. So it's something to think about. That's
correct. Yeah. So the benefits will still be there for a lot of that. Let's talk about the reform of the justice system a little bit. So one of the things that Trump tried to do was address the mass incarceration in the federal prisons. For several decades, they've been severely overpopulated. A lot of it had to do with lower level drug arrests for minor infractions. But he also overhauled the federal sentencing to reduce the minimum mandatory sentences. And that's kind of a concept that a lot of people aren't familiar with, is that the federal guidelines for sentencing for just about every crime out there, there's a minimum amount of time that you can sentence someone. And even if it's an insignificant issue, but you have to sentence someone, they have to get that minimum amount of time. And that was largely done to try to preserve fairness in the penal system itself so that you couldn't have people buying judges off and stuff like that. So one of the things that Trump did do was he reduced those minimum sentences so that even though you may be going into jail for these offenses, you're getting out sooner. He also tried to shift focus from punishment to rehabilitation and more job training opportunities. One of the problems that convicted felons have when they get out of prison is they lack the skills to get jobs and employment. As a result, they become a burden on society. So the focus kind of shifted to try to prepare these individuals to get back into the workforce and become producing members of society again. And what's the last thing that we have to talk about for his accomplishments?
Defeating the ISIS caliphate. Trump has falsely claimed ISIS is totally defeated. Though territory has been lost, there are still an estimated 18,000 fighters between Iraq and Syria. The U.S. was successful in killing ISIS leader, I'm probably going to pronounce his name wrong, Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. I apologize if
That's
I
actually pretty good. We'll go with that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I mean, it's no different than when George Bush landed on the aircraft carrier with the big giant banner and said, "Mission accomplished."
Right.
Progress has been made. More progress has been claimed than has been made, I think. At this point in time, ISIS is lacking territory, but they're not lacking support. They're getting support through other countries like Syria and Iraq and Iran. So they're being funded by these countries, but they might not have the territory that they once had.
Yeah, I think conflicts like this in this area of the world are always going to be this messy, and they have been since the U.S. began to get involved way back in the 70s and 80s. It's always been a difficult, not war, but difficult conflict to manage, whether through proxy or through direct involvement from the U.S. And I think that this is no different. I think, and it's going to continue to be this way because it's too difficult of something for us to manage and certainly not fix.
Sure. Yeah, no, I agree 100%. One of the things that I didn't put in here that was related to this was the drawdown on troops in Iraq and Afghanistan, which Donald Trump has made significant progress there. He had wanted to get us out of that area completely, but because of the sensitive nature of that territory, we couldn't pull out entirely.
Yeah.
But the number of troops that are in that area have been reduced, ironically enough, to the point that we had more people in Washington, more soldiers in Washington for the inauguration than we had in Afghanistan and Iraq.
Wow. Yeah, it's difficult because I'm obviously not like a general or anything, but it seems like we make the progress with the troops, and then the second the troops are gone, all that progress is lost, sometimes overnight. So it's a difficult call. It's easy to say we're going to get everybody out of here, but it's a sticky situation. It's not that easy.
Yeah, and when you think about it, you figure this is the longest war the United States has ever been involved in. You know, the closest one to this was Vietnam, which was roughly 10, 12 years, but figure we've been fighting this war in that territory, this war on terror, since September 11th attacks.
Yeah, and we could probably do a whole show comparing that to Vietnam. I mean, they're somewhat similar in terms of a difficult terrain, the language barriers, things like that, guerrilla tactics, and all that. It is just a mess.
Absolutely. So that's some of the notable accomplishments that Trump had in office. Let's take a break. We'll come back and we'll talk about some of the failures that I think a lot of people have focused on.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. Today, we are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. We just went over some of his notable accomplishments. I think it's prudent for us to talk about some of his failures at this point in time. So the first one that I have here is the incident in Charlottesville related to George Floyd. So during this entire process, Trump really blamed, quote, many sides for the violence at the rally for George Floyd. And at the time, he claimed that there were, quote, very fine people on both sides. One side being the Black Lives Matter group who were protesting the death of George Floyd. The other side being made up largely of white supremacists and the KKK. This statement itself really stirred up a bit of a hornet's nest here when he was describing these white supremacists as very fine people. And he took criticism from both Democrats and Republicans, including traditionally staunch supporters like Lindsey Graham. What are your thoughts on this particular failure of Trump's?
I think it seems like such a simple thing, right? You see white supremacists and KKK leaders on one side. You just have to condemn them. And he couldn't do it. And he was directly asked, I remember multiple times by reporters, to just condemn them. And he wouldn't do it. And it makes you wonder why that is and what is going through his mind and his administration's mind why he simply would not come out and condemn them. And you saw that again recently with the insurrection at the Capitol, where he said, "Go home. We love you." Very kind words to people that were attempting to storm and succeeded in storming the Capitol building. And it just makes you wonder.
Yeah, well, and the thing is that when this happened, there was a lot of research that came out about Trump's history and the Trump family history, and information came out at this time that his father was a member of the KKK. He was arrested in the early part of the 20th century at a KKK rally for crimes that were committed at the time. So it was very disturbing to see this side of a president come out where he was openly endorsing white supremacists. And that was a pattern of repeated alarmist type behavior that we've saw the last at least 2 years of his presidency where we've had these issues. What was the next thing that we're pointing out here?
So we're taking a look at America's global image under the Trump presidency. America's global image has declined significantly under Trump. I think that anybody that reviews the last 4 years can probably put that together. Trump repeatedly insulted key U.S. allies while cozying up to dictators. Trump pulled the U.S. out of key international agreements like the Paris Climate Accords. Surveys show the majority of citizens from 32 different countries have an overall lack of confidence in Trump to do the right thing on world affairs. And finally, Trump's handling of the coronavirus pandemic has left the U.S. embarrassed on the world stage and created a void in global leadership that China is rushing to fill in currently.
Yeah, I mean, he left us really in a bit of a predicament.
Yeah.
So much so that immediately after the election, before the results were certified, you had allied nations that were reaching out to Joe Biden to congratulate him on the win before it was even official.
Mm-hmm.
I'm not sure what the long-term implications of that are, because I think a lot of the damage that he did, at least as far as our allies go, are things that can be built back fairly quickly with him out of office.
Mm-hmm.
My concerns center around more the relationships that he had with the adversaries of the United States, like the Putins and North Korea and so forth. You know, I mean, he really took the country in a direction that it never went in the past. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, there's multiple instances of him talking about how he admires Vladimir Putin and things like that. And it's not a great look, right? I mean, on paper, Americans supposed to be like this bastion of freedom, which obviously in practice is not necessarily the case. But when you're on the world stage cozying up with known dictators, borderline admitted dictators who have, of course, never been proven, but have, eliminated political rivals through, various means or subjugating their own people. When you see the leader of the free world being friendly with them, it sends a disturbing message to other countries, not to mention the people of America as well.
Yeah, absolutely. It's kind of scary when we get to that point. So the next thing we talk about is immigration, which was one of the things that Donald Trump had campaigned on. His promise to build the wall, to stop illegal immigration coming in, to deport the people that were in the country already that shouldn't have been here, in his opinion. Trump has been accused of human rights abuses and violating international law by the UN for his treatment of undocumented immigrants. I couldn't tell you the last time an American president was accused of human rights violations. Trump policies had led to the separation of at least 5,500 families and saw children placed in cages for the world to see, which was another embarrassing moment that the press really hammered him on. 445 of those children still are left separated from their parents. So it's a continuing problem where they can't find these parents for the children. The president of the American Academy for Pediatrics labeled Trump's policies nothing less than government-sanctioned child abuse.
Yikes.
What are your thoughts on his immigration policy? I mean, we've got a lot of the wall done, right? So is that a good thing or a bad thing?
I don't think the wall was a great idea. I mean, it for people that think that we should take a strong stance on immigration, I think it's a very good physical thing to see. But I think in practice, I don't know that the wall really works. And not to mention, speaking back to the ICE situation, we actually talked about doing a whole episode on ICE, but doing the research, we found it would be better to just lump it in with this. But the fact that 545 children don't have their parents or any real person to take care of them still, and for this long is horrifying. And the fact that it's still happening.
Yeah. Yeah. And Trump tried to defend his actions by claiming that a lot of these children were not brought over by their parents. They were being brought over by criminals and mules and, people that were trying to get into the country illegally and using the children as a means to get into the country. And there just wasn't any facts to back that claim up. As with a lot of the things that we deal with Trump, there's a lot of misinformation. There's a lot of what the Trump administration has labeled alternative facts. And I think you have a difficulty in sifting through. There's so much misinformation thrown out about these things that it takes an effort to sift through that you shouldn't have to make such an effort to do.
Yeah, I think that, we'll probably touch on it more later in our concluding thoughts, but I think that's part of the plan, is to put as much false things out there that you question what is real and what is true. And then from there, you can make your reality whatever you want.
Right. So what was the next thing that we're going to ding him on here?
So the handling of Iran, Syria, and Afghanistan, we touched a little bit on this with the troop withdrawals. Trump's decision to withdraw from the U.S. from the 2015 Iran nuclear deal induced chaos throughout the Middle East. It remains one of Trump's most unpopular decisions in the global arena. Trump has failed to thwart Iran's aggressive behavior through his maximum pressure campaign. He exacerbated the situation by ordering the killing of Iran's top general, another name I'm going to probably mispronounce, Qasem Soleimani, which was huge when it happened. I remember we talked about it on one of the previous shows.
Yeah.
About how insane that was. And it's almost like we forgot it happened, but here it is again, looking back at everything. Iran has since abandoned the nuclear deal and is actively working towards nuclear weapons. Again, Trump pulled U.S. troops out of Syria, abandoning U.S. allied Kurdish forces. I remember that was extremely controversial too, especially with, I saw a lot of veterans on Twitter like talking about that when that happened, about how that was wrong to do because you left these people hanging to dry. The withdrawal induced a humanitarian crisis in the region and the security vacuum that Russia, Iran, and accused war criminal Syrian President Bashar al-Assad benefited from. Trump started a massive pullout of U.S. troops from Afghanistan, essentially surrendering the country once again to the Taliban. And finally, Trump dismissed published reports that Russia paid bounties to Taliban-like militants to kill U.S. troops. So we're getting a little bit of the cozying up with dictators again in this section as well. And overall, it's not a great look.
Yeah, no. And if you look, at the big picture of weakening our position in the Middle East by all these troop pullouts, by pulling out of the Iran nuclear deal, which is just going to incite additional chaos. It's going to rile the Israelis who won't stand for Iraq having nuclear weapons, so they're going to act unilaterally on their own if we do not maintain a coalition in the area. You're basically lighting the fuse on a powder keg. And I look at what he did, and I can't fathom why you would have done that. He claims that he doesn't want America tied up in these long-term wars, but we're almost like the control rod in the nuclear reactor there. And if you pull that control rod out, the nuclear reactor is going to melt down.
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about before. Like it's easy to say, I don't want America involved in these situations. But when you've got nuclear deals signed with these countries, that's more than just a war. There's larger implications there on both the world stage and for that local area. And it's like you said, it's lighting a fuse that I guess the new administration is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, and it's a headache, I mean, not only is it weakening the U.S. position and our allies' position in the region, you're directly strengthening our adversaries' position at the same time, which makes you wonder what team Trump was really playing for at the time. So the next big one that Trump has been trying to take care of since day one was the repeal and the replacement of Obamacare. Trump lost the vote for a full congressional appeal, thanks to, at the time,
Ruth Bader Ginsburg?
no, Senator McCain.
Oh.
That was like one of the great acts of defiance that Senator McCain had against Donald Trump, was to turn that vote down. He's managed to dismantle parts of it, including the rollbacks on tax penalties for those that are not enrolled in health care. But in the meantime, he's failed to offer anything close to a replacement. He's been questioned several times on this, and his statement has been, it's ready. We're going to roll it out in a couple of weeks. A couple of weeks never got here. He never rolled out a replacement for it. The Supreme Court, as a result of that, did not allow it to be repealed because there wasn't a replacement for it. But he's weakened it significantly. And this is another problem that he's generated that the current administration, the new administration, is going to have to deal with.
Yeah, I'm not sure if the Biden team has said what their plans are to deal with this, but you'd imagine they're probably just going to reinforce it and kind of build back up where it was.
You have to. You have to at least put in the stuff that was pulled out at this point, because it's kind of silly to not have these in. And
it's unfortunate for people because this was one of his big things when he was running for president, was that he was going to get rid of Obamacare and put something new into place. It's unfortunate that all these people that voted for him were promised that, and unfortunately simply never got it.
Well, and the ultimate irony is that he didn't want to get rid of Obamacare. He wanted to get rid of Obama's legacy. Mm. And Obamacare, being a large part of that legacy, was one of the things that he targeted.
Right.
What's the next thing we have?
So we have the twice impeachment. This has been obviously in the news recently. Trump is the first U.S. president to be impeached twice while in office. Trump's first impeachment was for abuse of power when he attempted to solicit outside foreign interference in a U.S. election. I believe that was Ukraine, correct?
Correct.
Trump withheld $400 million in congressionally approved military aid from the Ukraine to pressure them into investigating Joe Biden's son for corruption. His second impeachment revolved around his attempt to incite an insurrection of his supporters when they stormed and breached the U.S. Capitol in an attempt to stop the certification of the 2020 election.
Yeah, we're not talking about flimsy things here.
No.
We're literally talking about two treasonous acts that the President of the United States, who's sworn to uphold the Constitution, has been accused of. Now, the first impeachment that we had, he was not found guilty. He was not convicted of the impeachment. But that was largely because the Senate was controlled, majority of the Senate was controlled by the Republicans at the time, who, for whatever reason, whether it was fear of repercussions or what, would not go against Donald Trump despite the overwhelming evidence. You know, the large accusation in that first impeachment was that he solicited outside interference in American elections. If that wasn't enough, based on this phone call that came out, during the whole process of this, when it came out, he later, on public television, on news networks, stood in the driveway of the White House and further solicited China to interfere in the election by investigating Joe Biden's son. So you could throw out that first allegation where he was trying to hold money over the Ukraine's head. He's publicly inviting an aggressor nation to interfere with our election. How he didn't get convicted of that is really just mind-boggling.
Yeah, it's stuff like that we'll touch on most likely later, but it sets a dangerous precedent for future presidents of what it means to be president and what you can do and what you can get away with. And this is another example of that.
Yeah, and he, is unique in that he's the first to be impeached twice. Mm-hmm. Not sure that's something I'd want to put on my resume.
It's something I've been thinking about a lot, especially with going back and looking at this legacy that will certainly come up. But like my generation and generations around my generation we're living through history for better or worse. And these are things that if I ever have kids and they go to school, the teachers are going to say, go home and ask your parents about when the Capitol was stormed and when the president was impeached twice, like things like that. And I don't know if I want to talk about that, like it's interesting to think of these events. You just see it on Twitter, you see it on the news and things like that, but it's documented history that is going to be in a book someday.
Yeah. And we were there for it. And it's scary. It really is. We were also there for the COVID-19 pandemic. We're still there for it. Trump's handling of COVID-19 will likely go down as one of the biggest disasters in U.S. history. By the time he left office, over 400,000 Americans have died. Trump admittedly downplayed the virus in an interview. He later ignored it completely as he struggled with the election. I mean, from the November election until the day he walked out of office, Trump ignored everything to do with the pandemic, and ignored a lot of his responsibilities as president, because I really think he just had a breakdown at that point. More U.S. citizens have died of COVID than all U.S. soldiers killed in combat in every war since 1945.
I saw that when I was looking over the notes. That is insane.
Yeah. More are dead from COVID than from Vietnam. And Trump completely and repeatedly downplayed the virus. He contradicted top public health experts. He flouted recommendations from his science advisors and his own White House coronavirus task force. He refused to accept responsibility for the pandemic, blaming it even up until his farewell speech on the 20th on China, calling it the China virus. He still won't accept responsibility for it.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, it's like you just got to commit, right?
Right.
Because at that point, if you're going to admit that you had any fault, you admit to one thing, you got to admit to it all. But I think, and this is a discussion that's happened a bunch of times by now, but every president has like one or two really big crises in their administration, right?
Yeah.
And this was definitely one of his, and his handling of it was poor.
Yeah.
Regardless of how you fall on the political spectrum, it's hard to disagree with that his handling was terrible and lives were lost because of it.
Well, and it's almost like, had he done absolutely nothing, that would have been better than what he did, because he contradicted medical professionals' advice. He made fun of and mocked people who were taking advice from medical professionals to wear masks and social distance. He deliberately exposed his Secret Service detail when he himself contracted COVID so that he could have a publicity stunt driving around the block for the press. Then he returns to the White House, still infected, and makes a show out of taking his mask off and working in the White House with everybody else and exposing everyone else.
Yeah. It's, and I don't know if we have it here, but also pulling out of the World Health Organization was really bad in the middle of a pandemic. Yeah. And I think we talked about that on another show as well. We're repeating ourselves, but like just the headline makes itself, right? Trump pulls out of World Health Organization in the middle of a pandemic. Like, why would you do that?
Exactly. Well, and he wasn't taking anyone's advice anyway, so it wouldn't have mattered if we stayed in there. So what's the next thing that we have? Because it sounds like we got a lot more bad than good here, but
yeah, this section is a little long in the tooth, but I feel like we're doing our best here. So the next section is about the U.S. economy. Trump took credit for a robust economy that he inherited when he took office and had shown nearly 10 years of steady growth prior to his election. The U.S. now faces one of the worst economic crises in history, linked to his disastrous response to COVID-19, which we just talked about. Over 22 million jobs were lost. Unemployment is at 7.9%, more than double the 3.4% of the pandemic. The national debt is at the highest level since World War II. And the economic growth of the U.S. will average just above 0% for the first Trump term.
Trump made it quite a measure of success by citing the growth of the stock market throughout his presidency. And the funny thing is if you look back over the last 10 years, if you look back over the last two administrations, the Bush and the Obama administration, we had the recession that hit during President Bush's term. And then you had all the bailouts, the controversy over corporations that were too big to fail and the government bailing them out and so forth. But then we went on a steady increase in the economy that grew at a pretty consistent pace year over year, despite what Trump did. You didn't see any spikes in growth under Trump that would mark something significant that he did. But what you did see was all the controversies that came out with Trump. The economy continued to grow. And it grew not because of Trump, but in spite of Trump. Because typically any other president who would have gotten tied up in some of the controversies that he did would have had a direct impact on the economy. And it was almost as though the economy and the world expected this sort of thing from Trump. So they sort of shook it off and it didn't affect the economy. But even then, what you had was the pandemic hit. Your unemployment soared, the country shut down for a period of time, and the country never fully recovered from that. Our unemployment today is more than twice what it was before the pandemic hit. So if there's a measure of success to look at here, it's what the recovery looked like after the crash. And after the last recession that we had, there was significant growth. We've yet to see that in this case here. So the economy, even though the Dow Jones and the stock market's up and that's all great, the economy itself, the jobs themselves that were promised, that Trump has touted over and over again, just haven't materialized.
Yeah, and again, we go back to the, we go back again to the incoming administration and how they're going to, you still have all the negative impacts of the pandemic, which is still going on, and how they're going to deal with that and how they can come back from that. It's a complex thing that is not as easy as, oh, I was president for 4 years. Everything that happened in those 4 years is cut off from what was before me and what is after me. This is what I did. It doesn't work like that.
Right.
And especially when it comes to the economy, which is obviously one of those hot button issues that people love to talk about when they talk about who they're going to vote for or who is a successful president. But it's not as black and white as, some people would like to think it is.
Absolutely. So the last thing that we wanted to kick Donald Trump for here is damaging democracy. So Trump consistently eroded democratic norms during his tenure. Trump's constant attack on the media led UN experts to warn of raised risk of violence against journalists. He's threatened to deploy U.S. troops to American cities and demanded poll workers stop counting ballots to sway the election in his favor. Trump's constant dissemination of disinformation on the electoral process have led historians to draw parallels between him and Benito Mussolini. Trump has refused to accept the clear-cut results of the election and failed to provide any substantial proof to his claims for election fraud. The president is charged now with inciting insurrection at a rally and attempting to prevent a peaceful transfer of power. So now, since I wrote these notes up earlier in the week, additional information has come out that shows not only did Donald Trump incite and encourage his supporters to storm the Capitol, he also has financial ties to several organizations that were part of that shows he's financed those groups to do exactly that. I don't think democracy has ever been threatened like this since the Civil War. What do you think?
Yeah, no, I completely agree. And the difficult part is these are all facts, right, that we've just stated, but I can still guarantee you that there's somewhat half of the country that would disagree with this. And that's where the real damage is, the erosion of a common reality that we all have, right? Because, and I think that is, and I mentioned it before, but I think that that's part of the tactic, is to put so much information, false information out there, and to do all these things that for any other president, any one of them would have got them out of office, most likely, or a terrible scandal. But to just keep doubling down and to keep, moving facts around, it has eroded just average people's way of thinking. And it's I've seen it in my own life personally. People I know, that we can't even talk about it because we don't agree on the facts and what is real and what is not. And just because I have facts, it makes me, I'm only saying that because I hate Trump. But it's not that's not what is true. And I think that is a thing that we're going to see in the coming years, is this difficulty of telling what is fact and fiction. Even if Trump is no longer in office, I think that stain is going to remain with the country for a while.
Yeah, you could have your own opinion. You're entitled to your own opinion,
right,
but you're not entitled to your own facts. The facts are the facts. And regardless of how much effort is put forth to disseminate misinformation, to skew those facts, the facts are still there. It's unfortunate that we have to go through the effort, almost like an archaeological dig, to get through all of the lies so we can get down to the facts themselves. And even then, the diehard supporters of someone like Trump still just simply refuse to accept the facts. Whether or not you choose to accept the truth doesn't make it any less true. And there are people out there that are having a very difficult time accepting that. One of the networks we stream on here, we stream on a network called Vaughn Live, and there's a lot of Trump supporters that watch that particular service. And there's been a couple of instances where people, during our replays there, have directly questioned, what are we talking about? Trump won the election in a landslide. And it makes me stop to wonder, despite all of the information that's out there, none of which points to a Trump victory, how could somebody possibly think that he won when not a shred of evidence has been produced, despite there being dozens of court cases that have been shot down by the Supreme Court, mind you, which has a majority of conservative justices that he put on the court, have shot down so many of these lawsuits that he's brought. How could people still think that he won just because that's what they want?
Yeah. And I think, and it's something that I've noticed a lot too, there's a lack of accountability in that mindset where, especially when we had the insurrection at the Capitol, immediately the conspiracies from that side of politics were trying to blaming on Antifa and things like that, where in reality, that's not the case. I don't think there was any evidence for that. It's a lack of accountability where it can't be me. It can't be my fault. And I think that's what you see a lot. And especially now, Trump has made himself out to be a martyr, especially with the election results. And I think that just feeds more into the cycle of a lack of accountability, and, Trump can do no wrong, and, it was robbed, it was stolen from him, which none of that is true.
Yeah, I agree 100%. Well, let's take another quick break. We'll come back and we'll have a kind of an open discussion about the lasting effects of Trump and what the future under Joe Biden is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back. We are talking about the legacy of Donald Trump. And then we're going to talk about what the lasting effects of Donald Trump are on the world in general. And I'm going to throw a couple of these categories at you, and I want to get your thoughts. So the first thing that I have here I'd like to hear about is, what is the future of the judiciary and the Supreme Court thanks to Donald Trump?
Well, like we've talked about, he had the 3 Supreme Court judges and, 150?
250
other judges appointed. So that's definitely a lasting impact. I think it's really going to come down to, which is what I said during that segment, was how these judges are going to come down on a lot of decisions. I mean, we saw they don't always just toe the party line like you'd expect with certain things that Trump was trying to get them to do. We just talked about it. I forget what it was, where they
well, for the election.
Yeah. So something like that, you know, if the fear is that they would just follow his orders, that was proven to be false. So I think that shows somewhat of a hopeful thing where they are impartial, which is what you want from your judges. So hopefully we'll see that continued impartiality.
The one thing that does concern me, though, is you have a man who appointed several hundred judges to lifetime appointments that will affect the judiciary moving forward. And this is the same man who was such a terrible judge of character appointing cabinet members that he had a revolving door on his cabinet and couldn't keep cabinet members. And he had positions where he had 3 and 4 replacements over the course of 4 years, which makes me wonder, how competent and qualified is he to choose a justice that's there for life? Is that something that concerns you at all?
Yeah, I mean, that's a fair point, and hopefully, he has not been great at picking people, but based off their character. But hopefully, out of those 250, we'll get a third that are good at their jobs, best, for the hope. But if not, then hopefully the system will do its job, and they'll resign or we'll find replacements. Hopefully,
that's being very optimistic. Okay.
Well, we're always so doom and gloom, I try to think positively.
How about foreign affairs and our allies? What do you think the lasting effects are going to be on that?
Well, I think initially it's probably going to be negative, but luckily we have the benefit of Joe Biden already having a working relationship with a lot of these people, most likely because of his time as vice president. So I think that is going to help rebuild a lot of the ties that Trump might have severed or damaged or tried to sever. And I think, having Joe Biden as the president might, the rest of the world will see America sort of back on track, hopefully, as having a functional government, a more, not traditional, but a more professional government. And I think that'll hopefully be a good thing for, our allies. And
I agree with you 100% on those points. About the economy and taxes, what do you think we can see long term for that?
Well, we talked about that corporate tax slash. Hopefully that is at least adjusted. I think that's way too much of a slash for corporations. I know you had mentioned that your company, things like that get benefits, but I think big picture, I do think it negatively impacts the most amount of people. For the economy, I think it's probably going to get worse before it gets better until we get coronavirus under control, which hopefully with the new administration we will, now that they're encouraging science and vaccinations are rolling out and things like that. Hopefully, once the virus is stabilized, the economy will also in turn be.
I think you're on the mark there. It's really everything still centers around Corona.
Yeah.
What about immigration? Can we expect long-term effects of his immigration policies?
I think that also kind of ties in with foreign allies and the world's perception of America. Hopefully, Biden will be able to be a little bit more welcoming and to immigration. Now, I know some people are very against any kind of immigration, but I think that taking the stance that Donald Trump did of almost xenophobia, or not almost, xenophobia, is not the way to go about it. And I think even if Biden's going to come down strictly on it, I'm not sure he's going to be as vocal about it.
Sure, yeah. And what about, I specifically mentioned COVID here, but pandemics in general. Do you think the next pandemic, hopefully that won't be for at least another 100 years, do you think the country's going to respond differently than it did during Donald Trump's reign?
I'd say most likely, especially because, looking 100 years back with the Spanish flu, people have such a, it's when you look in a history book and you see all the pictures in black and white, it's not as tangible. But with this, in our modern age, where you have, social media and things that will most likely be able to be looked back on, I think it'll be a lot more real for people. And hopefully, if it's less than 100 years, people like my age or younger will be alive still and will say that, this is not a joke. And hopefully, whatever administration is in power at that time will have learned from past mistakes and, be able to have some sort of pandemic task force, is designed for these things, especially as the world gets more and more globalized every day.
Yeah, here's the hope. And finally, what do you think the long-term impact on the presidency itself is going to be? I mean, we just had a president who challenged every norm and every check that's been put in place on the power of the presidency. Do you think there's going to be a lasting effect on the presidency?
Absolutely. And I think that Trump testing all of those limits is going to set like I said before, a dangerous precedent going forward. And I think that even the Biden administration will probably take some liberties with that as well, with what a president can do with things like executive orders or pardons and things like that. Hopefully that extended power will get reeled back, checks and balances and all over time. But I think in the immediate future, it's still going to be a little up in the air on how the presidency is viewed.
Okay. So the future. All right. Let's turn our attention to the future under Joe Biden. He's got 4 years. I don't think he's going to do a second term. So he's got 4 years to accomplish what he wants. And the first thing really is to unify a nation that is more divided now than any other time in our history, save for the Civil War. Do you think Joe Biden has what it takes to unify the country, given the staunch support of 70 million people who voted for Donald Trump?
Honestly, I don't know. Because it's just, in his speech during the inauguration, he talked about it not being about parties, which I feel like every president says, but that doesn't work. It's not how that works. And in my experience, I don't think that that's possible. I just think that, and I don't know what it is, but I think people are much too focused on their political parties, and that divides us so much. And I'm not really sure how you can fix that. I think the best way to go about fixing it would be in the government, seeing, handshakes from both parties, agreeing on things. But if that's not going to change, then I don't see how that's going to change for the public either.
I agree. Handling of COVID. So there's been a number of things in the first couple of days of the Biden administration that he signed by executive order to address COVID. Do you feel more confident in Biden's ability to handle COVID than Trump's? Do you think we're going to get ahead of this? Where do you think we're going with this, and are we going in the right direction?
Overall, I am more confident in Joe Biden. My only fear is that so much damage has already been done by the Trump administration, and how Biden is going to be able to, if he wants to be effective, if he'd be able to be as effective as he can, given the things that Trump has done. Hopefully, using those executive orders, like you said, he'll be able to reverse a lot of that and speed the process up and get vaccinations out and get the resources to people that need it. Again, a lot of hoping. We'll see what actually happens.
So, foreign policy. So you had mentioned already that Joe Biden has an established working relationship with a lot of our allies. Over the 4 years that he was in office, Trump did a lot of damage to those through insults, through pulling out of treaties and military movements and various things. Do you think Joe Biden has it within him to rebuild those alliances in the short time that he's probably going to be in office?
I think, yes, I do. And I think part of that comes from, and it's one of the criticisms people might have of Joe Biden of being a career politician. But I think that when it comes to foreign policy and foreign affairs, being a career politician can be a good thing, because, you saw Trump, who's not as experienced of a political leader, how that worked out dealing with other world leaders. So I think having someone that was already vice president and has met all these people, but has also been in the quote unquote business for his entire life, I think that you pick up some skills along the way that make you a better diplomat, and hopefully that those skills are put to use.
Very good point. So some of those executive orders that Joe Biden has signed into law at this point dealt with undoing some of the things that Donald Trump did. Do you think that Biden should be focused on erasing the Trump legacy, or do you think his efforts would be better focused elsewhere?
Well, I think it's kind of a double-edged sword, because erasing the Trump legacy will also benefit a lot of the American people, especially when it comes to things like the COVID-19 pandemic, because part of Trump's legacy was hindering the process of getting people vaccinated and the resources, like I said, that they need. So I think in those instances where erasing Trump's legacy would benefit the American people, I think that is a good thing. But just turning it into a contest of, if I can erase this guy's name from the books of history, I don't think that's worth your time.
So the last one that I wanted to talk about here is the chance of success. You mentioned that Joe Biden is a career politician. He's been in the White House, administration before as vice president. He's spent, an eternity in the Senate and the legislative branch. So he comes to us with a wealth of experience. But he's also the oldest president to take office at this point in time at 78 years old. Do you think his age is going to contribute to his ability to be successful? And do you think he'll have the support that he needs? Because right now, there's a small majority, but there is a majority of Democrats in the Senate, and there's a majority of Democrats in the House. So the Democrats really hold the power right now, at least for the next 2 years. Will that help his success? Do you think he can be successful in his platform and what he wants to do for the next 4 years?
I've said it before, but I certainly hope so. I do think his age is definitely going to be one of the main points of contention for people that criticize him. I hope that in terms of his mental facilities, he seems like he's all there, and his speeches and things like that. He speaks very eloquently, except for a few stutters occasionally, which, people will harp on. But I think in terms of leading, I think he'll do what he needs to do. And I think the people behind him will also be extremely helpful. And, the presidency is obviously a huge burden for someone to undertake. We've seen the before and after photos of, when people come into office versus when they leave. I think despite his age, I think he'll be able to, fulfill his duties to the best of his ability.
And I would tend to agree with you, largely because I think he's smart enough to turn his cabinet into an asset rather than a distraction. Mm-hmm. Much of the Trump presidency centered around controversy of cabinet members, cabinet turnover. He didn't trust his cabinet members. He didn't trust the people around him. He was more inclined to make unilateral decisions on his own rather than to trust the experts around him. And I think Joe Biden is smart enough, experienced enough, and wise enough to not fall into those same pitfalls. So I think the team that Joe Biden puts around him is really going to be what contributes to his success more than anything. So we'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get any final thoughts that you have and finish up with the podcast business. Go for your final thoughts.
So I think looking back at the Trump legacy, one of the biggest appeals he had when he went into office was people didn't want another career politician. They wanted something different. And they got that. And it overall, I don't think was a good thing. We've broken it down into various different topics, but I think overall it had a negative impact on the country, right? And you ask yourself, I forget what president did this, but are you better off 4 years? Hang on, I'm messing this up. Are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? And I think most people would say no, whether it's for economic reasons or the impact the coronavirus had on them. And obviously you can't blame all these things just on Trump. However, he was the president and he's supposed to be the leader. And I think it's hard to disagree that he failed as a leader. And hopefully, there's obviously detriments to having a career politician in power, but I think now that is what the country most likely needs.
Yeah, I think this was a case of we got what we asked for, and what we asked for was not what we needed. It was a learning experience, I think. The country will continue to feel the effects of for years to come, but I think it's a learning experience that we won't make that same mistake again. That was all we had for today. Thank you for your time. I appreciate you coming to talk about this volatile subject. Before we go, I do want to throw the plugs out there. You can get the audio version of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found if you look for Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Pandora, and something else that I can't remember. I really need to write all these down.
Tune in?
Tune in, sure.
Sorry, tune in. Sorry about that.
We would also invite you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We are on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, you can find us at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all that and everything else on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Anything else?
That is it.
All right, another one in the books. Bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 126, Gaslighting. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my poised and confident co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm, fine. How about you?
Wow, that sounded so unfine, I couldn't even describe it. Clearly you're not fine. Is it anything you wanted to talk about?
Just had a rough day, I guess.
Rough day. Well, the week's almost over, right?
Well, not for me.
All right. Clearly, I'm not going to say anything to satisfy you today. We'll just have to have a miserable show today.
I'm not going to be miserable during the show. Relax.
Oh, okay. So you had a big weekend last weekend. You had your first marching band competition. How'd that go?
We got second place, which was nice.
That's pretty good. Pretty good. We've got a busy weekend, too. We've got a football game. You got a halftime performance at a football game this weekend. And then you have another competition this weekend. So, should be interesting.
Yep.
Looking forward to it?
I guess.
Okay, well, that's some fake enthusiasm. We like that.
I mean, I like the football games. The competition is just the one that I'm like,
Takes a long time, huh?
Kind of.
Makes for a very long day.
Yeah.
You'll get through it. I'm sure you'll get through it. You'll have a good time, hopefully. But surprisingly, that's not what we're talking about today. Today, we are talking about gaslighting. Now, this is a topic that's been tossed around a lot, and people use the phrase a lot, and I don't think a lot of people really understand what gaslighting really means or where it comes from.
So what are people technically think gaslighting is?
Well, I think a lot of people use it as just a derogatory term for someone who's dismissing someone.
Okay.
And while that kind of is true, it's much deeper than that. And as we get into it, you'll see it's much more insidious than that. It's not just a matter of pretending my reality is different than yours.
Okay.
And that's how it's used a lot today, especially in political circles. You know, you'll hear, oh, so-and-so is gaslighting such and such's campaign or something like that, where you have what's a lot of people refer to as reality distortion fields. This happened a lot during the Trump presidency, where the news and the media would ask questions, and then they would get what, at one point in time, someone very cleverly within the administration called alternative facts. How you have alternative facts to actual facts, I don't know, but that was one form of gaslighting.
Okay.
So this week we are going to talk about the term that is used a lot in the media, but often misunderstood, called gaslighting. It's thrown around a lot, but most people don't know what it refers to. It really refers to a form of mental abuse that's far too widespread in today's society. We'll talk about what gaslighting is, the origins of the term, signs that it's happening, and steps to stop it from happening to you or to your loved ones. And before we do that, though, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. You can get video versions of all the network's podcasts listed as Insights into Things. And we're available pretty much any place you can get a podcast. Apple, Spotify, Google, Podbean, Castro, Buzzsprout, and so forth. I would also invite everyone to write in, give us your feedback. We're always looking for feedback on how we're doing on the show suggestions, and so forth. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're available on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. We can get links to all of our social media and much more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right, here we go. So what is gaslighting? This definition comes to us from a very well-written article on NBCnews.com. Psychologists use the term gaslighting to refer to a specific type of manipulation where the manipulator is trying to get someone else or a group of people to question their own reality, memory, or perceptions. And it's always a serious problem, according to psychologists. The term gaslighting actually comes from a 1938 play called Gaslight, where a husband manipulates his wife to make her think she's actually losing her sense of reality so he can commit her to a mental institution and steal her inheritance. Nice guy, huh?
Yeah, that's a real nice love story there.
So, not all real-life examples are so diabolical. It may start out with seemingly small offenses, but the problem is that even more or less insignificant instances of questioning your own judgment or reality, thanks to deliberate intent of someone else, can snowball. You can end up in a cycle of not being able to negotiate your daily life in a way where you're clear-minded, can focus, can make sound decisions, and have a sense of well-being.
Gaslighting happens in a variety of different relationship types. In personal relationships, think of an abusive spouse or, in rarer cases, a parent. In professional relationships, such as a manipulative boss or a coworker preying on a subordinate. Even by public figures, there are several examples of gaslighting by former President Donald Trump and his administration, which the site provided. No matter whether it's happening in marriage, between a leader and his or her
constituency,
or elsewhere, it's important to be aware of the red flags that you or someone you know might be a victim, which is the first step to getting out of an abusive situation. And kind of hearing the definition of this reminds me of a story we were kind of reading in ELA called The Lottery by Shirley Jackson. And basically the message in it was kind of to question traditions and such. Basically, the tradition of the lottery is an extreme example of just completely committing to traditions entirely.
So, based on this definition, though, do you think you've ever been gaslighted by someone, or do you think you've ever gaslighted someone without even knowing it?
I mean, I have changed my perspective on various things. I don't think it's like the extreme example of mental manipulation to the point where, like, my entire belief system has completely been shattered. So I don't think I've necessarily been gaslighted, like, badly. Like, I don't think anyone really manipulated me that way.
Right. See, and I've had this situation happen with employers in the past. One particular employer several years ago they were big on inspirational messages, and they liked to lead through these catchphrases, and they thought they had some effect on morale. So this one particular manager, this officer in the company, got up in front of the entire company at one time in a meeting, and he gave this example of, we need to be more like geese in this company. And you look around the room and everyone's kind of scratching their heads like, what are you talking about? And he goes on to say, well, what geese do is they fly in a V formation. And when that lead goose gets tired, and he's referring to the CEO of the company at that time, when that lead goose gets tired, they have to fall back, and then somebody else comes up and take the lead. And he's kind of equating that to himself, where the CEO had just gone through kind of a bad press situation with the company and had a kind of a mess something up in the company. And he was giving the example of him stepping up. And he says, the next goose steps up in line, and that's how that formation continues to fly with a new leader up there. And everyone's like, oh, okay, yeah. They all kind of like nodded their heads and left the room with this idea that this guy's trying to take over the lead. So after the meeting, I went and I talked to him and I said, you're not from around here, are you? He says, oh, no, I'm from upstate New York. I said, well, that was a very interesting example that you gave. However, reality here is a little bit different. He's like, what are you talking about? I said, well, in New Jersey, we have Canadian geese. And Canadian geese, around the turn of the 20th century, had been hunted nearly to extinction. And Canadian geese would migrate up and down the eastern coast from Canada down to Florida. And they were hunted to near extinction. So New Jersey enacted laws that would protect the geese. And they were an endangered species. So as a result, they were held in these wildlife sanctuaries in New Jersey and nursed back to high populations. And as a result of that, they lost their migratory instincts. So now in New Jersey, when the geese take off and they fly, they go off, they fly around in circles, and they come back. And the problem we have is they keep defiling where they land because they poop all over the place. He didn't like the fact that I was giving him a factual answer to that because he had this reality in mind of this grand goose leading the rest of the flock onto some promised land or something like that. So he was in effect trying to gaslight the entire company with this image that he contrived when everybody else who was from New Jersey basically laughed at this guy because they knew what the geese did, and I kind of described it to him.
He's the New Jersey Swans.
Yes, the New Jersey Swans.
That's what I call them now.
But, in New Jersey, they really are a problem because they're defiling public places. You've got people that have dogs to professionally chase them. So for him to kind of gaslight the company like that was kind of funny. It was a long, drawn-out way of kind of getting to the point here, but he didn't realize he was gaslighting the company. He basically had he wanted to be a inspirational poster, and that's what he was. So in him doing it, he wasn't trying to be nefarious or manipulative or anything. He was trying to be inspirational. So it just goes to show you that gaslighting isn't always necessarily done with negative intent.
Yeah.
Sometimes people gaslight you to try to get you to see their point of view instead of trying to win you over to their side. They try to manipulate you to their side. And that's kind of where it gets kind of dangerous. So let's talk about when and where does gaslighting actually happen. So gaslighting actually happens in a power dynamic, but it's not always intentional or malicious. The manipulator holds enough power that the target of the gaslighting is terrified to change up the relationship or step out of the gaslighting dynamic because of the threat of losing that relationship or the threat of being seen as less than who you want to be seen as by them. It's a real threat to them. If it's happening by someone you love and care about, like a spouse or a parent, you're going to want to believe the other person, and the gaslighter may use that against you. Many people, in this case, the targets of gaslighting, change their perception in order to avoid conflict.
The gaslighter doesn't necessarily need to be acting with malicious intent, nor does the gaslighter necessarily need to realize that he or she is gaslighting another person for it to be happening, kind of like you said with your example.
Right.
It might be a result of how you were raised. Maybe your parents had very cut and dry beliefs, and that certainty is how they, and now you, see the world, and when someone sees things differently, you assume something is wrong with them. Maybe you're upset because you think your boyfriend is always flirting with other girls. What you don't see is that it's the girls that are flirting with him, but he's just being polite. But your worldview doesn't allow you to question that maybe you're getting the situation wrong. You make him think that you know way more about relationships, and there's something wrong with him that he's not able to see the error in his ways. Maybe at first you don't believe it, but over time you may come to think that maybe he's right.
So the other interesting thing to look at here is the dynamic of two people who don't see eye to eye is usually the healthy situation is one of debate. You and I debate often, and it's not necessarily because we don't see eye to eye. It's because one's trying to educate the other, and one has questions about that. So what happens in that situation is I have my point of view, you have yours. I make my points, you make yours, and then we provide counterpoints. And sometimes we agree to disagree, and we don't meet on terms. Other times, you may sway me to your side of the argument based on the point and counterpoint discussion. But you're not manipulating me at that point.
Yeah.
You're convincing me at that point. That's the healthy dynamic. With gaslighting, you simply ignore what I'm saying, or you pretend that what I'm saying is so crazy and off the wall and unbelievable that nobody would possibly think that way. And in a way, you dismiss my point of view. And you do it in such a way that I start to question my own view. Like, wow, maybe she's right. Maybe I am crazy. Maybe I don't know what I'm talking about. Maybe what she's saying is right. Then you're manipulating me. You're not convincing me.
Yeah.
So that's where that fine line really is. So if anyone tries to do that to you, if they're dismissing your point of view, if they don't want to listen to your point of view, if every counterpoint they have is not supporting their argument but shooting down yours, then they're trying to gaslight you. And it's important to remember that.
Okay.
So let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about how gaslighting actually happens.
All right.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So how does gaslighting happen? According to the National Domestic Violence Hotline's fact sheet, the techniques a gaslighter might use to manipulate someone can include the following: withholding. This is when he or she refuses to listen or says they don't understand. There's also countering, when the abuser questions the gaslightee's memory of an event. There's blocking or diverting, when the abuser changes the subject or questions the victim's thinking. Then we have trivializing, making the victim's needs or feelings seem unimportant. And finally, we have forgetting or denial, when the manipulator pretends to have forgotten what actually happened or denies something he or she had previously agreed to. And note that a gaslighter will oftentimes start with something that is true that you might be particularly sensitive about in order to hook you. A coworker, for example, who tries to convince you that you're not pulling your weight in the office, might bring up the fact that you complain all the time about being tired because of your kids. You may be feeling tired because your kids have activities that require your attention, and that coworker may have heard you complaining about it once or twice. But that doesn't necessarily mean that your performance is changing because of it.
So now we're going to look at signs that you're a victim of gaslighting. So look for these warning signs and red flags that this type of abuse might be happening to you or someone you know. You're constantly second-guessing yourself or have trouble making decisions. You're ruminating about a perceived character flaw, like being too sensitive or not a good enough person. You feel confused about your relationship. If you find yourself thinking, I thought I had this great husband, but I just feel crazy all the time. Or, I thought I had this charming partner, but then sometimes I feel like I'm losing it when we're together. In a confrontation with the person that might be gaslighting you, you feel like you suddenly find yourself in an argument you don't intend to have. You're not making progress, or you're saying the same thing over and over again and not being heard. You feel fuzzy or unclear about your thoughts, feelings, or beliefs. You're always apologizing. You're frequently making excuses for your partner's behavior. You can't always understand why you're not happy. You can't understand why you're not happy in your own life. You know something is wrong, but you just don't know what.
So, an interesting indication if you're being gaslighted is that you're generally not happy with the situation.
Yeah.
And that's how the gaslighter kind of gets to you. And they make you question yourself. They make you question your thoughts and your judgment. And they set you up for a lack of self-confidence. And then once they've kind of bored this hole into your psyche, they then pour themselves into that with their own thoughts and their own ideas, and they try to think for you. That's really what gaslighting is.
Yeah.
And it's kind of a slippery slope, because once someone starts to gaslight you and they see the control that they have, they're more likely to take it even further. It's kind of like that old adage that power corrupts, ultimate power corrupts ultimately. The more power you have over someone, the more power you want.
Yeah.
And sadly, that's just human nature. So someone may not start out with the intent of doing that. They may start out with the intent of debating you. And when they see that you're not coming around to their point of view, then they may switch to some of the later gaslighting techniques, not listening to your side of the argument, so that all you hear is them talking over you. Then they may go to something a little bit deeper and start having you question your own thoughts and your own argument. And ultimately, their goal is to win the argument. But in the process of doing that, they wind up manipulating you. And then once they've manipulated you, the next time they want you to do something, they've already got you on the hook for it. And that's the first technique that they go for. So it's kind of a dangerous thing. And I know this is kind of a odd topic for us to be discussing. The reason I wanted to bring it up is it's prevalent in today's society. And it's something that is all over social media. You see all this false information to the point, let's talk about vaccines, for instance. You have all this information out there that's all these sources that are producing false information about vaccines and statistics and all this stuff. And it's to the point now that you actually have some of the social media sites are actually finally cracking down on this and banning it. But all of those fake things that you see out there are attempts at gaslighting. People are trying to push an agenda that is, in many cases, not backed by science or facts, but it's their agenda and they want to push it, or they're pushing it for someone else. And because it's not solid factual information, they couldn't possibly win that argument in a debate.
Yeah.
So they have to resort to gaslighting you and manipulating you to see their way. Yeah. So what are your thoughts on, in general, debating and winning? How important is it for you to win a debate or an argument when you engage with someone?
I don't necessarily feel like I want to win the argument unless I feel that the other person's argument isn't necessarily, I guess, morally alright, or something that I feel like could be dangerous.
Yeah, and that makes perfect sense. You're trying to stop them from hurting themselves or hurting someone else.
Yeah, and I have no problem with debating. I honestly kind of like hearing other people's perspective on things, and it kind of makes me question my own thoughts in a good way.
Yeah.
Like maybe I was thinking, maybe I could find a new perspective on this. That's kind of what I normally think about when I debate. That's what I feel debating is. It's like sharing your perspectives and kind of debating about them and, taking some information and stuff.
Debating for me has always been an educational experience. And a lot of times, I used to write a blog years ago, and one of the things that I would do in that blog is I would not debate necessarily, but I would advocate a point of view that I didn't necessarily agree with. But I would advocate that point of view because in writing the blog, it made me do the research, and it made me put myself in the mindset of somebody who thought different than me. And in doing that, it allowed me to see the issue from the other side. And after doing that, I didn't always see it and understand it and agree with it from their perspective, but it gave me a new appreciation and a new respect for that perspective. And anytime I debate someone, that's what it brings forth with me. I'm involved in Twitter and a few other social media, and I get into political debates because you can't avoid it because social media is a cesspool when it comes to that stuff.
Yeah.
And there's one particular individual on there who is diametrically opposed to me from a philosophical standpoint on everything. And there are times that he'll make a comment and I'll respond to it with my point of view. And we'll go back and forth and debate and finally get to the point where we'll concede certain points of view, where I'll kind of agree with him, but not entirely. So you got a valid point there, but look at it from my perspective, and he will. And eventually, we almost always get to the point where we're amicable about it. And for me, that's a refreshing thing on social media, because there's so much toxicity on social media right now.
Yeah.
It's to the point that if you don't agree with me, then you're against me and I hate you for it.
Yeah.
And that hatred just boils over in social media.
Yeah.
So this debate partner that I happen to have is really a great exercise for me to have that opposite perspective on things, because it helps to ground me. Because sometimes I get a little self-righteous. Sometimes I get up on my soapbox and I'll put an argument out there that is more emotional than factual. And he'll back me down. He'll call me on a carpet on it and back me down, and I'll realize where the holes in my argument are, and it helps me to refine my point of view. And it helps me to appreciate his. So debate is a good thing. And I think the people who gaslight inadvertently fail to see that, and they fail to see the benefit of it.
Yeah.
It's not about getting the world to see your point of view. Everyone's going to have a different point of view. It's about being able to find common ground.
Mm-hmm.
And regardless of how diametrically I may be opposed to somebody else's philosophy, there's always common ground. You just have to find it.
Mm-hmm.
And you're not going to do that through gaslighting and manipulation.
Yeah.
That's kind of my point to that.
Do that.
Let's take another break, and we're going to come back and talk about what to do if somebody is gaslighting you.
Alrighty.
We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about gaslighting. And now we're going to talk about what to do if someone is gaslighting you. So the first thing we have here is identify the problem. Recognizing the problem is the first step. Once something has a name, you can begin to address it specifically. Sometimes writing down specifics from a conversation that you can look back to later when you're out of the heat of the moment can be helpful in sorting out the truth from distortion. Give yourself permission to feel what you feel. Part of the problem with gaslighting is that it results in the victim questioning his or her own thoughts, values, perceptions, or feelings. Acknowledge that what you feel is what you feel so that you can take whatever action you need to take to feel better. Give yourself permission to make a sacrifice. Part of what makes it... Really?
Sorry.
No one saw that, so...
No.
Part of what makes it tough for a victim to leave a gaslight situation is that the abuser is someone they care about, they look up to, or they have a relationship with. You may have a lot of wonderful things going on in that relationship, but it's not worth it if it's undermining your reality. To start to regain your sense of self that you've lost, you may need to cut that person off, give up some of the wonderful things, or live with that person not having such a high opinion of you.
So you start with, as with most things, with small decisions. Try to get out of or stop a gaslight. Take a step, one step at a time, and say no. Don't engage in an argument that's clearly a power struggle. Sometimes it's hard to recognize those.
Yeah.
Get a second opinion. Ask a friend or family member you trust if they think your thinking is as off as your potential abuser says it is. Have compassion for you. Having compassion for yourself is very important. You are responsible for you. You need to be honest with yourself. Maybe tomorrow your partner will be great, but focus on what you're feeling in the moment. Recognize when you have those feelings. So, I mean, these are some very basic things to do, but I think the most important thing here is to recognize when it's happening.
Yeah.
Recognize how it's making you feel. Anytime anybody makes you feel bad about yourself, you really have to question that relationship. Mm-hmm. Have you ever had a situation where people or a friend or someone made you feel bad about yourself for any reason?
I mean, the few times it did happen, we did kind of find the error of our ways, and we were able to be friends again.
Right.
Probably I've never had, like, a necessarily toxic relationship to the point where, like, someone outright said something that hurt my feelings or made me feel bad about myself. I have lost touch with people for various reasons, but I don't think it was necessarily, like, a toxic relationship.
Well, and the thing is, a lot of times when that sort of thing happens, it's not done intentionally or maliciously. A lot of times when somebody says something or does something, it's an inadvertent thing. It's an inadvertent consequence. You may say something in the heat of the moment because you're agitated or you're upset or you're annoyed or you're not in a state of mind where you're normally calm and collected. Mm-hmm. And you say something and the other person gets upset by that. They may not know that you're agitated, and they may think that you're being malicious, and then it spirals out of control.
Yeah.
And when something like that happens, somebody has to sort of put the brakes on, stop, apologize, get to the bottom of it, and say, look, this was not meant to be mean or malicious. It may be as simple, I may come home and have a rough day at work. And I may be short with mommy. And fortunately, mommy knows me well enough, and I know her well enough, that when we're in that agitated state, the other can tell. And when mommy's like that, okay? So when mommy's like that, I'll try to get her out of that mood. And I'll joke and I'll poke fun and stuff like this to kind of try to snap her out of that. And in doing that, sometimes I push the wrong button. And when I do, I'm fortunately intelligent enough to read that reaction and back off. Mm-hmm. I give her space, she cools off, and then we come back. And mommy does the same for me. Usually mommy's not in any jeopardy of pushing those buttons with me, though. She's usually a little bit more sensitive, and she's better at that than I am. Let me just put it that way.
Yeah.
But we've been together for a long time now. Longer than you've been alive, actually.
Yeah.
So we kind of know each other. But I have this sort of thing with people at work frequently. I just had an incident with my boss at work where my intention was to try to point out a potential concern I had in a thing at work. And it was misinterpreted as something completely different. And the person reacted in a way that I wasn't expecting. And I kind of read that at that point and said, all right, I'm going to back off. Peace offering, hands up, I surrender. Let's just, start this over again. It was never my intention for it to get to that point. And it may have been she was having a bad day that day. Maybe she had an argument with her husband. Maybe she had an unruly customer she was dealing with. I don't know. So I can't jump to conclusions. So I kind of have to give her the benefit of the doubt there. And what happens with gaslighting is gaslighters see that and then they switch into this manipulative mode. And they don't read the signs and they don't do things in a constructive way. So that's really what you have to be on the lookout for. And anytime that you're in a relationship, whether it's professional, whether it's a loved one, whether it's somebody you're dating, if they make you feel bad about yourself for any reason, you have to question that relationship. You don't question yourself because at no point in time should that relationship dynamic be one where they should be making you feel bad about yourself.
Mm-hmm.
So you're going to question anything, question the relationship first. And that should lead you down the right path to stop that gaslighting.
Okay.
All right. That's about all we had today. Let's take a very quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up with the business of the podcast. We'll be right back. Go with your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that a lot of the times gaslighting is never a good thing, and I hope that, if anything, this podcast helped you kind of realize or get a better definition of what it really is so that in your life, whether it be in the media or with your own relationships, you can recognize when gaslighting or when you're being gaslighted and hopefully put a stop to it so that you don't have to deal with it.
Excellent. Sage advice as always.
Thank you.
Before we go, I do want to once again remind you that if you want to subscribe to this podcast, you can find us listed as Insights into Things for audio. All the network's podcasts can be found on video, listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to write in, give us your feedback, give us your suggestions for shows. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can write to us. You can DM us on Twitter at insights_things. You can find high-res versions of our shows on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. You can also find audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoteens.com, or you can get links to all of our social media on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights in Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Your hosts, Joseph and Michelle Whalen, a husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics, are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights in Entertainment. This is episode 126, Making Time for New Neighbors. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my patient and understanding co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
Good, and you?
Doing good. We are recording a little bit later than we normally would during the week.
Yep.
We had both gotten our booster shot, our third COVID shot over the weekend last weekend. Mm-hmm. And we were kind of still less than energetic by the time our new normal recording time arrived.
And we're still not really all that energetic. But
well, I think a lot of that has to do with being out there in the cold last night with the football game and marching band.
Yep.
So
because we are band parents.
Yes, we are. And someone was kind enough to volunteer me for AV duty for.
I wonder who that could have been.
Yes. So we have a competition that we'll be attending today to film and photograph and all that wonderful stuff.
Mm-hmm. Be the supportive parents that we are.
And that's what we do. We are the support. We're the suspenders of the band. Right. That's what we are.
I like that. Okay.
So, but that is not what we're talking about today.
No, it's not?
It is not.
Oh, okay.
Or if it was, it's over and done with. What we are talking about today in our Disney Detective, Disney thinks the rules about copying someone else's work is different when they do it than welcome the new neighborhoods of Epcot. In our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, a new way for lightsabers to change color, and George Lucas joins the Hasbro Black Series. Then, in our entertainment news, Johnny Depp is still whining that he's being treated unfairly. Plus, Russell T. Davies returns to the TARDIS. And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and some afterthoughts. We do have some footage to show from RetroCon from last weekend.
Yep.
And then we have a couple of new additions to our afterthoughts for shows this week. So stick around to the end of the show. Before we get into all of that stuff, I would invite you to subscribe to the podcast. You can find audio versions of our podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all the podcasts on our network can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcast, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite our listening and viewing audiences to write in, give us your feedback, tell us how we're doing, give us your shows. We'd love to plug shows in your area, comic book shows, toy shows, pop culture shows, anything like that. You can email them to comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things or on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Or you can get links to all of our social media contacts and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Sure, let's do it.
Here we go. Go for Disney Detective.
So when it comes to copyright notices, takedowns, and lawsuits, Disney is at the forefront of enforcement. So this podcast has been the victim of Disney's often heavy-handed enforcement of their intellectual property. We've been forced to alter or remove our own shows when we featured snippets and trailers of Disney material that were used under fair use laws. But apparently Disney feels that those same rules don't apply when they steal someone else's intellectual property without securing the proper permission. So YouTuber James St. Onge, a creator for the Art of Engineering YouTube channel, raised an issue with what appeared to be unauthorized use of graphics that he created and owned that appeared in a Disney Plus show. It seems Disney appropriated some of the YouTuber's graphics and featured them in an episode of Behind the Attraction series. Only when called out on the carpet publicly did Disney own up to this violation of copyright law, which they so diligently enforce for their own properties. Producer on Behind the Attraction, Brian Volk-Weiss, reached out to St. Onge directly and apologized for misappropriating the creator's work without permission. Disney announced its intent to update the offending episode of the series to include him in the show's credit. The issue was originally raised publicly by St. Onge on Twitter, where he also reported the follow-up apology from the Disney producer. The post was short on specifics of the communication, but did confirm that Disney admitted that the graphics in question that were used in the show did indeed originate from Art of Engineering. In his apology, Volk-Weiss took full responsibility and apologized for everyone involved, which included Seven Bucks Production, which is partly owned by Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson, who serves as host of the Disney Plus series. So St. Onge was told the unfortunate situation was a result of a chain of mistakes, but no further details were released detailing those mistakes. This is yet another example of Disney being I was doing so well, ingenuous to a copyright system they themselves have lobbied to their advantage. Previously on this podcast, we've discussed royalty disputes between Disney and author Alan Dean Foster and others following their flawed interpretation of existing contracts after acquiring properties like Lucasfilms and Fox. We've also reported on struggles the estate of the late songwriter Solomon Linda for Disney's blatant theft of his creative property for the movie The Lion King. And obviously, more recently, a lawsuit between Disney and Scarlett Johansson had been recently settled out of court over Disney's questionable release of the Black Widow movie on their streaming service despite stipulations in Johansson's contract for a theatrical-only release. Disney has also seen lawsuits for copyright infringement on their Frozen-themed 2D animated short, The Snowman. Disney famously has lobbied the U.S. government to prevent its trademark character Mickey Mouse from entering the public domain after their copyright ended, ultimately having U.S. laws change in their favor. So despite these valid claims against Disney and its heavy-handed tactics, the media giant is quick to try and protect anything it believes it owns, regardless of who created it. In a recent development, Disney has filed a series of lawsuits seeking to invalidate copyright termination notices served by creators involved in key Marvel characters like Iron Man, Spider-Man, and Thor. Among the targets of these lawsuits include the brother of Marvel creator Stan Lee, Lawrence Lieber, who, along with others, were seeking to reclaim their rights to Marvel characters they were responsible for creating. It would seem Disney's interpretation under copyright laws is very subjective and very one-sided. While they may lodge multi-million-dollar suits and cease and desist orders against those using their property, they seem to think a simple apology is sufficient when they steal other people's work for their own commercial gain.
Yes, and you know me, I yearn for an opportunity to bash Disney, and this one I didn't have to. It kind of bashed them for me.
Right.
One of the other things in the lead article that we're talking about went into was the fact that they haven't made the changes to that episode of Behind the Attractions yet, and they talked about the fact that, oh, well, the Disney bureaucracy, it may be months before it happens. Well, okay, if that's the case, then they need to take that material offline until it's corrected.
Absolutely.
Because we've had a couple instances where we've shown a trailer, a publicly released marketing trailer designed to bring people into the theaters to make them money. We've shown that. We've talked over it. We didn't play the audio. We've talked over it, and we've offered commentary on it, which is fair legal use, and we've gotten orders to take it down. They weren't going to accept an apology from us.
Right.
If I said, I'm sorry, I'll give you a credit in my credits roll afterwards.
Right.
Were they just going to let me keep it up? No, of course not.
No.
So why is it when they do it and they blatantly steal somebody else's work, they think, oh, just an apology and a credit's going to take care of that? It's inexcusable. It really is. It's another example of Disney being so heavy-handed and the courts being in favor of Disney because of the money they can throw around. Okay, that's it. I'm done. What else do we have?
So now on a much happier note and a not bashing note, so Epcot has officially dropped Future World name as of yesterday as the park becomes comprised of 4 neighborhoods. So as of October 1st, we now get to welcome the new neighborhoods of Epcot. The newly renamed neighborhoods, along with a series of updates and improvements, will debut at Epcot in the Magic Kingdom as part of the Magic Kingdom's 50th anniversary celebration that the property kicks off as of yesterday. So among the embracing, I'm sure there
was a lot of embracing yesterday.
There was. If you saw any videos from yesterday, you couldn't help but be embraced by it. Everybody was all, anyway. So among the rebranding and renaming, a number of new attractions and venues will be unveiled, as well as a new nighttime fireworks spectacular. So among the changes, Future World will be replaced with World Nature, World Discovery, and World Celebration, while World Showcase lives on relatively unchanged. So World Celebration will be offering new experiences that connect guests to one another and the world around them. The Epcot Entrance Plaza welcomes guests with open pathways and sweeping green spaces that beautify the entry. There is a new fountain at the base of Spaceship Earth with 3 majestic pylons. Spaceship Earth transforms at night into a beacon of magic with new lights shining across the geodesic sphere's reflective panels. Creation Shop invites guests to explore and celebrate Disney's creativity inspired by Mickey Mouse. And adjacent to Creation Shop is a revitalized Cool Club hosted by Coca-Cola, which is one of our favorite rest and relaxation locations at the park. And I did see that they did change up all of the soda samples. There's one that still remained from the original. So now there's different
Probably
ones
that
to
nasty one.
No, it wasn't
No,
Beverly. I
okay.
think it was. I can't remember what it was, but it wasn't Beverly. So, World Nature is dedicated to understanding and preserving the beauty, awe, and balance of the natural world. So, it will include the land and the sea with Nemo and Friends pavilions, as well as the forthcoming Journey of Water, inspired by Moana, the first experience theme to that hit movie. The Land Pavilion film Awesome Planet showcases the beauty, diversity, and dynamic story of the Earth. The World Discovery, stories about science, technology, and intergalactic adventure will come to life. In an expansion of Mission Space Pavilion, the new Space 220 restaurant, which we talked about last week, will be offering the celestial panorama of a space station, including the daytime and nighttime views of Earth from 220 miles above the planet. And then that's also where Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind will be the first Otherworld Showcase Pavilion in Epcot. So World Showcase continues to be a celebration of culture, cuisine, architecture, and traditions infused with new magic. I was going to say magic.
Music?
I was making my own words. So an expanded France pavilion will feature the new Remy's Ratatouille Adventure attraction, where guests feel like they've been shrunk to the size of Chef Remy and race through the restaurant. Also in the France pavilion, the classic Impressions de France film will be joined by Beauty and the Beast sing-along. And then Harmonious is one of the park's largest nighttime spectaculars ever created for a Disney theme park, and that takes place each night at the World Showcase Lagoon.
So, I don't know, what are your thoughts on that? Are you happy with what they did for the rebranding and the remake?
Yeah, so far, I think it's going to take some time to kind of get used to, where things are. For the most part, it's still the same area. They just kind of group things off. And you kind of have to think they were already kind of...
They were. Because it followed
way.
that same, not spiral, wagon wheel approach to it.
Right.
I mean, you had... Epcot's always been two parks.
Right.
You always had the World Showcase was one park, and then
Future World was the other.
And Future World always had that, you walk up to the middle past Spaceship Earth, and then you divide it off into the different lands.
Right.
there.
And it just kind of worked out that they had, Living with the Land and the Living Seas, which is the nature part, so it kind of worked out that those two were together. They didn't mention anything about Figment or Imagination. He's, I guess, still kind of there, and then you have, the space area, space and the Guardians of the Galaxy area, and then you have Test Track, so that's kind of the technology part. So it was kind of already really laid out in that to just kind of be renamed, worked out.
Epcot was getting a little long in the tooth there at the pavilions and stuff like that. You had a lot of buildings that just have, I don't want to say fallen in the disuse, but you'd walk through a pavilion and nothing was in there.
Right, and that's the unfortunate part of what Future World, because you had the Communicores, and that was the part that was originally was getting updated more recently. And then I guess over time, they just stopped having partnerships.
It wasn't even like they weren't updating them. They were just taking them out.
They were just taking them out.
And not putting anything in there. And you saw... with the frequency that we would go, every time you would go, one area was blocked off, and then another area, and then another area, and it almost looked like a cancer spreading through the building.
Right, because it originally kind of gave you the idea of a World's Fair.
Right.
So that was where I remember one of the first, it wasn't a video phone, but they had something, because I remember like making a call or something, and I don't know how, I guess my mom couldn't see me because she didn't have a video, so it wasn't like a FaceTime thing, but it was something kitschy.
Right.
You know?
Well, like I remember the Future Home they had.
Right.
And then
right.
you would go in and you would preview ironically, a lot of the technology that we have in the house today.
Right. Right.
Which was kind of interesting. Now, the one thing I didn't see in the article was anything about the DVC lounge. Are they still keeping that?
As far as I know, they're still keeping that from everything else that I've read or seen, because that was kind of supposed to be just for the 25th anniversary DVC year.
Right.
And I guess they've kind of still, all right, well, we still have the spot, so we'll still use it. So that for now is still
that's good. That's
still there.
That's certainly worth paying our DVC maintenance fees for.
Just to have a place to relax.
Yeah. So, all right. That was all we had for our Disney Detective.
Mm-hmm.
We'll be back in a minute with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Go for Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy?
Well, I was going to say it, but, So, hey, why don't we do some Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy?
Hey, there you go. So this week in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, our friends at ScreenRant.com tell us about Star Wars Visions revealing a new way lightsaber blades can change color. Disney Plus's new anime anthology series, Star Wars Visions, has introduced a new way for lightsabers to change color in what was a muddied, complicated, and confusing standard, which this does not clear that up at all. In Star Wars Visions Episode 5, titled The Ninth Jedi, a lightsaber craftsman reveals a whole new way to temper kyber crystals to cause the colors of lightsabers to change. In the modern Star Wars canon, the kyber crystal, or the heart of lightsabers that give them their power, are colorless until they are paired with a Jedi, a system that has seen several changes since the concept of lightsabers were introduced in 1977's A New Hope. In this new interpretation of the tradition, the persona and force connection of the wielder affects the color of the crystal and therefore the blade. Prior to this new concept, Jedi would create blue or green lightsabers, though other colors were possible as well, such as Mace Windu's purple one, which was a special request from Samuel L. Jackson. The iconic red blades of the Sith Lords were created by exerting dark force control over the crystal, causing it to, quote, bleed. The Ninth Jedi changes things up in terms of how lightsabers change color. The swordsmith of the episode tempers his lightsaber crystals in such a way that they immediately respond to whoever holds them, not just the first person they bond with. For instance, when he holds a lightsaber, it looks blue and of an ordinary length. But when he gives the same saber to his daughter, the blade changes in size and becomes a colorless gray. When she later begins to bond with it and develop her own force connection, it turns green. Similarly, in a battle in the episode, when a lightsaber is taken from a dark side user by a Jedi, the blade switches instantly from red to green. That kind of split-second change in a lightsaber is very different from the previous canon. Traditionally, if a Jedi were to use another Jedi's lightsaber, the color and size wouldn't change. The lightsaber would remain the appropriate size and color for its original wielder. But since The Ninth Jedi takes place in the far future of the Star Wars galaxy, it's reasonable to assume that new methods of forging lightsabers could have emerged. The idea of kyber crystals changing on the fly to fit whoever's holding it is interesting, and it adds a fun new layer to the lore of Star Wars' most famous weapon. So this is kind of a, and spoiler alert here, one of my insightful pick this week is actually going to be Star Wars Visions. But this is one of the things that the new series does, where it kind of redefines parts of the Star Wars universe. And this happens to be one of them. Now, the two concepts themselves have been in play for quite some time. We saw in Clone Wars, we saw situations where kids had to go, Jedi Padawans had to go or younglings, I think it was, had to go and find their crystal, and their crystal calls out to you.
Right.
And depending on the relationship you have, the crystal determines the color.
Right.
And then in Expanded Universe, you had a couple of instances, but probably the most predominant instance of a blade changing its length was a character named Corran Horn. And it was done by modulating the frequency of the plasma that was coming out of the blade. So there was literally a button on the lightsaber, and that button could make the blade longer or shorter. So the concept of these things have always been there, but it's never been something that's instantaneous or tied to the individual user. So this was kind of an interesting concept.
Yeah, I kind of like that idea that, the crystal could sense your force, your your level of, are you dark side? Are you light side? Are you this color? Are you that color?
And that element of storytelling has always been there, but it's never been instantaneous like this, which I have to tell you would be really convenient, because when we build our lightsabers down at Disney, you can put different kyber crystals in.
Right.
You can get different colors. In order to do that, you have to disassemble the whole thing and put a new crystal in.
Right.
It'd be neat to just have a button to do that.
Right.
Which, ironically, the Revan lightsaber that you gave me, I can change between two different colors, which was very, very cool.
And that's, the marketing person in me is thinking, here's something where, it'll be a multicolor lightsaber, and maybe you can't pick the color. It'll just, kind of like a mood ring.
Right. And they've marketed things like this in the past. There was a Revenge of the Sith lightsaber. There was an Anakin lightsaber.
Right.
That you would push a button and change it from blue to red.
Right.
And then when Force Awakens came out, they had a toy lightsaber that could change colors as well, because he played both sides of the fence as well.
Right.
So it's a concept that's founded in, we'll say, historical Star Wars storytelling, but the way they did it in the show was actually very unique. So it was kind of interesting.
Okay.
But moving on to other story distorting ways of telling Star Wars stories.
So let's find out about another action figure that's going to be on your list.
Yes. So one more thing. We talked last week about our Hasbro release. And the one thing that was not on that press release was the fact that George Lucas will be joining Hasbro's Black Series. This comes to us from StarWars.com. They say the maker is coming to your toy collection. StarWars.com has revealed that George Lucas, the legendary creator of Star Wars, will join Hasbro's vaunted 6-inch Star Wars The Black Series line of action figures. Created in celebration of Lucasfilm's 50th anniversary and in tribute to its founder, the figure cleverly depicts Lucas in Stormtrooper armor and comes with a removable helmet and blaster. Lucas reports for duty in 2022. Senior Director of Product Design at Hasbro, Vicky Stratford, is quoted as saying to StarWars.com, quote, "As a lifelong Star Wars film, I have both the honor and privilege to bring characters from the franchise to life in product form every single day. When the opportunity came to design the George Lucas figure, we were especially excited for this project. This figure is just one of the many ways we can honor his legacy for years to come, and we hope fans cherish it as much as we did. This new George Lucas figure is actually not the first time the film icon has been brought to life in action figure form. In 2002, Hasbro released a 3.75-inch Rebel pilot named George Sakul, featuring the likeness of Lucas as a Star Wars Celebration 2 exclusive. Lucas next made the jump to the toy aisle in 2006's 3.75-inch The Saga Collection, appearing as a Stormtrooper, and then again in 2006 as Baron Papanoida, the character from Star Wars The Revenge of the Sith he played, and they appeared in the Lucas Collector set. But this is Lucas's debut in the modern, highly articulated, and detailed 6-inch form as provided by the Black Series. So make room for the maker when George Lucas in Stormtrooper disguise reports for duty. Pre-orders open on Wednesday, September 29th at 1 p.m. Eastern Time on Amazon. So what do you think? Can I sense one of those in my future?
I don't know. I should probably go to Amazon and see if I can still get it.
Pre-orders are available.
You know, when I saw the article, I didn't realize at first that he was going to be in a Stormtrooper. I just figured it was going to be him, jeans, and his,
That would be funny. Jeans and his flannel.
his flannel shirt. So I was kind of disappointed when I was like, oh, he's in the Stormtrooper.
See, what they should do is it should be removable armor, and he's got the jeans and the flannel on there.
Now that's what I want to see. I want, George Lucas, the director, action figure.
That would be very cool.
That would be kind of cool.
So that was all we had for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy this week. We'll be back in a minute with our entertainment news of the week.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news, and I didn't push the soundboard there. That's okay.
Should we just hum something or?
There we go. It's dramatic, and I want it to have that dramatic effect.
Dun, 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 dun. Okay.
Go for entertainment news. There we go. Let's go.
So from HollywoodLife.com, it seems Johnny Depp is slammed cancel culture after previously claiming that he's being boycotted by Hollywood over abuse allegations made by his ex-wife Amber Heard. So Johnny Depp, who is 58, didn't mince words when he addressed cancel culture at the San Sebastian Film Festival on Wednesday, September 22nd. He said, "It can be seen as an event in history that lasted for however long it lasted. This cancel culture, this instant rush to judgment based on what essentially amounts to polluted air." Johnny's remarks come as his acting career has taken a hit after the star lost a libel case against The Sun in November of 2020 regarding allegations that he physically abused his ex-wife Amber Heard. He said, "It's so far out of hand now that I can promise you that no one is safe. Not one of you, not one out that door, no one is safe," he added. Johnny was previously set to star in the next Fantastic Beasts film, but he was dropped from Warner Brothers, the movie franchise, as well as Disney projects after losing his libel case. In addition, his new film, Minamata, had not been released in the U.S., evidently due to the drama involving the actor. Not really sure if that's the case or if it's just timing of everything else with COVID.
Couldn't have anything to do with a pandemic.
Right.
It's got to be because of me.
Right. It's all because of me. So the Pirates of the Caribbean star also said at the press conference, it takes one sentence and there's no more ground. The carpet has been pulled. It's not just that this has happened to, it's happened to a lot of people. This type of thing has happened to men, women, children have suffered from various types of unpleasantries. Sadly, at this certain point, they begin to think that it's normal or that it's them. Then it's not. He went on to call the concept of cancel culture an injustice and implored others to stand up against it. Johnny's been very outspoken about how his career has been impacted by his ex-wife's allegations. So in August, he referred to Hollywood's boycott of me in an August 14th interview with the Sunday Times, adding, "One man, one actor in an unpleasant and messy situation over the last number of years. But I'm moving towards where I need to go to make all that to bring things to light." Johnny also called his career setback an absurdity of media mathematics. Johnny sued Britain's The Sun newspaper, its executive editor Dan Walton, and its publisher News Group Newspapers over the 2018 article that referred to Johnny as a wife beater. While Johnny denied ever abusing Amber, the court ruled that the paper proved the contents of its story was substantially true, and he lost the libel case. Days after the court hearing, Johnny announced that he was being asked to resign from his role in Fantastic Beasts by Warner Brothers. He said, "I wish to say this. The surreal judgment of the court in the UK will not change my fight to tell the truth, and I confirm to plan an appeal," he had said on Instagram.
So the interesting thing about this is his complaint now is not that he's being railroaded or that he's innocent and people don't want to believe he's innocent. It's that he doesn't think he should be canceled because of it.
Right.
It's almost like, yeah, I did it, but you should let me go because I'm Johnny Depp.
Right. Like he's not trying to fight the whole "I beat my wife."
Right. He's basically trying to change the dynamic of the situation. Mm-hmm. And it's funny because this week we, on our Insights into Teens podcast, we did an episode on gaslighting. Mm-hmm. And that's exactly what he's trying to do. He knows he's been found out. Mm-hmm. He knows he's been canceled. So now he's trying to change the dynamic of the equation here so that people focus on the consequences he's facing and not focusing on the crimes really that he committed. Mm-hmm. And it's pitiful. It really is. It's really pitiful at this point in time. Like when he makes a statement that, what was it? It's media mathematics. Why? Because your press agent can't get you good press? That's really what it is? You're paying this guy really good money to clean your name up and you're so dirty that you can't buy your way out of it?
Right.
Like that's the mathematical equation here.
Yeah.
And it's when people think that they're above the law, that they think they're that important and that they're that vital to society that they should be able to get away with anything they want. Mm-hmm. And sadly, when you see people in the media and, high profile people like Donald Trump who do.
Right.
I can understand why he thinks he should be special enough to get away with it too.
Because other people are doing it too.
Right. It's just, I don't know. I've lost all respect for him at this point in time as an actor. Mm. I couldn't even tell you the last movie he put out that was worth watching.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
So anyway, on to other possibly good news for something that we enjoy.
Yeah, so it seems that screenwriter Russell T. Davies is to take charge again of Doctor Who, the sci-fi show that he helped to revitalize in 2005. Davies, who was the fantasy drama's showrunner until 2009, will take over when Chris Chibnall departs next year. I'm beyond excited to be back on my favorite show, said Davies, who resumes his role of the show as the show prepares to mark its 60th anniversary in 2023. One of his first responsibilities will be to decide who takes over the TARDIS following Jodie Whittaker's exit. The actress is set to hang up her sonic screwdriver after one more 6-part series and 3 2022 specials. In a statement, however, Davies said it would be time traveling too fast to speculate on what will happen when he returns. Chinall said it was monumentally exciting and fitting that Davies would be back in charge for the 60th birthday. Russell built the baton that is about to be handed back to him, the writer and producer continued. Davies revitalized Doctor Who to its current incarnation with Christopher Eccleston as the Doctor and remained for David Tennant's time as the Doctor. Stephen Moffat took over when Matt Smith took on the role, staying to supervise Peter Capaldi's stint as the Time Lord. The success of Doctor Who's relaunch led Davies to create 2 spin-off shows, Torchwood and The Sarah Jane Adventures. After leaving the show in 2009, Davies enjoyed more acclaim with TV dramas Years and Years, A Very English Scandal, and It's a Sin. Peter Wedger, the BBC's director of drama, said the news of Davies' return would delight Doctor Who fans across the globe. We are thrilled that Russell is returning to Doctor Who to build on the huge achievements of Chris and Jodie. Russell, it's wonderful to have you back. Davies' return was also welcomed by Bad Wolf, the production company that was founded in 2015 by former BCC executives Julie Gardner and Jane Trander. Gardner and Trander both worked with Davies on Doctor Who's relaunch and will collaborate with him again when he returns as the showrunner. They said, "We are delighted to be joining Russell T Davies on the looped
ontological.
Thank you. Paradox. Where Russell goes, we are proud to follow. With BBC Studios, Bad Wolf will be producing the all-new series of Doctor Who. It is a privilege to be asked to support him in Doctor Who's future." And actor Matt Lucas, who played the companion Nardole during Capaldi's time as the Doctor, was also happy as well. He said, "Russell T Davies back in the TARDIS? What a coup! I'm buzzing," he had written on his Twitter.
So I think this is a good sign.
I think it is too.
I was not a huge fan of that first revitalized season of Doctor Who when they brought it back.
It's funny, I don't really remember much of it because I don't think we watched it as religiously as we did later on.
Well, I don't even think we were together when it first came out. I watched that first season. Pretty sure I watched that first season solo.
Yeah, I think we were together by then.
Yeah, I didn't think I could get you to watch it. I'm not a big fan of Christopher Eccleston.
Right.
So he kind of was not the Doctor that I was looking for.
Right. And I think that's where a lot of people who are Doctor Who fans had a hard time because he wasn't.
Right. Because I watched that first season. I struggled through it. He left after the first season.
Right.
And Matt Smith came in.
No. David Tennant.
David Tennant came in. Sorry. David Tennant came in. So David Tennant came in, and I didn't pick up the series right off the bat when he came in. It wasn't until like his second season in that I started watching it and realized that he was who it should have been to begin with.
Right.
And then we've been watching. But, you know, the thing is, I had a lot of preconceived notions going into it because I was a huge Doctor Who fan growing up as a kid. You know, my Doctor Who was always Tom Baker. So I measured every other Doctor by that
Tom
Doctor.
Baker. No, I get it.
And there was a lot of Doctors that came after him that I didn't like. I was not a big Sylvester McCoy fan either. But, you know, I still watched it because it was Doctor Who. But when they took it off the air, there was such a long gap
Right.
that you had.
Right.
That when they brought it back.
And then they had the TV movie that was kind of weird and
wasn't crazy about that one.
Well, and that's the thing is not a lot of people consider that
right.
Doctor Who.
Right.
He's kind of like that. He was that afterthought.
Well, and that was like you had who played Tarkin? Help me out.
Grand Moff Tarkin.
Yeah, who's the actor?
Yeah,
Peter
him.
Cushing.
Yes.
Peter Cushing. So you had like 2 or 3 Peter Cushing Doctor Who movies that came out very early on.
Okay.
That had literally nothing. They were inspired by it.
Okay.
But they're not considered canon, but they were actually really well done.
Okay.
And that was kind of what a lot of people thought of the Millennium TV movie thing that they did.
Okay.
So,
all right.
But I don't know. I like the writing of the series. I could not get into Christopher Eccleston as the Doctor, and that's just a personal opinion.
Right.
Which you'll hear a lot about in my insightful pick this week, too. But anyway, that's all we had for our entertainment news. We'll be right back with your insightful pick right after this. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick happens to be a new drama on NBC called Ordinary Joe. So the series centers around Joe Kimbrough as he makes a pivotal life-changing decision at his graduation from Syracuse University. And what the show does is it follows him on 3 parallel timelines starting 10 years after his graduation. One where he's a police officer who followed in his father's footsteps. One as a musical star following his passion. And then one as a nurse after he marries his college sweetheart. So it's very much a show of what if. You know, what if I made this choice in life versus this? Where would my life go? So what they do is they show it. The one article talks about it being a sliding door-like tale, because what they do is they're showing you 3 separate stories in the same timeline of what would have happened had he done this. So again, the show starts out with his college graduation, and at this graduation, he meets this girl that he had never talked to before, and they briefly talk, and he goes off, and you kind of see him standing at a path, and at the end of one path is his family, his mother and his uncle and his aunt. Another path is his best friend / college girlfriend. And then this third path is this new girl that he met. So it's the, what path should I take? But what it does is it shows you each path that he took. And what's interesting is, for the most part, most of the characters are all part of each timeline. So you have, his mother and his uncle. You have his best friend. So in one case, the best friend works in a restaurant. The other one, he became a lawyer. And the other one, he's married with 2 kids. And then same thing kind of like with his life. In the one path, he's married to one person. In the other path, he's married to somebody else. And in the third path, he's never really dated anybody. So it's kind of interesting how they kind of change things up. And again, because they run on the same exact timeline. So it's 10 years after graduation. This last episode was around the 20th anniversary of 9/11, because as it turns out, his father was a police officer that was killed at the explosions. So you get to see different perspectives of how he reacts to the anniversary of 9/11. And again, it's kind of interesting because there's this senator that's kind of a background character. And what's interesting in the one, when he's this police officer, he's actually on patrol when this congressman is giving a speech and somebody tries to shoot him. And as the cop, he steps in and, takes the bullet for him and helps protect the senator. Where he's a nurse, he's not there as a police officer, so the senator does get shot, and as a nurse, he begins to be the one to take care of him. In the third, his wife works for the senator. So the senator's involved in all of it, but in just different kind of aspects. So it's almost like, where you always wonder, oh, am I meant to be with these people? It kind of shows you, you no matter what path you take, they're going to be kind of involved in your life, but maybe some more directly, than others. So interesting concept. It takes a little to kind of get used to. What's very interesting too is that they use colors as a way to give you clues what timeline you're in. It's very subtle. So you might not actually pick up on it. So, the one color seems to be like blue for the police officer and orange for the rock star and green. So it's like the lighting is kind of hued that way and the clothing and everything. So that kind of helps to give you an idea of where you are in this timeline. But, it kind of reminded me a little bit of This Is Us with the whole jumping back and forth and forward. But here you're in the same timeline. You just don't know which alternate reality, I guess you could say, that you're following.
Interesting. Very interesting.
Thank you.
Good pick. So my pick this week kind of, usually when I pick an insightful pick, I pick it to recommend to people to, hey, you should go watch this type of thing. This one's a little bit different this week. So my pick this week is Star Wars Visions, the new Disney Plus series. 7 Japanese anime studios bring their unique talent and perspective to Star Wars Visions. Visions is a collection of animated short films that will stream exclusively on Disney Plus. These anime studios will use their signature animation and storytelling styles to realize their own vision of a galaxy far, far away. As a first and formal venture into anime, each Star Wars Visions short bears a unique Japanese sensibility, which in many ways aligns with the tone and spirit of Star Wars storytelling. From the beginning, stories told in the Star Wars galaxy have counted Japanese mythology and the films of Akira Kurosawa among their many influences, and these new visions will further explore that cultural heritage through the unique animation style and perspective of each anime studio. Now, for the record, I finished watching all 9 of the episodes, and it was at times painful to get through. I've made no secret in the past of the fact that I am not an anime fan. In fact, I am so not an anime fan, I despise anime. I actually get a headache trying to watch anime. So for me to sit through an anime series like this is a testament to my love of Star Wars. But without any spoilers, here is my nickel assessment of the 9 episodes. 2 were enjoyable, and I'll admit to that. 2 were passable, and I'll give them the credit that they deserve. 2 were laughable and made the original holiday special look top-notch. 2 were just terrible, and 1 should have never even been made. Now, I realize, like I said, that this is supposed to be an insightful pick, and my insight here is that it's not all bad like I had originally expected it would be. This, to me, isn't how Star Wars should be done, nor is it particularly enjoyable to me. You have gaping plot holes in most of the episodes. You have story elements that simply make no sense and are counter to everything about Star Wars. Some of the episodes you feel like you've been dropped in the middle of an episode and you're watching the last 15 minutes of a 2-hour-long movie. A few of them start out with no point and end up making no point, leaving me wonder why they were even made. However, given the complete lack of any other Star Wars material to watch, it's literally better than nothing. If I'm being entirely honest, every one of them was better than The Last Jedi, which is a very low bar to have to hurdle. The one person who should be absolutely ecstatic at this series is George Lucas. Overall, this series is so comically bad, it actually makes the original holiday special look like a masterpiece of storytelling. And that's, flat out my honest opinion of it.
That's a great pick, hon.
The ones that are good are very good.
Okay.
And they are very... They look like they were done by Kurosawa himself. They're that good. And they're samurai-based ones. That makes a lot of sense. And there's something I can get behind in those. There's an inferred lore. There's traditional Star Wars stuff. Light side, dark side stuff. People in need. People that are being oppressed. There's the Empire. There's elements that they wrap themselves in where the ones that are good really work. But the ones that are terrible just should not have been made. They make no sense whatsoever. It's just too much creative license. I understand that you're interpreting Star Wars into your own culture and stuff like that. But stuff, we talked about the changing of lightsaber colors. Mm-hmm. Okay, so there's elements of that make sense. That actually happened to be one of the episodes that was very good.
Okay.
The Ninth Jedi. But then there's another episode called The Twins where you have two twins and they build a Star Destroyer super weapon, because, you always have to have a super weapon, that's literally two Star Destroyers welded together with a cannon in the middle. And the dark armor that they wear supposedly powers this. Well, one decides to go good, the other's bad. And then there's outside in space with no environmental suits surfing the Star Destroyers fighting each other. And one literally cuts a Star Destroyer in half with a lightsaber. And the animation style is signature over-exaggeration like anime is. But it's just done so poorly that I almost want to unwatch it. I really do. And to me, anime is the art of poor animation. It's like someone literally tries to come up with the worst possible way to illustrate a story. Now, most anime stories have great plots. They're detailed. You have great character development. And if I'm reading it on a page, it's awesome. And then they put it to pen and ink and they just destroy the entire story with poor animation.
Well, and that's your opinion, because there are people that are huge fans.
I don't doubt
of
that.
Anime.
I totally acknowledge that, but this isn't their show. It's our show. So I'm allowed to state my opinion on this show.
Okay.
So that is my insightful unpick this week. Is Star Wars Visions.
Okay.
And I had to do it because it was Star Wars.
Of course.
And I think I bashed that more than I bashed Disney this week.
I don't know.
Well, because I wrote the script for Disney.
Right, I was going to say, you made it out like I bashed. I just read it.
You read it very good, too.
Well, thank you.
You read it exactly the way that I wrote it. Good.
Because you're in my head.
That's it for our insightful picks this week. We'll be right back with our afterthoughts and a RetroCon recap. So we do have a RetroCon video to show real quick. Mm-hmm. I'm going to show that at the end of the show, though.
Oh, okay.
But 5-second recap.
I don't know. Seemed kind of as busy as it normally.
Didn't seem like there was a shortage of vendors.
Right.
There was a shortage of costuming and a shortage of the celebrity style stuff that's in the back usually.
Right. Well, we also, by the time I made it to the back, they were doing the kids costume contest, so that could have been maybe why we didn't see.
Well, I think they just didn't have as many appearances there because you had appearances that were exclusive to Saturday and ones that were exclusive to Sunday.
Right, which is normally how they do it, since it's only the 2 days. We didn't stay for any of the panels because there was the one panel for Greatest American Hero
right.
that was going to be going on. So, and it's such a small little area. I don't know how.
I wasn't comfortable staying because of how close it was.
Right. But, a very decent selection of things out there, new items, old items, which is normally what you see. I always like the artists who were there, selling their wares. So it's, kind of the one of a kind.
Didn't seem like they had as many artists this time.
Didn't have as many, but they had a couple that we've seen before.
Yes,
the one that I bought something from, she had been there before. It's one of it was funny because I was wearing the Haunted Mansion shirt that you got that didn't fit. And a lot of people stopped me and were asking me about my shirt, but also asking me, oh, do you know if people are selling Disney stuff? And it was one of those things where sometimes you did have to kind of go in and look. And
there's treasures there if you dig for it. I had picked up this one particular Vader piece that I wanted there that I've been looking for and couldn't get a good price, but I got a very good price at the show.
Yeah.
And there was a couple, much to my surprise, there were two vendors that had carded Return of the Jedi Darth Vader figures there that were in fairly decent shape. They were asking fair market value for them, but they weren't graded. So I was not going to pay fair market value without it being graded.
Yeah. So again, it's one of those things you have to kind of know what you're looking for. And some things you're kind of like, oh, I didn't even know they made this. Right. And that becomes ooh, I want this now.
Scale of 1 to 10. 10 being the best.
7.
I think I would agree. 7 or 8 maybe, depending on which direction you walked at the right time.
Right. But they didn't try and pack you in. They didn't have, the aisles, and RetroCon normally isn't one of their crowded ones. They're very well spaced out so that you have enough room to walk one side and come back in the same row and usually not run into anybody.
Not like Comic-Con New York, which was terrible.
That was,
Okay, great. So what do we have coming up? Tell us what we got coming up.
So next weekend is the Delaware Train Show and Oktoberfest Toy Show on October 9th and 10th at the Nur Shrine Center in Newcastle, Delaware. Usually only a couple of bucks to get in, $5, I think, relatively inexpensive. We've never been to the train show because that's not our thing, but some people might enjoy that. So definitely check that out. The one that we do try to go to is the Oktoberfest Toy Show. And again, it's a hodgepodge of vendors selling their wares. Then Monster Mania in Oaks, Pennsylvania will be October 22nd through the 24th. This is the first time they're actually going to be doing inside Oaks. That was where we had gone in May, where they did the little mini mall. So this will be interesting to kind of see how they do things over in Oaks. Then also that weekend, if you're not in the Pennsylvania area, but you're in the Baltimore area, Baltimore Comic Con will actually be returning this year. And that is also October 22nd and 24th. And Baltimore Comic Con we went to years ago, and it's definitely more of a comic book convention. You don't really get as many people, as many vendors selling toys or collectibles or things like that. A lot more artists, a lot more comics, so it's truly a comic book convention. So if that's what you're, into and you're in the Baltimore area, very nice venue as well, not too far from the Inner Harbor and things like that. And then in December will be Ocean City Comic Con in Ocean City, Maryland.
And that's it. Before we go, I do want to once again remind folks that you can subscribe to the audio version of this podcast, listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all of our network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and so forth. I would also ask you, reach out to us. Tell us how we're doing. Give us your list of your shows. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us at Twitter at insights_things.
You can find us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
You can find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And that's it. I'll leave it in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 12, The Cryptocurrency Conundrum. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen, today.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
I'm doing okay.
So today we're going to be talking about crypto. Do you own any crypto?
I did for a little bit. I had Dogecoin when that was like a joke.
Yeah, it still is, by the way.
Yeah, but it's kind of settled out because I was using, we'll talk about it, but I was using Robinhood to get it. Yeah. And I think my friends and I all started doing it as a joke. But yeah, I had a little bit of Doge for a while. Not anymore, though.
Okay. Doge actually is not that difficult to generate. It's not like your Bitcoin and stuff like that where it's finite and crypto complicated.
Yeah, I don't know how any of it works, though. That's the point of this show. You'll explain it to all of us in great detail.
Yes, I will, hopefully, in terms that we can all understand. But before we do that, I would suggest folks subscribe to the podcast itself so you get it first thing Monday morning at 8 o'clock when they come out. You can subscribe to the audio version of the podcast by looking us up as Insights into Tomorrow. The video versions of the podcast and all of our network podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. You can get us on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite folks to give us your feedback. Email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. Let us know how we're doing on Twitter at insights_things. You can give us feedback on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. Shoot us a note on Instagram at Insights into Things, or you can reach out to us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. So today, what we're going to be doing is we're going to take a look at what cryptocurrency is. We'll understand a little bit about what blockchain technology is. Then we're going to take a look at some of the real-time or real-world impacts that cryptocurrency is having on today's economy and whether it's worth investing in. And then finally, we'll wrap up by looking at how cryptocurrency is changing the world and what the future of crypto looks like. And we'll talk a little bit about a new phenomenon in crypto called NFTs. So hopefully by the time we get done here, we'll all have a good understanding of what crypto is.
And we'll be dumping money into the market to buy some.
Shall we get started?
Yes.
All right. So, what is crypto? So, this definition of crypto comes from NerdWallet. Figure that was kind of a safe place to go to. So, cryptocurrency or crypto is a digital currency that can be used to buy goods and services, but uses an online ledger with strong cryptography to secure online transactions. So when you, unlike a nationalized currency, there's no borders to crypto at this point. It exists entirely online, and it's basically tied up inside of a cryptographic algorithm. Much of the interest in these unregulated currencies is to trade for profit, with speculators at times driving prices skyward, as we've seen recently with Bitcoin. Many companies have issued their own currencies, often called tokens, and these can be traded specifically for goods or services that company provides. Everyone's familiar with microtransactions, and nowadays you can buy currency with a company that you then use to buy things inside that company. It's no different than when you used to go to the arcade, and the arcade machines didn't take quarters, they took tokens. So you put a dollar bill in a machine and got 4 tokens out instead of 4 coins. And that kind of kept that money tied up inside of that establishment. So cryptocurrencies also use technology called blockchain. So we'll talk about blockchain in a second. That's really the driving technology behind blockchain. But part of the appeal of cryptocurrency is the security of it. A lot of people feel the anonymity that cryptocurrency offers is a selling point, because you can go out and make a transaction, a purchase online somewhere, and not have that traced back to you through a PayPal account or a credit card or something else. But what people don't realize is it's not as untraceable as they think it is, because there is a digital footprint. There's a digital trail that goes along with it that can be traced back to your wallet, because you have to have a digital wallet that you apply these coins to. So, with that in mind, questions, statements, inquiries?
No, I think that all makes sense. I mean, my familiarity with Bitcoin is mostly from the last season of Mr. Robot, actually, which ended a while ago. But in that show, the economy basically tanks. And this one company, eCorp, comes up with eCoin, which is basically takes the place of physical money. So everybody has their eCoin wallet on their phone. So I kind of got the concept a little bit from that. I mean, it's a fictionalized portrayal, but they did their research in terms of, using Bitcoin as a replacement for physical money.
Sure. And really, I mean, money is, currency itself is anything that has a value associated with it that you can trade for things. Whether it's paper money that we have, whether it's gold coins because the material that it's made from has a value associated with it, or nowadays with U.S. currency where there isn't a backing to it. There's no silver or gold backing to it. There's an intrinsic value based on the current economic state. So as a result, the dollar goes up and down depending on what our trade state is and other factors in the world. Cryptocurrency is the same sort of scenario, but it's affected by things very differently. Like one of the things that we're seeing nowadays is Bitcoin is soaring right now. And one of the reasons it took a recent jump was Tesla, Elon Musk's company, decided that they're going to take Bitcoin payment for cars, and they invested more than $1 billion to acquire Bitcoin. Well, anytime a commodity is purchased in volumes like that, the cost of it goes up just because of the perceived value of it at that point. So you have speculative investment like that that's causing a rise in value.
Yeah, that happened with, we talked about Dogecoin earlier too. Elon Musk would make a tweet about Dogecoin and it would shoot up 20 cents or something like that.
Sure.
So and you get that with regular stocks too, but with crypto, it's even more volatile like that.
Well, and Elon Musk is a great person to pick on because he's the type of person who stock in Tesla goes up significantly and then he tweets and says, "Oh, well, that's overvalued." And then the stock plummets. Mm-hmm. And when you're the second richest man in the world, you can stand to lose $40 billion and it doesn't really put a dent in your bank account, but your other investors can't afford that kind of recklessness and that volatility in a stock that they're investing in. And we'll talk later about the investment angle of Bitcoin and cryptocurrency, but we're going to find that's the same type of thing with crypto. So the technology that it is based on is blockchain. Now, this information comes from another website, Investopedia.com. Blockchain is a decentralized technology spread across many computers that manages and records transactions. Blockchain is a specific type of database. It differs from a typical database in the way it stores information. Blockchains store data in blocks that are then chained together.
Blockchain. I
Hence,
get
blockchain. Once a block is filled with data, it's chained onto the previous block, which makes the data chained together in a chronological order. So one of the problems that you have with this is that as you continue to mine coin in a blockchain, the blockchain gets larger and larger and larger, which requires more storage capacity, it requires more bandwidth to handle, it requires more computing power as it gets progressively larger. Different types of information can be stored on a blockchain, but the most common use so far has been as a ledger for these transactions. In Bitcoin's case, blockchain is used in a decentralized way so that no single person or group has control. Rather, all users collectively retain control. So when you're going to mine Bitcoin, you download whatever the current version of that blockchain is. The entire thing. And as you're churning through it and you fill up the block itself, you're sending that data back out to this collection of computers.
So when we're talking about downloading it, is this like terabytes, petabytes? I don't know, how big does it get?
I don't know what the last count was, but you're talking a massive amount of data right now. Like it would take, I think I was looking at numbers earlier, and it took 8 hours or so over a gigabit line to download the current one. Once you have it, though, you get incremental updates to it. But that's just a sign of how large this is. And the larger it is, the more computations have to be done. So the problem a lot of people are running into is that in order to mine Bitcoin now, people are using very sophisticated hardware. In fact, NVIDIA just came out with their latest line of video cards, and they cryptographically crippled them through a driver update so they couldn't be used for blockchain. Because what's happening is you're actually burning more energy in computational power and cooling to run these machines than you're generating in actual funds. So it's environmentally it's not a good thing. I mean, we're not drilling another hole in the ozone or anything, but this is not going down the right path. So in Bitcoin's case, the blockchain's used as a way to store the ledger on here, and the decentralized blockchains are themselves immutable, which means that once the data is entered, it can't be changed. And for Bitcoin, this means that transactions are permanently recorded and viewable to anyone. And that's where that lack of anonymity comes from. Because in order for this whole system to work, you have to use a shared database for these transactions. Now, your existence in here is probably some, 64 character long random GUID number, not, Sam. So there's that level of anonymity. But it also records origins of these. So it can tell geographically by your IP address where it's coming from. So when you process something on the blockchain, it knows what your ID is. It might not know who you are, but it can see where you're at. So a lot of cyber forensic analysis is going into some of these because a lot of people in the criminal underworld are using Bitcoin to fund their terrorist organizations and criminal organizations because of that level of security. So as a result, federal authorities and government authorities around the world are developing new tools to try to de-anonymize some of these transactions to track it down so that they can generate evidence against criminals. So that's really what blockchain is. It's the technology behind, it's the database behind cryptocurrency. Questions, comments?
No, I mean, it seems relatively straightforward so far. So how do my only thing is like, how does this translate into actual value? Because like I understand how you get it and how it's made, but like, is it just because there's so much of it that it gives it value?
It's not that there's so much; it's that there's so little. So, for instance, if you look at Bitcoin, the way that you compute or the way that you mine Bitcoin computationally, there's a finite number of Bitcoins that are out there. And the more that are found, the fewer that can be found. So it's almost like, think of it like a baseball card. 10 Ricky Henderson rookies are made. That's all that will ever be made. And they're all in packages that are sitting in stores. So when the first one gets purchased, it's worth, say, $1,000. But when the second one gets purchased, you know that there's only 8 more out there. So the value of the ones that are found go up until all 10 are found. And then there's a fixed value because they exist. They're the only ones that are going to exist.
So that's why you have Tesla getting a bunch of it.
Exactly.
And then it skyrockets.
The problem that you run into is as people trade it and buy and sell and companies start to adopt it as an actual currency, it gets more precious because you have a finite pool of resources now that are now being traded in large blocks.
So people fight over it and then
exactly. Then you have governments. Like, for instance, Russia has outlawed Bitcoin. So you can't use Bitcoin in Russia to do anything. Where in the United States, I could spend Bitcoin to buy a pizza. It's literally that simple. And in the early days of Bitcoin, it was used very frivolously. It was generated a lot on colleges because a lot of college students would use computers on campus because of the computational power to generate these. So you'd have students that would have 10 Bitcoins that would generate overnight. Then they'd want to order pizza. Well, they didn't have any cash, so the local pizzeria would accept Bitcoin. So you'd spend 2 Bitcoin to buy a pizza.
And 1 Bitcoin now is worth like $10,000 or something like that.
Right. So you have people that spent over $20,000 on pizzas when they were in college. So that's why the volatility of it kind of makes for opportunities, but it also makes for misuse of the currency as well. So we're going to take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll talk about what the impact of cryptocurrency is on today's society.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Today on Insights into Tomorrow, I find the button on the board to actually hit the right scene. Today we're talking about cryptocurrency, and we're going to talk a little bit about the impact of cryptocurrency on today's economy. So we've talked about Bitcoin, we've talked about Dogecoin a little bit. There's actually more than 6,700 different cryptocurrencies that are traded publicly today. And this is according to CoinMarketCap.com. Cryptocurrencies continue to proliferate, raising money through initial coin offerings. You've heard of IPOs, initial public offerings for stocks. ICOs are what crypto coins actually use to generate their funds. The total value of all cryptocurrencies as of February 18th, 2021 was more than $1.6 trillion according to CoinMarketCap, And the total value of all Bitcoins, the most popular digital currency, was pegged at about $969 billion. Now, you can't have that much market cap and not have a huge influence over the economy. I mean, I can't, it's hard for me to imagine another segment of the economy other than like Apple, that's $1 trillion company, that has that kind of influence over it. So just that value alone gives you a footprint and a place at the table that countries, I mean, that's more value than most countries in the world actually have as far as value goes. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, that's an astounding amount of wealth. And like going back to the pizza analogy from earlier, like to think that it's come from that, you know, using it to get a pizza to $969 billion in what, 20 years?
Yeah, not even that.
Yeah, less than that. It's just interesting, and stocks in general, or the market, how that works, it all kind of mystifies me. It seems like it's gambling with extra steps, and like how things get value, and in this case, how things can skyrocket in value over time. It fascinates me, but it's not something I have any idea how to get involved in.
Well, and that's one of the real distinguishing factors between a cryptocurrency and a stock. A stock is a piece of something. It's a piece of a company. And its value is based on the value of that company, its revenue, its profit, and how that company is being run. And all that information, when you're a publicly traded company, is publicly available. So if you want to go do the research on Intel and see how much Intel is worth, you can see what their assets are, what their liabilities are, what their profits are, what contracts they've landed over the last 12 months. You can do all that research and find all that information. And largely that's what, analysts and stockbrokers do for you. They do all that work for you and come back and say, okay, buy Intel because they're worth it. But you have the freedom to go get that information yourself and do it. You lack that information for the most part when it comes to crypto. I mean, crypto isn't representative of anything substantial. It's literally data that's being passed around. And a lot of people have a very difficult time wrapping their heads around that. It's hard to understand why you would need something like that. Granted, you can have a currency that doesn't have borders. So, for instance, you have the euro versus the dollar. And the euro traditionally trends a few cents higher in value than the dollar does, depending on what's going on from a geopolitical standpoint. But that currency itself is based on gross domestic product. It's based on manufacturing output. There's a measurable metric that you can look at for it. So you can kind of predict, okay, well, we know that everyone's being hit by the pandemic right now. And sections of Europe are being hit worse than others. So the chances are their economy is going to be impacted by that further. So maybe now is not a good time. And I'm saying this strictly from a theoretical standpoint. I am not an investment broker, or am I qualified to comment on any of this stuff? But you can see these signs, these trends, and determine that might not be the investment that you want because the euro may go down as their economy is impacted. You can't do that with Bitcoin. Tomorrow, Bitcoin could lose 30% for no apparent reason. Or it could gain 30% for equally no reason.
It's volatile.
That is
it's the buzzword, yeah.
Incredibly volatile. So why do people like cryptocurrency? Why don't you tell us, why people, what the appeal of cryptocurrency is?
Yeah, so supporters see cryptocurrency, things like Bitcoin, as a currency of the future, and they're racing to buy them now before they become more valuable, which we've already seen that with going from buying pizzas to being worth, $900 some billion. Some supporters like the fact that crypto removes central banks, from managing the money supply, since over time these banks tend to reduce the value of money through inflation, so Bitcoin can't be inflated the way normal money can. Other supporters like the technology behind crypto, like the blockchain, which we talked about earlier, because it's decentralized processing and recording system and can be more secure than usual payment options. And then finally, some speculators like crypto because they're going up in value and have no interest in the currency's long-term acceptance as a way to move money.
And that's a very good point, is that if you look at it from a long-term standpoint, it's so volatile and traded so frequently that people aren't looking at it as a long-term. Like people buy Disney stock and they hold on the Disney stock for 30 years and they continue to increase in value. They may get dividends from it. But ultimately, it's a long-term thing that someday you'll sell that and it's an investment. Whereas cryptocurrency is almost like day trading.
Yeah.
I'm buying it this morning because I know this afternoon, chances are it's going to be 30% higher and I'm going to make a fortune off of it.
That's essentially what I was doing. Me and my friends, when I talked about Dogecoin earlier, that's what we would do. We bought it, and then for like a week straight, we would check every day to see what the value was. And you could set, in the app we were using, you could set, I think it was called a limit order. So like if Dogecoin went up to 80 cents, you can have it sell then.
Right.
So like if we thought like, Elon Musk was going to tweet about it and it would make it go up in value, which happened, a lot of people made a lot of money when Dogecoin, like when that phenomenon was happening.
Sure.
It's kind of stabled out now, but like it was like day trading. And Robinhood, I know, got a lot of flack for that because so much money was being dumped in that they couldn't keep up with it. And I think that finding came out a couple of days ago, where the way Robinhood works is when you go into, and for those that don't know, Robinhood is an app where you can, trade stocks and trade crypto. When you go to buy something through them, they actually wait and basically give you an IOU so that if they can get a better value for it, they can then take that and then you also get the stock. They take off the top.
Right.
But when the things with Dogecoin was happening, so many people were buying in, and with GameStop as well, the GameStop stock situation, they didn't have enough money to keep up. So it's like, when the trend hits the whole world and everybody's doing it like day trading, it can cripple something like Robinhood that's just, the app to the middleman almost.
Yeah, their business model was not capable of keeping up with that. But one of the other things about crypto that we talk about here is that it doesn't use a centralized bank, which means it can't be influenced by governments or government regulation. So you look at how some of the economy works in the United States, and you've got the Federal Trade Commission that makes sure that there's no insider trading and that things are done on the up and up. You have the Federal Reserve that sets interest rates. So with a traditional economy, you have a lot of outside influence. It's not just the market value. A lot of it is the government trying to control the money. Part of that's inflation. When the economy is bad, the government puts more currency into circulation, which devalues the currency but increases spending. And with a cryptocurrency, they don't have that control, which is one of the reasons why Russia had banned Bitcoin, because Bitcoin could really come in and take over an economy because the government has no control over it. So a lot of governments don't understand crypto yet, and those that do and have kind of a good understanding of it are kind of afraid of it, and with good reason. Yeah. One of the other things that we talk about here is the encryption associated with it. Well, that encryption allows you to hide transactions. So right now, we've got a big push in the United States where the federal government wants to have access to encrypted data on your phone, in your email, through your social media, because they claim that without that, then they can't do their job from a law enforcement perspective. So the federal government wants access to your encrypted information on your phone, so if they get a warrant for a search warrant, they can execute it, where they can't do that now. Well, they'll never be able to do that with cryptocurrency. They can't go to a manufacturer like Apple or Google and say, put a backdoor in or we're going to put you out of business. There's no central authority for Bitcoin. So they can't exercise that control. And as a result, it's very appealing to a lot of people who want to do international transactions. You know, when we do transactions with a company overseas, there's a conversion rate that happens. And that conversion makes money for someone. Some money broker somewhere skims off the top, like you talked about with Robinhood. With Bitcoin, it's traded at face value. Nobody skims off the top. Nobody makes a profit off of it. And generally, when no one's making a profit off of a transaction, people have a problem with that.
Yeah.
So you can't have that man in the middle who's doing things. But again, cryptocurrencies are speculative. There's nothing tangible about a cryptocurrency that says, okay, well, I see that Tesla put out 20% more cars this year than they had forecast, so their value is going to go up. There's nothing like that with crypto. It's literally just made up as it goes along. And that's something that scares off investors. So what you get is a completely different class of investors that go after cryptocurrencies. As an investor myself, I'm very risk averse. You know, I will invest money in a guaranteed 8% return any day over the possibility of a 15% return with a 50% chance of loss. That's just the way I am. I'll always go for the sure thing.
I mean, like, I've been investing a little bit. Like, I don't, as I've made clear by this show, I don't really understand how a lot of this stuff works. So I've been using Robinhood, and they got in trouble for kind of gamifying it. But I like that personally because it makes it a lot easier to understand. And the way I've been trading it is, it is like gambling, where if you're putting money in, like, you have to be okay to lose it if you mess something up, or like you're okay having it sit there for a long time. Cause you know, a lot of stocks are, like you talked about with the Disney example, a long-term thing. So I haven't been doing it enough to understand how I do it. But at least with the crypto stuff, I was doing it daily, trying to get like just the smallest amount of value out of it. Where it's not a set 8%, you know, a guaranteed 8% return like you were talking about. So it is weird seeing the comparison of, you know, play it safe long term, but with crypto, it's play it now and hope for the best.
Absolutely. So I guess the real overriding question is, are cryptocurrencies a good investment? So like we said, cryptocurrencies may go up in value, but many investors see them as more speculations and not real investments. And the reason for that is that just like real currencies, cryptocurrencies generate no cash flow. So for you to profit, someone has to pay more for the currency than you did, which is called the greater fool principle. Yeah, I love that one.
That's a funny name.
And it's a legitimate theory for investing. But if you contrast that to a well-managed business, which increases its value over time by growing the profitability and cash flow of an operation, experts note that cryptocurrencies such as Bitcoin may not be that safe. And some notable voices in the investment community have advised would-be investors to steer clear of them. Because it's gambling.
Yeah, it's just gambling.
You hit the nail on the head. You're probably better off going to Vegas and betting, you know, $5,000 on black at the roulette than you aren't putting it in to cryptocurrency. Of a particular note, Warren Buffett compared Bitcoin to paper checks, saying, quote, it's a very effective way of transmitting money, and you can do it anonymously and all that. A check is a way of transmitting money too. Are checks worth a lot of money just because they can transmit money? And I think that really boils it down, because in order to do anything with Bitcoin, you either have to generate them through very complex, very costly computational efforts, or you need to buy them. So if you invest the money to buy them, you've paid somebody money for money. Really.
Yeah.
And you're paying that conversion rate.
Mm-hmm.
If you generate it, then you're paying the money to actually, it's not free. Like a lot of people think that, and that's part of the problem, is that people think that, oh, well, cryptocurrency, I can generate that, I can quote unquote mine that on my computer. Well, I already own the computer, so it's costing me nothing. If I can mine 3 Bitcoin, that's a fortune. Well, you're not mining for nothing. You're paying the electric bill. You're paying to cool it, because it generates so much heat to do these computations. People have actually turned mining computers into heaters for their homes.
Oh, wow.
What they've done is they build a computer with 5 or 6 graphic processor units, high-grade graphics processor units, and they channel that heat into their house, and that's how they heat their house.
That's insane.
I saw one person who lived out in Colorado or something like that, and he actually funneled the heat from his cryptocurrency computer to a chicken coop, and that heats the chicken coop outside.
Well, there you go.
But that's no different than, because you're still paying to use that power. One of the latest trends now is they're putting a lot of crypto mining farms in Alaska so they don't have to pay for the cooling costs. So they're just pulling,
Put them in the ice.
yeah, they're pulling outdoor air in, and that's cooling these machines off.
Yeah, I know there was this was a while ago, probably like a year ago, but the Nintendo Switch had a thing, the gaming console, where people couldn't figure out why when they played this one game, it was like some cooking game, why their Switches kept overheating. And it was because they were using it to mine Bitcoin in the background for the game. So people's Switches would overheat and turn off, and they couldn't figure out why, because it's not like, the Switch is like that big. It's not like it's a PS5 or something. Yeah. So people were like, what's going on here? And they looked into it, and they were mining Bitcoin in the background when you played the game. It was insane.
Yeah. Yeah, it's scary. It really is. Yeah. For those who see cryptocurrency such as Bitcoin as the currency of the future, it should be noted that a currency needs stability so that merchants and consumers can determine what a fair price for goods is. So let's take the instance of Tesla. So they're going to be selling a car, and they're going to price the cost in Bitcoin out to what the equivalent dollar value would be. So let's say, for instance, you buy a Tesla for $80,000. Let's say that's, for the sake of easy math, that's 8 Bitcoin. All right. Say Bitcoin's at $10,000 each. Well, if Bitcoin drops in value at any point in time while you're still paying for that car, then you just got, like, if it drops to 5,000 per Bitcoin, you just paid half price for that car. What merchant is going to deal with a currency that's that volatile and that prone to have them lose money? Like, it just, for Tesla to go that route, I think puzzled a lot of people.
Do you think that it's going to end up becoming regulated if enough businesses get involved? Do you think it's just going to sidestep the government and they're just going to regulate it themselves? Especially if they have the majority of it, like a Tesla or another big corporation?
Well, and that's actually a very interesting proposition. You can't regulate it. You can't, because of its decentralized nature. So even if you own the majority of it, like owning the majority of a company, you control that company. If you own the majority of Bitcoin, you can't dictate the price of Bitcoin, because Bitcoin is only worth what the market will bear. So if Tesla owned 60% of the available Bitcoin out there, they could ask whatever they want. But if nobody wants to pay that value, then it's not worth that, right? Like, think of selling on eBay. Oh, I can put my Star Wars figures up on eBay and ask $5,000 for them. Doesn't mean they're worth $5,000 if nobody's going to buy them. And that's what you're looking at with Bitcoin, is that you can't deregulate. So I don't know why at this point in time someone like Elon Musk would get into it, if for no other reason than just for publicity.
I'm pretty sure he had an SEC filing the other day where they have to call him like Crypto King now or something like that.
Yeah, I saw that.
Which one of my friends, it was half joking, but he was like, well, that's so they don't have to say he's a CEO. So when he does dumb stuff like this, he can say, well, I'm not CEO, I'm the Crypto King.
Right.
It's different.
Right. But I don't know. He does things like, this is the man who sold flamethrowers to promote his boring company, his mining company. So
we could do a whole show on him if we wanted to.
Yeah.
He's like Tony Stark, but not as cool.
But as we said, Bitcoin and other cryptocurrencies have been anything but stable through much of their history. For example, while Bitcoin traded close to $20,000 in December 2017, by 2020 it was trading at record levels. It dropped as low as $3,200 later that year. Well, that's 70% of your value. That's ridiculous to have a drop like that. And then by 2020, it was back at record levels again. So the price volatility creates a conundrum. Hence the title to the show.
Hey-o.
See, you
Full
made fun of me
circle.
for the title.
I did make that. It was funny.
If Bitcoins might be worth a lot more in the future, people are less likely to spend and circulate them today. So I'm going to stop buying pizzas with my Bitcoin. I'm going to hold on to them, making them less viable as a currency. So think of it almost like a commodity, like gold. So gold rarely drops in value. And what happens is a lot of people buy gold and they hold on to it because it's a good investment because it doesn't drop in value. Nobody deals in gold as a currency anymore. It's not practical to deal in it. But because it's stable, people are going to hold on to that and use that to back other ventures. Because this is volatile and could drop or increase dramatically, people don't want to spend that because they don't want to spend $20,000 on a pizza. Even though it may only be $20 today, a year from now, it could be $20,000. So it doesn't lend itself to being used to transmit money. And finally, they say, why spend a Bitcoin when it would be worth 3 times that value next year? And that's exactly what they're saying. It's more an investment gimmick, I think, than it is a real currency.
So then do you think it will go by the wayside eventually? If people adopt this line of thinking that it's not worth the effort to spend it?
I think Bitcoin has a very limited lifetime to it. I think cryptocurrency in general does. I think blockchain has other practical applications that can be used for more realistic things. I think what we're seeing right now with crypto is probably a fad because it's just too unstable. Yeah. Investors don't like instability. So you're going to find that it's going to probably lose its widespread adoption pretty quickly. Mm-hmm. But let's take a quick break and we'll come back and we'll look at what we do think of what the future of cryptocurrency is and how it's changing the world.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking cryptocurrency. And as we said earlier, cryptocurrency is not new. It's been around since roughly 2009 when Bitcoin was first created. But in recent years, it started to have a more significant impact on the world. Cryptocurrency has done this by changing the way various industries operate and opening up new opportunities for individuals and businesses alike. The creation of cryptocurrency also introduced blockchain technology to the world, which is, I think, the most significant contribution that we get from crypto. According to Statista, revenues from the technology are expected to reach more than $39 billion by 2025. From these figures, it's clear that cryptocurrencies and the technology that surround them are having a major impact. Here are some of the examples of how cryptocurrency is changing the world. Why don't you tell us about these?
Sure. So alternative international financial transactions, which we kind of talked about earlier with it being a borderless currency. Businesses are always keen to find a way to complete international transactions in the most secure way possible. So cryptocurrency-based solutions like Ripple can help with this. Ripple operates on an open source platform and it enables the seamless transfer of both cryptocurrencies like Bitcoin and Litecoin, and fiat money like USD and yen. I don't know what fiat money is.
Fiat money is national currency.
Oh, okay. I didn't realize that was a term for it. And then finally, the main process of Ripple is payment, settlement, and remittance that is similar to the traditional SWIFT system, which is used by financial institutions. What is the SWIFT system also?
Well, Swiss system we're not going to go into today.
Okay.
That's a lot more complicated.
Okay. Yeah, we'll get an economist next time to break that down for us.
Yes.
Second, more options for secure online payments. Cryptocurrencies and blockchain technology can make it easier for people to make online payments. Blockchain wallets store private and public keys that enable payments to be made securely and quickly. Also, many sites in various industries accept cryptocurrencies as a safe way for people to send and deposit money. So, for example, online gambling sites that accept cryptocurrencies are popular among young adults and in general with players due to the added security that is provided. The worldwide online payment system PayPal has also recently announced that it is going to start allowing customers to buy, sell, and hold cryptocurrencies in its online wallets. PayPal was Elon Musk, right? He invented that?
I believe that's where he started.
So yeah, another Elon, he's back. Another mention of him. Revolutionizing supply chains. So Bitcoin, the global economy, is reliant on secure and efficient supply chains. This makes supply chain security a major concern. The blockchain technology that enables the use of crypto can also be used to improve the security of supply chains thanks to its transparency and decentralized nature. Certain currencies like Walton Chain and VeChain, or VeChain, are specifically aimed at improving the safety and speed of supply chain operation. Providing a platform for creatives, it can often be difficult for professionals like musicians to sell content without interference from middlemen like producers. So they can use crypto like XRP to allow them to sell content directly to consumers. This is because consumers can access the content and pay for it using a real-world payment solution. That's an interesting note. I never thought of that, of how it can be used to actually help people that might be, scammed by a producer or something like that. Changing the way NGOs deal with money. Non-governmental organizations, NGOs, engage with crypto as a way of getting currency to underprivileged areas of the world. During the current crisis, the Red Cross in Italy has also started accepting Bitcoin donations from people in order to boost its fund and help it provide the support that people need. So using it for more humanitarian efforts.
Sure. And the other thing we kind of have to make note of here is that we talk a lot about Bitcoin because that's in the news a lot. And Bitcoin's a form of crypto, but it's obviously not the only version. Crypto in general can be used for other different things depending on how it's generated. Like, for instance, we talked how Bitcoin has a finite number of Bitcoins that you can ever get out of the blockchain. But other currencies like Dogecoin, it's unlimited. So you can continue to generate Dogecoin, which is why the value never really soars, because there's an infinite amount of it out there. But it's also a legitimate form of currency because it is digitally signed through a very strong encryption. So something like that, you can easily use that to do electronic transactions back and forth online, or to transfer large sums of money, or, things like that, where you want to have secure, borderless transactions. That's not to say that Bitcoin's the best crypto for that, but crypto can be used for these things. It does away with that decentralized bank. It does away with these conversions. It does away with the regulations that you get bogged down in. One example, which is probably not a good example, is North Korea. Okay, so North Korea is under all kinds of sanctions. They can't trade, tea at this point in time without having some kind of sanction slapped on them. But they can trade crypto because it's unregulated.
Yeah.
There's no way to stop that.
I didn't even think of that.
Now, that's a bad example of that, but the good example of that is if you're in a oppressive third world regime that you're trying to fight for the freedom of the people there and the government is oppressing you. You can fund those operations through cryptocurrencies and still manage to get the funds that you need.
Yeah, it sort of cuts out the red tape and the middleman and all that to just get the currency where it needs to be.
Exactly. I think personally moving forward, cryptocurrencies themselves are going to be more of a medium than they are an asset or an investment. They're going to be used for transactions. Like a lot of business transactions use EFT fund transactions now, and you get a lot of hands touching that type of stuff through the banking industries. And I think cryptocurrencies eliminate a lot of that stuff. So I think there's a future for cryptocurrencies. I think it's very different than what we see today. I think we're going to see them take on a different role. I think we're going to see them be used by different people for different reasons. I don't think they're going to be a viable investment anytime in the near future just because of the volatility. But one of the things that we are seeing crypto use for, and again, this is a different use of blockchain, is something called an NFT, or a non-fungible token. And these are a type of cryptocurrency created on smart contract platforms such as Ethereum. And they're unique digital objects that can be cool to own or even profitable to trade.
Like it's World of Warcraft or something.
Similar to that. I mean, you joke,
Really?
but it's similar to that. But for instance, Elon Musk's girlfriend was just in the news because she put up $8 million in artwork as NFTs. The NBA is involved in this. You can purchase an NFT, a non-fungible token of an NBA highlight, and you own that highlight.
Like the footage?
No, just the rights to the highlight.
Okay.
This is where it gets confusing.
Yeah, I'm kind of lost.
Think of it as, let's go back to the analogy of baseball cards. All right. So as a kid, I would buy baseball cards. You'd go out to the store, you'd buy a pack of them, you'd open them up and you'd see what card you got. And if you got a rookie card of somebody that you knew was good, you held on to it and it had value. I could take that to a trading card store somewhere and sell it. This is sort of the same type of thing, but you never get the card. So, for instance, you pay for an NFT, and that NFT happens to be for, I say Ricky Henderson because that's the only valuable baseball card I ever owned. So you pay for a token, a digital token for Ricky Henderson's rookie card. And that card stays in the store in the window, and everyone can come by and they can look at that and they can gawk at it and they can ooh and ah and everything, but nobody can have it. They can just see it. You own it. Now you can trade it to someone else. You can sell it to someone else. You can sell that right to it, but you never actually own it.
That sounds lame. Why would you want to do that? Especially if it's like Grimes' artwork. Wouldn't you want to hang artwork like in your house? You just have a thing that says you own the artwork. You don't own the art.
Well, and that's like, you can have copies of it, but you own the right to that item itself. So no one else can own the right to it.
It seems like a pyramid scheme or something.
And that's how it's been described.
You own
by
the
a lot
idea
of
of art.
That's how it's been described. So what is fungible and non-fungible?
You're asking me?
Yes.
Oh, well, conveniently enough, we have a very well-produced show notes. Cryptocurrencies can be fungible, meaning all the currency's unit, i.e. tokens, are the same and equal, like grains of rice or dollars. Non-fungible tokens are the opposite. Every cryptocurrency unit or token is unique and cannot be replicated. This, quote, non-fungible property can be used for many things, even certain types of currencies. But the current NFT craze is mostly fueled by digital art and collectibles, kind of like we talked about. People have figured out that a unique digital object can be interesting, cool, and even have a significant monetary value. It's why the space has recently blossomed, encompassing thousands of projects involving artworks, gaming, and sports.
So how do NFTs work? So it really depends on the platform, right? So given the vast majority of NFTs that are created and traded on Ethereum, let's focus on that. So NFTs created on Ethereum's blockchain, which is immutable, meaning it can't be altered, like we've talked about all blockchains. No one can undo your ownership of an NFT or recreate the same one. They're also, quote, permissionless. So anyone can create, buy, or sell an NFT without asking for permission. So if you are an artist, you can create your own NFTs. You don't have to license it through someone else.
So how does that work with like the NBA?
So the NBA creates their NFTs for these highlights.
Okay.
And they're the only ones that can create their NFTs.
Right. Gotcha.
They're the authority for it. Every NFT is unique and can be viewed by anyone, just like that card in the window. Anyone can walk by the window. So again, it's like the analogy I gave you with having a card that's forever available for people to use. I don't know why people would do it.
Yeah.
People are doing it. There's a huge budding industry, which is why I threw it in at the end of the notes here, because it kind of was an afterthought in my research in doing this. But I wanted to put it in here as another example of how blockchain itself is being used without it being technically a cryptocurrency. And I guess, let's take a step back and talk about where we think it's going to go. So we're going to take a quick break. Our last break, we'll come back and we'll talk about what the future of cryptocurrency is going to look like. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Investopedia.com says that the economic analysts predict a big change in crypto is forthcoming as institutional money enters the market. There's the possibility of crypto will be floated on the NASDAQ, which would further add credibility to blockchain and its uses as an alternative to conventional currencies. Some predict that all crypto needs to be a verified exchange-traded fund, an ETF. An ETF would definitely make it easier for people to invest in Bitcoin, but there still needs to be the demand to want to invest in crypto, which might not automatically be generated with a fund. What do you think? Where do you think we're going to go with crypto based on the discussion that we had here? What do you think its future is?
Well, I didn't know a whole lot about it going in, and I've definitely learned a lot today. So I said I'd probably agree with a lot of what you're saying, is that it seems like it's the blockchain element of it seems like it's useful and can be used for lots of other things. But breaking it down in terms of the actual reasons to invest in it, and there not really being that many, and the volatility of it too, I think unless there's a change in that and how that works, which I don't know how you do that, it seems like, the best thing we're getting out of this is the blockchain technology.
Right. Yeah, and Investopedia looks specifically at the outlook for Bitcoin, and they say the future outlook for Bitcoin is it's subject to much debate, which we kind of agreed on here. While the financial media is proliferated by so-called crypto evangelists, Harvard University professor of economics and public policy Kenneth Rogoff suggests the, quote, overwhelming sentiment among crypto advocates is that the total market capitalization of cryptocurrencies could explode over the next 5 years, rising to $5 to $10 trillion, which is, astronomical. The historic volatility of the asset class is no reason to panic, he says. Still, he tempered his optimism with that of the crypto evangelists' view of Bitcoin as digital gold, calling it, quote, nutty.
Yeah, that's the official economist term.
That is the official term, stating its long-term value is more likely to be $100 than $100,000. Rogoff argues that unlike physical gold, Bitcoin's use is limited to transactions, which makes it more vulnerable to a bubble-like collapse. Additionally, the cryptocurrency's energy-intensive verification process is vastly less efficient than systems that rely on a trusted central authority like a central bank. And I think that's really a great place to make that distinction is that the value or the viability of a Bitcoin is in its computational authority, whereas the value of a traditional currency or stock is in its institutional authority. And being decentralized with no institutional authority, you have to rely on that encryption to know what the value is and to know that it's a legitimate transaction. What are your thoughts on that?
I mean, it makes a lot of sense, right? I mean, even this guy that we just quoted, he starts off with towards the more optimistic side, saying, it could be trillions of dollars in the next couple of years. But then once he thinks about it seems like he tempers it, being like, well, it's also very volatile. And, he say the word bubble. And that kind of got me thinking of like, maybe this is a bubble. Maybe it has the chance to collapse. And especially with it being like so nebulous too, that it might even lend itself further to a collapse. Like, .com and things like that back in, what was it, the 90s, right? When that happened?
Late 90s, yeah.
Yeah. So maybe, I mean, I hope that doesn't happen because it seems like it's interesting technology. I hope that it doesn't completely collapse. And if it does collapse, maybe it can come back in some way. But yeah, it just seems like overall it's better to just be safe than sorry.
Sure. Yeah. I think, we both agree that there's probably a lot more scrutiny to be paid to this. Bitcoin's main benefits of decentralization and transaction anonymity have also made it a favored currency for a host of illegal activities, including money laundering, drug peddling, smuggling, and weapons procurement. This has attracted the attention of powerful regulatory and other government agencies, such as the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network, the SEC, and even the FBI and Department of Homeland Security. In March of 2013, when this was an infant state here, the Financial Crimes Enforcement Network issued rules that defined virtual currency exchanges and administrators as money service businesses, bringing them within the jurisdiction of government regulation. In May of that year, the Department of Homeland Security froze an account of Mt. Gox, the largest Bitcoin exchange at the time, that was held at Wells Fargo, alleging that it broke anti-money laundering laws. New York's Department of Financial Services issued subpoenas to 22 emerging payment companies, many of which handled Bitcoin, asking about their measures to prevent money laundering and ensure consumer protection. So these are very real cases out there that the government, fearing what you can do with this cryptocurrency, and they're fearing it under the guise of illegal activity, which is legitimate, but their fear goes a lot deeper than just illegal activity. Their fear goes to a lack of control, a lack of regulation. I mean, the federal government does not like things it can't regulate.
Yeah, and it seems like they're most likely going to use the crime angle to get their foot in the door, right, for increased regulation.
And they're doing the same exact thing with encryption on your personal phones. And even the encryption on your phones, they're taking it even a step further, and they're hammering home this whole idea of child pornography and child exploitation, and that's why, let's do it for the children.
Think of the children, yeah.
Right, and that's really what they're hammering home to try to crack your encryption. But we're looking at the same type of thing here. So I think unregulated currencies like Bitcoin that are speculative and have a potential for high value are much more likely to come under the scrutiny of the government than a transactional thing like Dogecoin, where people are using it for legitimate things, and it doesn't have enough power behind it to really warrant being used for illegal activity. Right. But again, in the end, I think it's really the technology that comes out of this that's going to be the winner overall. I think cryptocurrencies, I don't think they're going to go away anytime soon, but they're not changing the economy anytime soon. Governments just aren't going to allow it.
Yeah, it seems like it would be that simple, right? They could just say no.
Yeah. So what are your final thoughts on cryptocurrency?
Well, I definitely learned a lot about it today. That was kind of nice. And I hope that our viewers learned something too, if they were as clueless as I was. But yeah, I mean, it seems like it's not as future-proof as, some of the jokes about it might make it seem like. But, blockchain seems like it could be used for a lot of really good things, and hopefully good things. And I'm curious to see where governments take it in the next 5 to 10 years. If we do end up getting, that $1 trillion level that economist was talking about, how governments are going to respond to that and how they're going to take it seriously or, try to outlaw it or ban it and, around the world and how that's going to affect it. All that is interesting to me. So yeah, it's just a matter of, see where it goes.
Yeah, and I agree. I think a wait and see attitude is probably the best. I think we should not let Elon Musk, people of Elon Musk's nature lead the charge on this. Between selling flamethrowers and launching his Sportster into space for media gimmicks and stuff like that, I don't really think he's the authority that we want to use in this case here. I think it's probably best to, if you're interested in investing in it, I would suggest you do so very cautiously. I would not liquidate your 401k and dump it into Bitcoin, that's for sure. But, it's speculative. There's a chance that you could make some money off of it today. Why not get in on it like everyone else does if you do it smartly? So, but that's all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to discuss?
No, I think we did it.
All right. I think that is it. Before we go, I would ask folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found as Insights into Tomorrow, video versions as Insights into Things. We're on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, and any place you get your podcast feeds from. I would also ask you to give us your feedback. Let us know how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 6 days a week on Twitch when I don't have technical difficulties like this week. On Twitch, we are at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you have a Amazon Prime membership, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly. We would love it if you sent that our way. Helps us to keep the lights on around here. And we have a lot of really bright, hot lights around here we have to keep on. We don't use it to mine Bitcoin. I promise you that. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're on Instagram at insightsintothings. You can get us on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that's it. We're done. Another one in the books.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 127, Teens and Perfectionism. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my talented and dedicated and somewhat limping co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
Limping.
Limping indeed. What is wrong? Why are you limping?
I had a bit of an incident yesterday at practice.
Yes. Full contact marching band this week.
I mean, it was before we actually started, so
You learned to tackle the pavement, right?
yeah.
So you had a spill during warm-ups. You scraped up both your knees. One of them's banged up pretty bad and bruised. We had to go get x-rays today and stuff. But fortunately, knock on wood, you didn't have any breaks or tears or anything serious.
Yeah.
So you should be back on your feet normally in about a week. But in the meantime, we've got you here for the podcast.
Yep.
So we're talking perfectionism today and the malicious cycle that it can lead us into. We'll talk about how we determine if someone is a perfectionist and the signs to look for. We'll then evaluate the causes of perfectionism and some of the negative consequences of it. And finally, we'll look at how to address perfectionism and what parents can do to help. But before we do that, I would invite folks, our listening and viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast. Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Podbean, Buzzsprout, and so forth. I would also encourage you to write into us. Give us your feedback. Give us your suggestions for shows. We're always looking for input. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We're also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all those on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Sure.
All right. So is your teen a perfectionist? Now, of course, I'm going to ask you that after I read my part here, but let me read my part first.
Okay.
So this comes to us from a website called SciComm.net. Sounds like a government conspiracy site or something.
Kinda.
They say it's perfectly reasonable for teenagers to have high standards and to work hard to meet their personal goals. Disciplined behavior can cross the line to perfectionism, however, when it interferes with social, emotional, or occupational functioning. The idea of being perfect can actually preclude teens from reaching their goals because it affects their learning process, both in class and on the field. Here are some common symptoms of perfectionism in teens. They become dissatisfied with a standard of work others view as acceptable or even exceptional. They procrastinate until 100% sure of what to do or how to earn a high grade on their assignment. They avoid answering questions in class for fear of being wrong. They're very risk averse, avoiding taking any risks at all at times. They avoid starting tasks for fear that they'll not be able to do them right or well to their own standards. They often get very upset when grades are lower than anticipated. They struggle to cope with mistakes. They don't take criticism very well. They take it personally. They work slowly to avoid mistakes, and sometimes they fixate on neatness and appearance of work. And finally, they start over repeatedly to get it right. So before we move on with some of the causes, let's kind of focus on these a second. So my first question to you is, do you think you're a perfectionist?
I'm pretty sure I've mentioned this on the podcast multiple times, but yeah, I'm pretty sure I'm a perfectionist.
And why do you think that?
I don't know. I've just had a lot of moments where I've not been happy with work that you guys have been happy with. I'm overly critical about myself. I think I kind of fit the textbook definition of what a perfectionist is for the most part.
So let's go down the list real quick here and pick out a few of these and see. You kind of touched on the first one here. You're dissatisfied with a standard of work that others view as acceptable or exceptional. And you've pointed out the fact that Mommy and I have thought the stuff that you've done. You know, you had a situation where you had a quiz recently and you scored a 94 or something on it. And it was still an A. It was a low A, but it was still an A, which for our perspective is perfectly fine. But you were dissatisfied with that. Why were you dissatisfied, and how do you reconcile that?
I guess I was mainly dissatisfied because I felt like when I learned the answer to the question I got wrong, I'm like, man, I really should have gotten that right. Like, I kind of felt as though I should have gotten that right, and my brain kind of makes me feel like I should have gotten that right and thus criticizes me for it.
Well, and I can understand that. There are times that I make seemingly silly mistakes that I should know the answer, or I should know how to do something, and I'm distracted. I'm not really thinking clearly that day or something like that, and I make a mistake. We all make mistakes. So being overly critical of yourself for that is probably not the best thing. But one of the things that we kind of try to strive for here is it's not about being perfect in what you do. It's about accomplishing what you need to do, but in learning in the process. Mm-hmm. You know, one of the things that I'm fond of saying, and I've mentioned it several times on the podcast, is you learn more from your mistakes than you do your successes. So beyond that, do you exhibit any of these other characteristics? Like, for instance, do you find that you avoid answering questions in class because you're afraid that you're going to have the wrong answer?
Yeah, that happens a lot.
And what happens if you get the wrong answer?
Well, they kind of they try moving on, being like, okay, well, I like your perspective, and like at that point, I still realized I got it wrong, but they kind of move past that and don't try to like put too much like attention to it.
Right, so they're not going to browbeat you over it.
Yeah.
How about coping with mistakes? How do you do with that?
Not as well as I'd probably hope.
Okay. How about taking criticism? Do you take criticism overly personal?
I try not to in a lot of cases. Your criticism, I definitely try not to take too personal. For the most part, I don't really try taking too much criticism personally. It's just, there's one specific example where, like, it's kind of hard not to take it personally, and that's probably with marching band, because a lot of times, like, when you make mistakes, the band...
Like I'm doing right now, I'm trying to fix this camera angle so we get the lights out of the camera shot.
Anyway.
But we're not gonna draw too much attention to that.
Yeah. Anyway, so, yeah, basically, that's, like, the only time where it's kind of hard not to take it personally, because they're kind of constantly like saying it to you, and they say it in a tone that makes you feel like, okay, I'm screwing up, I don't like it.
But do they single you out individually, or are they doing it to everyone?
I mean, they do it to everyone, but like there are certain things they single us out on, but otherwise we're all kind of like that.
Well, and I could understand in that situation because there's a synchronization that has to happen, right?
Yeah.
It's not about you've got 20 kids in a class that are all doing their assignments differently and they raise their hand to answer questions on the assignment. If you've got 20 kids and those 20 kids all have to move in sync together and one person is out of sync, you can't not single them out for it.
Yeah.
Like I'm the type of person from a manager standpoint that when something happens at work, when somebody does something they shouldn't do, for instance, you got a lion under the table or something?
No.
Oh. Like, for instance, if somebody sends an email that they shouldn't send. You know, it's unprofessional or a personal email, and they send it out and they use the system incorrectly. Instead of targeting that specific person, I'll send a general email out kind of reminding people what the policy is. And I find that probably 70% of the time, the offending person sees that, understands what they did, and they correct their action. But there's that 30% of the time that they don't, and then you have to kind of go and address them directly. But when I do that, I try to do it one-on-one. I try not to have a company meeting and then point the finger at someone in the company meeting. With marching band, that's different because everybody is really trying to do the same thing and work together as a team.
Yeah.
So I could see how there would be difficulties with that. What about working slowly to avoid mistakes or to starting over again if you think you didn't do it right? Do you find that your performance, the time it takes for you to do something, is impacted because you're working slower or starting over?
Probably has to do, that can probably kind of be part of what I do with my art, because a lot of times, especially when I'm trying something new with my art, it takes me a lot more time to kind of get used to it, and I actually kind of procrastinate on it because I'm like, okay, I have no idea how to draw this, maybe I'll just wait it out and see, and it doesn't get done for a while, and then when I finally do try and do it, it takes me a lot of time because I still have to figure it out because I still haven't figured it out because I didn't actually try.
Right. And honestly, we've talked about this numerous times in the past. I do think you exhibit a number of perfectionist traits. Your results tend to be along those lines. I mean, you have straight A's, so you're fairly successful at being a perfectionist. But as you get further along in your academic and even your professional career, it's going to become progressively more difficult to achieve those high standards that you set for yourself. So it's one of those things that I think we kind of have to address now. We have to solve some of those things now. And there's a lot of kids out there, a lot of overachievers out there. There's a lot of pressure on kids, especially around your age, to achieve a lot now, do a lot, get a lot under your belt, because colleges are looking for a lot of those things, a lot of sports and extracurricular activity and social things and charities. A lot of kids are trying to get all this stuff in, all the extra classes, the advanced classes. And there's a lot of pressure that colleges and the schools and the coaches and the parents put on these kids. And then that kind of pushes kids into that perfectionist mode, and they start putting that pressure on themselves, but it very quickly escalates to an unrealistic level. So let's take a look at some of the things that are causes of perfection. Why don't you tell us about those?
Okay, so this part of the segment comes from a website called teentherapycenter.org. So, a person does not become a perfectionist overnight. Perfectionistic tendencies tend to sprout earlier in life. Those with these tendencies start to correlate the approval of others to their own accomplishments. This results in drawing his or her own value based solely on the acknowledgement of others. Thus, their self-esteem starts to be based largely on external standards. This leaves perfectionists vulnerable and excessively sensitive to the opinions and criticism of others. In an attempt to protect themselves from such disapproval, they may decide that being perfect is their only defense.
Let me pause you there for a second and ask you, do you feel that you tie your own self-esteem or your own self-worth to some of these external standards?
I mean, sometimes, because I do want people to, still like me and think that I'm a decent person to be around. So in some cases I do kind of feel that I would, kind of worry about the opinion of others to my own self-worth, kind of, another example of marching band is just like, hey, I feel like I really need to do good to impress all these people and to impress all the judges and to make sure that we're all doing good and everything like that.
And that makes sense. I mean, you're literally doing an extracurricular activity that you're judged on. So there is a certain expectation there. But do you find that you get an excessive amount of criticism for your performances in marching band?
I mean, we haven't really heard too many of the judges' tapes yet. And I mean, they do criticize us. We're obviously not perfect.
Sure.
So I'm guessing we would probably get a decent amount of criticism. A lot of the times it's actually from the band directors, Mr. Porco mainly.
Right.
Kind of just about like our performance because he knows the judges will notice. So.
Right. Well, and that's kind of his job. His job is really to get, because he's not out there performing with you, right?
Yeah.
So it's his job to get you guys to the point that you can score high with the judges. And fortunately, he's aware of what the judges are looking for. And I can almost guarantee you, he's been doing it long enough, and he knows what each individual judges are looking for. And he probably gives you guys little hints or preps you for each competition that you do, knowing what they're going to be looking for, or knowing what some of the other bands are doing so that you guys can kind of counter some of that in your own performance. So it's one of those things where that criticism is really a wealth of information to draw on, because it's not just making you better, it's making you better in a way that's specific to what you're about to walk into. So criticism isn't bad. Criticism makes you better. And, you know, we've talked before. I'm not the type of person who just showers you with compliments. If you show me something and you ask my opinion, I'm going to give you my opinion, because if I don't, then I'm doing you a disservice. And Mr. Porco and all the other adults that are involved with band coaches and stuff like that, it's their job to make you better. And sometimes that requires pointing out the flaws, because that's the only way we can fix them. Mm-hmm. What else do we have?
Okay.
I know I threw off your rhythm there, didn't I?
Yeah. Several of the following negative feelings, thoughts, and beliefs may be associated with perfectionism, such as the fear of failure. Perfectionists often equate failure to
Slow down.
Perfectionists often equate failure to achieve their goals with a lack of personal worth or value. The fear of making mistakes. Perfectionists regularly equate mistakes with failure. In orienting their lives around avoiding mistakes, perfectionists miss opportunities to learn and grow. Fear of disapproval. Perfectionists often fear that if they let others see their flaws, they will no longer be accepted. And finally, we have all or nothing thinking. Perfectionists frequently believe that they are worthless if their accomplishments are not perfect.
So the one thing that's worth kind of touching on here is we talk about fear of disapproval, you know, where perfectionists are afraid to let others see their flaws. And we screw up on this podcast on a regular basis. I mean, multiple times, to the point that we started doing read-throughs of the script beforehand, just to make sure we've got pronunciations down and we know what the cadence of the reading is and stuff like that. But even doing that, we still screw up. And I joke around saying, I'll fix it in post, but I never do. And you know why I never do? Because those mistakes are us. You know, you have to own your mistakes. And then you come back next week and you try to do a better job. We're always going to make mistakes. And if we eliminate those mistakes, then we're really eliminating a part of us. Especially when you're reading from a script, the way that you read that script, the pronunciation, the cadence in which you read, the emphasis you put on certain words, that's your fingerprint. That's your personality that you're injecting into the words that we've written. And when you make mistakes because you're trying to inject that in there, that's part of you too. And there's nothing wrong with that. When we do stuff like this and we make a mistake, we'll joke about it. We'll go back, we'll reread the line so that everyone understands what we're trying to say. But we don't hide our mistakes because we learn from our mistakes. Perfectionists tend to perceive others as achieving success with minimal effort, few errors, little emotional stress, and maximum self-confidence. At the same time, perfectionists view their own efforts as unending and forever inadequate. Anxiety, insecurity, and fear of disapproval may all lead to perfectionist behavior. So we're going to come back, take a little break, come back, and then we're going to talk about the malicious cycle of perfectionism. We'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everyone. Today we're talking about teens and perfectionism. And now we're going to talk about the malicious cycle of perfectionism. Perfectionistic attitudes set in motion a meticulous cycle.
No.
Perfectionistic attitudes set in motion a
malicious, not meticulous.
malicious cycle. Okay, I can't.
That's okay. Own it and run with it.
Okay. First, perfectionists set unreachable goals. Second, they fail to meet these goals because the goals were impossible to begin with. Third, the constant pressure to achieve perfection and the inevitable chronic failure reduce productivity and effectiveness. Fourth, this cycle leads perfectionists to be self-critical and self-blaming, which results in lower self-esteem.
It may also lead to anxiety and depression, which we've talked about on this show numerous times. Now, perfectionists may give up completely on their goals and set different goals thinking, this time, if I only try harder, I'll succeed. Such thinking sets the entire cycle in motion again. Perfectionism is fueled by and fuels anxiety. From the outside, it may look like your teen is lazy or unresilient, lacks a work ethic, or simply doesn't care. But on the inside, a teen struggling with perfection may be fighting a daily battle against nerves, anxiety, and an intense fear of failure. The most important thing to remember is that perfectionistic teens are actually worried kids. Anxious? Well, okay, let's try that one again. I got 4 different versions of that word in my mouth right now. Anxious thoughts are driving their perfectionistic behaviors, and when results fall short of expectations, they experience even greater anxiety. It can be a difficult cycle to break.
Consider the role of external factors. It is no secret that teens are under increased pressure today. The expectation to succeed, both in academics and in extracurricular activities, puts an enormous amount of stress on them. Surrounded by constant evaluation and aware of the value society places on high achievers, teens often have no choice but to be driven by perfection, often to the detriment of the learning process. When teens strive to achieve, they are invested in the learning process. When teens strive for perfection, they become paralyzed by the fear of not measuring up in some way.
Perfectionism comes with stiff consequences, such as low achievement, inability to focus on and finish tasks, anxiety disorders, feelings of helplessness, depression, and even social isolation. And I think one of the things that's worth mentioning here is that if you catch this early and you can break the teens out of this and make them understand that perfectionism is not a healthy cycle, it will be much more beneficial in the long run. Because what's going to happen is you're going to run into situations later in life where you can't succeed. You're not meant to succeed. A lot of times you're giving tasks in college, in high school, and to a certain extent, but lesser extent professionally, you're given tasks that can't be accomplished, at least not the way that you think they can be. And the test is not about you completing the assignment successfully. The test is how you complete the assignment and how you handle the fact that you couldn't successfully complete it. Have you ever thought of that?
Not really.
Because a lot of times it's a test of character. I've done that. I've given people an impossible task. And you might think, well, that's not fair. You shouldn't do that. And the purpose of it was not to humiliate them or to frustrate them or to make them feel like a failure. The purpose of it was to teach them how to handle failure and to see how they react to it. Now, when I have a conversation with people, I'm always testing people. I'm always seeing what buttons they have to push. I'm always deliberately trying to get a reaction from people. And I'm sure a lot of people find that very annoying about me. But I do that so that I can see how people react. And I can see when you're under stress, you react intuitively. You don't necessarily react logically. And one of the things that I want to see is how someone is going to just react normally, without even thinking about it. If I don't give you a chance to think. And when you put people in those stressful situations, that's when you really get to see that. So there are other people out there that do that. College professors will do this. College professors will deliberately fail you as a professor to teach you how to be self-sufficient.
Okay.
And a lot of people don't realize that. So they think that, I got a terrible teacher. Well, no, the teacher's being terrible deliberately to try to teach you how to basically learn without having a crutch of a teacher there. So understanding those elements early on now, where it's not always about success, it's about that journey to get to that success. That's the important lesson to be learned. And that's where you get a lot of the knowledge and experience that leads you through the rest of your life. That was all we had for segment 2. It was a quick segment. We knew that. We do have a lot more coming up in our next segment. So stay with us. We'll be right back after this. And we'll be talking about what to do about perfectionism.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and perfectionism. So what do you do about perfectionism? Well, the first step in changing from a perfectionist attitude to a healthy mentality is to realize that perfectionism is undesirable. Seems like a no-brainer, doesn't it? Perfection is an illusion that is unattainable. The next step is to challenge the self-defeating thoughts and behaviors that fuel perfectionism. Some of the following strategies might help you.
One of these strategies is setting realistic and reachable goals based on your own wants and needs and what you have accomplished in the past. That was a really long title. This will enable you to achieve and will lead to a greater sense of self-esteem. You should also set successful goals. As you reach a goal, set your next goal one level beyond your present level of accomplishment.
Experiment with your standards for success. Choose any activity, and instead of aiming for 100%, try for 90% or 80 or even 60%. This will help you realize that the world does not end when you are not perfect. Focus on the process and not just on the result. We talked about this already. Evaluate your success not only in terms of what you accomplished, but also in terms of how much you enjoyed the task. And I'd even go so far as to say how much you learned from the task.
Okay.
Recognize that there can be value in the process of pursuing a goal. The next one we have is to ask yourself the hard questions. Confront the fears that may be behind your perfectionism and ask yourself, what am I afraid of? What is the worst thing that could happen? And I tell you that all the time. Like, what's the worst thing that could happen if you get a B on this test? You'll bring your overall grade down a few points, but then you'll have an opportunity to get them back up. What else do we have?
We also have mistakes or opportunities for experience. Recognize that many positive things that can only be learned by making mistakes. When we make a mistake, ask yourself, what can I learn from this experience? More specifically, think of a recent mistake you have made and list all of the things you can learn from it. The final one we have here is avoid all or nothing thinking in relation to your goals. Learn to differentiate the tasks you want to give high priority to from those tasks that are less important to you.
So let's look at how parents can support their perfectionist children and teens. I know it can seem daunting to want to help your child yet not know where to start. So here's a few things you can do to help your child make their perfectionism more manageable. We might not get rid of it entirely, but we should be able to at least manage it. Educate your child about perfectionism. Talk to your child about it. Help him or her understand that perfectionism makes us overly critical of ourselves and others. This may make us unhappy and anxious about trying new things. Perfectionism makes it difficult to finish tasks and can be frustrating for everyone in the family. For younger children, you might not want to label it as perfectionism, but instead make up your own name that's a little more easy for them to understand. But for teens, call it perfectionism in case they want to find out more about it on their own.
You should also teach positive statements. Perfectionistic children and teenagers often have rigid black and white thinking. Things are either right or wrong, good or bad, perfect or failure. Help your child see the gray areas in between. Encourage your child to replace self-critical or perfectionistic thoughts with more positive, helpful statements. Have your child say these statements to him or herself whenever he or she starts to be self-critical or upset about not doing something perfectly. Suggest writing these statements down somewhere handy, on the home screen of their phone, a post-it, etc. Even if he or she doesn't believe these statements right away, enough repetition will turn positive thoughts into a habit and help quiet the negative self-talk, or it'll just annoy them. There's also that as well.
There is that. You can help your child gain perspective. Perfectionistic children and teens tend to catastrophize. Mistakes or imperfections are seen as more terrible than they really are. They focus on the possible negative consequences of failure. In most cases, these feared consequences are unlikely and much more drastic than the reality. Understandably, catastrophizing increases anxiety and interferes with performance. Help your child recognize that one mistake does not equal failure, and that one bad performance does not mean that he or she is worthless.
You should also praise effort. It is important to praise effort regardless of whether or not your child was successful. This is especially true for a perfectionist child or teen. Instead of praising the achievement, praise the effort and quality of character that was shown. Also, praise skills that are not directly related to achievement, such as sharing with others, remembering something important, playing well, or congratulating a winner.
Create realistic schedules. Help your child by breaking down larger tasks into manageable steps. On a chart or calendar, write down the goal or deadline and work backwards, setting mini goals along the way. Build in rewards for reaching these steps. Also encourage him or her to decide in advance how much time to spend on a task. Remember, the goal is to complete the task, not to make it perfect.
You should also set priorities. Perfectionists sometimes have trouble deciding on what to devote their energy and effort to. Encourage your child to prioritize by deciding which activities deserve maximum energy and which require less. Let him or her know that it's okay to not give 100% on every task or activity.
And finally, gain balance. Perfectionists tend to lead narrow lives because it's very difficult to be very good at a lot of things. The goal should be to not invest more effort than is necessary to do a good enough job. Reassure your child that it's good to take breaks and take time to do things they enjoy. This will allow more time to enjoy with friends and on other activities and hobbies. It's also important to remember there's nothing wrong with setting high standards, but they need to be reachable with effort. It's all about being okay, human, not superhuman, among the best, if not the best. Perfectionism can be a curse, and perfectionists can carry criticism both of themselves and others. By setting standards at the wrong level, they're condemned to never achieve them. So with all that said and done, has any of this helped to give you more perspective on your own perfectionism?
Well, I guess I'll kind of go down the list here because we have a nice section list. Educate me about my perfectionism. I mean, we're technically doing that with the podcast.
Sure, yeah.
So I'm learning more about it now. Teach positive statements. It's good to make mistakes as long as you learn from them.
Right.
You kind of give me slightly more positive statements about like, hey, it's okay, you don't have to give 100%, you're still doing good. And your motto is, as long as you put in your best effort, like, you achieved, you're good, basically.
Right. I cannot ask you to do more than your best. And sometimes if your best isn't 100%, that's okay. The world doesn't revolve around 100%. It's very infrequent that anybody gets 100% effectiveness in the real world. And you kind of need to accept that and move on.
Help me gain perspective. Yeah, you've definitely tried to teach me that, just because you make one mistake doesn't mean that your entire career is completely gone. Like, with some of my quizzes, when I don't get 100%, you say, hey, this won't really affect you that much in the long run. You're going to be fine.
Right.
So you definitely try to give me that. You also do praise my effort. You do still praise my achievements, but you still also praise the effort that I put into, like with marching band. Like, I'm not perfect on marching band, but you still praise the amount of effort I've been able to put into it.
Yeah, and it's hard work. That's why it was very important for us, with this injury that you're going through right now, Mommy and I are trying very hard to make sure that when you're able to perform in marching band again, you can, because you've put so much effort into it. You know, you might get out on the field there and you might not march as well as you were before until your leg's 100%, but you've worked so hard for it that you should be entitled to it.
Mm-hmm.
So, absolutely.
Set realistic schedules. You've been helping me with that. Helping me reach goals in a much more realistic fashion. So, any goals I do want to achieve, you always make sure to help me reach them in a realistic fashion. Set priorities. Yeah, there are certain things that I should probably prioritize more. A lot of the times with schoolwork, like prioritize like certain things of schoolwork over others. Kind of like how I do with my homework.
Sure.
And then gain balance.
With the Force.
Yes. Gain balance with the Force. You definitely try to help me balance my perfectionist ideas with like just doing a overall good enough job.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, I think for the most part, you've got a lot of the fundamentals down. You've got a lot of the how to do it down. You know, you break things down into smaller tasks. You're very good with scheduling things and prioritizing things. So you've got all of these tools available to you. I think where you probably need to have a little bit more practice is the mental part of things, not being overly critical of yourself, not having to be 100% effective all the time, and understanding that that's okay. I think if we can get to that part and you can use all the tools that you have at your disposal, I think you'll be fine.
Yeah.
I think you're doing pretty good. So we're going to take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing thoughts, and then we'll finish up the business of the podcast. We'll be right back. Go for your closing thoughts.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just wanted to say that perfectionism is definitely something that is a malicious cycle, and I know from experience how difficult it can be to handle it. There are definitely ways to help manage it to something that's definitely dulls it down. Of course, it's not going to completely go away, as we would have hoped, but we can at least, quiet it for the most part. And if you ever feel like you're one of the only people that's like this, don't worry. This is one of the podcasts where I can actually relate to you, so yay.
Well said. Well said.
Thank you.
Well, before we go, I do want to once again remind folks that if you want to subscribe to this podcast, you can get the audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all of our podcasts are listed as Insights into Things, and we're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write into us. Give us your feedback. Give us your suggestions for show notes. Give us your stories, like, the stuff that we talk about on the podcast here. Do you find that you're a perfectionist? Do you have perfectionist kids? Write in, let us know. We'd love to include it as part of the conversation during the podcast. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. You can actually get high-res versions of our videos on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a monthly free Twitch subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. Audio versions of this podcast can be found on the web. They can be found at podcast.insightsintoteens.com. You can get all of our videos on Facebook. We do stream on Facebook as well at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can also find us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. Or you can find links to all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And
don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
And that's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
A husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom.
Welcome to Insights into Entertainment. This is episode 127, To Boldly Go. I am your host, Joseph Whalen, and my creative and colorful co-host, Michelle Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, dear?
I'm good. How are you?
I am doing well. So we skipped a week last week.
Mm-hmm.
We had a very busy schedule. We had a lot of marching band stuff happening last week.
More of it to come.
Yes, we had a lot of very fatigued people around the house thanks to marching band.
Yep.
And we just didn't have the energy to do the podcast last week.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we did get a new camera. So
Yay.
we're running with a new wide shot here on our camera 3. So it's for you viewing audience out there.
There you go.
So this weekend we do have a busy weekend ahead of us as well. So hopefully we'll have the energy to throw a podcast together next week.
We shall see.
Yeah. We're coming up on the apex, I guess, of marching band.
Yeah, this is probably the busiest weekend coming up.
So we may
out of
be
everything.
going to an every other week arrangement, probably until November when marching band events are over.
Yeah.
And then we can pick things back up. But we'll see. We're trying to get them out there, but it's a rough schedule.
Right. We need downtime, as well.
Exactly.
So, yeah.
Exactly. Well, plus we're producing
True.
for band now as well. I've
Right.
been roped into.
You've been voluntold
I've been voluntold to use my video resources to now
to help out.
record video and audio for the band, and we're putting director's cuts videos together and stuff like that. So that's even more time consuming for me at this point. But anyway, moving right along, we are talking entertainment today. So today in our Disney Detective, how a villain avoids breaking character, plus 50 years after opening, and these workers never left. Then in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, the Galactic Star Cruiser is getting its own comics, and just how dangerous would a dark side Luke actually be? And in our entertainment news, William Shatner is finally reaching for the final frontier, then a touching moment between Tony Bennett and Lady Gaga during his final performance. And as always, we'll finish up with our insightful picks of the week and a few remaining afterthoughts. They're dropping off rapidly as we wane on through the year, but there are a few left to still talk about. But before we do that, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can find the audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all of our podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. And we can be found on Google, Apple, Spotify, Stitcher, Amazon, etc., etc. Pretty much any place you can get a podcast. I would also invite folks to write in, give us your feedback, give us your shows that we can talk about. If there's other comic book shows, toy shows, pop culture shows we can plug for you. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com or hit us on Twitter at insights_things. We're also on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast and Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all that on our official website at insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Let's do it.
All right. Go for Disney Detective.
So, as many people know, Disney refers to their employees as cast members, even if you aren't playing a popular known character. But for those who do face characters, there are significant challenges to the role that other than just learning the lines. So for one dedicated Disney cast member, possibly the biggest challenge of their acting career may have been when they were facing off against a pint-sized version of themselves. Posted by TikTok account Bad Parenting Moments, Maleficent's hilarious exchange with her tiny doppelganger garnered over 20 million views and nearly 10,000 comments. So in the video, a very in-character Maleficent is put to the test when a villainous toddler approaches her. "It's awfully small," the evil queen sneers at the tiny tot, who then promptly blows her a sweet kiss. Maleficent asks the toddler's mom, "Is it blowing me a kiss?" who smiles, standing while watching close by. And the true test of Maleficent's acting skills comes when the toddler touches the villainess's gloved hand, forcing the queen to turn a stony face and then look off into the crowd. So while the evildoer never officially broke character, many TikTokers feel that the actress's face betrays just how desperately she just wanted to hug the toddler. Thousands of TikTokers shared their reaction to the sweet moment in the comments. One said, "I love how they just don't break character. I would have totally broken character. She was just way too cute." Another one had said, "Oh my God, her face, it's so precious." Another person had said, "You can just see how hard it is that she's not breaking character because she's just so cute." And then, of course, at the end, she's trying so hard not to smile and just hug her. And another person said, "I would have melted like ice on a summer day." So thanks to dedicated performers like this talented Maleficent, Disney World continues to be a place of magic and joy for kids everywhere, and obviously the kids at heart too.
So let me guess. This is your attempt to fight my bashing of Disney, to find every cute little kid story at Disney to put out there now.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's it.
This was cute. Unfortunately, when I pulled up the article, the link wasn't in there.
Right.
To view it, because it is a really cute video to actually
and
watch.
it's really short. It's not very long, but you can tell, at one point Maleficent kind of turns her head, because if she had any more interaction with the toddler, she would have completely lost it and wanted to just love on her. And that's what I think is so great about the Disney characters, especially the villains, how they work almost extra hard to be bad, to be mean, so from the evil stepsisters to even Gaston. There was an article, from a couple of months ago where this, 20-year-old woman was like flirting with him, and he was just kind of like,
well, I
whatever.
remember we did the one character meal. Where was it? Did the one character meal, and it was
the Grand Floridian.
That one, that.
So
was
it was
where
the stepsisters, the evil Cinderella's stepsisters,
and the one stepsister came around, and she was hilarious.
Mm-hmm.
But she was hilarious in character,
right?
And she did it in such a way as to be entertaining for the adults,
mm-hmm.
but also entertaining for the kids at the same time. So it wasn't like adult humor, but it was the sarcasm. It was the dark humor type stuff.
Right, where kids probably wouldn't have understood what she was insinuating, but the parents did.
Yeah, so they do a fantastic job with it.
Yeah.
And then, of course, we always have the one famous incident where we had the camera break on us.
Right.
And they weren't face characters. They were costume characters. And they were running around like crazy playing hide and seek and duck goose and everything else just to keep one little girl occupied.
Yep.
When they could have very easily walked us outside and put us back in the line and told us to wait till they got a new camera.
Right.
So kudos to them for that. And they've been doing it there for 50 years
50 years?
50 years. And some people have never even left. So they've been trapped there for 50 years, right?
They get put in Tupperware at the end of the night and they don't get let out.
Tell us about the veterans that have been there for that long.
So applying to be one of the first workers at Walt Disney World, high school graduate George Kalogridis made a split-second decision that set the course of his life. He picked a room where prospective hotel workers were being hired. Chuck Milan got a tip about a job opening from a transplanted Disney executive whose new house he was landscaping. Erlene Anderson jumped at the chance to take a job at the new Disney-themed park in Florida, having fallen in love with the beauty of Disneyland in California during a trip she had taken 2 years earlier. At the time, the three were among the first 6,000 employees who opened the Magic Kingdom at Disney World to the public for the first time on October 1st, 1971. Now, they are among about 24 from that first day who are still employed at the theme park resort as it celebrated its 50th anniversary the beginning of this month. Over those decades, Disney added 3 more theme parks, 24 additional hotels, and grew to have a workforce of 77,000 employees as it helped Orlando become the most visited place in the U.S. before the pandemic. What never changed was the original employees' devotion to the pixie dust, the dream machine created by Walt Disney and his Imagineers. Disney has been my love, and it still is, Erlene had said recently before starting her shift in merchandising at a Magic Kingdom hotel. She said, "I love Disney." The employees who make up the 50-year club say the theme park resort has allowed them to grow their careers and try on new hats. George worked his way up to become the president of Walt Disney World and Disneyland in California. Chuck went from a warehouse worker to a buyer of spare parts for rides and shows. Forrest Baruth joined the workforce at Walt Disney World in January of 1971 as a show director, responsible for staging and choreographing parades and shows. He was given the opportunity to help open other Disney theme parks around the world over the past 5 decades. He said, "There are people all over the world who get to go to work, they're unhappy about it, and they don't really like their jobs. But as you can tell from us, there's an enthusiasm. We are privileged to be at a place where we love what we do." There were no guarantees that Disney World was going to be a success 50 years ago. Walt Disney, the pioneering animator and entrepreneur whose name graces the Florida resort, had actually died in 1966, just a year after announcing plans for the East Coast Disneyland. The company had quietly acquired 27,000 acres of scrub land outside of Orlando for about $5 million via secret land purchases using fake names and shell companies. The job of shepherding the project to opening day fell on his brother, Roy Disney, who, with other company officials, convinced the Florida legislature to create a quasi-governmental agency that would allow Disney to self-govern when it came to matters of infrastructure and planning. Roy died almost 3 months after Disney World opened. Just weeks before opening, construction on the Magic Kingdom was controlled chaos, and it seemed impossible that it would all come together in time. It was like an army of ants. Everything was under construction, interiors were still being put up, roofing was still getting put on top, Forrest had said. Things were, there was painting and landscaping, things were arriving by the moment, it was like trucks going everywhere. Forrest had rehearsed performers throughout the parade choreography down Main Street, which cuts through the center of the Magic Kingdom and resembles the turn-of-the-century small town from Walt Disney's childhood. Even though he was a busser, George was drafted to lay down sod outside the hotel that he was working in hours before Disney World's grand opening. Two things have stuck in the memories of the longtime employees from that opening day. The first was the photo. It was an image of thousands of Disney World cast members standing in front of the iconic Cinderella Castle with Mickey Mouse and other costumed characters holding hands in front. 2 weeks later, it was featured on the cover of Life magazine. They brought all the characters up, staged them first, and then they tried to keep all of the different workers together based on the color of their costumes, Chuck had said. The second was the parade. It featured a 1,076-member marching band conducted by Meredith Willson, who was the composer of the Broadway show The Music Man. There were 4,000 Disney entertainers marching through the theme park, a mass choir, and trumpeters from the United States Army Band. Hundreds of white doves were released in the air, and less environmentally friendly were thousands of multicolored balloons. It was the biggest thing I had ever seen, Forrest had said. But only around 10,000 visitors actually showed up that day, which at today's much larger Walt Disney World would represent about 90 minutes worth of visitors entering. They had said it wouldn't be until Thanksgiving of 1971, almost 3 months later, when Disney executives had an answer about whether their new resort would be a success. That's when cars trying to get to the Magic Kingdom stretched for miles down the interstate. It was very clear after that first Thanksgiving that the public definitely liked where they were going. That first Thanksgiving, that was the moment.
That's pretty impressive. I mean, just to think of being anywhere for that long is astonishing to me.
Oh, absolutely.
I can't picture myself being at any company for 50 years.
I'm at 22.
You're getting there. I get to around, what do I get to? 7 years, 8 years, something like that.
Right.
And then I'm kind of lost at that point in time.
Yeah. And speaking of the Life magazine, one of my Disney possessions happens to be, it's not a very good copy. There's some tears and stains on it, but this is the photo that they talk about that they took on opening day and ended up getting published.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah. Very cool when you know, all right, let's take a picture.
Yeah.
Everybody get together.
Hurry up, get together for a picture. Right.
Okay,
yeah.
Everybody color code. What costume are you wearing? Okay, you go over here, you go over here. Yeah.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah,
though.
yeah.
That's pretty cool. So anyway, 50 years. Do they get to retire at some point in time?
I don't know. Some of them might want to. Some of them,
They're still pretty young looking for,
well, you figure, if you were in high school, you were not even 20.
Yeah.
So maybe it's one of those, or, you just kind of work part-time or, I don't know.
Not a bad job if you can get it.
No,
right?
not at all.
So that was it for our Disney Detective. We'll be back in a minute after our quick break with our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. So this week in our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy, Disney's Galactic Star Cruiser gets the Marvel treatment. StarWars.com writes that the voyages are the greatest of all star cruisers. As the legendary Halcyon embarks on a momentous cruise, the ship heads towards a confrontation with the First Order. But what secret from the High Republic era can help the passengers and crew all these years later? And how did Jedi Nibs and Burry fend off a Nihil attack on one of the ship's first ever voyages? Well, the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser Halcyon is ready to launch, and you're invited along for the ride. Star Wars Halcyon Legacy is a new 5-issue comic book miniseries from Marvel debuting next year. Sorry. I should just read it the way it's written, right?
Yeah.
Written by Ethan Sachs, who penned the recent Star Wars Bounty Hunters run, with art by Will Sliney, whose work includes Star Wars The Rise of Kylo Ren and others, the series reunites the creative team behind the Star Wars Galaxy's Edge comic series for a new adventure that ties into the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser experience opening at Walt Disney World Resort in March 2022. In a recent interview with StarWars.com, Sachs recounts, "In the summer of 1977, my life was forever changed as a 4-year-old boy by 2 experiences that have seared themselves into my brain for all these years. Seeing Star Wars in the movie theater and visiting Disney World for the first time. The chance to contribute to the lore of both with Halcyon Legacy, the tale of the ship that will be an integral memory for so many fellow fans, is an incredible honor. And to re-team with my Galaxy's Edge co-pilot, artist extraordinaire Will Sliney, makes it extra special. I promise we'll bake that joy into every page of every issue as we take you on a journey across 275 years of epic adventures, from the High Republic through the time of the First Order. You're going to enjoy this ride. With a story that spans centuries, readers can revisit the iconic ship at different points in the Star Wars timeline, reunite with familiar faces like the ultimate scoundrel pairing of Lando and Hondo teaming up for the first time, travel the stars with a featured tale that leads into the events of the Walt Disney World experience taking place between Star Wars The Last Jedi and Star Wars The Rise of Skywalker. Marvel Comics editor-in-chief C.B. Cebulski adds, "As a lifelong Star Wars fan, I'm thrilled to be a part of the team helping to bring Halcyon Legacy to life. We've all been able to experience Star Wars in so many ways over the years, from watching the films to playing with the toys to reading the comics to even visiting Batuu and drinking in the cantina. But now Walt Disney World is taking things to the next level with this immersive, interactive experience. Our series will get you up to speed on this important part of the galaxy far, far away as you prepare to put on your cloak, pick up your lightsaber, and blast off in Orlando."
And spend $5,000 for 2 nights.
So, yeah. Since this article came out, we also got the pre-order available for DVC members,
Which in less than a day and a half had sold out.
which is painfully encouraging for Disney because it tells Disney that no matter what they charge, people are going to pay the rates.
Right. Now, this preview, it wasn't just for DVC. It was also
Annual members.
annual pass holders as well were part of
Right.
that as well. So, yes.
So how many points was it for the 2-night stay?
I think it was going to be around 600 or so per person.
That's reasonable, right? How much is a cruise?
Less than 600
Yeah.
a person.
Yeah, a 5-night cruise.
5-night cruise, maybe it's about 4 or 5, maybe
Yeah.
6, depending on the stateroom you have. Yeah,
Right.
yeah, maybe. I don't know. We've never actually priced out a cruise.
And
so.
this is bottom line prices.
Right. This was like the cheap room that sleeps 5. So, yeah.
So still very disappointed at that.
Yeah.
But you left me feeling too good with our
You had to put a dig.
yeah, I had to throw something in there.
So, hey, read all this story and get really hyped up about a real ship that you can go on that you're never going to have enough money to
But
to
make
go
sure
into.
you get a deal in the comic so you can save your money for the actual trip.
There you go.
Anyway,
Oh, Disney.
Moving right along.
So what other happy Star Wars news do you have?
So we also are talking about how dangerous a dark side Luke would be. This one comes from our friends at Screen Rant. Finally, Star Wars has revealed just how dangerous a dark side Luke Skywalker would be. The Tatooine farm boy with a thirst for adventure who learned he was the son of a Jedi Knight, Luke would prove that one man can change the history of an entire galaxy when he shot down the Death Star, and again when he successfully redeemed Darth Vader, leading the Sith apprentice to turn on his master. Luke is a legendary figure, renowned for his strength in the Force and his unshakable belief in the possibility of redemption. Naturally, Star Wars fans have always wondered just what would happen if Luke Skywalker ever turned to the dark side. The old expanded universe toyed with that idea in the Dark Empire comics, in which Luke bent knee before a resurrected emperor, but even then it didn't last long, with Luke himself redeemed by the love of his friends and family. That story isn't even canon anymore, with Disney declaring the expanded universe, quote, legends, when they acquired Lucasfilm in 2012. The question still feels relatively unresolved, though. Amusingly, the Star Wars special Lego Star Wars Terrifying Tales actually provides an answer, albeit a non-canon one. It features an account of the Death Star's destruction by Darth Vader's twisted servant Vinay, who turns the original Star Wars story on its head by telling a tale in which Star-Lord, right, in which Luke Skywalker joined the Empire instead of the Rebellion. Power-hungry and eager for fame and celebrity, this version of Luke proved himself a skilled pilot and even earned the attention of Darth Vader himself. He became Darth Vader's apprentice, training in the ways of the Force, and it was clear he had even more power than the man he did not know was his father. Ironically, Luke's story ended in the same way when he fired a stray shot during the battle over the Death Star and accidentally obliterated it. No doubt in Vinay's version, Luke joined the rebellion in order to claim he'd intended to fire that shot all along. Of course, this is just a tall tale told in a Halloween special, but the really striking thing about the account of Darth Vader's servant Vinay is how easily it could have happened. Viewers tend to forget that Luke Skywalker's dreams of seeing the galaxy were originally leading him to join the Empire, and in fact, in the first film, he fought with his uncle over whether it was time for him to enlist. Luke's heroic journey really began when Imperial stormtroopers gunned down his aunt and uncle, giving him a personal reason to oppose the Empire. Things could have easily turned out differently. Lucasfilm is increasingly diving into non-canon Star Wars stories, most notably with the Star Wars Visions animated series, and it's possible these can give viewers a better glimpse of a dark side Luke Skywalker. For now, though, Lego Star Wars Terrifying Tales suggest he would be a force to reckon with. And we haven't, full disclosure, we haven't seen it yet.
Right. We were going to watch it this weekend, but we just never got around
We had
to
so
it.
much other stuff to watch in our sloth-like states this weekend.
Yeah.
So much so we even missed one of the toy shows we wanted to go to.
Yeah, exactly. Not that we weren't talking about it for like 2 months.
I know. We plugged it all this time and then never even went.
Oh, crud, we missed that.
But yeah, I remember reading the Dark Empire comics, and they were really good. In fact, they have put out a limited edition series of figures, which I have all the figures from it as well. And the artwork is gorgeous in it. So if you get a chance, go back and read it. Even if you get the digital versions of it, it made for a very interesting take on what an alternate version of Darth Vader's story could have been too, which was really good. And it also lends a little bit of credence to the rise of Skywalker and the resurrection of the Emperor. And you can kind of see where elements of that storyline for the movie came from the expanded universe.
Okay.
It was executed in probably the worst possible way imaginable. Had they just stuck with the story from the comics, it would have been awesome. But they didn't. So anyway, Dark Side Luke Skywalker.
Okay.
And that's it for our Tales from the Edge of the Galaxy. We'll be back in a minute with our entertainment news.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Go for entertainment news.
So William Shatner can now say that he's gone boldly where no man, his age, has gone before. He's certainly not the first person to visit space, but as of today, Wednesday, the Star Trek veteran is now the oldest. At 90, the actor joined Blue Origin, founded by Amazon founder Jeff Bezos in 2000, for its second human spaceflight. Shatner and 3 others were launched in a New Shepard rocket from the aerospace company's West Texas launch site just before 11 a.m. today. The crew safely landed back on Earth several minutes later when Shatner could be heard saying that the experience was unlike anything they had described. All 4 passengers on board gave a thumbs up to the recovery crew upon landing to indicate that they were okay. Bezos greeted the passengers with a double thumbs up outside the landing capsule, followed by the passengers' family and friends who cheered and applauded. Shatner told Bezos, "In a way, it's indescribable. Not only is it different than what you thought, it happened so quickly. The impression I had that I never expected to have is the shooting up, and there's the blue sky." And then Bezos sprayed him with a bottle of champagne. Everybody in the world needs to do this. Everybody in the world needs to see it, Shatner continued. It was unbelievable. The little things, the weightlessness, but just to see the blue color of the sky whip you up, and now you're staring into blackness, and then it's gone. It was all so moving. This experience did something unbelievable. Bezos, he had also said to Bezos, "What you had given me is the most profound experience I can imagine. I hope I never recover from this." Shatner is obviously best known as playing Captain James T. Kirk in the Star Trek franchise, and he had said in a press release on October 4th they had heard about space, for a long time now, and he was taking the opportunity to see it for himself. But Shatner also admitted to being very nervous to go up into space. He said, "I'm terrified," during New York's Comic-Con last Thursday, according to Space.com. He said, "I know. I'm Captain Bloody Kirk, and I'm terrified." The launch had actually been scheduled for Tuesday, but forecasting high winds prompted a delay to the following day. Blue Origin announced prior to the launch that it would only last just about 10 minutes, with the fully automated capsule reaching a maximum altitude of about 66 miles before parachuting back into the desert. Along with Shatner, the spaceflight passengers in Blue Origin's second human spaceflight included Blue Origin's Vice President of Mission and Flight Operations, Audrey Powers, a former NASA engineer and tech entrepreneur, Chris Bawaizen, and the founder of a clinical trial software company, Glenn DeVries. The latter two passengers paid for tickets on the flight. Blue Origin has not publicly disclosed the price of the tickets, though Bezos has previously said the total of tickets sold were nearing $100 million.
So this is cool, okay? I'm not going to take anything away from Shatner for this. I mean, the man's 90 years old, and he just got shot into space on a rocket.
Yeah.
Now, it's important to point out, this wasn't an orbital shot.
Mm-mm.
This was a ballistic trajectory up and down.
Right.
Which in and of itself is impressive that we can do this with common regularity now, when you think at the beginning of the space race, we couldn't even manage something like this.
To get anything up.
Right.
Let alone come back down.
Right.
You know?
And it's funny you use that terminology given what the rocket looks like.
And I'm sure everybody that's listening knows what it looks like.
Yeah, we didn't show a picture.
We didn't need to show pictures.
But this is a gimmick. This is doing absolutely nothing for space tourism. It's doing nothing for space exploration or technology advancements. Nothing. We've been able to do this for quite some time now. And these little jaunts up and down are they're attention grabbers. That's it.
Oh, absolutely.
What was impressive was when SpaceX put its first tourists up into space, into orbit, at an orbit higher than the International Space Station for 3 days.
Yeah.
It was the furthest humans had been away from Earth since we went to the moon.
Right.
That is significant.
Absolutely. This was kind of just the this was like the Disneyland version of Mission to Mars. Like, oh, I've been on a centrifuge now, so I can go into space.
So in this, because they don't have to achieve orbital velocity, which is 14,500 miles an hour, I think it is, the acceleration is much more tame. You hit maybe 2G, 2.5G going up, which is roughly what you get on an amusement ride.
Right.
So the rigors on the body are not nearly as
right. The fact that
significant.
You don't have a specialized suit, you don't have to wear any sort of helmet. You're basically just, the whole thing literally took 10 minutes from
the closest thing I can equate this to is you have the plane, the Vomit Comet.
Yes.
Where the plane itself flies ballistic arcs up and down. And during the down arc, you are weightless. That is essentially the same thing as what they did. They just didn't accelerate to the top of the arc as fast. And they didn't go as high. They don't go as high in the plane.
Right.
So, yes, this is cool. Captain Kirk finally made it to space.
Right.
I really wish we would stop giving so much attention to this stuff, though, and at least force Bezos and Virgin Galactic to do something more with this.
Right.
To do something more creative, something that betters humanity. This is essentially a balloon ride.
Right.
And it's doing absolutely nothing. It's $100 million in tickets for what? To shoot a bunch of rockets up?
Right. Now, I will say it was very cool to see it go up, because basically, they didn't have much training because there's nothing for them to do because it's all automated. But that's what's I think that's what was fascinating more to me, the fact that it went up, and then when the capsule split, the main body came back down. Okay, I'm done with what I had to do. I'm going to come to and had this perfect landing.
Right.
That to me was like, wow, that's pretty freaking cool. That's where I would love to see them advance it more.
Yes.
Okay, now that you can get people up and this part can come back, now you need to do other stuff out in space.
Yes.
Go beyond the whole, okay, cool, you've been in space now. And
I'm totally with you there.
Great. This is something everybody should see. Okay, when it's not millions of dollars.
Right.
And people, I don't think I would ever want to do it because I'm not a fan of flying in general.
Right. No, I'm with you.
So part of me's going, okay, well, it's only 10 minutes, You figure when you take off in a plane, it takes about, 3 or 4 minutes to get to the altitude, and then by the time you're coming back down, I don't know, that landing was kind of, woo!
Yeah.
That was a little jarring too.
Yeah. No, I'm totally with you on that.
Yeah,
one.
yeah. So,
but yeah, I mean, I think it was cool, and I'd like to see more of it, but I like to see it be a little bit more advanced.
Mm-hmm.
So, moving on with our geriatric portion of the show here.
So, Lady Gaga was thrilled that Tony Bennett had recognized her during the pair's final performance together at Radio City Music Hall in August, according to a 60 Minutes interview on CBS. The 95-year-old singer has been battling Alzheimer's disease since 2016. Both Bennett's family and Lady Gaga had shared details of his battle with the debilitating disease during a CBS special which aired the other week on 60 Minutes. The special included a one-on-one interviews and clips from Bennett's final performance. Lady Gaga revealed that during the first few weeks, the two had spent time together since COVID-19 pandemic had begun. Bennett referred to her as sweetheart, and she was unsure if he actually knew who she was. But then she walked out on stage during their final show together, and it was heartwarming to see that he recognized the singer. When Gaga walked on stage, she greeted him with, "Hey, Tony," as the crowd cheered, and Bennett exclaimed, "Whoa, Lady Gaga!" She appeared incredibly delighted by his response, bent over in laughter before twirling around on stage in a golden dress, after which he added, I'd like that, do it again." So Lady Gaga continued to twirl before approaching Bennett for their duet. She said that was the first time that Tony had said my name in a long time. Unfortunately, memory loss is a key aspect of dementia, and Alzheimer's is the most common cause of dementia and affects an estimated 60 to 80% of all people with dementia. Despite his diagnosis, Bennett continued to perform and sing and remembered Gaga for his final show. "I had to keep it together because we had a sold-out show and I have a job to do, but I'll tell you, when I walked out on stage and he said, 'It's Lady Gaga,' my friends saw me, and it was very special to me," she had said. Bennett doesn't let his disease get in the way of performing and making music that everybody loves. When that music comes on, something happens to him. He knows exactly what he's doing, and what's important for me, actually, is just to make sure that I don't get in the way of that, Lady Gaga had told CBS. The two have a strong relationship and first collaborated on Bennett's album Duets 2 and then on their co-album in 2014, Cheek to Cheek. They recently joined forces on what will be Bennett's last album, Love for Sale, according to People. Bennett's wife Susan also opened up about her husband's Alzheimer's battle during the special. She says, "He recognizes me, thank goodness. His children, and we're blessed in a lot of ways. He's very sweet. He doesn't know what he has." Backstage during the show, Susan was seen watching Lady Gaga's set with Bennett and reminded that he was going out to perform that evening as well. But as soon as the curtain rose to reveal Bennett on stage, he seemed like his old self again. Once he saw the audience and he raises his hands, we knew everything was going to be okay because he became himself and it just turned on like a light switch. To close out the night, Lady Gaga asked Bennett if she could have the honor of escorting him off the stage. Just simply being the woman that got to walk him off stage was enough for me. Viewers then watched as Lady Gaga was fighting through tears, told Bennett that he was so amazing and spectacular during the final performance.
And it is amazing that given the condition that he has, that he can continue to perform the way he does.
Yeah, and when the original airing of the show of the 60 Minutes piece aired, I actually had missed it. I knew it was coming up and I ended up missing it, so I found it online, and when I saw the article talking about it, I wanted to watch it, and it was just... It was so sad in a way because you saw him just sitting there like kind of in a trance because he didn't know what was going on. And then in the next room, his musical arranger is sitting there playing at the piano, and he just like, it's like a light switch literally came on, and he just walked in and didn't have anything in front of him, didn't have any music in front of him, and he starts playing, and they played for an hour and a half straight of all these different songs, and he didn't, like, every now and then might have missed a beat or something, but for the most part you would have not known that he was as sick as he was.
And like a lot of people might look at that and say, my God, why are you making this man continue to perform? Until you realize that it's that performing that brings the man back out.
That's exactly what they were saying, is that, at the time when they had talked about and I guess they were doing 2 nights for this concert, and they're actually they had taped it, so the concert is actually going to be played I think later this year on CBS as a special. And when they had booked it, they had actually booked it before the pandemic, and he wasn't as sick, and of course as time went on, it was like, well, do we cancel it? Do we not? What do we do? But they kept rehearsing with him, and he seemed to be okay. And that's when Lady Gaga was talking about how they got together and he would call her sweetheart. He never called her by name, where he always knew her name beforehand. And they kept rehearsing. They finally got the dates. They were very, very nervous. Hi, kitty. They were very nervous about it. And and his wife, was talking about, she's walking him on stage, where you're going, right? And he didn't really know. But as soon as the music came up and the curtains open, again, it was that light switch came on, where like
his brain was just so hardwired over so many years of performing. Right. That's the pattern that he falls into when the music starts. Absolutely. And you almost hate to see that taken away from him by not performing anymore.
And that's what you kind of see with some Alzheimer's patients or patients with dementia. There's that thing that...
Like there's almost like there's a groove in the brain that you fall back into.
You find music happens to be a big trigger for some of them, where, a favorite song or something, or if they were an artist, you give them a paintbrush and they kind of, that part of their brain still function. It's just that everything else is just so clouded, around it, the disease. And I saw the clip where, Tony says, there's my friend Lady Gaga. And you can tell she was ready to just burst into tears because it was like, oh my God, he actually knows, who I am. So I'm looking forward to, to seeing the special. Yeah. So
good story. That's it for our entertainment news this week, which is good because it got a little too emotional there. Let's move right along. We still have a show to finish up here ourselves. We're going to take a quick break and we'll come back with our insightful picks of the week. Go for your insightful pick.
So my insightful pick happens to be the new Muppets Haunted Mansion special that is on Disney Plus. So the great Gonzo, world famous daredevil artist has done it all, seen it all, survived it all, but on Halloween night, the fearless Gonzo takes on the greatest challenge of his life by spending one very daring night in the most grim, grinning place on Earth, the Haunted Mansion. I can't do it as well as you. Inspired by all 4 of the iconic Disney Haunted Mansion attractions located across the globe at various Disney parks, the Muppets Haunted Mansion includes many hidden Easter eggs for Disney fans and Muppet-sized sets and props that help immerse viewers in the storytelling experience. This marks the Muppets' first ever Halloween special and features 3 original songs: Rest in Peace, Life Hereafter, and Tie the Knot Tango, a star-studded Muppet cast, celebrity cameos, and spooky fun for families to enjoy together. Now, this was something I was looking forward to for months when they had announced it. You were kind of like, all right, we'll watch it. So this was definitely on our watch list because it dropped on Friday. I was like, we are watching this on Saturday. Come on, let's all be happy. And we all enjoyed it. You not being really a Muppet fan, were very entertained by it. I was a Muppet fan as a kid, so I grew up with it. And obviously being a Haunted Mansion fan on top of it, this was like my 2 worlds, my childhood kind of coming together. So it had a lot of very classic Muppet Show tributes, as well as a lot of Haunted Mansion tributes as well. Excuse me. Getting all choked up. Just a lot of inside jokes. If you're a fan of the Haunted Mansion, you probably got all of them the first time around. And who doesn't love a screaming goat? So yeah.
You didn't bring it up.
No, I didn't. I should have.
Brought it up. Anyway, good pick. I did like it. It was very good.
Thank you.
We'll be right back. So my pick this week is an interesting documentary. How to Become a Tyrant on Netflix. I was inspired by recent political things. Ruling with an iron fist requires an aspiring dictator to know the playbook for absolute power, as history's despots prove in this sardonic docuseries. A 6-episode political documentary series narrated and produced by award-winning actor Peter Dinklage explores what's needed to be a tyrannical leader based on history's best examples of tyrants. Each episode explores a specific aspect associated with successful dictators and cites specific examples from Hitler to Stalin. Interested in becoming a tyrant? There are rules, and the playbook for a rise to dictatorship starts with one of history's most brutal, with Adolf Hitler. Once you've secured your place at the top, now the challenge is maintaining power, which means watching your back. Nobody did that better or more ruthlessly than Saddam Hussein. But dictatorships are about controlling the population. When keeping your population under control, is it better to be loved or feared? Idi Amin certainly thought he knew the right answer to that question. The truth can often get in the way of a tyrant, which we learned under our previous administration, which is why controlling the truth and any information supporting that truth is key. The series explores that aspect of tyrants as well. Through public relations spin, revisionist history, and censorship, Soviet autocrat Joseph Stalin found a certain flexibility with the truth useful. Civil liberties are another impediment to dictators, something else we saw in the last 4 years. Free speech, right to assembly. Rebel-turned-dictator Muammar Gaddafi realized that civil liberties had to go when reshaping society, but he got soft. The ultimate goal, though, is to rule forever, or at least to have your dynasty rule forever, which we saw in the last administration, too. Seizing power is hard, but keeping it is harder. In North Korea, the Kim dynasty unlocked the secret to ruling forever. They just declared themselves gods, which we almost saw in the last administration. So the show is really the ultimate in dark humor applied to politics. Much of the lessons are tongue-in-cheek looks at history's worst leaders and how they were able to muster and maintain control of their countries. The most disturbing thing of the documentary was the similarity in tactics exposed by so many other monsters in history and what we saw in our own country with the political rise of Donald Trump. By the end of the first episode, it's clear that this series is a cautionary tale of modern times and today's questionable political leadership told through the eyes of a historical retrospective. It doesn't take a university professor to see the point the show is driving home, that the United States lived through our own brush with a tyrant who exhibited most, if not all, of the traits associated with history's worst tyrants. It's an entertaining and educational look at all the warning signs to avoid another Trump presidency and should be shown to every classroom in the country. The sad thing is, as dramatic and realistic a call for help that it is, there's still a segment of the population that will still blindly fall in line behind the next wannabe tyrant, just like so many other countries did with the subjects of this documentary series. I didn't get too political there, did I?
No, not at all. I didn't think at all.
I thought I was pretty neutral there.
No, I think you are. Totally.
So that is my pick for this week, How to Become a Tyrant on Netflix. And we'll be right back. Oh, you're going to have to explain that because it sounds like I'm torturing someone. So what is that?
So this is our screaming goat.
Okay, so why is the screaming goat so significant? Give us a walkthrough.
You're going to have to watch the Muppets Haunted Mansion to know.
No spoilers.
No spoilers. So once you
hold up to the mic.
So obviously this isn't the goat from
Right.
it. It just happens to be something that we picked up at Dave & Buster's, and we had a good laugh with it because we knew, the significance of it.
Maybe next week we'll come back and we can explain the joke.
Maybe. We'll see.
Maybe.
We'll see. We'll see.
Anyway, so what do we got now? We got closing thoughts because we're done learning how to be a dictator, right?
Right.
We can move right
along. So October 22nd through the 24th in Oaks, Pennsylvania will be, I guess, the last Monster Mania for the year.
Well, the year's almost over, so it's
true.
okay.
Yeah, so it's okay. This is the first time they've ever been to this location. Unfortunately, we won't be able to go that weekend. So if anybody that's listening does go,
This marching band thing's really starting to cramp our style when it comes to conventions.
Sorry. So let us know how it is. What it's like, because obviously we've been to numerous things at that location, but never Monster Mania. Also that weekend, if you are in the Baltimore area, Baltimore Comic Con is back, and it is October 22nd through the 24th as well, located, not too far from the Inner Harbor area.
Beautiful area there, by the way.
Beautiful area. Definitely a much more comic-centric.
Right.
Whereas like Monster Mania, there's monster stuff, but there's lots of vendors and things like this. With Baltimore, when we went, of course, it's been many years.
Been a long time.
It was definitely much more artist-centric.
Yes.
And then in December will be Ocean City Comic Con. So we got multiple states here. And that'll be, it's a one day. It's December 11th from 10 to 5. And that is in Ocean City, Maryland. So
technically, Ocean City and Baltimore are in the same state.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
Yeah.
Yeah, forgot.
Geography, not our strong point.
Well, whatever. It's been a long week.
I think that's all we had, right?
Yep, that's it for now.
Before we do go, I do want to once again encourage you to subscribe to the podcast You can get, audio. You can get audio versions of the podcast listed as Insights into Entertainment. Video versions of all of our podcasts are listed as Insights into Things. Available on Apple Podcasts, Pandora, Spotify, Castro, Stitcher, Google. Stitcher's on there twice. I got to take that off of there. What else? Podbean, Buzzsprout, etc., etc. Anywhere you can get a podcast.
Right.
And we would also encourage you to reach out to us and give us your feedback. Which list are you going to look at here to read? We'll see. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com.
You can find us at Twitter at insights_things.
We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast.
We're on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings.
You can get audio versions of this podcast on the web at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com.
You can find video versions at podcast.insightsintothings.com.
You can also get high-res versions of our shows on YouTube at youtube.com/insightsintothings.
You can find us on Twitch at twitch.tv /insightsintothings, where we stream 5 days a week.
When I think of it, yeah.
We stream
if
whenever.
I'm in the office, it's,
Whenever.
Yeah, I'm trying to stay faithful to it, but 5 days a week pretty much. Or you can get links to all that and more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. And that is it. Another one in the books.
Have a good week, everyone.
Bye.
Bye. Insight into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 13, Modern Monopolies. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host Sam Well. How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay. How you doing?
Doing all right. So today's topic is one that we've kind of been tossing around for a little while now, and it's in the news a lot lately with a lot of the tech companies and politics involved. It came to the forefront a few months back during the Trump administration. They were kind of going up against some of the big tech companies, Facebook, Amazon, Google, and so forth. So I thought it was worthwhile to sort of take a look at this. So today we're going to discuss what monopolies are in the modern age. We'll understand what a monopoly is, how they operate, and why they're detrimental to a free and open market. Yet they're a unique product of capitalism. We'll take a brief look at the history of monopolies in America and how they've been handled before. And we'll look at the future of what today's monopolies and the complications inherent in regulating them are. Ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is a monopoly? So in doing research for today's episode, I went to a couple of different sites, and this definition, I think, captured it best. It came from Investopedia.com. They say a monopoly refers to when a company and its product offerings dominate sector or industry. Monopolies can be considered an extreme result of free market capitalism in that, absent any restrictions or restraints, a single company or group becomes large enough to own all or nearly all the market, goods, supplies, commodities, infrastructure, so forth, for a particular type of product or service. The term monopoly is often used to describe an entity that has total or near control of a market. Natural monopolies can exist where there are high barriers to entry, a company has a patent on their products, or is allowed by governments to provide essential services. So based on that definition, let me ask you real quick, do you think we have modern monopolies that fit this bill?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I don't think it takes that long to figure it out. There's like 3 drugstores. That's the first one that came to mind for me. Like if you think about it, Rite Aid, Walgreens, and CVS. That's just an example. Airlines too. Like if you just, I don't know. I feel like if you just think about it, there's pretty clear examples of at least a handful.
Sure. Yeah. So in understanding a monopoly is characterized by the absence of competition, which can lead to high costs for consumers, inferior products and services, and corrupt behavior. A company that dominates a business sector or industry can use that dominance to its advantage and at the expense of others. So taking your example of the drugstores, if there are 3 drugstores that control all the pharmaceuticals to consumers, is that really a monopoly if there's 3 of them?
I think it's a monopoly if by there being 3 and they're being so established that it eliminates the ability for other new drugstores to rise up. I think that's where you get into the monopoly territory if they're creating that barrier of entry.
So it's in that case, it's a monopoly of 3 where they're colluding to prevent competition at that point in time, essentially.
Yeah, potentially, yeah.
They also say that it can create artificial scarcities, fix prices, and circumvent natural laws of supply and demand, which I think is exactly where your pharmacy scenario falls into place. It can impede new entrants into the field, discriminate and inhibit experimentation on or new product development, while the public, robbed of the recourse of using a competitor, is at its mercy. Do you think, again, sticking with our pharmacy example, do you think that the consumers are at a detriment because of having 3 major pharmacies control the entire industry?
I'm not so sure about that because, I mean, the medication is still, as long as the medication's effective from pharmacy to pharmacy, that's the important thing. I mean, it's not like you're getting like faulty products. Now, if, say, for example, Walgreens had their over-the-counter allergy medication and it was defective, but there's only Walgreens in your area, that's where you run into some issues. But I think as long as the products are still working, then, I mean, monopolies are still generally bad, but I think in that example, you could probably get away with it.
Well, how about an example where you've got 3 pharmacies and they all decide that instead of selling your allergy medicine to you, at 20% over cost, with a 20% margin, they're going to up it to 50%. They're all going to sell for 50%. So there's no one in the market that the consumer can go to get it at that reduced price. Do you think that would be monopolistic?
Yeah, definitely. Because at that point, they're using their hold on the industry to screw over the customer, which is where you get into like the definition of monopolies.
Exactly. Yeah. So they go on to say that a monopolized market often becomes an unfair, unequal, and inefficient market. Mergers and acquisitions among companies in the same business are highly regulated and researched for this reason. Firms are typically forced to divest assets if federal authorities believe proposed mergers or a takeover will violate anti-monopoly laws. We just had a major takeover very recently among the cellular carriers.
Oh, yeah.
Where T-Mobile bought out Sprint. So we had 4 major competitors in the market. T-Mobile bought out Sprint to become the number 2 in consumer size at that point in time, and to reduce the market down from 4 to 3. At the same time, one of the contingencies associated with that was the emergence of another network that would come out eventually, which it hasn't come out yet. I think it's Dish is going to be running this particular network, but they're going to be using the services of the existing networks. So it's almost like it was a fictional way of putting a 4th competitor into the market.
Like a puppet competitor almost.
Exactly. So in that instance, do you think the T-Mobile merger with Sprint will be good or bad for consumers?
I think about this with mobile companies especially. Like there's whole regions of the country where you can only get one mobile service provider. And I think by merging like that, it's going to make that problem even worse. So say I know in this area it's kind of like that with T-Mobile. If you're forced to have T-Mobile and now Sprint, but the coverage is poor and you don't have any other option, I think that's definitely an issue.
Yeah.
It's because you're forced to have an inferior product just due to the monopoly. Right.
And there's no incentive for them to improve their product because there's no competition.
Right. And what are you going to do? Move?
Exactly. You're not going to move because you're a cellular carrier. Exactly. So they say monopolies typically have an unfair advantage over their competition since they're either the only provider of a product or control most of the market share or customers for their product. Although monopolies might differ from industry to industry, they tend to share similar characteristics. Why don't you tell us what these characteristics are?
Sure. So the first one is the high barrier of entry, which we kind of talked about already. This is when competitors are not able to enter the market, and the monopoly can easily prevent competition from developing their foothold in an industry by acquiring that competition. Sort of like we talked about with the mobile company where they put, I guess not really, because they kind of let them use their own services. The second example is the single seller. There's only one seller in the market, meaning the company becomes the same as the industry it serves. The third is price maker. The company that operates the monopoly decides the price of the product that it will sell without any competition, keeping their prices in check. As a result of this, monopolies can raise prices whenever they want. And finally, the economy of scale. A monopoly often can produce at a lower cost than smaller companies. Monopolies can buy huge quantities of inventory, for example, usually at a volume discount. As a result of this, monopoly can lower its prices so much that smaller competitors can survive. Think like Walmart. Essentially, monopolies can engage in price wars due to their scale of their manufacturing and distribution networks, such as warehousing and shipping. That can be done at lower cost than any of the competitors in the industry. I guess that'd be Amazon too, both those companies.
Yeah. So it's interesting because some of these same practices they talk about here that are considered to be monopolistic are also ones that are generally used in business for efficiency reasons. For instance, here in New Jersey, we have a lot of cranberry producers in the state. And one of the things that you have is everyone's heard of Ocean Spray, right? Mm-hmm. You buy Ocean Spray cranberry juice off the shelves and whatnot. Ocean Spray is actually a cooperative. And what they do is they partner with a number of independent farmers to pool their resources. And it's not just cranberries, obviously, it's many other things. But they pool their resources together and sell as one single entity. So they can get advantages in the economy to scale by supplying all their entities at the same time for a bulk cost. They're sort of fixing their prices by not competing against each other. They all agree upon a certain price that they sell at. But somehow the cooperatives aren't targeted for monopolies, even though they take on some of the same characteristics of a monopoly. This has happened traditionally in the past with a lot of food industries have done this. A lot of your fast food places, when they go through franchising, they do sort of the same thing. You buy a franchise of a pizza place, Papa John's or I can't think of another
Dunkin'
one.
Donuts.
That would not be pizza, but sure, we'll use that as a franchise.
Yeah. That's the first thing when I think franchise.
But yeah, that's another good example of you have a whole bunch of people that buy the stores, buy the franchise where they have the rights, but they also get all their supplies that way. So instead of, mom and pop down the street going out and buying flour to make donuts, they put their purchase into the corporation, and the corporation buys it for 500 bakers at one time and can get a discount on it. So that's another thing where cooperatives can be targeted as monopolies, but they're not in today's society. So the next thing that we talk about is what's called a natural monopoly. So a natural monopoly can develop when a company becomes a monopoly due to high fixed or startup costs in an industry. This happens a lot with utilities, internet, electricity, telephone. Because of the amount of money that you have to tie up in order to provide that service, the government is willing to allow you to become a monopoly. AT&T at one point in time had so much money tied up in copper. It was like 1/3 of the company's value was in copper, just in the wires that they had, because copper is a commodity.
Wow.
Also, natural monopolies can arise in industries that require unique raw materials, technology, or it's a specialized industry where only one company can meet the needs. Again, this goes back to AT&T. They were Bell, I guess at the time and they wound up getting broken up in the early 80s. Companies that have patents on their products, which prevent competition from developing the same product in a specific field, can have a natural monopoly. So a lot of these things here have traditionally been associated with the utilities sector. Your television, your cable, your internet, your electrical, your plumbing, things that aren't state-owned but offer private services. We just ran into an incident last week with the Colonial Pipeline, where they supply a chunk of refined fuels to a large sector of the country. They're a private company, but they have a monopoly on that because of how expensive it is to build a pipeline. So let me ask you, when it comes to natural monopolies where you have this investment or you own the technology, do you think that justifies monopolistic tendencies?
I think it's a tough question to answer, because it reminds me of when we did our streaming services episode. We talked about something like Comcast, who's internet and TV and there's cell phones, and they're sort of expanding in that way too. But if, again, kind of like when we talked about with the mobile providers, if you can only have Comcast, but it's because Comcast controls all those resources, is that a bad thing? I think it becomes a bad thing when you go back to the inferior product thing. If your product's bad, but you have this obligation to provide the service because you have all the resources, then I think you also have an obligation to make the product at least usable consistently.
Well, and to add to that is, if the government is going to allow you to be a natural monopoly because of that technology or that investment, then there's a certain right that the government has to...
we didn't check the shop beforehand, everybody.
No, we didn't. Just lean a lot that way. There's a certain obligation the government has to regulate you at that point in time as an industry. Do you think that expectation of government regulation, because a lot of the cable companies are trying to get away from government regulation. Do you think that expectation that government should have the right to do that when they grant you a monopoly is realistic?
I think maybe not realistic, not in these days, because these companies have so much power. I think it's idealistic that, ultimately at the end of the day, the government is going to have the say in what needs to be regulated and what doesn't. But I think we're seeing so often that the companies have so much power that the government just chooses not to do anything.
Yeah, I think
which we'll get into more later.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right on that one. So there's public monopolies that are set up by the government to provide essential services, such as the U.S. Postal Service, although the U.S. Postal Service is getting a run for its money these days with private parcel companies like UPS and FedEx. Utilities, which we talked about already. The utilities industry is where a natural government allowed monopolies flourish until the government doesn't allow it anymore. And it's kind of strange because this happened a few years back, where back in the early 2000s, we had a major power outage in the Northeast. And it turned out that power outage was a result of a mismanaged power network out in, I think, Ohio at the time. And it's a privately owned company. They weren't under any kind of monopolistic regulations or anything. But because of the problem that they caused that took down the rest of the network in the Northeast, the government came in and imposed sanctions on them and fines and so forth. Do you think that's a way or an efficient way for the government to sort of allow monopolies to happen, but penalize them if they don't adhere to some level of standard?
I mean, yeah. And I mean, that's a pretty extreme example. If you cause the Northeast to have a blackout, I think you deserve to get punished for some reason. But I think you said it was a privately owned company. It wasn't like, yeah. So if it was, I don't know. I think if it was a larger company, they might not be as harsh. If it's the small independent company, they can easily point the finger and blame them. But if it was something like General Electric or something, they might be a little bit hesitant to punish them as harshly, I think.
Right. No, I could see that. So the monopolies in these instances are allowed because the suppliers incur large costs of producing power or water or providing these services to each household, and it's considered more efficient for there to be a sole provider for these services. Do you think it's more efficient for you to have a sole cable provider, or do you think competition in the cable market would be better for the consumers? Because right now, cable is not considered a public utility. And there's a lot of push to have it considered that way as far as protections and regulation go. If they did, do you think having 2 or 3 cable providers would be better, or having a monopoly would be better?
Yeah, definitely, because I think competition, it breeds innovation, right? Because you need to be able to beat your competitor, and you beat your competitor by making more money, which means having a better product in theory. So I think if there was only one company, then it would just stagnate. They would settle for whatever service they're going to provide. But if you've got that competition, I think that ends up benefiting the consumer in the long run.
Yeah, and I think you're right. I think the only time you get innovation is when companies have to innovate. And the only time companies have to innovate is if the competition makes them, which is their number one motivation, because that's where their profits are, or if the government forces them to. And to a certain extent, the government did force a lot of these cable companies to innovate their technology because they were taking bandwidth back from them, which is why we have digital TV now. That was not because the cable companies were in competition for each other to provide better services. That was because the government mandated that. So you can, in certain circumstances, still have monopolies that innovate when the government forces them to do so, and still allow monopolies to exist in the country. So we're going to take a quick break, and we're going to come back and talk about some of the antitrust laws and a little bit of what the country has done to break up monopolies historically.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems.
Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern day monopolies today. We're going to talk a little about antitrust laws, and you can't really talk about monopolies unless you mention at least the Sherman Antitrust Act. So in 1890, the Sherman Antitrust Act became the first legislation passed by the U.S. Congress to limit monopolies. It had strong support by Congress. It passed the Senate with a vote of 51-1 and passed the House unanimously 242-0. And that was put in place to regulate mostly the big industries at the time, which were
Oil,
locomotives, your rail service, your steel industry, and so forth. Then in 1914, two additional antitrust pieces of legislation were passed to protect consumers. The Clayton Antitrust Act, which created new rules for mergers and corporate directors, and also listed specific examples of practices that would violate the Sherman Antitrust. And then the Federal Trade Commission, the Federal Trade Commission Act, which sets standards for business practices and enforces the two antitrust acts, along with the Antitrust Division of the U.S. Department of Justice. So the laws are intended to preserve competition and allow smaller companies to enter a market, and not to merely suppress strong companies. And I think that's a theme that I think resonates today, because a lot of what people are talking about today with our big monopolies is that they're not harming people because they're not producing a product or a service. And the biggest example of this would be social media and Facebook. So Facebook isn't harming anyone by not bringing new products to market. They're just a really big company. The same thing with Google. And the push today seems to be targeting, well, these companies are too big and they shouldn't be that big. And I think the point that I'm trying to make here is that's not something that the antitrust laws are designed to cope with. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I think it's these are obviously laws that were made in before 1900, so they definitely need to be updated. But I think it's kind of what comes with technology, right? It's you've got to make new laws. You've got to adapt the way you think about it, because while they're not making a product, these companies have data on everybody. And when you have things like information leaks and the companies aren't necessarily held accountable, like Facebook has them all the time, where people's personal data gets leaked. And I think that is a huge problem that should be, more harshly punished. And I think that would come with a more modern look at, antitrust laws.
Well, and I think I agree with you to a certain extent that the companies themselves have a certain obligation to protect the user's data. However, the users give the data up freely. So there's not, I don't think there's really an expectation of privacy, because it's a social network, right? Yeah. So when I post my information, my pictures and whatever, I'm posting them there for people to see. So I can't really get upset when Facebook leaks that to other people. The other problem that you run into is that the modern laws that we have penalties that are insignificant to the size of these companies now, which I think is where some of the argument comes in that these companies are too big. You might get a couple $100,000 fine for a data breach.
That's like nothing.
When you're a multi-billion-dollar company, that's essentially you lost that money in the cushions of the couch.
Yeah, the time it took to draft the document to charge you've already made $1 billion.
Right. So there's really very little incentive to do anything other than continue business as is and just pay the fines because you're still monumentally profitable. So I think there needs to be a fundamental shift in what the penalties look like in order for the penalties to have any meaning whatsoever. So in talking about breaking up monopolies, the Sherman Antitrust Act was targeted at companies like Standard Oil and even the American Tobacco Company, which didn't break up the companies. It broke up Standard Oil, but what it did was it pushed more public awareness. In 1994, the U.S. government accused Microsoft of using a significant market share in the PC operating system business to prevent competition and maintain a monopoly. Now, this is significant because I think it's really the first modern monopoly with high-tech industry that we kind of see come across the government's crosshairs. Yeah, they broke up the bell companies, the phone companies, and stuff like that, but I think that was less significant from a technological standpoint because it was really legacy technology. But here you have Microsoft, who is at the forefront of computer technology, but they're also internationally acclaimed for this technology. And you have the United States that's trying to set precedent here. And I think, if anything, that's where we kind of look back to see what's going to guide our principles moving forward. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, I think I've said it on this show before. Again, not a lawyer, but, the law is about precedent, right? So something like this case here, sets the precedent for technology companies going forward of how their versions of monopolies, are viewed in courts. And I think that, having Microsoft be this big example in 1994 is extremely important, just to have something to look back at, especially, I don't think anybody could have imagined what technology is like now compared to what it was in 1994, but it's much larger and much more in the forefront of just our daily conversations.
Yeah, and essentially what happened is in 98, you had a federal district judge rule that Microsoft needed to be broken into technology companies. But that was a decision that was later reversed. There were compromises that happened. There were fines that happened. Microsoft ultimately agreed to have a government overseer become part of the company to make sure that the company wasn't engaging in monopolistic activities. Microsoft in the 80s and 90s was brutal. They had a philosophy of, well, let's not compete with others. Let's just destroy the competition. And they did. They were very effective at it.
Yeah, I think there's an episode, I don't know if you've ever watched the CNN series. It's just called the 70s or the 80s. It's one of those. There's a whole episode on like the Apple-Microsoft war. It's really interesting.
Yeah, and it's funny because Microsoft destroyed Apple to the point that Apple was roughly 3 months away from going bankrupt. And Bill Gates, in a very famous appearance, shows up at the Apple Worldwide Developer Conference via video, and Steve Jobs was still alive at the time and announced that Microsoft is investing in Apple, and they booed Bill Gates for saving the company. All the people that were in the crowd booed when they heard about that. And the funny thing is, the only reason Microsoft did that was not so that they could make profit off of Apple. It was so that they could maintain the appearance
of having competition.
That's all it was. And the government fell for it. Yeah, the government fell for it. So, I mean, a lot of times it's really just about, jumping through the flaming hoops and making people believe the right thing.
Yeah, and like not even in terms of government, but just in terms of public opinion too. You have you get that with video game consoles too. I know it's not nearly on the same level, but if you maintain that rivalry between two companies, it makes it look even better than that you're not a monopoly because, I'm an Apple fan, I'm a Microsoft fan, but in reality, it's the same company. Like, not really, but if they bailed out your company, they still owe them a debt in some way.
Sure. Well, and you look at, we stick with technology, you look at microprocessors. So you've got Intel and you've got AMD. And AMD has always been sort of the redheaded stepchild to Intel, where they were the rebels, they were the underdogs. Their processors were for like the elite group of gamers or overclockers or whatever. And you look at what happened to Intel, and Intel has, in recent years, been completely burned by their technology choices because of the shortcuts that they made that AMD didn't make. And AMD picked up a huge market share. And now you're seeing another fundamental shift that's detrimental to Intel, with Apple moving away from Intel processors in their computers now to their own designed ones that they're manufacturing themselves. So Intel's getting hit again with this. So that this was an instance where Intel got very complacent in what they were doing, and now they've fallen significantly behind in the processor market, and the tables have kind of shifted. But at the time when Intel was dominant, Intel was actually supplying information and support to AMD to maintain that appearance of competition.
Works every time.
So again, it really is. It's just a matter of appearance sometimes to keep from getting hit with monopolistic charges. So we talked briefly about AT&T. The most prominent monopoly breakup in the U.S. history was AT&T. After being allowed to control the nation's telephone service for decades as a government-supported monopoly, the giant telecommunications company found itself challenged by antitrust laws. In 1982, after an 8-year court battle, AT&T had to divest itself of 22 local exchange service companies and has been forced to sell off assets or split units several times since. Now, the real interesting thing is, you had what were termed as baby bells during this. So you had all these certified local exchange CLECs, certified local exchange carriers pop up all over the country that were all part of the original one. And over the last 10 to 15 years, you've seen all those get swept up, and they're now owned by Verizon. So you went through that huge natural monopoly that the government allowed, to breaking them up when they thought the competition was stifled, to now mergers happening to get you back to that position where you have two people that are running the...
Yeah, so many... It's... History in general is cyclical, and I think we're seeing that here too, right? So in maybe, I don't know, 15, 20 years, we'll have another breakup, and they'll all come back out again, and then in 30 years, they'll all get swept up again. I think that's just how these things work,
and
honestly.
And I think that's kind of the point here, is that that's capitalism. That's how capitalism works, is that monopolies are a natural outcome of capitalism. And I think the best that government can hope in most cases is to try to keep it at bay as long as possible. And eventually they're still going to get gobbled up and get eaten up. Your pharmacies had the same thing. Your internet providers had the same thing. You know, I remember back in the 90s when I worked for an internet provider, you had, just in our area, probably 10 different internet carriers. Now you can't get internet from anybody other than Comcast here. You had 3 different cable companies that you could get service from. So it's just a life cycle, I think, of business in a capitalist society. So we're going to take another break and come back and talk more about our modern monopoly problem in America. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking modern monopolies. So Forbes did an interesting article about America's modern monopoly problem. They said, without realizing it, we become a nation of monopolies. A large and growing part of our economy is owned by a handful of companies that face little competition. They have no incentive to deliver better products or to get more efficient. They simply rake in cash from people who have no choice but to hand it over. This would be impossible if we had true capitalism. Even if we admit some businesses are natural monopolies, most aren't. Most of them found some non-capitalistic flaw to exploit. In theory, this problem should have solved itself as technology and consumer preferences change, yet it hasn't. Axios outlined a problem in a recent article on farm bankruptcies. Why don't you tell us about what they found?
Sure. So 3 companies control about 80% of mobile telecoms. 3 have 95% of credit cards. 4 have 70% of airline flights within the United States. Google handles 60% of all searches online. In agriculture, 4 companies control 66% of U.S. hogs slaughtered in 2015, 85% of the steer, and half of the chickens, according to the Department of Agriculture. And finally, just 4 companies control 85% of U.S. corn seed sales. That's up from 60% in 2000, so there was some consolidation there. And 75% of soybean seed, a jump from about half, according to the Agriculture Department.
That's pretty staggering, and that's not even talking big tech, where a lot of our focus is today. I mean, we're talking telecoms, credit cards, airlines, search, which we'll get to, and agriculture. I mean, our agriculture is really tied up to that few companies. I mean, I find that alarming at best. What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, you go back to your ocean spray example where it's one company, but it's made up of smaller farms. I guess that's probably similar.
That's
to what's
probably
happening.
would be in this, yeah.
Yeah, so it's if you want to have a successful farm, you have to join up with this company, basically is what you're getting at. And that is a monopoly, but if the independent farms are getting their proper cut, it's not as bad as it could be, right? Where they're just being exploited for their product.
Right.
I mean, I don't know. It's like this big company you just become a part of, I suppose, if you want to have a farm. I don't know.
Yeah, well, and one of the things that they talk about a couple different outcomes that we get from this. One is being having a gummed up economy. Some economists say the concentration of market power is gumming up the economy and largely to blame for decades of flat wages and weak productivity growth. They say gumming up the economy is a good way to describe it because we're getting competition itself is an economic lubricant. And the machines work more efficiently when the parts are moving freely. We get more output from the same input or the same output with less input. Take away the competition and it all begins to grind together, kind of like a internal combustion engine that you don't keep the oil changed in. Eventually, friction brings it to a halt, and sometimes a fiery one. Normally, companies grow their profits by delivering better products at lower prices than their competitors. It's a dynamic process with competitors constantly dropping out and new ones appearing. This has been described as what's called creative destruction, which sounds harsh, but is absolutely necessary for economic growth. Today, the creative destruction isn't happening. And as companies refuse to die and monopolies refuse to improve, we struggle to generate even mild economic growth. And I think we're seeing that across our entire economy at this point in time. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we just read off all those examples of all those companies that own everything, right? So I think especially when you get to the point where you're too big of a company to fail and it refuses to die, just like that article said, when you're at that level where you control over half of, some kind of domestic product, it's going to be difficult for you to fail, even if you wanted to. And then you end up getting the stagnation that we're seeing today.
Absolutely, yeah. They also talk about uncreative destruction. Creative destruction means companies go out of business and workers lose their jobs. Maybe a few competitors will hire them eventually, but they suffer in the meantime. Politicians try to help, but finding the right balance is hard. Greater blame should be assigned to the central bankers, not just the Fed, but its peers as well. For whatever reason, they kept short-term stimulus measures and near-zero rates for far too long. The resulting flood of capital bypassed the creative destruction process. A lot of this happened under the radar. You've probably seen stories about the Lyft IPO and other unicorns that will soon go public. Unicorns being a type of wishful company going public with a very high IPO. The news, this is news because it's now so unusual. The number of listed companies is shrinking because A, cheap capital lets them stay private longer, and B, the founders and venture capitalists often exit by selling to a larger cash flush competitor instead of going public. An economy in which it's easier and cheaper to buy your competitors rather than out-innovate them is probably headed towards stagnation. And that's the problem that we had. We saw all through the 1800s, competition was being bought up constantly. The railroads, the consolidation in the auto industry in the early half of the 20th century. Anytime that you see competition just being eaten up by buying them out, you're not innovating at all when you buy. You just have companies that are so large they can buy out anybody that's competing with them. Facebook is doing the same exact thing now. Facebook has bought up 4 or 5 major competitors, all in different sectors of what they do, but they're buying their way to success. And that stifles innovation. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, we talked earlier about that barrier to entry, right? That's one of the biggest things when you're looking at these monopolies. And if you're a small startup trying to compete with somebody like Facebook and they just offer you a blank check to just buy you out, it's hard to say no to that, especially if you know that you have no real hope of competing with them. And I think that the more they just, when Facebook buys you out, they then also get more powerful because they have your workforce or your resources or whatever you had to offer, and they have less competition, so they only get more powerful. It's a win-win in the worst kind of way, I think, especially for consumers and the economy.
Yeah, and part of the problem that you have is because of this, you have companies that shouldn't be in business are getting bought out, and the technology they have is inferior technology, but you have larger companies buying them not because of the technology so they can integrate it into their own. They're buying their users. So you may have a company, I don't want to say Quibi, but a company like Quibi that spent all this money up front on advertising and we'll say technology, although it's not that revolutionary. But their whole goal was to basically get a whole bunch of people on the platform and then sell it. And in their case, they failed. In their case, they projected something like 70 million people signing on with this 1.5 billion budget or something that they had. They wound up getting 70,000 people actually subscribing to it, and they went out of business. That's the exception to the rule, whereas that should be the natural order of how business works.
Especially with capitalism. If you're not a good business, you should just fail.
Absolutely. But, instead you have companies that they garner this large following, and it could be because of certain people that might be on your service. One of the things that Twitter ran into was that when they banned Donald Trump around the time of the January 6th insurrection, their user base dropped off significantly because all of his supporters stopped using the service. That cult following is enough to start your own social network, bring all those people on board, and then sell those users. Even if the social network itself is outdated, the technology is 90 years old, they're selling eyes at that point in time. And that's generally not how business is done, because in most cases, traditionally, the consumer isn't the product.
Yeah.
The product is something you produce. But in the case of technology and social media today, the consumer is the product because that's where people are making money with all your information. So it kind of breaks the rules, and that's why we kind of have an upset balance here. So we're going to take our last break here, and we're going to come back and look at the future of regulating monopolies and why tech might be different.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking monopolies, and we're going to talk about how to regulate today's monopolies in tomorrow's market. So when the global financial crisis slowly subsided in the spring of 2010, tech giants Google, Apple, Facebook, and Amazon, known collectively as GAFA.
I've never heard that before.
I haven't either. I didn't write the article, though. So. They were collectively valued at just under 450 billion euros by market cap. These companies were drivers of innovation that pointed the way forward, enterprises at the center of a flourishing technological ecosystem with a creative and technology-driven vision. Over the past decade, the transformation of society's relationship to those companies is unprecedented. We use the products of these companies to manage almost our entire professional and private lives. And during the coronavirus crisis, the value of the tech giants have increased even more. So when we put together the idea of the show, these were really the companies that we're talking about for today's modern monopolies. How do you feel about first of all, let me ask, do you use their products? I think that's probably the most important question to ask anybody.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of hard not to, right? At least like Google and Amazon, even if you don't buy things from Amazon, Amazon still controls a lot of web traffic too for their searches. So you're using them either way. But yeah, I don't think I have any Apple products anymore. I did though for a while. I was an iPhone user. I have a Facebook and Instagram account I don't really use, but I still look at them. So they're getting, my eyes either way. And then Google, I use all of their products and services. So yeah, I'm pretty far in.
Yeah, and I think one of the biggest things to keep in mind here is that these companies don't just influence the American economy. These are global companies that have a major impact on the world. So looking at the monopolies of tomorrow, I think we have to ask ourselves probably a few questions and kind of come to terms with a few things. Like, one is how we handle the U.S. monopolies today will dictate Europe's future and even to a certain extent the rest of the world, don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think that in our modern age, it's a global economy. It's not as isolationist as it used to be with things like Standard Oil and things like that.
Yeah, and I think the other thing is that even though, it's hard to envision, but the technological revolution isn't over. We're kind of still in the early phases of it. And I think one of the issues that we run into is that we don't make the rules as fast as the technology grows. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I mean, just in the last, 5-6 years, you had Snapchat show up, which blew up again and became another staple in the social media icon, on your phone that a lot of people use and is now a publicly traded company. So I think that we're definitely going to see it again. TikTok as well, also huge. Yeah. So I think that, every couple of years, it's, just how these things work. You'll get a whole new social media app or something along those lines.
Yeah, and I think one of the issues that concerns me is that the room for maneuvering needed to figure all this stuff out is shrinking. The time that we have to put measures in place now to govern these things is running out rapidly. If we want to know what to do next, it's vital that we gain some in-depth understanding of the mechanisms by which the tech monopolies operate. And I think part of the problem that we have is that the people in our country, at least, that are making these laws don't have a clue about technology.
Yeah.
I mean, they really have no idea how it works, how it progresses, the impact that it has, the security. There's a lot of talk right now about cybersecurity because of the pipeline hack and all these, the Microsoft Exchange hack and the SolarWinds, all this stuff, this cybersecurity is in the news. And our politicians are trying their best, really, to pay lip service to it, but have no idea whatsoever what the technology means. Like, for instance, my biggest question, sticking with the pipeline incident, they got hit with ransomware. Well, why in the world was your pipeline network even connected to the internet? Absolutely no reason for that. And yet there isn't a single politician who's asked that question yet because they don't understand. They just think the internet is some nebulous piece of technology that connects everything. And these are the people that are making the laws. What do you think about that?
I think that's definitely part of the problem. I think you saw it too back when any new technology, when it showed up, like TV, like blew people's minds and they thought it was going to give you the devil in you. So I think it's something like this too. And eventually they'll hopefully catch up. But I think the difference with modern technology is that it's progressing way faster than things like TV ever did. I mean, it's changing almost on a yearly basis what the norms are. So I think that the pace is much more accelerated.
Yeah. So let's take a second to take a look at what the current tech monopolies are and why they're different. So I think the biggest thing, and we've touched on this already, is that tech monopolies survive on data and algorithms. That's their product. You as the consumer are their product. They take your information and they sell it for advertising. They're not necessarily selling you anything. Amazon doesn't make any money off anything that it sells from its store. It's literally a break even. It's a loss leader for them. They make their money on their Amazon Web Services, which everybody hosts everything through their Amazon Web Services, which ironically was kind of an offshoot for their own needs. They had to build out their own network to support the Amazon store. And they found out that they could rent space on their cloud and make more money. But Google, you're the product. They collect your data. Facebook, you're the product. Amazon, you're the product. With Apple recognized this, and now in the latest version of Apple's operating system, they implemented this new privacy feature where applications have to ask if you want them to track your movement outside the application. Which, if you think about it, is almost a no-brainer. Like, no, why do I want Facebook tracking me in other apps? But Facebook is actually fighting this to the point that they're threatening legal action because they're saying that it gives Apple an unfair advantage. So Apple has access to that information, but Facebook doesn't. So therefore, Apple has an advantage.
I mean, I guess, but it's like, geez, guys. It's like just the two crazy billionaires yelling at each other for more money.
If you look at the companies in the 20th centuries, their wealth came from factories and machines and qualified employees and the stuff that they made that consumers purchased. So it was much easier to say, okay, well, you're not innovating cars fast enough. You're not innovating refrigerators or whatever it happened to be because you had an actual defined product. How do you tell when you're not innovating services enough if the consumer's the product? Like what's the answer to that question?
I mean, then we get into a question of privacy, right? Because the only way to innovate that is to become more intrusive in people's lives and to collect more data on them. And then that's a whole nother can of worms of where you draw that line of if it's just, you're purely just a product at that point and the human element is completely removed.
Absolutely. So over the past decade, the big tech companies have built a huge competitive advantage because they control the operating systems and the search engines and the browsers and all the cloud infrastructure. They also own the shopping marketplaces, the communications platforms, the networked household appliances, and the app stores. To return to our picture of the 20th century, tech monopolies not only have factories and machines, they also increasingly own the entire infrastructure of the value creation chain, including all the businesses and all the communication channels to the customer, which, being that ingrained and essentially owning control of the economy, makes it almost impossible to regulate them. Don't you agree?
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like it's too late. It reminds me of, and this is sort of related, but movies. There was a big Paramount decision like the 30s because they owned distribution, production, and exhibition, which was like movie theaters.
Right.
And that's what this reminds me of. They're owning every single step of the chain, which is a monopoly. But in this instance, they're way too powerful to be stopped at this point.
Right. And, the capital that the big tech companies suck out of the system using this mechanism is fed straight back in undermining the competition or accessing new areas of business. Vendors on Amazon's marketplace are just as dependent on the goodwill of the platform as media companies are on Google and Facebook. This goodwill can only be acquired by consistently providing access to all content and data, thus continuing to feed the monopoly and making it more efficient. So even for competition to work, they have to cooperate with the big tech and provide the big tech exactly what they need to give the big tech the authority in the first
competition in quotes there a little bit.
Exactly. So the enormous profitability of the infrastructure services allows the big tech companies to invest in new fields of business on a very long-term basis. To do this, the monopolists are willing to accept high losses for many years in order to weaken the competition and build up market shares. It's ironic what Amazon is doing, because Amazon is doing online in the marketplace exactly what Walmart did. So Walmart had this reputation for buying everything in bulk and selling it very cheap with very little overhead. And they would come into a town and they would open up a mega store, and they put all the other small mom and pop businesses out of business because they couldn't compete. Mm-hmm. They didn't have the economy of scale to compete with Walmart. Amazon now shows up, and they started out selling books at first, and they changed the way we bought books. Well, it wasn't long before they started selling everything. Mm-hmm. And now, not only do they sell everything, you can get it delivered in 2 days for free if you're an Amazon Prime member. You can get it delivered the next day if you're in certain geographic locations. They basically are putting companies like Walmart out of business because they can sell it cheaper than Walmart.
Yep. And that's not even counting all the other services they provide too. Their video streaming services as a competitor to Netflix. I mean, they're omnipresent.
Yeah. I mean, they're literally everywhere. They're in the music.
Yeah.
They're producing their own TV shows. They're producing their own movies that they're putting up for awards. They're selling goods. There's several situations Amazon's been involved in where they've had people on their service, because you can sell through Amazon. So they've had people on their service that were selling, I think one was diapers.com. Mm-hmm. They were selling low overhead diapers through Amazon. Well, Amazon decided that they were now going to sell diapers, and they would buy their diapers in much larger bulk than diapers.com could, and they would sell them at below cost. They could take the loss because they had plenty of other profit leaders elsewhere that they could absorb it through. And eventually they got to the point where they put this company out of business. And that's a practice that they've done over and over again. And it isn't like diapers.com was bringing in so much money selling diapers that it was a threat to Amazon. So there was no reason to put them out of business. Amazon simply wanted to own that business, and now they do.
Yeah, I guess for them, even if there was a 1% chance that diapers.com could have taken over the diaper industry, they have to take that as an absolute certainty.
Yeah.
And they did.
And that's really what the scary thing is with these monopolies today, is that they have that ability. They could literally give their products away for 6 months and put everyone else out of business so that they're the only one left after 6 months. They could absorb that loss. And now that bottle of water that cost you $1 before now cost you $10 because you don't have a choice, which is kind of scary. So let's talk a little bit about where we think the future of monopolies is going, and we can sort of sum up this discussion. So I jotted down a few talking points here. I want to bounce them off of you. My first point is that technology moves faster than legislation. Is that something that you would agree with?
Yeah, we already talked about that in terms of, I compared it to television, but yeah, absolutely. Especially today, it's moving even faster than, people in charge of making laws and politicians can even fathom.
Yeah. And today's monopolies are more complicated than railroads and telephones ever were. There's more of an international impact from today's monopolies than ever before. What kind of impact do you think that will have on regulating these companies that are too big to fail moving forward?
I think we're going to have to change the notion of a product, right? Because it's not a tangible thing that you can get. It's data, it's information that's being sold. So I think that's going to be the first step in really making some serious change on how to stop these monopolies, is changing what we view as, the product.
Do you think from a domestic standpoint that the U.S. government should be regulating these, or do you think we should be turning that sort of authority over to the World Trade Organization or something on a bigger scale?
I think the U.S. government should step in and then do it, because these are United States-based companies, and I think that there's a degree of responsibility there. Now, in reality, that's probably not going to happen because they have really no reason to, especially because, like we've said a bunch of times, that these companies are already way too powerful to be regulated. But maybe if, but the World Trade Organization and the U.S. government, teamed up. I don't really know how that works in terms of law, but perhaps that level of force would get something done.
I could certainly see that. I could see, even if you go regionally with things like the European Union and stuff like that, where you might be able to regulate that. Let's talk penalties for a minute. So we already kind of talked about the fact that the penalties that are being imposed on these companies are really insignificant. How do you punish a company for monopolistic practices when they have economies larger than most countries in the world?
It's really hard to. I was thinking of something like when they broke up AT&T, but how are you going to break up Amazon, right? I mean, I guess you could do it where like they own Whole Foods, so Whole Foods would then become its own company again. Maybe something like that would work. Or all the different independent sellers that they've tried to acquire, like our diapers.com example, breaking those up and making them their own independent companies. But then logistically, they're not going to succeed because they're not on the Amazon app, which is what everybody's using. So it's a very difficult thing that, I'm not an economist, so I have no idea how you'd even begin. I mean, more money would be ideal, but like you said, they're bigger than some small countries. So how much money can you realistically find them? Right.
And the last thing that I want to throw out there is one that it seems to seep into every conversation that we have, and that's politics. You have governments that benefit too much from monopolies. The number of people that Amazon employs, the impact it has on the economy and the unemployment rate, and the amount of tax dollars that they get from these companies is vast. You have politicians whose constituents are benefiting by having, Amazon recently had a big competition about where they're going to put their new headquarters. And you had cities rather, that were vying for it, offering up, tax incentives and everything, almost like it was the Olympics, and you had people vying for the Olympics. They were politicians falling all over each other to try to get Amazon in their districts. When you have that kind of power, that you have politicians that are catering to you, and mind you, we talk about corrupt politicians and the fact that the United States has the best politicians money can buy all the time here. But when you have politicians that are falling all over themselves without you even gracing their palm with any money, just the fact that you're bringing that kind of business and economic benefit to their districts, how are you going to have these same politicians now regulate these companies and break them up and try to push some control over them? How do you get past the politics of it?
I mean, you don't really. I mean, this reminds me of, we studied a lot of the around the Sherman antitrust time, those politics of that time in high school. And there was a lot of cartoons of like a big octopus that was Standard Oil that would like have its tentacles in politics. And this is kind of what that reminds me of. Except that I think today, while everybody knows about Amazon's like how poorly they treat their workers and things like that, and the accidents that have happened on the company lines, I still think Amazon is still viewed publicly very positively because of their convenience, right? So I think that that's going to be a major step too, because the politicians associated with Amazon aren't like as nefarious as they were when they were associated with Standard Oil. So it's a matter of public perception of even having the pressure on the politicians in the first place to make the change.
I think you're right. I mean, I'm a Amazon user.
Yeah.
I'm a Google user. I'm a Apple user. I don't use Facebook. The show's on Facebook, but I don't manage that. I don't log into Facebook. And the problem that I have is I know these companies are problems, but I still use them, and I will continue to use them. They're not evil enough for me to not. Facebook is evil enough. Facebook to me is a cesspool, so I won't use Facebook. But these other companies provide benefit to me, and I don't personally feel the detriment that's associated with them. So it's very hard for me to even advocate breaking them up or cracking down on them or whatever. So unfortunately, I don't have any answers myself.
Yeah, it's an interesting moral question, right? And I think we get that with a lot of industries. If you really look into them, they're all evil in their own ways.
Right.
But it's a matter of your daily life. And what's one person going to do that? If one person were to stop using this product, realistically, how many products would they have to stop using?
Yeah.
You have to stop using the internet probably if you wanted to stop benefiting Amazon.
That's
You
true.
cannot buy Amazon products, but you're still going to benefit them in some way. It goes back to their omnipresence.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. I think this is probably one of the first episodes that we've done where our future look didn't really have a path forward. I don't think either of us have an answer on how to solve this moving forward.
It's Wall-E. They're going to become by and large. We're going to have to fly off the planet because all the Amazon boxes are stacked up in the cities.
There you go. So I think that's kind of all we can add to this discussion today. I think that was all we had today. Did you have anything else you wanted to add?
Nope.
Well, thank you for listening, folks. Before we go, I would invite folks to subscribe to the podcast. You can get video versions of the podcast if you look for Insights into Things. That will give you video episodes of all of our shows. If you just want audio episodes of this show, you can look up Insights into Tomorrow. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, Google.
Whoops.
Yes, all those evil people.
Yeah.
I would also encourage folks to contact us. You can give us some suggestions on what topics you'd like us to discuss, any feedback on the performance that we've done. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. We're on Twitter at insights_things. We stream 5 days a week, this week 6 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. On Facebook, we are facebook.com.
Should have plugged the shows in the beginning.
Yes, we are part of the problem. I understand that. We have no other, that's another byproduct of the monopolies. We have no other way to get our products out there without using them. But on Facebook, you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. And on Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can go to our website at www.insightsintothings.com for links to all of those things. Anything else before we go? Any closing thoughts?
No, I think that's it.
All right. The world is owned by the monopolies. It's a good game, too. You should try playing it. That's all for this week, this month, or whenever we do another one. Any closing words?
No, we'll see you next time, folks.
That's it. Another one in the books. Goodbye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com. Insightful podcast by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 128, Teens and Procrastination. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my talented and dedicated co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm all right. How about you?
I'm very tired, and we've been very tired for quite some time now. I guess I got to fix that camera angle there. Look at that. See, I changed the camera angle, and I didn't bother to double check it, and shame on me. Let's fix it that way. Let's fix it that way. There we go. That's much better.
Yay.
I don't like having the bars on the side.
Yeah.
So anyway, we almost didn't do a podcast today, or this week, I should say. I was planning on getting back on regular schedule this week. We took a week off last week because we had a lot of stuff going on with marching band. And then we were just really tired this week. A lot of stuff going on.
Yeah.
So we're back. We're off schedule. Today is Friday. Usually we record this podcast on Thursday, right?
Yep.
And we do our entertainment podcast on Wednesday, which we haven't done that yet. We'll be doing that this weekend. And we got one more band event coming up. And then after that, we should be back on our regular schedule.
Yep.
So that means we got to get cracking on show topics.
Yep.
But today we are talking about procrastination because I've been procrastinating doing show notes on other shows.
Yeah, this is probably one we're all gonna relate to.
This is one that even the adults can probably relate to. So yeah, we're going to be talking about what is procrastination and what are some of the downfalls of it, what causes procrastination specifically in teens, and then we'll discuss all this and how parents can help their teens overcome procrastination. But before we do that, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast. I really wish I knew what that beeping was. That tells me that there's another UPS that's about to fail around here somewhere because I already replaced one of them. Anyway, you can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Teens, and you can get video versions of all of our podcasts listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite our audience to give us some feedback. We are always looking for new show topics that we can research and talk about here on the show and help folks out with. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We are on Facebook, which isn't Facebook anymore. It's Meta now. I have to update the show notes for that. But you can get us at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. We are also on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can get links to all that and much more on our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready to get started?
Yep.
All right. So what is procrastination? This definition comes to us from a website called barronnews.com. They say procrastination is a given side effect of being faced with work at any point in your life. It's the common behavior that leads teenagers into putting off homework, studying, or any other responsibilities for as long as possible. Little bouts of procrastination here and there are perfectly normal and acceptable. But when it reaches the point of being a genuine distraction, it can become costly. Teens typically use little distractions to put off their work to the point of denial, and once time actually reaches to get the project done, they rush to get everything accomplished in time. This constant cycle of delay and denial is one of the more common mindsets that teenagers put themselves under when it comes to procrastination. Ultimately, the deadline is a major factor in how much people procrastinate. A faraway deadline, as well as the need to avoid work, can lead to a natural reaction of putting off the assignment. As the deadline comes closer, the sudden threat of a due date is what sets off the stress to motivate yourself to finish. It's the deadline that gets people to get the urgent sense of motivation, but when procrastination gets too far, it's easy for the work to end up in poor quality. So let me ask you right off the bat, do you think you procrastinate?
Well, it's kind of an interesting way how I procrastinate, because I feel I procrastinate on everything except schoolwork.
Okay.
Which is probably the opposite of what most people would normally expect of kids who procrastinate.
Explain that.
Like, I'm the type of person, we already went over the fact that I'm a perfectionist.
Right.
So, the thing is, because I'm a perfectionist, I normally prefer to get all my work done. Especially considering the fact I'm in band now, and a lot of the time, I don't have a lot of time. So, I normally try to get my schoolwork done as soon as possible. So, one, I don't have to worry about it, and two, I get it done before I have band, when I actually have time to do it.
That makes sense.
And of course, being the perfectionist, I always know that it might take me a bit longer to do these kinds of assignments, so I try and get it done as much as I can, and as soon as I can.
Right.
So I definitely wouldn't say I procrastinate on schoolwork, but everything else, pretty much, yeah, I procrastinate.
And I'll be honest with you, I procrastinate too. Most of the stuff that I do, I procrastinate on, but it's done kind of with a different mentality. I prioritize things, and I'm big on lists. So I'll have the things that I do on a routine basis. Let's stick to work for right now. So there's certain tasks that I have to perform at work on a regular basis. And what I prefer to do is to batch tasks together. If I know that I'm going to be pouring through help desk tickets and cleaning those up and sending reminders out, I'll do all those at one time rather than pick them off here and there. And then I'll break that time up by going through and doing other things. So I'll deliberately put things in little containers and then put them aside, knowing I have to do them, but knowing that there's a certain order that I'll do them in. Where I run into problems is when that schedule of containers gets upset by an emergency that happens, or somebody interrupts me, or the phone call comes in, then I find myself trying to rejigger that little system I have to try to get everything back into order. Like everything gets planned out, and it doesn't all just get done at once real quick, and then I'm sitting there twiddling my thumbs. Everything's done. I'll work on one container. I'll take a break and do something else. I'll work on the next container. I'll take a break and do something else. And it allows me that chance to mentally recharge between complex tasks. The problem is, somebody will walk in my door and tell me the server's down, and all of a sudden all my containers get kicked over and I can't work on any of that because I'm dealing with an emergency. So that's just one of those things that I kind of have to deal with the system that I have. So tell us about the problems with procrastination.
So, these problems with procrastination comes from a website called counselingtoyou.com. And they said that there are two types of procrastination. There's resistant procrastination and refusal procrastination. Resistant procrastination is delaying a task until later, which often ends up being the last minute, but still finally getting the task done. Refusal procrastination is putting a task on permanent hold, pretending later will never come, and never completing the task. While many people practice the former from time to time, both forms of procrastination can be costly. For example, the delay caused by simply putting off what one dislikes or fears, only lengthens the time one has to worry about getting the task done. Thus, procrastination creates more anxiety and stress than relief. The goal of procrastination may be to escape an immediate obligation, demand, or need to work. But there's a trap.
It's a trap.
Anyway, even if the task gets done in the end, procrastination adds to the stress and pressure of ordinary demands and causes them to take much longer than necessary. In the worst-case scenario, teens and adolescents can get into what is known as catastrophic functioning. Catastrophic functioning is the use of delay and avoidance to create last-minute crises in order to motivate oneself to do whatever it is that must be done. In short, creating stress to enable accomplishment. And when catastrophic functioning becomes routine, discomfort, fatigue, burnout, and even breakdown are likely to follow.
And that's a very good point, is that when you get into that point where everything's a crisis mode, it gets brutally exhausting because you're always doing some kind of fire drill and you can't get into that routine that you need to get into where you can conserve your energy and work smartly. So that's one of the biggest problems with procrastination. And I find that I run into that around the house. Normally around the house, if there's something that needs to get done, like I've got a UPS that's sitting under the desk here that I have to replace the battery on and put it back into place. I'm dreading having to do that because I'm going to have to completely rewire the area that I have to work in. I got to crawl around on the floor and it's, exhausting and it's a pain in the butt to do. And it's one of those things that it's an unpleasant task that I don't want to do. So it's one of those things that I will naturally put off as long as possible. Now we're sitting here now in the studio and one of the other UPSs is beeping. So that's going to be my crisis. That other UPS over there is probably beeping to let me know that the battery's probably getting ready to go. So instead of me being smart and putting the replacement battery in the one that I have here and replacing the one that's beeping, I'll wait until that one dies. Then that whole side of the studio is going to go out. Then it's going to be a crisis for me to do the work and get it done. That's with the motivation that I would have to have at that point.
Ugh.
And it's not the smartest thing to do.
Yeah.
But knowing your limitations, I think, is an important thing in this case here.
I guess.
So I think we've explored that about as far as we're going to get on this subject here.
Yeah.
Let's take a quick break. We'll come back and we'll talk about what causes procrastination.
Alrighty.
For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today, we are talking procrastination, and considering this is episode 128, I think we've procrastinated long enough. So what causes procrastination? Procrastination is not a behavior that's limited to teenagers. I'm a great example of that. I just admitted to that in the last segment.
Yep.
But why do both teens and adults procrastinate? So here's a few common examples of why we all procrastinate. We often delay tasks when we don't understand how long they take. I'm guilty of that. I'll start on a task and, realize that it's going to take a lot longer than I originally thought and understand the mistake that I made. Those who suffer from anxiety or perfectionistic tendencies, which we talked about last week, often procrastinate as a means of coping with stress. A simple lack of motivation to start a task and being either unaware of or not caring about the consequences of inaction can lead to procrastination. Most parents of teens are all too aware of their teens' increased attempts to achieve self-empowerment by resisting parental authority. These efforts to resist parental authority take both active and passive form, active being argumentative and passive being a delaying action. What are some of the underlying reasons for procrastination?
So psychologists suggest that the reasons for procrastination stem from 4 major underlying reasons, which include the following that come from a website called psychologytoday.com. And the first we have is anger.
Hulk smash.
The most common cause of procrastination is anger. Teens who resent the authority of parents and teachers can get even by delaying work or making a half-hearted effort. For adolescents who feel powerless, open rebellion is not an option because the consequences would be too great, and deep down, these teens want to succeed. This form of revenge is manipulative and passive-aggressive, but also highly effective because it takes authority figures' power away and drives them crazy. Never mind that it is also self-sabotaging. A teen typically cares more about their autonomy than their grades. In essence, the opt-out is saying, "You can't tell me what to do. I will work when I'm good and ready."
The next we talk about is self-doubt. Oftentimes, beneath the anger and resentment is an individual consumed with self-doubt. Kids don't often start out feeling hopeless. It takes years of questioning their own skills, wondering whether they have what it takes. This is especially true of kids who have attention deficit hyperactive disorder or learning disabilities. Opt-outs often did better in school when they were younger. However, when school became more challenging, as it always does, rather than step up to the effort, they took their foot off the gas pedal. This is because they thought if school stopped being easy, it meant they were not smart enough. Trying was never an option because it involved the possibility of failing, and then uncovering their perceived inadequacy.
Playing the victim. Even though the procrastinator is imprisoned in a jail of their own making, they see themselves as the victim of those who set expectations and call the shots. That was a hard sentence. It was perfectly fine when I was first reading it, but now it isn't. Anyway. They feel trapped in a no-win situation. Doing their work brings on uncomfortable feelings, but so does not doing it. Though just not now. The victim approaches homework feeling that they have to do it, never that they want to. The pattern goes something like this. Your child dislikes chemistry, but it's hanging over his or her head and freaks them out. Since they haven't acquired skills in it, they can't do the assignments, so why try? Also, there's a test coming up, and he or she must do well on it, except they know they can't. Suddenly, everything seems terribly unfair. The class is too hard, and the teacher angers them. He goes too fast, he doesn't like me.
Hey, that was a good whiny voice.
Thank you.
In your defense, it's difficult to read this the way you are because I don't write these to be gender neutral. And you, in your infinite wisdom, want to portray them as gender neutral. So you're actually changing the script on the fly in your head. So I give you total props for that.
Thank you. Especially when, you have, hasn't, and hasn't
Right.
doesn't work with theirs. So I'm like, aren't.
I know you did a good job on that one.
Thank you.
Your English teacher would be proud of you.
Thank you.
So the next thing that we talk about is perfectionism, which we
Hey.
talked about.
That would make a good podcast.
Yeah, we talked about that in our last podcast. A perfectionist may postpone starting a project because he feels overwhelmed by the sheer amount of energy it will take to do something perfectly. I don't feel obliged to make it gender neutral. I'm just going to read it the way it's written.
Okay, sure.
They will refer to words. They will refer to work with words like ought, must, have to, and should. You probably don't think of your teen as a perfectionist. If anything, they're the opposite. However, most perfectionists suffer from deep feelings of inadequacy. Their desires to make everything absolutely perfect may mask problems of self-esteem and self-confidence.
And you saying you're not turning it gender neutral.
All right, well, I'm trying, all right?
Okay,
You're rubbing
cool.
off on me. High standards are great. They give us something to aim for. Perfectionism takes hold when the failure to meet these expectations becomes unacceptable. Perfectionists who procrastinate set unrealistic expectations and then avoid work to rid themselves of the anxiety it causes. Though many adults procrastinate, for some teens, it's a sign of immaturity. Getting down to work involves postponing pleasure until work is done and being able to tolerate the anxiety and frustration that accompanies learning something new. You can hear your teens' low frustration tolerance when they say things like, "This isn't fair," or "It's too hard." That was my whiny voice.
It could be whinier, but overall it's not too bad.
I'll have to whine more, that's all. So let's just take a real quick second to look at some of these underlying reasons. Do you think any of these are what motivates you to procrastinate?
Well, I definitely don't think I would relate to anger because I really don't go against anyone. I'm never really frustrated with the authority that people have over me, so
Okay.
probably not that. Self-doubt is probably one of the ones I relate to more. Take, for instance, my art. That is definitely something I procrastinate on. And the assignment for, and the not super secret, because I'm pretty sure we mentioned it on the podcast.
Well, yeah, we have every year the podcast does a holiday special. And this holiday special, we're going to be treated with custom artwork that Madison's going to be doing if she stops procrastinating and actually gets it done.
Okay, leave it be. Now I can hopefully explain why I feel like procrastinating. So, the Grinch's style is what we're going to be doing, and I'm kind of trying to base my art somewhat off of that. Dr. Seuss's style is very different from my own, considering the fact it's a lot more cartoony, there are a lot less colors with it, and overall, it's a lot more busy than I would normally have my own drawings, because I normally draw self-portraits, just characters, just stuff like that.
Right.
So, I honestly got a lot of limitations for this. Colors was the main one, but honestly, that one I can kind of fix. But having to kind of work some of the caricatures in was definitely going to be a challenge. For one, there are a lot of full body images, and I'm normally not used to making full body images before. So that was something I kind of had to get used to and try doing.
Right.
Also drawing backgrounds. I don't really draw backgrounds all that much, so that's a new challenge. But the good thing is most of the backgrounds are kind of... Well, Dr. Seuss doesn't really draw too many backgrounds.
And they're usually not terribly detailed.
Yeah, so that was at least something I could avoid. But some specific examples were like a side portrait of the one image that I was going to do, where basically where the Grinch is looking down. I've never drawn a side portrait before. I've only ever drawn people looking front. So it was kind of interesting to kind of draw that, and that was actually kind of easy. But the one I'm holding off now is kind of a very busy image. It's one of the images of, like, all the Who's together.
The town shot.
Yeah, well, it's not really a town shot, it's just, like, them all playing with these weird toys, because Dr. Seuss makes up a lot of weird toys in order to, fit his rhymes, and... I'm only really used to drawing characters, and it's gonna be kind of hard to draw, like, all these weird, like, toys and such, while still having to draw the caricatures.
Well, let me ask you this. You've not procrastinated on the whole project. You've made progress on it.
Yeah.
In doing what you've done so far and being challenged to do what you've done, has it helped you to expand as an artist and get better? Or has it just been so challenging that you're just gritting your teeth to get through it?
Honestly, it really has helped me. For one, I've gotten slightly, like, more comfortable with full body images now, which I never thought I'd be able to do because I never usually like drawing legs, and now I feel like I might be able to draw legs more often. Backgrounds, I've started getting slightly better at them, because I have tried using backgrounds, and they haven't really gone all that well. Let's see, what else? Oh yeah, the side portrait. I actually really like how it came out. It's like the first ever time I even tried that, and I honestly think it looks really good, and, like, is one of my favorite drawings right now, because it just looks really good.
So has the success that you've found and the challenges that you've tackled helped you to be less likely to procrastinate on the rest of the project?
I mean, maybe. I'm still, procrastinating on it, but I started gaining, the new skills, and I definitely think if I do have to draw, like, more full body stuff, or more backgrounds, or, like, more side portraits, I'd have a bit more confidence in myself to feel I could be able to draw it.
Well, and that makes perfect sense. So the success that you've run into has helped to improve that level of confidence and really overcome some of that self-doubt. So this stuff does work. Wow. We're not just over here making it up.
Yeah. Playing the victim, I don't think I've ever really done that. I don't really think playing the victim...
You're not much of a victim.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Perfectionism.
Yeah, I think we hit the nail on the head on that one.
Yeah.
And I think your self-doubt plays into your perfectionism too. We kind of talked about that in the last podcast.
Yeah.
So I think if we seem to be making progress on the self-doubt one with successes, little bits of success here and there. And I think with that'll lead into your ability to address the perfectionism side of things.
Yeah.
So, and I'm sure we'll be able to overcome a lot of what we're talking about here. So let's take our last break, and then we'll come back and talk about how to help your teen.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about teens and procrastination. I almost said perfectionism. I apologize. Luckily, I had enough sense to not.
Good for you.
Anyway, now we're going to be looking at how to help your teen with procrastination. Most of us first learn to procrastinate as a part of our attempts at self-empowerment and resisting authority during our early adolescence. But it's a behavior that becomes more costly the longer it is practiced. Come late adolescence, routine procrastination is no longer about rebelling against parental and other external authority. It becomes an act of rebelling against one's own authority over oneself and results in either taking forever to do what one tells oneself to do or never getting it done at all. It can lay the foundation for much unnecessary adult lifestyle stress.
Parents often try to help teens overcome procrastination by using a system of rewards and punishment. But thanks to the underlying reasons behind procrastination that we've already covered, these solutions rarely work as well as parents hope, leaving both teens and parents confused and frustrated. So how can you help your teen to stop procrastinating if that's something he or she wants to do? Well, the first step is to recognize the problem. So you help your teen overcome procrastination by recognizing it, obviously. So pay attention to your teen's behaviors, especially when it comes to how they go about getting done what needs to be done. If your teen knows something needs doing but seems to avoid it altogether, they're procrastinating. Does your teen feel guilty? Are they exhibiting any signs of anxiety, stress, or depression? Procrastination can be both a cause of and a crutch for dealing with all of these feelings.
Help your teen practice time management. As we discussed, one of the most common reasons for procrastination is simply not understanding how long tasks will take and how to budget our time accordingly. Help your teen prioritize his or her time so that it is as productive as possible, and include time for play. This may include helping them break down large or complex projects into manageable tasks, making use of a calendar or planner, and setting objectives as goals each night for the next day. You need to make sure the goals are clear and come from your teen. Teens need to take ownership of their goals and want to achieve them in order to get to the work done and not procrastinate.
Look for personal difficulties. If helping your teen learn time management skills isn't enough, there may be something else going on. Remember, those suffering from anxiety and perfectionistic tendencies often procrastinate as a means of coping with stress. Peer pressure, low self-esteem, divorce, a death in the family, alcohol or drug abuse, ADHD, financial problems at home, and a whole host of other issues may result in your teen's procrastination. If your child is experiencing anything or exhibits any personality traits that may underlie their procrastination, support them and help them overcome those things, including seeking the help of a teen counselor or a psychologist.
Help your teen find their motivation. Motivation comes easily when a person is doing something that's important to him or her. And if your teen isn't motivated to complete a task, procrastinating that task is a likely outcome. This is the one place where rewards can be helpful. If the task a teen must complete isn't important, work with your teen to create a reward for completing the task that your teen wants.
Let your teen experience the consequence of procrastination. If all else fails, let your teen fail. Now that sounds counterintuitive, I know. Though it may be hard to do, allowing your teen to experience the negative outcomes of procrastinating may be the best way for him or her to learn a valuable lesson and become more responsible. Letting your teen suffer the negative consequences of his or her inaction may be just what they need to recognize that what their behavior is and it needs to change.
Each time your teen procrastinates, just begin the task a little sooner than normal. Instead of fighting the habit, start a new one. Let him or her procrastinate only slightly less than normal by moving up the starting time. As the old habit of procrastination is slowly worn away, your teen will be able to practice better time management, be more productive, and experience less stress and more free time. And as they do, be sure to ask them how they feel and help them reflect on their newfound peace of mind, which is actually something I've never really heard of doing, and it actually sounds kind of interesting.
There you go. See, this stuff does work. Teen procrastination can be a vicious cycle and a difficult problem to solve. However, with persistence, patience, and support, you can help your teen take ownership of both his or her successes and failures, overcome procrastination, and move forward into adulthood with self-confidence and optimism. So what do you think works best for you to overcome your procrastination?
Let's see. I guess a lot of the times it's kind of just finding my motivation. That's kind of how I do with a lot of my creative stuff, like with the drawings. A lot of the times it kind of takes me a minute to like motivate myself to actually want to do the drawings. Like there's like some spark in me that goes off, like, oh hey, maybe I should be getting this done, like I have ideas or something like that, or like this is how I want to represent this, or like I come up with an idea and that's kind of what my motivation would be, thus that motivates me to get my idea and basically complete it.
So your solution really is a self-initiated form of motivation then?
Most of the time, yeah.
Are there any external forces that motivate you? Is it deadlines? Is it mommy or daddy breathing down your neck about it? Is it your teachers? What from an external perspective tends to motivate you to get things done?
Well, deadlines are definitely good motivators for me. You guys breathing down my neck is also a pretty good motivator, because like, you know, whenever you say I probably should be doing something, that like, okay, you know, maybe I should get this thing done.
But do they serve are they more reminders or are they motivators to you? They almost sound more like they're reminders. That beep's getting angrier and angrier.
Yeah. Well, a lot of the time, they may be reminders, but I tend to use them as motivators for the most part.
Okay. Like
deadline, that is a reminder that I need to get it done, but knowing that I need to get it done, I use that drive to motivate me in order to get it done so that I can meet that deadline.
Okay, that makes sense. Whatever works.
You guys breathing down my neck about something is a reminder that I should probably get that thing done because I don't want you people annoying me about it.
Aha, see? Me being annoying is constructive. I knew it.
Sure, we'll go with that. Yeah.
Well, you know what? Whatever it takes to get it done, right?
Mm-hmm.
You know, parents can help their kids out with this, with calendars, with subtle reminders, with providing the technology needed to track things. By helping you out, you know, I love doing projects with you. If you get school projects and stuff, I like doing that, and maybe that's a good motivator. Anything, you know, but I think it's one of those things that parents kind of have to instill that in their kids at an early age. So I think that was about it. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back. We'll get your closing remarks and finish up the business of the podcast.
Alrighty.
Be right back.
Alrighty, so to everyone out there, I just want to say that procrastination is entirely normal. I'm pretty sure most people go through it, and although it is definitely a very annoying problem to have to deal with, it can be fixed like most problems. As long as you're able to get the drive in order to help you succeed, whatever it may be, I definitely would recommend finding some type of motivation or find some way in order to help you stop procrastinating. And if you do procrastinate once in a while, that's totally fine. As long as you don't make a habit out of it, you should be fine.
All right. Sage advice as always. And I'm cutting my head off there now. Look at that. What is going on with that? Like it keeps moving around. It's weird. Anyway, I think that was it. Before we do go, I would once again invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of the podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of the podcast are listed as Insights into Things. We're available on Pandora, Castro, Stitcher, Podbean, Buzzsprout, Amazon Music, and pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite you to give us your feedback. We are looking for show suggestions, feedback on how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things, on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings, or you can get us on our official website at insightsintothings.com. And you.
And don't forget to check out our other two podcasts, Insights into Entertainment, hosted by you and Mommy, and Insights into Tomorrow, our monthly podcast, hosted by you and my brother Sam.
Well done. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everyone.
Bye. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 15, Battleground Afghanistan. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everybody.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing okay.
Anything exciting going on?
Not much. Just prepping for the school year, getting back in the swing of things. Just counting down the days.
Yeah. Days until you start or days until it's over?
Yes.
So today we are talking about one that's pulled directly from the headlines, and that is what's going on in Afghanistan. So after 20 years of military operations, over $2 trillion spent, an estimated 160,000 lives, which include 50,000 of which were civilian, 2,445 American service members, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors, and over 60,000 Afghan national military police. There was also almost 1,200 allied service members, 44 aid workers, and 72 journalists. And that doesn't even count the 50,000 Taliban and other opposition fighters. The United States is finally pulling out of Afghanistan. While that's an exceedingly high toll to pay for America's longest war ever, those numbers are just a fraction of what the long-term consequences will cost. In today's episode, we're going to take a look at the long war in Afghanistan, the history surrounding the disputed country, how we got there, what went wrong, and what the future holds for the country, the region, and the world as a result of what happened there. But before we do that, I would invite our audience, both our listening and our viewing audience, to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of this and all of the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We're available anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, and so forth. I would also invite our audience to write in, give us some feedback, give us some topics you'd like us to talk about, tell us how we're doing. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram at insightsintothings, where you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get started?
Yes, sir.
All right. Never get involved in a land war in Asia. The phrase has been attributed to several sources, including British General Bernard Montgomery and American General Dwight Eisenhower. It was even a popular phrase from the cult classic The Princess Bride as kind of a joke. But it was Douglas MacArthur offering it to President Kennedy in a private meeting the two had at the Waldorf Astoria in New York in April of 1961 that really rings true. Today, the phrase has become part of our popular vernacular as a warning to avoid starting the conflict that's too large or onerous for you to properly resolve it or to achieve victory. It's an expensive lesson the French learned in Vietnam, a lesson the United States had to relearn during more than a decade in the same country, continuing that conflict. It's a lesson the Russians learned during what was termed their own Vietnam in Afghanistan between 1979 and 89. But again, a lesson the United States seemed to fail to heed and wound up getting itself into and having to learn on its own. We're talking, of course, about the 20-plus years that the United States has spent embroiled in the war on terror, as it's been called, in Afghanistan, that we're now pulling out of with what can generously be described as disastrous consequences for the country. Why is it that the United States seems incapable of learning from other countries' mistakes and so intent on blundering into themselves? Is it arrogance? Is it pride? Does the United States think that we can somehow be successful where other countries have had dismal failures? What do you think?
I think it's a combination of all three of those things. Excuse me. I think that America, especially when it comes to our military, we are extremely confident. And I think that we have the desire to make that confidence known throughout the world. And I definitely think that this is a symptom of that, or I guess, a result of that confidence and that overextension. Absolutely.
Yeah, and it's funny you mention that, because when we were going into, or when we were coming out of, I should say, World War II, we had that same level of confidence that we could do anything. And then we wound up getting mired down in the Korean conflict, where we were using the same techniques, the same tactics and so forth. And that led us into blundering into Vietnam, where we thought we owned the world. And we really got a lesson out of that. And by the time we got out of Vietnam in the 1970s, there was a lot of lack of confidence in our military. We wound up building it up through the 70s and 80s. And in the 90s, we decided to flex our muscle again in the Middle East. So it seems to be kind of a recurring theme for us. Is there a way to stop this cycle of violence and waste?
I mean, people always say history repeats itself, right? I'm repeating myself by saying that. I'm sure I've said that on the show before. But I think some way to at least start is to, which we'll probably do here today, is to make those parallels between something in the modern world, like what's going on in Afghanistan, with something like Vietnam. And when you look at how similar these things are, there's lessons to be learned from that of what not to do. And if we can remember 30 or 40 years from now, when we might find ourselves in a conflict like that again, maybe we can avoid, getting stuck in the mud again.
Yeah. And I've always been a fan of, it's better to learn lessons from other people's mistakes than your own and avoid making those mistakes. Unfortunately, our country doesn't seem to look at it from that perspective. They look at other people's mistakes and somehow think that they can do it differently.
The challenge.
Yeah, I guess that's a valid point.
Yeah, I think that ties into we were just talking about it, but the pride and the arrogance. I think we tend to see ourselves as infallible, especially when it comes to the global stage like this. And I think that we've proven at least twice now that we are not infallible.
Right. Well, and we also assume that the entire world should live the way that we live, that our policies and our politics and
our culture too,
our culture and our morals, and it doesn't work that way. So, but let's talk about how we got here, where we are today.
So the United States' most recent involvement in Afghanistan was a product of the War on Terror, which itself was a response to the September 11th terrorist attacks on the United States. It is impossible to address this subject without talking about those attacks and ensuring that the War on Terror that followed. For many of us, the events of September 11th are burned into our memory. Not me. I was only 1 year old at the time, but for I'm sure many of our listening audience, that's true.
All the documentaries that'll be coming out, I'm sure it'll burn it in.
Yeah. But for comparative purposes, we need to talk about some of the details of those events. So 4 California-bound jumbo jets originating from 3 different airports across the eastern United States were hijacked mid-flight by a total of 19 al-Qaeda terrorists. 15 of the terrorists were citizens of Saudi Arabia, 2 were from the United Arab Emirates, 1 was from Lebanon, 1 was from Egypt. That's going to be important shortly. It's worth noting none of the terrorists originated in any of the countries targeted in the War on Terror. And I think that is extremely important to remember, especially when we look at the course of history that followed September 11th attacks. American Airlines Flight 11 and United Airlines Flight 175 targeted the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center in Manhattan, New York. American Airlines Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. United Airlines Flight 93 crashed en route to its intended target, which was supposed to be the White House or another D.C. building, when passengers on the plane, alerted by cell phone of the other hijackings, were brave enough to step up and stop the attackers and crash the plane. In total, 2,996 lives were lost, including the 19 hijackers. More than 25,000 are estimated to have been injured.
So that's another interesting statistic, just those numbers alone. So just shy of 3,000 lives were lost in that attack. And if we take a look back at the numbers we threw out at the beginning of the show here of the number of American servicemen, so we had almost that number of servicemen killed in Afghanistan alone. We had more than that number, almost 4,000 U.S. contractors killed. So the death toll of Americans who died in Afghanistan now almost doubles what the death toll was during the attacks on 9/11. Does that have any resonance with you?
Well, I think I think when we're looking at these numbers, they can get lost in the weeds very easily. I think personally, it's when you look at these statistics, it kind of desensitizes you to the loss of life in general. I think if even one life was lost, that's a problem.
Sure.
But I think that it's difficult to compare because the 9/11 attacks these people were seemingly randomly just taken out, out of nowhere. Whereas we're comparing the lives of soldiers that they know what they're stepping up for, and they know the risk of what they're volunteering. Is that the right word? I guess just signing up for in general.
Sure, yeah, their enlistment.
Yeah, so, and they have that duty that they want to protect. I mean, you look into the civilians that were killed, they also had no idea what was going to happen to them, but it's difficult to even fathom those numbers from, 3,000 to 50,000. Yeah.
I think you make a valid point. Our military, when you enlist in the military, there's a certain assumption that there's a risk you're taking on yourself. I think our government should be first and foremost looking to mitigate that risk as much as possible.
Mm-hmm.
And I think for the most part they do. I don't think we lightheartedly put our troops in danger, or do it in situations where it can't be warranted or justified.
Mm-hmm.
But the number of dead that happened in Afghanistan is still a staggering number compared to 9/11 and our response. That was our response to 9/11.
Mm-hmm.
So on September 16th, 2001, then President Bush, George W. Bush, coined the phrase war on terror to describe the United States response to the terrorist attacks on the United States. This includes the following: targeted strikes against al-Qaeda insurgency in Yemen, which the United States had been involved with already since 1998. American-led, quote, intervention in Afghanistan, which started in 2001. The Iraq conflict, which started in 2003 on, at best, dubious evidence of terroristic activity, as well as the pursuit of Osama bin Laden into Pakistan starting in 2004. On May 23, 2013, then President Barack Obama announced that the global war on terror was over, saying U.S. military and intelligence will not wage war against a tactic, but will instead focus on a specific group of networks determined to destroy the U.S. So that's great. 2013, the war on terror is over. Everybody can come home, right? No. On December 28, 2014, the Obama administration announced an end of the combat role of the U.S.-led mission in Afghanistan, despite the fact that the U.S. continued to play a major role in the war on Afghanistan. I think we're giving a little bit of lip service there to try to get some votes, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
Then in 2017, President Trump significantly expanded the military presence in Afghanistan after the war on terror was over and our military mission in Afghanistan was over. We're sending more troops back in 2017. I'm thinking the messaging here that we're getting really is kind of inconsistent with the reality here. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, definitely. I think that this war on terror has been used as a political tactic since it started, right? So you had President Bush Jr. on the American battleship with the mission accomplished.
Yeah.
There was that. There's what we were talking about here with Obama. It's always if we can end the war on terror, right? That's a way to get bonus points with the people. And I think that's really all it is. It's never sincere, right? And I know we talk about politicians and they make insincere claims all the time. And I think that this is just a prime example of that.
Yeah, I think the problem that we run into is every politician wants to be known for winning a war, but not fighting a war.
Mm-hmm.
Because when you fight a war, it's dirty. Lives are lost. It costs a lot of money. There's a lot of carnage. You get a lot of bad press when bombs are going off and civilians are dying and American troops are dying. But when the war is over, and I think this was the kind of the product of the Gulf War in the 90s, it lasted so short a period of time and was such a resounding victory for the United States that George Bush, the first Bush's presidency, skyrocketed in popularity after that. Of course, it didn't help him win re-election, but everyone wanted to get that jump in popularity, so everybody wants to declare this war is over. I I don't think you can really do that in the middle of a war if you still have troops on the ground, still fighting, still dying, still, bullets flying.
Yeah, and jump in here if I'm misspoken here, but the War on Terror wasn't a declared war, right? So they didn't have to go to Congress or anything like that.
Right.
That gives them a lot of options for how they want to wage this war.
Right.
So that's just
the
something
War
to
on
think about.
Terror was literally just a marketing term.
Yeah.
That was also when we got our Axis of Evil terminology as well. And, we didn't declare war on a country, which is what Congress is authorized to do. We pretty much had carte blanche
To do whatever you want.
to do whatever you want.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's kind of talking about why we got here, sort of. We're going to take a little break. We're going to come back, and we're going to talk a little bit about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. We'll be right back.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Hello, everyone. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking about the withdrawal from Afghanistan. In the first segment, we talked a little bit about the past, and now we're dealing with more present topics. So on April 14th, 2021, President Biden announced the full U.S. troop withdrawal from Afghanistan by September the 11th this year, which would be the 20th anniversary of the September 11th attacks. President Joe Biden said the war in Afghanistan was never meant to be multi-generational, as he officially announced the drawdown of all remaining 2,500 U.S. troops beginning May the 1st, and like we said, concluding on September the 11th. The president noted that only the citizens of Afghanistan have the right and responsibility to lead their country. This announcement was made after consulting with, quote, our allies and partners, with our military leaders and intelligence personnel, with our diplomats and our development experts, with the Congress and the Vice President, as well as with Afghan President Ashraf Ghani, I'm probably mispronouncing that, and many other around the world. The United States met its objective 10 years ago with the assassination of al-Qaeda leader Osama bin Laden. Biden added, quote, our reasons for staying have become increasingly unclear, which is a little too self-aware, I think, for president, but it's worth noting Bin Laden was killed during the presidency of Barack Obama, during which Biden was the vice president at the time. More than 2 years passed during the Obama administration after bin Laden's death, in which the objectives in Afghanistan were not clarified, nor was a planned withdrawal put in place. Biden notes in his remarks that over the past 20 years, quote, the terrorist threat has become more dispersed, metastasizing around the globe. It could be argued that this was a direct result of the U.S. effort to wage a conventional-style war against nation-states when their true enemy deployed asymmetric guerrilla warfare tactics, much like in Vietnam. It's important to note that while still in office, Donald Trump negotiated a deal with the Taliban to withdraw U.S. military personnel. The deal was done without the participation of the current Afghan government and without their consent. It promised a U.S. withdrawal by May 1st, 2021. This agreement was still in effect when Joe Biden revised the timeline to September the 11th and when he started the pullout in August. So it's more than this current administration. This is something that's going back years through multiple presidencies.
So just a couple of things that are worth pointing out here. Why in God's name would anybody pick September 11th for the date to pull out of Afghanistan, a conflict that was triggered by a terrorist attack on September 11th? Did nobody mention to Biden that that date was kind of important and you probably didn't want to paint targets on the backs of our soldiers for that?
I could see the reason for going for it for like patriotic reasons, because 9/11 is obviously like a very hot button topic for, to stir up patriotism and fervor for that. And it being exactly 20 years, I could see him wanting.
So you figured it would look better for us to ducktail and run on the anniversary of September 11th.
Well, yeah, it's not a good look either way.
I mean, the optics there are terrible.
Yeah.
Like, who's advising him on these things? I mean, someone clearly must have mentioned to him that September 11th isn't the best time, so he pulled it back to August 31st, which doing it in a shorter period of time, I don't think was really a good idea.
No,
I think if
clearly
anything,
it didn't work out.
No, clearly it didn't. I would have pushed that deadline a little bit further forward. But the other thing that's interesting here is they note that there's only 2,500 troops in country right now to do this evacuation. Now, this announcement came on April 14th. Why on, August 1st, are there still people even in country? Because there are American civilians that are still in country. I saw one article in which there was a school trip. First of all, who the hell goes to Afghanistan on a school trip?
What, like college or like high school? Or?
I didn't read the details on it, but
either way,
I'm thinking that's a terrible senior trip at that point. I mean, you need to talk to your tour director or something there. But why are people even in country at this point in time when the United States has announced a hard deadline for a pullout?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it's maybe bureaucratic reasons, red tape, people can't get out. If they work with the embassy, maybe it's a visa issue, getting out of country, global travel restrictions because of the pandemic. I don't know. I'm just spitballing.
And probably is a combination of all of those. But it just seemed a little strange that we knew we were pulling out and we didn't do things to expedite that withdrawal of civilians.
Yep.
And the fact that we've only got 2,500 troops in there who can't handle the security of this withdrawal itself. They had a general on the news just this week, and they asked him what he was going to do to help get Americans who aren't at the airport out of the country. And he basically came out and said, I don't have the resources to extend my operations outside the airport at this time to do rescue missions. So basically they're screwed. It's every man for himself.
I can't even imagine what it's like for those people in the country. It must be terrifying. It's like the end of the world for them.
Yeah, I agree.
I saw a bunch of articles of the people in Afghanistan preparing for the Taliban takeover, and it's difficult to watch. These people don't have a choice. They're just accepting that this is their new way of life, and it's difficult for us to grasp.
Absolutely. The fact that we're still there 10 years after we've achieved our goal of, we assassinated bin Laden. That's really what we did as a country. We assassinated this man. And we did that 10 years ago, and for some reason we're still there, and nobody can explain why we're still there. So something should have happened 10 years ago that we shouldn't even be there on Biden's watch. So I'm kind of hesitant to blame Biden for everything, especially given the deal that Trump had cut. Basically, Trump cut a deal with terrorists to hand the country over to him and didn't bother to ask the Afghans if that was okay with them. And I don't want to get too political here, but I can't really expect a guy who's disloyal to his own country and tries to overthrow the government is going to be loyal to an allied government either. So I'm not surprised by that. I'm surprised that the United States was still bound by that agreement after he left office, though. Yeah,
I definitely think for me personally, it's definitely a bipartisan issue. And I know definitely there's a great deal of fault on Trump here, but I think there's a fault going back to Bush as well, Bush Jr.,
sure.
Then Obama continuing it with being determined to get bin Laden, and now, again, Trump, and then now Biden. I think it's both parties have a significant amount of fault in this.
Yeah, you've got four administrations, 2 Republican, 2 Democrat, that are directly responsible for this catastrophe that's happening in Afghanistan right now.
Yep.
So let's look at the immediate aftermath, okay? So it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans at the time of the writing of this, which was a few days old now, it's estimated that as many as 15,000 Americans remain in Afghanistan after the Taliban's takeover of the country. More than 20,000 Afghans who aided the United States in the past 20 years qualified for special immigrant visas, but also remained in the country after the Taliban takeover. The United States military officers, including Marine General Frank McKenzie, have admitted lacking the resources to secure the perimeter around Kabul airport. He also emphasized, like I said, he did not have the resources to venture into the city to evacuate anyone or provide safe passage. The Taliban indicated they would allow foreigners access to the airport for evacuations, but new accounts suggest this isn't a policy that's being enforced with any level of consistency.
Yeah, of course it's not.
Right. They're terrorists. What do you expect? The Biden administration initially indicated there was no expectation of an immediate takeover by the Taliban after the U.S. pullout, which clearly wasn't the case. I mean, and we'll talk about why later. But whatever idea Biden had that the country was going to stand was completely wiped out within the first week of the pullout start. The U.S. has also trained and equipped more than 300,000 Afghan military personnel who were expected to maintain their territory and fend off the Taliban. And clearly they didn't. So some questions have to be asked. So with an announcement on April 14th of the firm deadline to pull out, why were there still so many Americans in country? We asked that. We don't have an answer. Why were qualifying visas for the allied Afghans not pre-processed before the withdrawal? You've basically painted a target on all their backs. Why didn't you ensure that you can get them out of the country first? No answer to that. Why was an evacuation of the Afghan allies not started before the withdrawal? You knew they were going to be the number one targets. There's lists of them already circulating around within the Taliban who they want to. They're basically death lists. No answer to that. And finally, the next question is, why did the Afghan military fall so quickly and let the Taliban take over? That, to me, is probably the most significant question here. And we'll talk a little bit more about that. But what are your thoughts on this? Like, give me your thoughts. I can't even formulate a question at this point in time. I'm so flabbergasted.
It just seems awful. Like, I don't know how else to put it. It just seems like a really unfortunate situation for those people, and there's nothing. It just seems like no one's coming to save them, and that's awful. And like I don't know. Yeah. There's nothing you can do, you know. Like,
and you look at some of the early images of the evacuation, and you've got hundreds of people, standing room only, packed onto these C-17s that are just astounding the pilots of the level of people. You had people climbing on planes, trying to hold on, falling to their deaths as these planes were taking off.
Yeah, that footage was, I don't know if our listeners have seen it, but the footage of the people falling off the planes was difficult to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that's how desperate these people are. There's pictures of people on the perimeter of the airport handing their children up to people over the wall to at least try to get these infants out of the country because they know they're not going to be able to get out of the country.
And it's impossible not to compare it to the fall of Saigon, right? Like the evacuation
absolutely.
of Saigon, people, helicopters going down, people scrambling. It's
what makes it not impossible to talk about that is because Biden said you're not going to have another Saigon.
Yeah. And then they did.
And you do.
Yeah.
I mean, the images of the fall of Saigon where helicopters are landing on the American embassy to get the last few people out. You have, there were accounts during Vietnam that you had South Vietnamese pilots that were stealing aircraft, evacuating their neighborhood. One particular pilot actually flew his entire family out to a ship that was waiting in the Gulf of Tonkin and unloaded them hovering over the ship because the helicopter could not land. And then he had to ditch in the sea and be recovered.
Yep.
You're seeing that level of desperation now. Only you don't have all those outlets because you're in a landlocked country.
Yeah.
And the other countries, surrounding countries, are closing their borders down. They're not letting refugees out. And you've got the Taliban are not allowing Afghans out of the country at this point. It's a tragedy that should have been stopped 10 years ago. Should have never been started 20 years ago.
Yeah, and I said it before. It's like, for these people, it's like the end of the world. Like, there's nothing they can do. And it's for us in the comfort of our own homes to watch their worlds fall apart. It's, I don't know. It's,
I mean, life was difficult before in a war-torn country which Afghanistan's been for the last 40 years. But to lose everything, what little bit you might have accumulated, what roof you did have over your head, and then to be hunted down by this terroristic regime that is trying to impose a draconian system of law on you that you might not adhere to, believe in, that the rest of the world doesn't adhere to. It's a tragedy that's been long in the making, but one that we've contributed to as a country far too much.
Mm-hmm.
So we're going to take another quick break. We're going to come back, and then we'll talk about what went wrong. What are some of the things that went wrong that we can immediately, playing Monday morning quarterback, and talk about? For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow, Battleground Afghanistan. So, taking a look at what might have gone wrong, or what did go wrong. First, looking at the country and its citizens. Countries have made the mistake of trying nation building in Afghanistan for over 100 years. The Afghans are fiercely independent and incredibly resilient people. They're accustomed to enduring hardships after so many years. This is mostly or somewhat due to the harsh landscape, makes unconventional warfare nearly impossible with its rugged mountains and lack of adequate infrastructure outside of the cities. A lot like Vietnam, except without the mountains.
Ironic, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's just cooler.
So looking at the United States, primarily the result of an overall lack of guidance and strategy or objective to our presence in Afghanistan, incompetence or ignorance on the part of the intelligence agencies. As a side note to that, there's evidence that diplomats in country had warned the administration and intelligence establishments of the strong possibility of a rapid Afghan fall, which were ignored. Loss of interest in the conflict on the part of the American people. 20 years on, we thought we accomplished our primary objectives with things like the death of Osama bin Laden. The war was extremely expensive. Casualty rates of any level were considered unacceptable. The lack of or prevention of further terrorist attacks put the original purpose of the mission largely out of people's minds.
So you mentioned briefly the parallels between this and Vietnam. And I think a lot of it, there's too many to not sort of dwell on, I guess, here. So you have the country and its citizens, so you look at the hardships that the Afghans have dealt with in what's been a war-torn country for decades now. It's very similar to what the Vietnamese went through. They were never a particularly prosperous or decadent country. Either of them were. So it's difficult for Americans to realize the hardships that they live with every day, and the thought that that's something that would drive them to a peaceful resolution of things is not even logical. Would you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's such a different way of life that I don't even think we can comprehend it.
Yeah, and I kind of draw a parallel to movies like Red Dawn, right? So you see a movie like Red Dawn where there's this theoretical invasion of the United States, and these high school kids, change their way of life and go live in the mountains, and my daddy taught me to hunt, so I'm going to go shoot bad guys and stuff like that. And it's a fantasy. Mm-hmm. Like, Americans can't even really empathize with that sort of picture. But that's how the Afghans have lived. You know, they've lived off the land. They live in harsh environments. They live in clans of warring tribesmen. Like, it's not like people look at a modern country like the United States when you live here and you think, oh, well, you've got police and you've got low crime rate and oh my goodness, the crime rate's soaring and we've had 20 people shot. Well, 20 people shot here is an evening in Afghanistan sometimes when there's a raid. And it's like the standards that we live by here don't even compare to Afghanistan. And for us to think we're going to walk in there and impose our way of life on them is dangerously naive, I think.
Yeah, and I think that's really the thing, right? The people that live in these places were, I mean, if they maybe not content, but they were, you know, alive and they were undisturbed. Right. I mean, sure, they had their own internal conflicts, but when we thrust them onto the world stage and make them part of our proxy wars, things get a lot worse for them in the long run, almost 100% of the time.
Yeah, and one of the problems that we've run into is the proxy war that we have in Afghanistan. There's much like Vietnam, there's no clear objective. Mm-hmm. You know, in Vietnam, it was about numbers. The better numbers we could spin on the news each evening, the more domestic support you would get for the fight. Well, you weren't even getting that in Afghanistan. You know, you got to the point where the only thing that you saw in Afghanistan was when Americans were killed or maimed or whatever, or you saw the aftermath of soldiers that did their tours in Afghanistan and came back and had PTSD or were crippled or you know, partially paralyzed because of injuries sustained over there. And it became a very graphic representation of our presence in Afghanistan when there was no corroborating reason given by the government for us to be there.
Yeah, and I think, you know, still comparing these two things because you just can't help it, then it was a war on communism, right? And communism was a global fear, really, for everybody that wasn't a communist. But now it's the war on terror, and I think we're just subbing out these words, like a war on an idea, right? And it makes it nebulous so that you can do whatever you want. You don't have to make it a declared war. And I think the war on communism might have had a little bit more traction than the war on terror does now, because terrorism, we don't seem to have a way to stop it, right? And
right.
Like with communism, you can sway the political leanings of a country. With terrorism, there's not a whole lot you can do.
Well, and terrorism, to a certain extent, is a self-fulfilling prophecy. Why are there terrorists? Because they hate us. Why do they hate us? Because we interfere in their way of life.
Yep.
We impose our way of life in areas that don't want it.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, terrorists rise up, insurrections rise up, they attack us, they fight you off, they commit to these asymmetric wars that we've never learned how to fight. You know, we've got special forces, you've got Green Berets and SEALs, and they can go in and do all this special stuff. But the United States as a military cannot fight a guerrilla war. They just, one, morally they can't do it because the bad guys do that, right? Mm-hmm. The bad guys are the guerrilla warfare guys. They're the ones that are going to go kill civilians to deter people from doing things. America can't do that. We never could do that.
We just
done
use
it.
drones.
Well, the problem is we've done that.
Yeah.
And whenever that's done, there's war crimes trials about that. So America doesn't want to be that group. But if you're not going to play by the same rules as your opponent, you're never going to achieve victory. And if we're unwilling to play by those rules, which we should be unwilling to play by those rules, then you can't engage in that kind of warfare.
I don't know. I think there's a decent argument to be made that drone strikes are our version of guerrilla warfare because civilians die by the hundreds in those, and the cost of those armaments, you know, I just think it's different than the boots on the ground approach where it's, you know, instead it's a plane taking out, you know, the amount of civilian casualties for one insurgent to be taken out is, you know.
And that's a valid point. You know, when people see drone strikes, it's almost like a video game.
Yeah.
You know, you don't see Americans in there slaughtering women and children. You see a shot from 20,000 feet, you see a brief flash, and then you see an explosion.
Mm-hmm.
And it's almost a sanitizing way for us to do terrorist bombings.
Yeah.
That's a very good point. So the next thing that went wrong here is one that I think can't be ignored, and that's the Afghan military. I mean, let's face it, they collapsed like a cheap lawn chair. Maybe it was incompetence, indifference, cowardice, whatever it was that caused the Afghan armed forces to simply cave. We don't know what it was. But given the rate at which cities were being captured, I think you had a lot of Taliban sympathizers. The fact that the Afghan government was relying on warlords in outlying districts to get their personal armies to defend the land. They're warlords. They're not government officials. Mm. So there's a profit to be made by doing what they do. And I would speculate that perhaps maybe they were bought off by the Taliban, or the Taliban promised them riches or lands or something, but something caused the Afghan military to just collapse. A lot of the Biden administration's planning for this withdrawal was contingent upon the 300,000 Afghans that we trained and equipped to hold off the Taliban. And it never happened. It wasn't even attempted by the Afghan military. And there's been no explanation as to why. So lack of a structured military control by the government and outlying regions was a problem with the Afghan military. Like I said, they were counting on regional warlords to defend the territory. There was probably a fair amount of Taliban supporters already in the military, and some of the warlords were probably paid. The government abandoned the country. The president was quick to flee the country to what he said, quote unquote, avoid bloodshed, which really was avoid his own bloodshed. This signaled an overall lack of effective leadership. There were signs of desperation early on as regional capitals fell. And it was, at least in Vietnam, the South Vietnamese put up a fight. Mm-hmm. And they put up a hell of a fight in Vietnam. They were overwhelmed. They were probably not confident enough or equipped enough to do what needed to be done. But once your air support dries up in most of these situations, you're going to lose land to a larger force. So the Afghan military is definitely to blame. But Joe Biden has to take some of the blame himself. We've talked about the fact that there's 4 administrations to blame here. Biden is one of them. He was certainly dealt a bad hand by the deal Trump struck with the Taliban. His intelligence agencies failed to plan for the contingency of the complete collapse of the Afghan military, which you would have thought you would have had reinforcements or at least airstrikes available to support them. That overall lack of air support really killed any chance that the Afghans had of supporting it. It almost struck me as the Bay of Pigs invasion, where the United States the CIA trained up these Cuban refugees to send them over to Cuba to invade, promised air support, and then none of it happened, and they all were captured. Biden has consistently dropped the ball when attempting to address these issues. Getting by on the fact that he's not Donald Trump just isn't cutting it anymore at this point. He's failed to properly plan. He's failed to properly lead. And he failed to provide remedies to resolve the issue. Now, a lot of people at this point in time are kind of jumping to conclusions and calling for his resignation. And I think that's grossly premature. There have been a lot of mistakes made by presidents over the years, none of which are impeachable or worth resigning over. I don't think the Afghan withdrawal is one that we should be demanding his resignation for. And there was reports that there were some Republicans that were preparing articles of impeachment, which, given the political theater we went through during the Trump administration, I'm not surprised by that. But Biden definitely was not doing his best during this. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely agree. I do think that no matter who would have been president, someone was going to have to bite this bullet eventually. If this withdrawal was ever going to actually happen, I don't think anybody, no matter who was in office, would have made this look like a victory. Just like in Vietnam, was peace without, or victory without defeat, or something like that, or whatever we called our
peace with honor.
Yeah, that's what it was. so we can make ourselves feel better about it. But in this case, there isn't any of that. I think it's a really, really bad look for him as a president. We talked a little bit about it before the show, but the image where he's up on the podium sort of for his moment of silence.
For his moment of silence shot, yeah.
I understand what he was going for in terms of wanting to be compassionate and those things. And I think that is important for a president to be. But I think his opponents, and even people that voted for him, are already looking at him and seeing him as weak. And I think that this is definitely contributing to that image. And I think, obviously, there's lives being lost here, but I think for him as a president, he's really got to step up and really look like a leader that the people that are still trapped in Afghanistan can hope and trust that they will actually receive some assistance.
You're absolutely right. And I can't help but think, regardless of who did the pullout, they were going to have a tragedy on their hands. Mm-hmm. It's something that should have happened after bin Laden was assassinated. So you've had 3 presidents drop the ball so far on this. Biden really was the first one to say, all right, enough is enough. Let's get this done now. So I have to give him some credit for having the intestinal fortitude to draw that line in the sand. So I give him credit for that level of courage. I ding him on the competency in which he did it. There's some areas that need to be worked on. But I can't help but think, how would Donald Trump have handled this? And the first thing that comes to mind was, as soon as this became a graphical issue for him, an image issue for him, he would have said or done something else controversial to deflect away from this, and everyone would be talking about that. So you'd be talking about immigration now, or he'd be tear gassing protesters somewhere, and you wouldn't be thinking about this anymore. And Trump was a master at that. Trump was a master at taking bad press and then distracting you away from it. And that's one area where Biden is just not doing a very good job with it.
No, we're just sort of wallowing in this unfortunate news cycle.
We're muddied down in this quagmire of news now, and the images keep flooding in. And the terrorist attacks are going to keep happening at this point in time until we get everyone out of there. I hate to say it, but he could take a page out of Trump's book and learn how to distract a little bit from this. Smoke and mirrors did wonders for Trump. Mm-hmm. So we're going to take our last break. We're going to come back and we'll talk about what the future of Afghanistan and the United States looks like. We'll be right back.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We're going to take a look at the future of Afghanistan and the United States. So immediately, Afghanistan will once again fall under the oppressive regime of the Taliban. There will be no democratic system of government at all. The restoration of harsh Sharia law includes a body of religious rules to guide day-to-day lives of Muslims, a stringent code of punishment, Islamic personal laws governing marriage, inheritance, and child custody, a big emphasis on the limited women's rights, forced to wear head-to-toe face-covering garments, beatings if they step outside without a male guardian, no schooling at all, public executions, whipping or stoning for the violating of the law. There will also be economic sanctions. This is most likely going to be the next step from the U.S. in order to try to resolve the issue. This will also ultimately lead to hardship, and deprivation for the citizens of Afghanistan. ultimately they will be the ones that suffer. This might even hamper international relief efforts and attempts to clean up the country after 20 plus years of war, including the disposal of landmines.
So, yeah, I mean, you're really seeing a country set up for hardship, more hardship than they've seen in the past, from being war-torn and from having an oppressive government. How do you think that's going to affect the rest of the world?
I mean, I think it's definitely it's a bad look for the U.S. for sure. I mean, and people talk about, the U.S. on the world stage embarrassing ourselves, and we definitely are. And I think that, economic sanctions are going to maybe make us look even worse, because it's going to be ultimately the civilians that are going to be suffering from this. And it's just, we dropped the ball, and there's not a whole lot we can do.
Yeah, and you're going to see that there's going to be extenuating circumstances to the pullout. You're going to see that the only thing the United States is going to be able to do is economic sanctions. We don't want to stay mired up in this, And the other thing that you're going to see come out of this is it's going to be a haven for terrorists. Excuse me. Again, you're going to see people, because of us trying to impose our will on another country, there's more hate. You couldn't ask for a better recruiting pitch than the United States doing something like this.
Yeah, not to mention it's a win for the Taliban, right?
Absolutely.
So it's going to embolden any group remotely like them.
Right. The Taliban have historically proven to be supportive of terrorist organizations and to a certain extent practice terroristic activities themselves. They terrorize their own people. You're going to see the rise of this ISIS-K movement that's responsible for these couple of bombings. Now, ISIS-K is an extremist branch of the Islamic State of Iraq and the Levant. The K stands for Khorasan, which is a historical province which once stretched across Afghanistan, Turkmenistan, Pakistan, and Iran. They've launched multiple attacks on refugees already at the airport and claimed credit for them in Kabul. They killed over 170 civilians and 13 service members, which is what the United States is reeling from right now. In retaliation to that, within the last 24 hours, the U.S. launched drone strikes. Again, our sanctioned form of car bombs, really, at this point in time. They launched drone strikes on the Nangarhar province in Afghanistan, targeting one of the suspected planners of the attacks. And the Taliban also have a history of supporting al-Qaeda. The Taliban already sheltered Osama bin Laden during the American search for him after the 9/11 attacks. And the Afghan leaders, the current Afghan leaders, have made recent statements in support of bin Laden, raising questions of their continued support for the terrorist group. So they've pretty much signified the fact that they're going to be a home for terrorists. Anybody who wants to learn how to build bombs and kill people and terrorize the United States, you can come to Afghanistan. The Taliban's going to help you. That's what we have to deal with now.
Yeah, and this speaks to the damage to America's reputation, which I already mentioned a little bit. This is going to weaken the United States on the world stage. Our reputation with our allies is going to suffer when they see how poorly we treated our Afghani allies. We're creating yet another refugee crisis that the rest of the world will have to shoulder the burden of. Speaking of refugee crisis, some of those refugees are arriving in local military bases, where they're hopefully going to have some peace. The Afghan Civil War. It's hard to imagine this not ending with a bloody civil war among the Afghans. It wouldn't be the first or the last time. A civil war is an opportunity to have a proxy war, which we already mentioned, between other less involved countries. Ultimately, the region's going to continue to be war-torn for years to come.
So, again, we're going to end the show on a positive note here, and it's doom and gloom again for another region of the world. I think our involvement in Afghanistan is something that is going to cost us well beyond the numbers that we've talked about here for years to come. If you look just at the human toll here on the Americans that serve there, the people that live there that are now displaced, the people that are living there now that are living under a repressive regime, 20 years later, nothing's changed. All that money spent, all those lives lost, all the bullets, all the bombs, and you're literally back to where you were 20 years ago. Was it worth it?
No.
No, it wasn't.
Yeah. For my closing thoughts, I'd say if you're gonna take a look at this, try not to get mired in the teams of it. Don't take sides. There's fault in terms of politics, fault on both sides, and ultimately the people that are losing are the people of Afghanistan and any other country that is caught in a situation like this, and the people that are winning are the people making money off of this. Follow the money, right? People that are making the missiles for the drone strikes, people that are funding these armies and profiting off any resources that are gathered in the process. I think that is really the takeaway from this, is that this is just the way that, wars are going today. The profiteering off it, and ultimately the lower, the less enfranchised people getting the hit.
No doubt. So that was all we had. Before we do go, I would invite our audience once again to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions can be found listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions can be found listed as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc., etc. I would also invite you to write into us, give us your feedback. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can find us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. We can be found on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast, or Instagram listed at insightsintothings, where links to all those can be found on our website at insightsintothings.com. That's it. Another one in the books.
Bye, everybody.
Bye.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network. Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow, where we take a deeper look into how the issues of today will impact the world of tomorrow. From politics and world news to media and technology, we discuss how today's headlines are becoming tomorrow's reality.
Welcome to Insights into Tomorrow. This is episode 14, The Specter of Student Debt. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my co-host, Sam Whalen.
Hello, everyone.
How you doing today, Sam?
Doing great. Can't wait to talk about student debt.
As someone who is a victim of it, I think you probably are the best subject matter expert we've ever had on any of our shows.
If I'm an expert, I don't know that much about it. So, I mean, I owe them. I know that. So that's much I know.
Well, you might not be an expert, but you're definitely a victim of it. So this week we are talking about the pandemic of student debt. Why is it a problem in the United States? We'll talk about a brief history of student debt, and we'll take a look at what's driving the rise in student debt these days. And then we'll take a look at possible solutions to this problem plaguing today's youth and what the future of student debt looks like. Before we do that, though, I would invite our listening and viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. We are listed on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, Amazon, pretty much any place you can get a podcast these days. I would also invite everyone to give us your feedback. Write in, tell us how we're doing, give us your suggestions for topics you'd like us to talk about. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. On Facebook, we are facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. On Instagram, we are at Insights Into Things, or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. Ready to get into it?
Yep.
All right. So what is student debt? There is a ton of research out there, or a ton of information, I should say, out there that I came across in doing the research for today's show. Most of what we're going to talk about today comes from firstrepublic.com. They say student debt plays a significant role in the lives of many Americans. The cost associated with higher education continues to increase year over year, and for many, this translates to a heavier reliance on loans to bridge the gap. Consequently, outstanding U.S. student loan debt reached $1.7 trillion at the end of 2020, according to the Federal Reserve, which is an all-time high. To put that into perspective, that's roughly the GDP ranking of Canada, the 10th highest ranked country in the world by GDP. How does, that number to me is just astronomical. Mm-hmm. What's the impact of that number to you?
Yeah, I mean, it's just like you said, once you get past, honestly, 100, it's hard for me to fathom that number. But when we talk about trillions, it's like when you look at the national debt too. It's just, these numbers are astronomical. You can't even wrap your head around them, let alone the notion of being able to pay that off, which is just, it seems impossible.
Yeah, but the thought that if we wanted to pay off the national student debt right now, that's more money than Canada can generate in a year.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just, it's ridiculous.
It's a great way to intro the topic too, framing it in that, how big of a beast it is. You know?
Yeah, I mean, it seems, when you talk in numbers that size, it seems kind of insurmountable, really.
So we have a couple other student loan debt statistics. The national average per student is about $39,000. The states with the highest student loan debt, number one coming in is Washington, D.C. Their average student loan debt is $54,400 a year. Just below that is Maryland with $42,700. Age groups with the most student loan debt are 18 to 29-year-olds. 34% of that age group have student loan debt, which makes sense because they're people either going into college or coming out of it. More than half of college-educated adults have student loan debt. That's 65% of people. 6% of borrowers who owe more than $100,000 in student loan debt, including the 2% owing more than $200,000, account for a third of all outstanding student loan debt. So a lot of people owing a lot of money. The vast majority of those borrowers who owe more than $100,000 took out loans for graduate school. Loans associated with grad school account for about 50% of the outstanding student loan debt. The other half belongs to the 75% of borrowers who took out loans for 2 or 4-year degrees. And then finally, the U.S. student debt has increased by more than 100% over the past 10 years. So we're looking at, the numbers are only getting higher, and that's why we have the highest in 2020 with $1.7 trillion.
And that's another, alarming statistic, to have anything go up 100% over the course of 10 years.
Yeah.
Has the quality of your education increased at the same proportional rate?
I don't know. That's a good question. I mean, I've only been in college for 3 years now. I'm going into my senior year. But that large amount of increase, it seems impossible that there would be a reflection in education that would meet that as well.
Yeah, and the business side of me looks at this and wants to say, all right, what's the cost benefit analysis? If I'm paying 100% more over the last 10 years, is the salary that I'm taking when I come out of that college raising 100% more? And statistically, it's not. Salaries are not keeping pace with the current economic scale.
Yeah.
So you're paying all this much more for an education, but you're not getting the compensation on the back end of that to justify that cost. So there's a massive loss of investment here. Like, how long do you think you're going to be in debt with college debt?
I mean, judging by what I'm seeing now with my bills and things for the years, I'm probably in that average, $40K range for what I'm going to owe back. The bigger question is, I'm going into a field that hopefully I'll find a job quickly. I'm planning on going into the radio field, anything like that. So hopefully I'll find a job and they'll just garner my wages. That's going to be my plan essentially. Now I know some people that are going into medical field, so they're going into grad school. So that's half of those loans there that people owe. And those jobs are obviously, you end up spending a lot more and you end up owing a lot more debt, but you're pretty much guaranteed a job because the world always needs doctors and whatnot.
Right.
So I think it really depends on just what you're looking to do post-college and how long you want to stay in school and then how much you're going to pay too.
Well, and like I look at it from, I don't know, I kind of try to tie it to more everyday things. So I think, okay, what's the next closest thing I have to a $40,000 debt? And I think, okay, if I buy a car and I finance a car, I'll finance a car for 5 years. After 5 years, 3 years maybe, depending on how much of a monthly payment I want to do. But let's say 5 years is pretty much, I think, on average. I'll pay my car off after 5 years. Are you going to have your student loan debt paid off after 5 years?
Probably not.
Yeah.
Probably not, no.
And you look at student loan debt when it comes to your postgraduate schools, where you're looking at around $200,000 in debt that you're going to have. So now you're looking at the cost of a mortgage.
Mm-hmm.
So even if I look at it from a mortgage standpoint, I'm going to pay that over 30 years. So are you going to finance your student debt over a 30-year period?
I mean, I know people that are in their 40s and even 50s that are still paying off their student debt. And that, I mean, sure, that's a financial question because it's going to depend on your income and your ability to make those payments. But it can go that long, and especially it's going to depend on what level of education you decided to go with. So let's stay on that topic just for a second there. So if I go to get a mortgage and I'm buying a $200,000 house, I have to have an established credit history. I have to have an established income, and I have to prove that I'm not a credit risk for them to give me a loan. And depending on how risky I am, determines what my percentage rate is. What, as a student, did you have to produce to show that you're not a credit risk when it came to getting loans for school? Well, often they have your parents co-sign, which helps because then they become responsible for that debt too, and that kind of lends credibility to you. I applied to college, so I don't know how it works for grad school because I don't have any, aspirations of going down that path. But it wasn't as rigorous as a test as that of
right.
Going for a mortgage. It was much more apply to the school, get into the school. Okay, you're pretty much you can just get loans, and there's not
right.
that long of a approval process. It's more about how much do you make, so that we know how much to give you.
And I think that's kind of the point that I'm trying to make here is that the process itself isn't nearly as rigorous as it is to make sure you're not a credit risk, to make sure you're capable of paying it back. Mm-hmm. There's almost an assumption of, oh, well, pay us whatever we ask for, and then we'll make sure you get an education and get a good job that you can pay that back.
Yeah, and I imagine it probably is designed that way because people going into college, they don't want to think about after college when they're going to have to pay all this back. They want to get their education. They want to, if they have a career in mind, they want to get to that as fast as possible. So they'll take any loans they have to.
Sure. And I think one of the indirect consequences of this is that you're seeing the number of people that choose to go into a vocational profession significantly increasing over those that are going to college.
I thought about that. I mean, my freshman year in college, I took mostly gen eds. And I was like, this is not what I want to do. So I started looking at broadcasting schools, and I seriously considered it in my sophomore year, transferring and just going to broadcasting school because, going to broadcasting school because a lot of the people that I look up to in the area that are broadcasters either didn't go to college or went to broadcasting school. And it just seemed like, that's exactly what I want to do. Why not just do that?
Right.
But I ended up rethinking it because, just having the degree, you talk yourself into it.
Yeah.
And I'll probably talk more about that later, but just the mindset of kind of just accepting debt as a notion, you
Right.
kind of just become okay with it.
And I had a friend of mine, her son, they had groomed him for going to college all through his high school career, his grades and all the extracurricular stuff and the clubs and all that stuff. And when he got to his senior year in high school and saw how much it was going to cost, he realized he couldn't afford it.
Yeah.
And he didn't want to be in debt for, the majority of his life.
Right.
So he decided, instead of going to college for accounting or business administration or whatever, he was going to be an electrician. And he went off and he went through a vocational school. He joined a guild and, is under an apprenticeship now. And he's making more now within less than 4 years of the time he would have spent in college. He's making more now than if he'd come out of college with a 4-year degree. And he's just starting out in his profession without all that debt.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it depends on, we get into deeper questions of how do you measure success? What do you want from your educational career? And I think that once you figure out those answers for yourself, then you can kind of decide, do I really need college? Do I really need to do this?
Right.
In my case, yes. But in that guy's case, no, he didn't need to do that. If he enjoys being an electrician and he gets satisfaction from that work, there's no reason for him to go to college. He can do exactly what you said and not have to worry about debt, which is almost not unheard of, but rare.
Yeah.
At least with my generation.
And it's a very valid point you make that it's very situational and very specific to the individual.
Yeah.
So that's the kind of the intro to the topic that we're talking about. We're going to take a quick break. We're going to come back and we're going to look at a brief history of how student debt has evolved in the United States.
Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Talking to real teens about real teen problems. Explore issues from braces to puberty, social anxiety to financial responsibility. Each week, we talk about the topics concerning today's youth. We look at how the issues affect teens, how to cope with these issues, and how parents, friends, and loved ones can help teens handle these challenges. Check out our video episodes on youtube.com/insightsintothings. Catch our audio versions on podcast.insightsintoteens.com or on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We're talking student debt today. So let's just take a quick brief history of what student debt has looked like in the United States. Student debt really didn't come into being until around 1840. The first student loans in the U.S. were offered exclusively to students at Harvard in 1840. Public student loans didn't arise until the 20th century. So it's kind of a whole new concept as far as taking loans to go to college. And, the instance of people going to college didn't really increase too much until around the 1940s. So in the 2 decades prior to the institution of federally guaranteed student loans, the U.S. experienced a significant increase in college attendance, thanks in part to the GI Bill in 1944. So fulfilling the need for affordable higher education, the GI Bill subsidized, or in some cases completely covered, the cost of college education for nearly half the Americans returning from World War II. We jump forward to 1972, and the HEA was amended to ensure, the HEA being the something that was up top there that I didn't talk about. The Higher Education Act of 1965. Sorry.
Everybody knows it. It's one of the big bills.
Yeah. If you're listening to this show, you should already know that. So the Higher Education Act was amended to ensure that education programs whose students were receiving financial assistance and student loans did not discriminate based on gender.
I'm sure they didn't discriminate based on anything else.
It's an evolving process, okay? So by 76, 77, all undergraduate students became eligible for Pell Grants. Together, these two popular programs further increased college attendance rates by providing financial assistance to individuals who previously could not obtain it. So the focus so far at that point was not controlling student debt, not controlling the cost of education. It was making education more available to those who wouldn't be able to do it because of discriminatory practices or financial difficulties and stuff like that. So up until the 1970s, mid to late 70s, the drive really was to enable students at that point.
Yeah, so looking into the 80s now, these are when things sort of start to turn sour. 1986, parents and students had incurred nearly $10 billion in federal student loans, which is funny now that we're up to $1.7 trillion.
Yeah, $10 billion is a drop in the bucket, right?
Then considered an outrageous amount. That same year, more than 1/4 of student borrowers owed more than $10,000 in student loan debt. Adjusting for inflation, that's about $21,000 today. So this is sort of where you start to see that this is sort of getting out of hand. And into the 1990s, student loan debt begins to skyrocket. In 1993, the average debt of a bachelor's degree was approximately $9,000, and within just 5 years, it was $15,000, and by 2003, it was almost $20,000, coming in at $17,500. And then finally into the 2000s, today the average loan debt, which we already mentioned, is roughly $30,000. Though one recent study by the Fidelity Investments puts that figure closer to $35,000. Approximately 20% of U.S. households currently owe student loan debt, as do 40% of people younger than 35, which is kind of wild. Almost half of people younger than 35 owe student debt. This means an increase of nearly 200% of overall student loan debt over the last 20 years. 200% in just 20 years. As of 2012, total student debt has surpassed $1 trillion.
And that's astronomical. It really is, just that growth rate. Now, my first question there is, what's driving that cost increase? Is it the cost of education? Is it the financing side of things? Where would you pin the blame there?
I mean, I don't really understand economics, but it seems like if more people are going to be able to get an education, then from a business standpoint, because colleges are businesses, then their market base is wider, right? So they can drive up that cost. And especially once college becomes a social norm where you're just expected to go to college, essentially, then that ensures their business model even more because people want to go to college. They can charge whatever they want.
Well, yes, to a certain extent, I agree with the principle of economies of scale here. So back in the 1870s, when, maybe 2% of the population went to college educations should therefore have been exceedingly expensive. But now when you have such a large percentage of people that are, think of the Ford Model T, okay? So prior to mass production of automobiles, they were very specialized, very hand-built, very unique. A couple of them rolled off the plant per month. So as a result, they were very expensive to cover your overhead. Well, when the Model T comes around and you're rolling hundreds of these off the assembly line per day, you can now produce them, thanks to economies of scale, you can produce them much cheaper and then distribute that overhead cost across many more customers. And I would have thought that same model would have translated into your education system, where the more students you have, the lower that tuition rate should be, logically.
That'd be nice. It doesn't seem like it went that way, though. I don't know. I don't really have an answer for that. I guess because as the debt numbers increase, too, does that allow for, are the higher tuitions not really questioned because it just happens so quickly over time? I don't know. It would be nice if that logic applied, where if the more people went to college, the cheaper it was, but it seems like it's the opposite.
It does. And then I have to take a look at what's the cost of college. What has gone up so dramatically for a college education? Is it technological advancements? Is it the cost of campuses? Is it property related? Like, what has happened in the last 20 years at your local college that would make it so much more expensive to go?
I'm not sure. I mean, if they're dealing with more money, maybe they just feel they need to spend more money on things that maybe they don't necessarily need, new facilities that might look nice and might provide for people that use them, but do we really need them? Or large structures, like parking garages and things like that. Are these things necessary? And maybe they're just spending that money because they have it. And that encourages the need for more money to keep doing that. I don't know.
Like it's a self-fulfilling prophecy. That makes a lot of sense. And I also have to look at these colleges that are very athletically driven. Mm-hmm. All your Big Ten colleges and your Ivy League colleges where you're bringing in a significant income from the sports and athletics that are happening at your college. Why isn't that going into lowering the cost of tuition for your students?
Yeah. I mean, we could do a whole other show on college sports like that. I mean, they just had the NCAA ruling where they can get money from their image, which is nice, but
the schools still can't pay them.
Yeah. And the school's still getting a ton of money, especially big schools like that.
Right.
Just on like the broadcast rights alone. So.
And that's what blows my mind is they're bringing in money hand over fist to the point that you've got college stadiums that are more well appointed than professional stadiums these days.
Yeah, I don't know. When I look at it, I look at it very cynically, and it just seems like these are businesses first and educational institutions second, and they are very greedy.
Yeah,
and it just seems like they want to get as much money as possible to people.
So Forbes did do a study on what's driving the increases in higher education. Now this study was done September of 2020. And their conclusion, college is expensive.
Good work for us.
That was helpful. They said since the 1999 to 2000 academic year, the net price of tuition, fees, room and board at a public four-year college has increased 68%. 68% in 20 years. That's insane. The amount borrowed to go to college each year has doubled in the same time. And today, the cumulative federal student loan debt is over $1.54 trillion, more than double the amount of 2010. That's insane. They say that much of the focus around student debt is around rising tuition, and for good reason. As states disinvested in higher education, tuition increased across the country. Published tuition at public four-year colleges rose by 36% from 2008 to 2018, and in many states, tuition rose even more. Today, most student funding from states is 8.7% less than it was before the Great Recession, which should be a warning sign given the current economic situation. So there's a good driving force there that we're not talking your Ivy League schools. We're talking your state-sponsored schools. In New Jersey, we're talking your Rowans, your Rutgers, ones that get funding from the state. The state has now cut back because of economic concerns.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. States cut the funding, so the colleges have to raise tuition. Now, do they have to raise it by 68% in 10 years? I don't know.
Well, not when you're only cutting it by 8.7%.
Yeah, exactly.
How do you justify that?
Yeah.
So many have proposed making public college tuition free, which I don't think I'd argue with that. But that alone won't address student debt going forward because tuition isn't the only driver of student debt. The total cost of college also includes living expenses like textbooks and room and board, regardless if a student lives on campus or not. Living costs actually are more expensive than the sticker price of tuition. In fact, tuition and fees only make up 48% of the total cost of college at a public four-year college. At public two-year colleges, it's even smaller. It's an even smaller share at 29%, with living costs almost making up 2/3 of the cost to attend. So You were living on campus your first year. How did that go down?
That's something that we didn't even talk about. Like, you're taking out your college loans, but you're also like renting an apartment basically. And, I only did it for 1 year. It just wasn't for me. And I live close enough to campus that it's not really necessary. And it was very expensive living on campus, at least. I mean, there's options, where you can like just get an apartment off campus that I think those might be cheaper, especially if you have roommates, you split that cost. But yeah, a lot of that cost is coming from living there because it is a secondary apartment rental essentially. And it's really great for some people. You're living on campus. Where I was in the heart of campus. So you can get pretty much anywhere quickly. So there's a convenience factor. There's a social factor because if you have a lot of friends on campus or you're part of a fraternity or a sorority, you have easy access to that or any clubs you're on campus. So there's definitely benefits. It's just, is it worth... Again, it's a personal decision. Is it worth the, in my opinion, very high cost that room and board is going to run you?
Yeah, that's a very good point. Now, when you stopped living on campus, did your cost go down significantly?
Yeah, it did.
By these kind of percentage numbers?
Yeah, roughly. I don't remember exactly. Like I would have to look at my actual bill because you can see all that. But yeah, definitely there was a decent chunk that was taken out because I was no longer living on campus.
That's a very good point. So they say that covering tuition alone won't eliminate the need for many students to borrow money. Many of the existing, quote, free college proposals would continue the Pell Grant program and allow low-income students to use the grant to cover living costs, which would help low-income students. So a lot of the financial support that's out there now would still continue, even though eliminating tuition fees isn't going to be the end-all be-all, but there are still other methods out there to assist students.
Yeah, that's another thing. I was looking at my bill recently, like I mentioned, and it goes tuition, and then it just says fees, and that's like a third of the cost. It's like, what are fees? And, I'm sure you can, if you ask, they'll break it down for you, but it's strange seeing, all right, I understand what tuition is. I'm paying you to go to the school. What are fees and where are they going? And it's
right.
Like, that's where you get into why is this costing so much? And it really makes you wonder, especially if they're fees for things that you aren't using.
Well, and you get that sort of thing on utility bills and stuff like that, where they try to hide all the costs.
Yep.
But when you're talking $1.5 billion, you need to kind of be a little more upfront with these. So, what other factors are there that we have to weigh in?
So there's the graduate school. In 2019, the number of loans dispersed for graduate school accounted for 16% of all federal student loans issued. While they were a small number of loans, they actually accounted for 41% of the dollars dispersed. That's because of the amount graduate students borrow, because graduate school is really expensive, no matter what level you're going for. While many often talk about borrowers with six-figure student debt, that's not undergraduates. According to federal data, the average debt for a bachelor's degree is about $27K. We've talked about that before. That's because they're cheaper, but also there are strict federal limits on undergraduate borrowing. The same federal data shows that there is only one degree level where the median bar exceeds six figures, and that's for your doctorate, so for law or medical school. On top of all of this, another driver of the rise in student loan debt is the sheer number of people going to college, kind of like we were talking about. There's just more access to it. So because of that, the borrowing has also increased. Undergraduate enrollment has increased by more than 3.5 million students since 2000, and more people are going to graduate school as a result of that. From 2000 to 2018, enrollment for graduate school increased by 41%. The rise in cumulative debt looks astounding, but it's also important to consider all pieces of context that contribute to that increase. If people really want to eliminate student debt, it will mean finding a way to cover graduate school as well, in addition to the expensive living costs. And no plan exists to ensure that all students can enroll at Harvard at free of charge. So it comes down to idealism, right? You would like these things to be free, but it's in the real world, that's just not going to happen.
Yeah, and I don't think most students are shooting for free college. I think the vast majority of students who carry student debt loan at this point in time are just looking for reasonable cost. Mm-hmm. And the numbers that we're talking about so far kind of prove that these costs are well beyond reasonable.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, being able to go to college is definitely a privilege, and it's good that more people are able to do it. And it just so happens that that access comes with a literal and figurative cost of just being in debt. But if that means that somebody that normally, 30 or 40 years ago wouldn't have been able to go to college that can now, I think that's a good thing. I just think that, like you said, those numbers are ridiculously high and don't need to be that high.
Yeah, and I don't think anybody expects to be debt-free when they get out of college, but you got to make sure that the increases in debt kind of are warranted for what you're getting out of it.
Yeah, you're not just bleeding people dry.
Yeah, and that's really what it seems like at this point. So we're going to take another quick break, and then we're going to come back and talk about some possible ways to address the student loan problem. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com.
Welcome back, everybody. We are talking about student debt today. So some ways to address the student loan debt problem. This is coming from the University of Washington. There's the Student Loan Fairness Act. The Student Loan Fairness Act proposes to tie interest rates to the Federal Reserve discount window rate. I don't know what that means. I'm not an economist, but that sounds like it might be a good thing. Student loan borrowers are currently paying 9 times higher than the banks are able to borrow for. These rates would apply to federal subsidized Stafford loans. The Student Loan Fairness Act would offer borrowers the 10-10 loan repayment plan, which limits the payment on student loans to 10% of discretionary income. This is already offered with the income-based repayment, which I think I mentioned earlier when I was joking that they're just going to take from my wages. One of the big differences is that the proposed 10-10 repayment also offers a maximum capitalization of 10% of interest over the loan that was taken out. This means that your loan balance will never surpass your original balance plus 10%. The Student Loan Fairness Act would allow borrowers a year in which they would be able to convert their private student loans into federal loans if they qualify. And even if you don't qualify for the conversion, the mere fact that this option exists will force private lenders to work with their borrowers and offer programs to parallel what is offered in federal programs. And then finally, the Student Loan Fairness Act offers forgiveness to public sector employees after only 60 months. So that just, I don't understand the larger terms, but in general, that sounds like it'd be a good thing.
So to kind of put this into perspective, when you go and you get a mortgage, okay, so you buy a house for $100,000, let's say, just to keep the number simple. What they'll do is they'll charge you an interest rate, we'll say 5%, and they'll amortize that over the course of the loan. And basically what that means is they front load your interest payments at the beginning of your loan, and your interest payments will gradually decrease as you pay the loan off. You're going to pay off at a maximum of that 5% of the loan. You're never going to pay more than that 5% of the loan. But what they do is they make sure they get their money up front there, and then the principal gradually increases the further you pay down. What they're saying here is your student loans will be capped. One, they'll be based on what the Federal Reserve rate is, plus a reasonable profit over that. So when you go and get a loan now, your interest rate that you pay on your loan is, if you get a fixed rate, it's based on prime rate plus whatever the bank is charging for their income there. And then the bank has to then pay their underwriters and all that stuff based on what they make from you. But if you take out a loan, I mean, basically what they're doing with student loans is like what a loan shark does. You know, I'm going to charge you 100% a day on what you borrowed. And by the time you pay off that $100,000 loan, you've paid $400,000.
Way more than you borrowed.
Yeah. Which is ridiculous. And what the federal government's saying, no, you're going to not pay more than 10% on what that value of that loan was. So if you borrowed $100,000, the most you'll ever pay back is $110,000.
Yeah, that sounds great.
and it makes sense. The problem comes with who's investing in those loans at this point in time. We'll talk about that in a little bit.
Okay.
So the Levy Institute recently published a proposal for canceling all outstanding student debt. The federal government would write off the debt for which it itself is the creditor, the majority of outstanding student loans, and it would assume payments on behalf of borrowers for those loans that are held by private lenders. The population student loan balance would be reduced to zero, a radical solution to the student debt crisis, but one that deserves serious attention given the radical scope of the problem. Economists believe the student debt cancellation would be modestly stimulative to the macroeconomy, increasing annual GDP by $86 per person, which would bring us up to $106 billion per year. It would increase the demand for labor and therefore slightly reduce the unemployment rate. They argue that student debt worsens household balance sheets, and that weakens, the weakness is one of the key mechanisms holding back economic growth. They go on to say that it amounts to around the same size in net dollar cost to the government as the recent tax giveaway to the rich, although with a very different beneficiary population.
Yeah.
You got to convince the rich white guys to let other people get some of that money back. And
That's a hard ask.
That's the hard ask, yeah. So the other concept is free college, quote unquote free college. Free tuition at public colleges and universities, eliminate federal government's profiting on student loans, cut interest on student loans, allow students to refinance loans at today's interest rates, allow low-income students to use federal aid to cover room, board, books, and living expenses. Now, this is sort of like the wish list solution that they have, but some of it makes sense. So, for instance, nowadays, if you have a house and you bought your house 10 years ago and you got a 5% mortgage, which would have been exceedingly high, you can go back to the bank after a certain period of time and refinance that at a lower rate. You can't do that with your student debt. Mm-hmm. So if you got a rate of 15% on your student debt, which is essentially what a credit card rate is, you can never go back. You're always paying that amount for the life of the debt.
Which is going to bleed you dry.
Right. So you don't have, with student loans, you don't have a lot of the same rights and freedoms that you do with other financial loans that you might take out. And I think one of the things that pretty much all of these programs are trying to do is level that playing field to make it more fair.
Yeah, I mean, that seems reasonable. And I look at things like this and it feels like it's by design, especially because it's the demographic of, I think we said earlier, 18 to 29-year-olds, somewhat, green to the world. And when you're taking on these huge loans that you then later have no control over, it feels predatory.
Yeah,
extremely predatory.
And I think one of the problems that we're seeing now is a lot of different solutions are coming into play at different levels, different state levels. The federal government's got a couple in place. So nobody's coming out with a unified plan with this. Like, for instance, University of Michigan created the High Achieving Involved Leader Scholarship. The Tennessee Promise, which was adopted in 2014, offers 2 years of tuition-free community college or technical school to all high school graduates. All these different proposals all have pros and cons to it. And I think what you need something at the federal level that melds all of these different programs together to try to give us really the one-size-fits-all answer to it.
Yeah, definitely. Some of those other programs, you have the Education Trust, which goes with a scorecard program based on some of the following criteria. Covers at least 4 years of tuition and a bachelor's degree at a 4-year institution. It helps low-income students cover living expenses, includes adults and returning students. No college GPA requirement above 2.0 or a C average. C's get degrees. Allows students to enroll half-time, and the grant does not convert to a loan if criteria isn't met. However, no state program meets all criteria, like we were saying. But Washington's College Bound Scholarship comes the closest. Since most of the programs are relatively new, it is premature to evaluate their effects. However, an article by the Hetchinger Report points out that most programs do not give low-income students 4 years of free college. And failing that, quote, it's increasingly clear that free college, as it is often currently implemented, may be more of a marketing message than a policy that will boost the education level of the future American workforce. Which sounds about right. If you can't actually do it, just make it sound like you can. Get people to go there.
And unfortunately, that seems to be a very political approach to this. I
mean, Biden talked a lot about student debt when he was running, and he talked about how he was going to try to forgive a lot of it, and that has, there's no movement on that. So it definitely works, and people eat that up.
Well, and he did sign legislation a few weeks back where he forgave something like $10 million in student debt.
I forgot about that.
$10 million,
1.7 trillion.
1.7 trillion. That's like finding pocket change in the couch.
If you wanted to be optimistic, you could say maybe that's a start. Or if you wanted to be cynical, you could say that he did that to get points, just to look good.
And that's really, that was almost done. That was political theater is what that was. Because I can almost guarantee that the 10 million that he forgave, they probably had 15 million more in applications behind that.
Yeah.
So you're not solving any of the problems with this political theater. And really one of the biggest problems that you're gonna run into is that it's the investors that you have to please.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, is there a reason for them to fix this problem? I don't think there is. They're making money hand over fist.
And that's exactly it. Until you have a reason as an investor, because what happens is all the student debt gets bought up by investors because they know right now that it's going to get paid back. So it's a good risk for them to take. As soon as the federal government comes in and decides they're going to wave their magic wand and make the debt go away, all that investment money that's out there that's buying up the debt now is going to go away, and you're going to crash the economy.
Yeah.
And I don't think a lot of people realize that so much of our economy is driven on debt. The fact that our national debt is what it is. If you make the debt go away, the people that invest in that debt are going to go away.
Yep. Didn't that happen with the mortgage crisis? Like that was all based off of people's debt and who owned that debt. And then when things started to go under because people couldn't pay that money back, everything like domino effect fell.
Right. Like people look at debt and think, oh, well, no one should be in debt. Debt should go away. Well, debt is like a commodity. Debt's like gold. Okay. So if somebody owes $100,000, somebody else is willing to invest in that because they know that that $100,000 is going to have a set return on interest rate. So I'll give you $100,000 today if you're going to give me $120,000 a year from now because it's a good wager.
Yeah.
But if you just make those debt go away,
it breaks the whole system.
Right, it breaks the entire system.
Yeah. And I think that's the issue too, because debt has a negative connotation, but in reality, it's necessary at this point, essentially.
Debt drives the economy more than cash does. And the first thing the federal government wants to do is put more cash on the market when the economy gets bad. And that's the last thing you want to do because it drives inflation up. Mm-hmm. What you need is to have debt controlled in a regulated manner to make sure it's a guaranteed return.
And give people the option to refinance things like their student loans.
Sure.
And give people a little bit more autonomy when it comes to ththese extremely, I said it before, with the predatory practices that they're already doing.
Sure.
And have been doing.
And what's happening here is your debt is getting too high, and it's the debt itself is originating from people who don't have the means to pay it back. So therefore, the risk to that debt goes up significantly, which a lot of investors want to shy away from because they want a return.
Could we see something like the financial crisis in 2008 where it's all these people that have gone to college and have taken out loans but once they're out of college, have no means to pay that back?
You absolutely could. You figure it doesn't matter what your debt is. If it's more than $10,000, you can legally file for bankruptcy. Mm-hmm. So if every student out there who owes more than $10,000 files for bankruptcy, all those investors who invested in that debt are out their money.
Sounds like a bubble.
That's exactly what it is. And this is why politicians are so hesitant to just come in and try to make the problem go away, because they understand that it drives the economy.
Yeah, what's riding on it, yeah.
So it's a very difficult situation, and the future of it's pretty bleak looking. And as with
I was going to say, that's
most
why it's on
things-
this show.
Most things with this show, the future's pretty bleak looking, but I'm sure we'll survive.
Just become an electrician. You'll be fine.
Vocational, you may lose a few fingers, but vocational school's not a bad thing. So let's take our last break. We'll come back and we'll take a look at what the future does look like.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insights into things. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Welcome back to Insights into Tomorrow. We are talking student debt, and we're going to take a look at what the future of student debt holds for us. So according to onlinecolleges.net, the silver lining in all this is that policymakers, college administrators, borrowers, parents, students, and prospective college enrollees are at least aware of the problem, and many are proposing solutions. So nobody's pretending that we don't have a problem here, which I guess is a silver lining. I think it's kind of hard to ignore the problem. So
$1.7 trillion.
yeah, I mean, okay. Pink elephant in the room.
At least we're talking about it.
One popular route is to eschew the traditional four-year college in favor of vocational certificate programs, which, we joked about here, but it's a legitimate route to go. In 2012, manufacturers reported that as many as 600,000 jobs went unfulfilled because workers lacked vocational skills. My father used to joke around trying to encourage us to go to college, which my father was not a very particularly encouraging individual. He wouldn't make a motivational speaker. He would tell us, well, the world always needs ditch diggers. Mm-hmm. Thanks, Dad. Appreciate that.
They don't have debt. Maybe not.
They don't have any income either. But they go on to say, in fact, a recent report noted that 29 million jobs in the U.S. that require vocational skills but do not require a bachelor's degree, and most award an annual salary of $35,000 or more. Now, I don't know if $35,000 is above or below the poverty line. I know $35,000 is pretty low. Hourly, I don't know. I think that's probably about 15, which is what people are trying to get for a minimum wage. And minimum wage is traditionally always below the poverty line. They say some solutions look to change the terms of the loans themselves, which we've talked about. In addition to locking in low interest rates on federal student loans, some lawmakers are seeking to add provisions such as debt forgiveness for those who have made payments for a period of time, as well as suspension of interest accrual during times of high unemployment. Another idea put forward would allow borrowers with student loan debt to refinance at lower fixed interest rates in the same way people refinance their mortgages, which we also talked about. This would result in a savings estimated of $14.5 billion for borrowers in the first year alone. Sounds like a no-brainer. Let's do it. Well, they say many don't realize that Wall Street, and thus lots of people with 401k, invest in student loans to the tune of $291 billion. Additionally, the Department of Education owns another $600 billion in student loan, and the DOE generate a profit of nearly $51 billion from these funds way back in 2013, which is how old this study was. So with so many powerful interests standing to lose by transferring this money back to borrowers, it's unlikely the bill a bill like this will ever pass.
Yeah, and I'm sure perhaps you listening at home have come to this conclusion. No one has a clear idea of what the future holds for education borrowers, but all agree that solutions are needed to ameliorate the student debt crisis. There's a problem, and we should do something about it. With ever more experts forecasting a burst of the student debt bubble like we just talked about, perhaps lenders and investors will have some incentive to work proactively with borrowers to make student loan repayment easier. In any event, until we act, our young people will continue to face more and more debt on an annual basis. I am the young people, and more doing it every year. Sadly, the bottom line is that student loan debt is a big business, and that is, I think, the core of the issue here. The people that are profiting from it at the expense of the younger generation of college students are also the ones being asked to make changes to solve the problem. So why would they change something if they're making a bunch of money from it? However, it's a problem that those investors created to their benefit. As a result, they aren't particularly motivated to take money out of their own pockets and give it back to the debt-laden students or the future of this country.
And that really is the bottom line. It's just the people that need the changes are the ones that are making the money. It's almost like when you try to change politics for the better. The people that need the change in politics are the politicians themselves. And they're never going to do anything that bites them in the hand that they feed themselves with.
I think the only real way you're going to see change is if people would stop going to college, because then those debt numbers wouldn't, go up as high. But I don't think that's ever going to happen.
Well, what you'd really see changing is if people stop paying their debt and they file bankruptcy.
Yeah.
And then these people that are investing with their 401k and everything else. And it's interesting they point out 401k. So it's not just these high-powered bankers that are making money off of it. People don't realize where their 401k investments go. And it goes into funds that pick up these debts.
So, like, if you have a 401k and you have a child that's going to college, could you theoretically be making money off of their debt? Absolutely. Which you could also be co-signed to? How does that? That's
Absolutely.
Crazy.
But it's one of those things where you're 6 degrees removed from it.
Yeah.
So you invest in a mutual, in a fund. That fund has maybe bonds that it invests in, and those bonds are then being forwarded over to a bank or purchased from a bank, and that bank is doing the student loan. So you're pretty far removed if you're a 401k contributor.
Right.
But yeah, you're contributing to that problem. So I kind of equate this almost to the issue that we have in this country with medical insurance and health care. Everyone says, oh, well, we need to have free health care. Well, no, you don't need free health care. What you need is affordable medical care.
Yeah.
You look at these other countries that have kind of socialist programs like Canada and the UK and stuff. They don't get free health insurance. They get free health care. And the problem that we have here is we want to tackle the insurance problem when nobody's looking at the expense problem. Right. I shouldn't walk into an ER and get an aspirin and have that aspirin cost $500 and then expect the insurance company to pay for it.
Yeah, and it's the same thing here. We're looking at the debt issue, but it's more of why is the cost so high in the first place of college?
Exactly. Why has the cost gone up to the point that they can't justify that increase? You're not paying higher salaries to your professors to justify it. You're not buying new campuses or facilities or technology. Like, the schools, the colleges need to justify the increase in tuition. And until they can justify that on paper, there's no reason to pay it. Mm-hmm. And that's what the government should be targeting. The government shouldn't be worrying about student debt, because if you control the cost of college and the overcharging of it and the profiteering in colleges, that will automatically control your student debt. But on the other hand, at the same time, you also have to make sure that your student debt is treated as fairly as all your other debt is.
Yeah, by giving people the option to refinance and things like that.
Exactly. Tying it to a prime rate, tying it to a maximum amount of interest that can be earned on it. So if you applied the rules evenly across the board for debt, that would solve a good portion of the problem. If you solve the problem of why student tuition and housing, like the room that you were housing in, the dorm that you were housing in there, you were probably paying 3 times what you would have paid if you were a private citizen renting an apartment like that.
I mean, I didn't have a roommate, so it was just me, but it was one room and that was it. with a bathroom. So
Right.
it's not like it was like,
Well, it was a shared bathroom too,
Yeah,
wasn't it?
yeah.
So, and the amount that you were paying, you probably could have got a 2 or 3 bedroom apartment
Yeah.
yourself at a local apartment complex.
Yep.
So those costs have to be controlled. And until that happens, there's no point even trying to tackle the debt issue.
Exactly.
So anyway, I it's as much as we are doom and gloom at the end
We
of these
actually had some
shows,
solutions this time.
we did. And I think some of these, the problem actually, I think that the reason we did is the problem literally is so big, you can't help but start throwing solutions at it and
Yeah.
have some of them work.
Yeah.
We're not going to solve all the problems, but I think if people stop trying to rip off our students and, our students are the future.
Mm-hmm.
And if they're so laden with debt, one, they're either not going to go to college, you're not going to be able to fill the jobs that we have, and you're going to become a third-class country here because we don't have educated people that can fill the jobs that we need.
Mm-hmm.
Or you're going to have people that are so laden with debt, everyone's going to declare bankruptcy and crash the economy.
Yeah, I was going to say that was our solution. We just tell everybody to declare bankruptcy and tank the economy.
Right. I mean, that's then you let the government deal with the consequences of that when the economy crashes. So,
And then will they have to buy us out? There you go.
there you go. See? See? So anyway, that's our show for today. Appreciate everyone listening and watching. I would also invite folks once again to subscribe to the podcast. You can get audio versions of this podcast listed as Insights into Tomorrow. Video versions are available as Insights into Things on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, iHeartRadio, and so forth. Would also invite folks to email us, give us your feedback, give us show suggestions. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can get us on Twitter at insights_things. We do stream 5 days a week on Twitch at twitch.tv/insightsintothings. If you are an Amazon Prime subscriber, you do get a free Twitch Prime monthly subscription. We'd appreciate it if you threw that our way. You can get us on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothings podcast and on Instagram at insightsintothings. Or you can get links to all those on our website at www.insightsintothings.com. And I think that's it. Another one in the books. Bye.
Bye-bye.
Insights into Entertainment, a podcast series taking a deeper look into entertainment and media. Our husband and wife team of pop culture fanatics are exploring all things from music and movies to television and fandom. We'll look at the interesting and obscure entertainment news of the week. We'll talk about theme park and pop culture news. We'll give you the latest and greatest on pop culture conventions. We'll give you a deep dive into Disney, Star Wars, and much more. Check out our video episodes at youtube.com/insightsintothings. Our audio episodes at podcast.insightsintoentertainment.com, or check us out on the web at insightsintothings.com.
Insightful podcasts by informative hosts. Insights into Things, a podcast network.
Welcome to Insights into Teens, a podcast series exploring the issues and challenges of today's youth. Your hosts are Joseph and Madison Whalen, a father and daughter team making their way through the challenges of the teenage years.
Welcome to Insights into Teens. This is episode 129, Feminism. I'm your host, Joseph Whalen, and my independent and extremely capable co-host, Madison Whalen.
Hi, everyone.
How you doing today, Maddie?
I'm doing all right. How about you?
I'm doing good. So this is your first weekend in quite some time without having marching band activities.
Yay.
What's it like having your weekends back?
Well, it's nice that I actually have time to relax. And, I actually do chores now, so.
That is definitely nice. We're glad that you do chores now as well. But that is not what we're talking about today. Today we are talking about feminism. Now, this was a topic that you had come up with. And when we came up with the concept of this, we had originally planned on finding a subject matter expert to come in and do this. Unfortunately, we kind of got caught up on timing and lining up guests and stuff like that. So instead of doing this with a subject matter expert, I thought it would be best to get your take on feminism and your thoughts on it and, use the research that you had to kind of drive the discussion. Just a caveat here, total disclosure here. I'm not a woman, so I don't pretend to fully grasp all the concepts of feminism. However, I will say that I am much more aware of it now and much more appreciative of it now and of the treatment of women in general. Thanks largely because of you. I found I am much more sympathetic to the issues that women face now because I don't want you to have to face a lot of these issues that are traditionally out there. I don't want you to face the boundaries. I don't want someone telling you you can't be what you want. You can't earn the money that you deserve. So I'm far more empowered, I think, now in my knowledge of feminist issues. And I'm far more supportive of feminist type movements to help young women like you so that you don't have to face that kind of oppression moving forward in life. So we're going to talk about today. We're going to talk about feminism. We'll take a look at what feminism today is and what it's been over its more than 170 years of history. We'll explore the 4 waves of feminism and talk about the advances each has brought and their differences. And then we'll explore some of the problems with modern feminism before we finish up with suggestions on ways to promote feminism. Before we do that, though, I do want to invite our audio, our listening, and our viewing audience to subscribe to the podcast. Audio versions of this podcast can be found listed as Insights into Teens. Video versions of all the network's podcasts can be found listed as Insights into Things. And we're pretty much anywhere you can get a podcast: Apple, Spotify, Google, Stitcher, etc. We would also encourage our listeners and viewers to write into us, give us your feedback, give us your show suggestions, tell us how we can improve things. You can email us at comments@insightsintothings.com. You can hit us on Twitter at insights_things. We're on Facebook at facebook.com/insightsintothingspodcast. You can get us on Instagram at instagram.com/insightsintothings, or you can reach out to us through our official website at www.insightsintothings.com. Are we ready?
Yep.
All right, let's get this going. So understanding feminism. So like we normally do in our podcast, we'll take the segments that we have, we'll split them up into different segments, different sections, and then we'll each kind of deal with different sections. So I thought understanding feminism would be a very safe one for me because it's very important that I do understand it. So this comes to us from humanrightscareers.com. Feminism is one of the oldest movements in history, and while there is no single definition for it, Feminism boils down to ending gender discrimination and creating gender equality. There are many types of feminism, but instead of isolating all of them, feminism can be divided into waves. This is one of the most common metaphors to describe feminism and explain its movements. However, this system does have flaws pertaining to the oversimplifying a complicated history of values, ideas, and people in conflict with each other. With this simplification, people can believe that feminism's history was straightforward, but it was really a lot messier. There are many sub-movements that built on and fought with each other. The wave metaphor doesn't tell the whole story, but it's a good start. So why don't you start us with the 4 waves?
So first up we have the first wave. So this wave takes place in the 19th century. While it wasn't the first appearance of feministic ideals, it represents the first real political movement for the Western world. In 1848, inspired by Mary Wollstonecraft's book entitled Vindication of the Rights of Women, published in 1792, about 200 women met at a church and picked 12 resolutions asking for specific rights, like the right to vote. After years of feminist activism, Congress finally passed the 19th Amendment in 1920 that gave women the right to vote. This was almost 30 years after New Zealand became the first country where women could vote. First wave feminism had one simple goal: to have society recognize that women are humans, not property. Unfortunately, this wave of feminism was focused on white women's rights, which would later haunt newer versions of feminism.
So, first wave feminism started, if we mark it with the start of the release of the book in 1792, it didn't really start to see any of its efforts start to bear fruit until 1920. That's an awful long time to have a movement with very little going on.
Yeah, that's like almost 200 years at that point.
Yeah, you're looking at a very long time. And obviously New Zealand was ahead of us on that one. But the one point that they do make here is that they're talking about white women's rights. And nowadays, that's, given today's society, that's a very significant statement to make. But at the time, the way society was shaped, I guess I could say, it was not uncommon. Because, all women had rights issues. But you figure back in 1792, slavery was still legal in the United States. Yeah. So when that movement started, you weren't seeing anybody fight really at all for slaves' rights. You may have had some abolitionist movements start up there to at least look for slaves' freedoms, but to actually fight for equal rights was unheard of until the 20th century. You had some of that in the 1800s after the Civil War, but real civil rights and equal rights for African American women is still a struggle to this day. So the second wave feminism took place in the 1960s and 70s. It built on first wave feminism and challenged what a woman's role in society should be. The activists focused on the institutions that held women back. This meant taking a closer look at why women were oppressed. Traditional gender and family rules were questioned, and the queer theory became more established. There were major victories in this area, including the Equal Pay Act of 1963 and various Supreme Court cases. This wave created 3 main types of feminism, which include mainstream or liberal, radical, and cultural. Mainstream feminism focused on institutional reforms, which meant reducing gender discrimination, giving women access to male-dominated spaces, and promoting equality. Radical feminism wanted to reshape society entirely, stating the system was inherently meant as a male-dominating and ruling system, and that only an overhaul would bring liberation. It resisted the belief that men and women were basically the same. Cultural feminism had a similar view and thought that there is a female essence that is distinct from men. What are your thoughts on second wave feminism? Did you have any insights or thoughts on it?
Well, I definitely think it was a pretty important step because not only was it hoping for women to get similar rights as men, but now they're starting to get into more male-dominated spaces, and thus people start to realize that, you know, they're able to do similar things to men, so it was a pretty big step in the long run for feminism in general.
Yeah, and you know, they talk about the Equal Pay Act of 1963. That was helpful, but it was not problem solving, because even today you still have a pay gap between men and women that we struggle to resolve.
Yeah.
And we've got laws on the books that say you're not allowed to do that, but society still pushes unequal standards like that. Mm-hmm. What was third wave?
So, thanks to the victories of second-wave feminism, women enjoyed more rights and power going into the 1990s. They were able to think about other aspects of their identity, welcoming individuality and rebellion. This was an era of reclaiming. Many women more freely expressed their sexuality in how they spoke, dressed, and acted. This sometimes bewildered second-wave feminists, many of whom had resisted traditional femininity. While many ideas and mini-movements swirled around this time, the one rule was that there weren't rules. A woman could choose how she lived her life. Third-wave feminists also became more conscious of race. Don't know why I was going to say conscientious. I don't know why. While mainstream first and second wave feminists had largely ignored or neglected racial disparities within gender, the third wave paid more attention. When the internet became more commonplace, it was even easier to hear perspectives and ideas from feminists around the world. Feminism was expanding.
So that's a very good point. So third wave feminism, you were in third wave feminism. Do you consider yourself feminist?
Well, I definitely do wish for equal rights for all genders. Although I'm definitely not as vocal with it as I think most people are. I definitely do have strong opinions about this kind of stuff, and how I do want us to how I do want to see eventually total gender equality for everyone.
And I do as well. And like I said at the start of the show, I don't want you to have to face the inability to do something or be something that you want just because of your gender. Gender discrimination is to me, it's very similar to racial discrimination. And it's the fact that there are differences. There's differences in race, there's differences in culture and religion, and there's differences in gender. For us to stigmatize or to discriminate against someone because they're different than we are is really a flawed philosophy. Mm-hmm. This country was built on diversity. And that diversity is what made us stronger. You celebrate that diversity. You don't ostracize it. You don't push it to the side. And nobody gains from that.
Yeah.
Having that diversity of cultures and influence makes the society a better place. It's just a shame that it's taking so long to get to that point.
Yeah.
So that brings us to fourth wave feminism. Some believe we're still in third wave of feminism, since this wave isn't much of a shift from the third one. However, with the Me Too movement and the number of attacks on women's rights, many believe we're in a new wave. Social media activism has propelled the movement firmly into the technological age. It builds on the third wave's emphasis on inclusivity and asks hard questions about what empowerment, equality, and freedom really mean. Fourth wave feminism continues to reckon with intersectionality. Critics of, quote, white feminism, which ignores the unique struggles of women of color, expose how non-white feminists and ideas have been and continue to be suppressed. Trans rights are a big part of this conversation, too. Feminism has often been an unwelcoming and hostile place for trans women and others who rejected the gender binary. Many fourth-wave feminists are working to combat this exclusion. As with every wave before, and probably after it, the fourth wave is complex. It encompasses many movements that both complement and clash with each other. The tension is unavoidable. While some types of feminism can have harmful impacts, having a variety of voices makes feminism more inclusive and successful. Let me ask you, and we've done a podcast on, gender equality in the past. Where do you think gender equality as far as the trans community fits into feminism?
I feel that now the people are starting to look more at the fact that feminism isn't really just about getting rights for women, but rights for all genders. Because, a lot of the time, trans people are really having struggles with getting rights, and, just look at the fact of how, schools aren't allowing various trans kids to compete in sports of the gender they wish to be known as, because they're supposed to be in the ones where they were supposed to be in the sports where the gender was assigned to them.
They're biologically assigned gender, yeah.
Yeah, and even the fact that you have to keep women and men separate in sports for school is also kind of something that a lot of people have been discussing, and that's probably if we actually do and are able to solve that, that would probably also help with trans people. But we're really facing a pretty major issue with that, and I definitely think that that now we should really be including other genders as opposed to just females, and just basically make it so that all genders have the same equality.
So there was one particular event, I suppose, that kind of hit home on this one, and you and Mommy used to go to a annual retreat called Where Women Gather. Mm-hmm. And you'd go away for 4 or 5 days or so and do all kinds of different activities. It was really a feminist type of empowerment and support type of environment to be in. And it exploded with some controversy when there was some concern about including trans women with that program as well, because it was a women-only retreat, and there was a decision that was made that quite forcefully excluded trans women from the retreat moving forward. How did that make you feel? Because I know Mommy stopped going, and a lot of supporters stopped going to the event after that. But how did that personally make you feel? You were kind of young at the time, but I'm curious what your impression was with that.
Well, I definitely realized. So when I was young, I really didn't know much about trans people or trans women in general. I didn't really know a lot about the movement, and I really didn't know much about the community in general. But when I started hearing it more, I kind of realized that, yeah, the retreat was kind of making some mistakes, because I know one of the people we had met with was a trans woman, and they weren't going to be able to go to Where Women Gather because, trans women. So I definitely felt that Where Women Gather was supposed to be an inclusive place where, all of us were able to work together and just be just a community on our own. And when I realized it was kind of rejecting certain people from the community, it kind of made me like really not want to go there anymore.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. It was definitely something that I think you and Mommy enjoyed and benefited from, and I think a lot of people benefited from it. And to sort of take that support system away because of an inability to understand and integrate the diversity. Again, it's discrimination no matter how you look at it.
Mm-hmm.
We're going to take a quick break and we'll come back and we're going to talk about the problems with modern feminism, and hopefully I won't get too much hate mail by talking about that as a man. So we'll be right back. For over 7 years, the Second Sith Empire has been the premier community guild in the online game Star Wars: The Old Republic. With hundreds of friendly and helpful active members, a weekly schedule of nightly events, annual guild meet and greets, and an active community both on the web and on Discord. The Second Sith Empire is more than your typical gaming group. We're family. Join us on the Starforge server for nightly events such as operations, flashpoints, world boss hunts, Star Wars trivia, guild lottery, and much more. Visit us on the web today at www.thesecondsithempire.com. Welcome back to Insights into Teens. Today we're talking about feminism. So let's talk about the problems with modern feminism. I didn't write these myself. These come from an article on Medium.com. Today, feminism is known as a very touchy subject. If someone asks you if you're a feminist, regardless of your gender, there seems to be no right answer. The subject can cause conflicts among people in its recent controversies. Let's talk about some of the modern problems with feminism nowadays and the various controversies surrounding it. So what's our first one?
So the first one might be a little hard for me to pronounce, but I'll try my best. Feminism is against femininity.
That was pretty good.
Thanks.
Better than I did. Good thing we switched.
Yeah. So it's somewhat ironic how so many feminists are against all things associated with the term feminine. This is mainly about how these feminists shame other women for making career, clothing, or other choices to something that was traditionally feminine. The thing is that you can make a couldn't
last the whole time, huh?
I'm trying. This is a hard segment to read. The thing is that you can be a feminist and acknowledge that femininity and masculinity, which is much easier to say apparently, exist as concepts and not as exact science. It is hard to campaign for female power and femininity when feminists turn against the same traits and interests that were belittled by men long ago. We could risk going full circle and creating the slippery slope that feminists of the past tried to eradicate.
So what are your thoughts on this? I know you're not a very, and I'm going to get hate mail for this, I'm sure, but you're not a very frou-frou. You know, you don't wear pink a lot. You don't wear what, and I'll just blame society here. You don't wear what modern society refers to as overly feminine apparel. You don't wear a lot of skirts or dresses or anything like that. You don't really like that sort of stuff. You're not comfortable in it. What are your thoughts on women who do that? And what are your thoughts on women who don't do that?
I'm perfectly fine with anyone who does. Like, I don't, immediately look at a female who is wearing a skirt and go like, oh, that's, ugh. I don't do that. I'm not that kind of person. And, and I know that there's a term that, is basically a stereotype, which would consider me a tomboy, which, Mommy doesn't really like to use that term on me because really it shouldn't really be a term. It's more of a stereotype rather than what describing my fashion sense, really.
Sure, and I think I'm with Mommy on that, is that I don't like labels in general because labels tend to pigeonhole you into you trying to be what that label is, even subconsciously. But your own ability to wear what you want, dress how you want. Let me just ask you, why do you not dress girly, we'll say? And I know I'll get hate mail for that one.
It's fine. I don't dress in what society would consider girls typically dress in, mainly because I don't really find it comfortable. I always find that dresses just feel weird to me. I don't like dressing like fancy. I don't typically like having my hair down or having it done in any fancy way. As you can tell, it's really not all that fancy. I really just tie it back, and that's kind of it. I don't wear skirts because I kind of like the fact of feeling shorts or pants. I don't really like the feeling of skirts or dresses, because I kind of prefer shorts and pants over just feeling like it's a bit more loose than that. Hoodies. I think they're very comfortable. I find like extreme comfort in hoodies, and
So you're not trying to make some kind of societal statement or statement against feminism by dressing the way you do. You dress the way you do because it's comfortable.
yeah, and like I don't have any grudge against women who want to dress in what society thinks that women should dress in.
Right.
Like, I don't think that clothing should really kind of define our gender or anything like that. The good thing is, people have kind of started to accept the fact that women start wearing this kind of stuff. And thing is, I don't want people to start shaming women for wearing traditional feminine clothing. And, like, I also don't want it to be, like, just having the traditional role in general, like just wanting to be a simple housewife. I don't think shaming that would be good at all. And I think if we really do want to have gender equality, we're giving them the option. And if they want to be what was traditionally feminine, they should. They should have that option. But like, they shouldn't just have that. They should have other options. That's kind of what I'm trying to get across with this.
I'm with you. Choice and non-judgmental consequences. I'm totally with you there. You should be able to choose what you want, and nobody should judge you for it.
Yeah.
However you want to live your life. As long as you're not hurting somebody else, you're fine.
Yeah.
You know, I'll be the first one to tell you that my number one philosophy when it comes to getting dressed in the morning is what's comfortable. Hence why I wear Hawaiian shirts all the time. I worked at a job where I had to wear a suit and tie for a very long time and did not like doing that, and I don't do that anymore. You know, it's you find the things that you do not do well and do not do them.
Yeah.
So the next thing that we have is gender-neutral feminism. Because nowadays people identify as something other than male or female, a gender-neutral term should represent the inclusivity and intentions of this movement, to banish gender inequalities in all forms affecting all people. Many people see feminism as more woman-led and female-promoting movement. Any men a part of this movement are more so known as allies rather than actual members. This is harmful and suggests that it isn't their fight too when it really is. Feminism is for everyone, despite what its name suggests. It's banned that this belief is thought to only encapsulate the injustices of women when other gender injustices should be included. Now, and I have to say, I'm guilty of this myself for the longest time. I didn't feel I was qualified to consider myself a member of the feminist movement itself because I wasn't female. And kind of being a male puts me on the outside a little bit because there are certain things that I'll never understand that women have to go through. I'll never comprehend some of the difficulties. I'll certainly never understand the consequences of the injustices. I just I can read about them, I can hear about them, and I can sympathize with them. But it's the same thing with racial injustice. I can sympathize with Black Lives Matter, and I can get angry at the injustice and the discrimination. But because I'm a white man, I can never really fully appreciate, the feeling that a black man getting pulled over on the side of the street by a police officer, that anxiety that they feel because of society. I'll never feel the hurt or the damage of working in a company knowing that no matter how good I do my job, because I'm a certain gender, I'm never going to make the same amount as the opposite gender that does the same job as me, the same level that I do. I'll never experience that. And I'm of the mindset that it's difficult to be fully invested in something if you can't experience the entire gambit of what's there. So I consider myself firmly in the allies category because of that. And I don't think that diminishes my support for wanting you to be equal. I get very angry when mommy comes home and tells me the things that happen to her that deep down inside, I think they happen to her because she's a female, not because of any competence issue, because mommy is highly competent, probably the most competent person that can do what she does at her job. And I think she gets mistreated a lot of times there because it's a male-run company. And there's gender bias that happens everywhere. And a lot of times that gender bias is not intentional. People don't set out to be biased against women, but it's been so ingrained in society for so long that people just do it by default. So for me, it angers me to see stuff like that, but I can't be a feminist because I can't experience it myself and understand it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I do.
What are your thoughts on that? How do you feel about men that contribute to the feminist movement?
I do feel that it's important for men to also contribute to this because we're gonna make larger differences when men also realize this and realize the injustices done with gender equality and how we need to move forward with it. And I definitely think gaining men's support would definitely help move the movement along.
I agree 100%. I agree. What's next up?
Next up, we have Just a Woman's Fight. Despite the progress the United States has made over the decades, no one country has 100% gender equality. Back then, the task was to elevate women's rights at the most basic level. Nowadays, while the world is still has a long way to go to reach full gender equality, this movement should expand to the full range of gender discrimination issues with the modern world. From toxic masculinity to the unfair bias against fathers when it comes to child custody battles. The idea that women are the ideal caregivers and not men hurts everyone. Just because the norm is that men are more privileged than women doesn't mean we should ignore the very real issues that men also face. While many women want to step away from the roles assigned to them in the past, like the home giver, men are starting to wish to take up some of those roles for themselves. All genders should be allowed to determine what they want their role to be without judgment.
Now, this is an interesting one here because this is really a very modernist idea of things where men and women are swapping those home roles, I should say. You think of what it meant to be a homemaker. All right. So go back to my parents. My parents had a very 1950s mentality. My father went off to work. My mother stayed home and took care of the house. She cooked, she cleaned, she made sure the bills were paid and everything was running. And really, she ran the household. My father never gave her any credit for that, though. And the amount of effort that she put into it was astonishing. My father thought he did all the work because he was a common laborer. He'd go off to work 5 days a week, and he'd unload tractor trailers, which was hard work. I did it myself for a little while. It's hard work to do, and he did it for like 40 years. But he never really appreciated the effort that was required to make sure there was a meal on the table every day when he got home, or to make sure that there was food in the refrigerator when you wanted something, or that the bills were paid, and that the utilities weren't getting shut off, and that the house was clean, and that the laundry was getting done. And what he failed to appreciate, which I saw because I helped my mom, a lot during those years, was that he would go out and work an 8-hour day and come home and be done. And the homemaker doesn't work a convenient 8-hour day. They're always on the clock, and they don't get weekends off. And it gave me an appreciation for the efforts that were required. And I'm guilty of probably not being as participatory in a lot of those things as I probably should be. But it doesn't mean I don't appreciate the efforts that's involved. And I think part of the irony of today is some of the men today are moving into some of these more, what were traditionally women's roles, and they're finally starting to get an appreciation for what's involved. My father was never exposed to having to do laundry. There was one brief period of time that he had to change diapers for his granddaughter, and he totally panicked and couldn't manage it because he never did anything like that. There was nothing domesticated at all about my father. And he didn't appreciate that until much later in life when, he was on his deathbed and he saw everything that was involved in that because he couldn't go off to work anymore. He was home, he was sick, he was on disability, and he saw everything that my mother did to care for him and to keep the house running. And sadly, it took that long for him to really appreciate what she did. So in today's society, seeing that gender switch is really a good thing, I think. What do you think?
Yeah, I definitely think it's good that men are really starting to appreciate, how much women really played a part in making sure that they were, ready. And it's nice to see how men are actually starting to take on that role for themselves and are kind of starting to break their gender biases, because men also have pretty hardcore gender biases. I know that there's this whole mentality that this generation of men is weak, and really they're not. Just because they're actually starting to feel things and be less focused on what was traditionally masculine, I honestly think they're getting a lot stronger. A lot emotionally stronger. Not just physically, but they're getting a lot more emotionally stronger, they're starting to open up more, and they're starting to learn the struggles that women originally went through and are starting to kind of go through it themselves and realize that they did a lot, and they're starting to really find appreciation for it.
Very good point. The one thing that I do think is worth mentioning, and that's the fact that there are physical differences and there are intellectual differences between men and women. And I don't mean that as a negative.
Yeah.
In fact, if anything, I mean that more as a positive for women. To think of a man going through childbirth is, I can't have a cold without whining like a little baby. I could never imagine myself going through childbirth. And, women from a mental standpoint, their ability to multitask, and that's one thing I give my mother credit for. She could mentally juggle 12 things at once, keep everything in the air at the same time, and still give attention to her kids and make sure that everything was running smoothly in the house. And men just can't do that. And you go beyond that to literally physical differences that advantages that women have. You look at scientifically, one of the documentaries that I had watched was on the Mercury women, the women who actually trained to be astronauts, and how they were able to handle some of the tests that the men who went into space had to face. They did the same exact test. One of them was an isolation chamber, and they were trying to simulate what it would be like floating in a capsule in space for hours by yourself. And the men, they lasted maybe 30 minutes, 45 minutes or something like that. And the women could last for hours in there. So it shows a different way of thinking, a different mentality, and how you shouldn't discriminate against those things. Those are the things that you celebrate. Those are the things that make us better as a society. And this is one of those things where men are starting to appreciate what these traits that were traditionally female-led positions require, and the struggles. And when you have that appreciation, it makes you much more sympathetic to gender equality. The last one that we have here is